This is an era characterized by universal awakening of attributes, featuring an array of formidable entries such as Sword Path to Divinity Ancient Sacred Body Child of Fortune amongst others. However, the majority of individuals can only activate inferior white attributes. Thus, Ling Feng traverses into this epoch. To his astonishment, he discovers that his singular awakened attribute, Infinity, not only allows for limitless fusion of attributes, but also enables their stacking and enhancement. Speed Demon can slightly augment hand speed. After a cumulative stacking of 10,000 times, it evolves into God of Speed, enhancing attack speed by a factor of 1,000. Nutritional Supplement allows for minor restoration of vitality through consumption, stackable up to 10,000 times. The attribute then upgrades to Devourer of Heaven and Earth, allowing one to consume the universe to fortify oneself. Fire Control enables manipulation of small flames, stackable up to 1,000,000 times. The attribute then ascends to Golden Crow Divine Body, granting mastery over the flames of the Golden Crow, transforming into a stellar sun that devastates the world. Regeneration accelerates the recovery speed of injuries, stackable up to 1,000,000 times. It then evolves into Immortal and Indestructible, remaining unshaken amidst the annihilation of heaven and earth, surviving even the demise of deities. Are white attributes truly weak? What if I were to stack them 1,000,000,000 times? On the day when the endless and enigmatic deity descended upon this realm, plunging the universe into despair, Ling Feng pointed into the void. In that fleeting moment, the attribute Mighty Strength, enhanced by billions of layers, activated. In that instant, both the universe and time shattered, leading to the obliteration of the enigmatic deity. Chapter 1. The unique primary attribute Infinity. Limitless stacking, infinite upgrading. Within a villa in Xianfeng City, Ling Feng stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, gazing at the strikingly handsome youth reflected within, momentarily bewildered. He then cast a glance at the opulent villa surrounding him, nearly moved to tears. Have I been reborn? Moreover, he has been reborn into the body of a wealthy second-generation heir. How fortunate it is that the good days have finally arrived for me. Ling Feng could not help but silently curse the heavens for finally opening their eyes. In his previous life, he had been an overworked employee who perished from exhaustion after 7 consecutive days of overtime during the National Day holiday. Yet he did not merely traverse. He was reborn into this futuristic sci-fi world. However, upon his rebirth, Ling Feng lost all memories of his past life, which only began to awaken today. This world is a parallel realm where attributes are universally acknowledged. Moreover, it is set 100,000 years into the future. In this age, the human race has left its footprints across the entire galaxy. Every individual in this world gains the ability to awaken attributes upon reaching adulthood. These attributes are, in essence, abilities akin to divine inscriptions. Whatever is described by the text is what one possesses as power. Such phenomena have existed since the dawn of civilization in this world and are intricately tied to the development of that civilization. Concurrently, this world is replete with numerous divine domain spaces, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, exotic creatures, and various alien races. These attributes are dispersed among different beings. Upon slaying these divine domain entities, one has the chance to obtain Oracle Stones. Within these Oracle Stones lies the entirety of the attributes held by the defeated creature, and utilizing them will summon a lottery wheel. The lottery wheel selects from all the attributes of the creature. Should you be fortunate enough to draw one, you can directly fuse with the power of that attribute. Attributes are classified from the lowest tier of white, progressing through green, blue, up to purple, silver, and gold. The higher the tier, the more potent the effects. Undoubtedly, the frequency with which one can assimilate entries throughout a lifetime is inherently limited. Thus, each extraction must be approached with utmost caution. Should fortune falter and result in the acquisition of a worthless entry, one's life could be irrevocably ruined. In this incarnation, Ling Feng's parents were originally formidable beings of the martial emperor rank, both possessing the talent of blue entries. Regrettably, they perished during a demon onslaught. Fortunately, they left behind a substantial fortune for Ling Feng prior to their demise. Initially, these assets were managed by the government, but they were fully released to Ling Feng only after he turned 18 a few days ago. Upon recalling this, Ling Feng's smile vanished. In this world, safety is not as assured as one might wish. To survive, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, wealth may be seized by others. It seems I must strive diligently. Ling Feng, feeling a sense of resignation, recognized that he could not afford to be complacent. However, he was relieved that, unlike in his previous life, he need not struggle merely for survival, as his starting point was already far superior to that of countless others. First, let me examine my attributes. Then, I shall see if the Oracle Stones left by my parents can yield favorable entries. Ling Feng accessed his Oracle backend. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Profession, none. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Vitality, 1.2. 1 vitality 1000 kilograms of strength. Soul, 0.5. Martial arts. Advanced body refinement technique, entry level, tier 3. Combat skills. Basic fist technique, proficient, tier 1. Entry, unlimited unique tier. Allows infinite stacking and upgrading of the same type of entry, with an unlimited number of entries that can be fused. The Oracle backend is a capability that awakens in individuals upon reaching adulthood in this world, allowing them to assess their strength and foundational status. It mirrors a genuine game. This 1.2 in vitality is quite formidable. When fully unleashed, it can produce over a ton of punching force, sufficient to send a common motorcycle flying with a single blow. This is also a testament to Ling Feng's years of training. However, upon seeing his entry, he was momentarily taken aback. A unique tier, entry unlimited? Can the same type of entry be stacked? And can countless entries be fused? What on earth is this? What level is this unique tier? I have never heard of it. Ling Feng was astounded. The entries he was aware of included white, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Of course, it is said that there are levels beyond gold, but they are certainly not unique tier. It appears that this unique tier entry must surpass the power of gold entries. Could this be my golden finger for traversing worlds? The novels do not deceive me. Indeed, there are benefits to being a time traveler. Ling Feng quickly came to terms with the situation. After all, no one would begrudge possessing a high level of talent. However, if the same type of entry can be infinitely stacked, even just stacking white entries should yield a super entry, right? Suddenly, Luo Xiao recalled this detail. Advanced entries are difficult to obtain, but surely white entries are not as challenging? With this thought, Luo Xiao wasted no time and headed straight for the family safe. Ling Feng placed his hand on the biometric scanner of the safe. Beep. Fingerprint authentication successful. Vein authentication successful. DNA verification successful. Door lock disengaged. Click. With the sound of an electronic chime, the massive safe door, crafted from specialized materials, slowly swung open. An abundance of resources appeared before Ling Feng. Among them, the most conspicuous was a blue oracle stone and over a dozen green oracle stones. Naturally, there are also several dozen white oracle stones scattered on the ground. Oracle stones possess levels as well, with white being the lowest, followed by green and blue. Different colors correspond to different entries. White oracle stones predominantly yield white entries, while green guarantees at least one green entry, with the remainder being white. Of course, whether one can draw a green entry is a matter of luck. Blue stones, on the other hand, ensure at least one blue entry among several, and so forth. A single blue oracle stone commands a price exceeding hundreds of millions. Such exorbitant costs are beyond the means of ordinary families. Naturally, white oracle stones can also yield green or even blue and purple entries, but the odds of this occurring are exceedingly slim. As for Ling Feng's entry of infinity, it is an exceedingly rare, self-awakening innate entry, equivalent to a talent that manifests without the need for a divine oracle stone. The probability of this occurrence is significantly lower, with only one self-awakening white entry among thousands of individuals. It's rather regrettable that a single green divine oracle stone can be exchanged for 100 white divine domain stones. Observing the 10 divine oracle stones, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Let us first test the waters with these few white divine oracle stones. If infinity proves to be truly effective, then I shall exchange all the divine oracle stones for white ones. Ling Feng did not hesitate and made his choice without delay. He directly picked up a white stone. Ding. Detection of white divine oracle stone. Would you like to use it? The system promptly presented a notification sound. Use it. Ling Feng did not waver. Virum. As soon as his words fell, the white divine oracle stone in his hand transformed into a luminous stream, coalescing into a lottery wheel that materialized before Ling Feng's eyes. As anticipated, all these entries were white, and there were only 4 in total. Resilience. White. Defense * 130. Charge. White. In a running state. The next attack's power * 130. Might. White. Strength * 130. Blood Ox. White. Stamina limit * 130. Chapter 2. Can it truly merge and upgrade? A reckless investment of 1 billion. Indeed, the white attributes left Ling Feng feeling somewhat disheartened. They were weak. Far too weak. A mere 30% enhancement. This attribute seemed familiar, reminiscent of the most common wild monsters, specifically that of the wild boar. Ah, what the heck? I'll just draw one at random. I hope this infinite attribute doesn't deceive me. Otherwise, I would have squandered a precious attribute slot. Ling Feng sighed helplessly and then clicked to initiate the lottery. Buzz. In an instant, the roulette began to spin. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Strength, white. Commencing fusion. With the sound of the notification, a gentle force surged into Ling Feng's body, and in that moment, He felt every cell within him being fortified by this power. It was clear to him that his strength had significantly increased compared to before. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully fused the attribute. Strength. White. 130. A notification followed suit. Now, it was time to see if this attribute could genuinely merge and upgrade. Ling Feng took a deep breath and once more grasped a white oracle stone, opening it directly. Resilience. White. Defense 130. Charge. White. Next attack power while running 130. Strength. White. Power 130. Blood Bowl. White. Health limit 130. Once again, these attributes appeared to belong to the same wild boar, suggesting that all these were likely remnants left by his parents before their untimely demise. Without hesitation, Ling Feng seized the oracle stone and began the extraction process. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Resilience. White. Commencing fusion. Ding. Congratulations. The fusion was successful. Defense 130. The second extraction yielded something other than strength, but it was sufficient. It would grant him a 30% boost in defense. Ling Feng continued. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Resilience. White. Commencing fusion upgrade. Ding. Congratulations. Fusion successful. Attribute. Resilience enhanced. Defense 160. However, just then, a notification echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Upon hearing it, his eyes lit up. Can it really upgrade? And directly enhance by 30? The realization brought him immense joy. Although the white oracle stones were not particularly cheap, they were certainly more manageable than their green or blue counterparts. One green oracle stone could be exchanged for a staggering 100 white oracle stones, and blue stones could trade for an equivalent of 100 greens, meaning he could potentially acquire over 10,000 white oracle stones if he utilized them solely for drawing white attributes. Even if he only received a quarter of those, that would still amount to 2,500 white attributes. He wondered just how high the levels of these 4 attributes could ascend when combined. First, he needed to sell off all the blue and green oracle stones. Swiftly enhancing his strength was the true path to success. With this thought, Ling Feng did not hesitate, activating his biological mainframe and instantaneously accessing the Federation Mall. The biological mainframe presented him with a virtual projection, an epitome of human technological advancement, allowing internet access anytime, anywhere. Ling Feng uploaded the details of the oracle stones. Soon, the review results were in. Dear customer, your blue oracle stones have been appraised as premium quality, and the Federation Mall is willing to purchase them for 500 million. The remaining green oracle stones were also of good quality. If you are willing, the total acquisition price would be 1 billion. This news caused Ling Feng to freeze in astonishment. 500 million? This price was 5 times higher than the usual oracle stones. He almost forgot. The value of oracle stones varies with their attributes. The better the attribute, the higher the price. It seemed that the oracle stones his parents left him were indeed of high quality. With this realization, Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps they had intended to pave the way for him, but regrettably, they never lived to see him grow. Without further thought, Ling Feng decided to sell them all. After all, while the blue attributes were powerful, acquiring them was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, despite having only 7 or 8 attributes. The area represented by blue attributes was minuscule, with an extraction probability of less than 1%. In such circumstances, drawing blue attributes was nearly impossible. It was far more prudent to sell them all and stack up on white attributes instead. As the items sold, Ling Feng's account swelled with 1 billion in funds, which could not be withdrawn but could be utilized for purchases within the mall. He wasted no time and began selecting from the stock of oracle stones. It must be said, the variety of white attribute oracle stones was rather limited. After all, the effects of white attributes were too singular, comprising merely a dozen or so types. However, as long as the level was sufficiently high, regardless of any other special abilities, one would be invincible. After perusing his options, Ling Feng ultimately chose an oracle stone named Wind Spirit Beast for its combat-enhancing properties across the board. Without further ado, he purchased 20,000 pieces, amounting to a cost of 1 billion. Indeed, that was a staggering sum, money left over from his parents' inheritance. Their total savings amounted to around 7 or 8 billion, ensuring he had enough to live comfortably. Given that these attributes were all offensive in nature, they carried a slightly higher price. Yet, the most crucial aspect was the addition of a talent for cultivation speed. With this, Ling Feng's strength would escalate rapidly. It must be noted that although white oracle stones were largely disregarded, for many ordinary individuals, white attributes held considerable value. Each one was worth 10,000, and those lacking talent could only make do with white attributes. Now let us open all the remaining white oracle stones at home. Ling Feng took a deep breath and proceeded to unveil all the white oracle stones left in his household. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Strength. White. Power 190. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Blood Bowl. White. Health 160. Ding. You have obtained the attribute. Strength. White. Defense 200. Attribute upgraded to green. Chapter 3. Yin Shi Yin? What are you barking about? Before long, The strength attribute was stacked up to a bonus of 200, and the white attribute was upgraded to green. At this point, he also realized that upon reaching 200, adding another white attribute would only yield a bonus of 10. It seemed that after an attribute upgrade, utilizing lower-level attributes for further enhancement required a greater number of lower-tier attributes. However, this was not a significant issue. Even so, 10 white attributes could still yield a 100-point enhancement. To upgrade to the blue attribute standard, a mere 30 white attributes are sufficient. Upon reading this, Ling Feng smiled. 30 white attributes may seem plentiful, yet in reality, they are remarkably few. It is essential to note that the price of a blue oracle stone is a staggering 10,000 times that of a white oracle stone. Meanwhile, the enhancement for himself requires only 30 times that amount. It is nothing short of a gift. Indeed, it is a gift. Subsequently, Ling Feng continued to utilize the oracle stones for a lottery draw. At last, after expending over 40 oracle stones, the enhancements for his 4 attributes surpassed 330, with the highest, might, reaching an impressive 350. The gap to the blue attribute's requisite of 500 is now quite narrow. The minimum effect of these 3 fundamental green attributes is an enhancement of 200. However, for special attributes such as attack speed, the requirements differ significantly, needing only a 150 enhancement to advance to a green attribute. It seems the hierarchy of these attributes is rather intricate. Ling Feng pondered. Simultaneously, he recalled that from the green attributes onward, numerous special attributes would emerge, such as fire control and wind mastery. It appears that once he amasses sufficient wealth, he must procure some green oracle stones to explore further. With this thought, Ling Feng smiled faintly. Ding! You have an incoming video call. Just then, a notification resonated within Ling Feng's mind. Huh, who is calling me at this late hour? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded to answer the call. Buzz. In the next instant, amidst a wave of distortion, the projection of a young girl materialized before him. Ling Feng, where's the blue oracle stone you promised me? Why haven't you brought it yet? Tomorrow is Yi Xiao Gige's birthday. Deliver it to my house immediately. Before Ling Feng could utter a word, the girl on the other end immediately began to command him with an air of superiority. At her words, Ling Feng's mind went blank. Who on earth is this? The demeanor of the other party, as if he owed her several million, left him bewildered. However, he quickly recollected the identity of the girl before him. Her name is Yin Xiun, a classmate of Ling Feng, and also the object of his affection for several years. Throughout his high school years, Ling Feng had devoted a substantial portion of his living expenses to win her favor, purchasing numerous gifts for her. When he added it all up, it amounted to a staggering 10 million. 10 million. In this era, money has not depreciated. Most importantly, just a month ago, after receiving an inheritance, Ling Feng gifted Yin Xiun a blue oracle stone. Fortunately for her, she awakened a rare green attribute, ice control. This attribute is an elemental rarity with immense potential. With a green attribute, gaining admission to a prestigious university on Blue Water Star would be far from impossible. Awaiting her is a bright future. Of course, this only holds true if both Ling Feng and she share mutual affection. However, it was infuriating for Ling Feng to realize that he had been the one endlessly chasing her. While Yin Xiun accepted his gifts, she had been flirting with Yi Xiao, a fellow student, daily. Now, she had the audacity to come and demand an oracle stone for her paramour, treating Ling Feng as if he were merely a gullible fool. It was undeniable that without his previous memories, he resembled a foolish dog. Ling Feng engaged in a profound self-reflection, lamenting that as a model youth of the new era, he had been manipulated by a gold digger. If word of this got out, where would the face of a time traveler be? Ling Feng, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? However, upon noticing Ling Feng's lack of response, Yin Xiun grew furious and shouted once more. Her unstable emotional state left Ling Feng speechless. How had he ever been attracted to her? What are you barking about? Whether I'm deaf or not is none of your concern. Yin Xiun, have some dignity. Are you unable to afford a gift for your lover? Why come to me for it? Who do you think you are? Ling Feng retorted without holding back. Yet, as his words escaped him, Yin Xiun was momentarily stupefied. Ling Feng had actually scolded her. How dare he? In an instant, her once delicate face flushed with anger. Ling Feng, you dare insult me? Do you know who I am? I give you 1 hour, no, 10 minutes, to apologize at my doorstep and bring the blue oracle stone with you. Otherwise, do not expect me to utter another word to you. Yin Xiun shouted furiously. Her sharp and piercing voice made Ling Feng's ears tingle. Who are you? Just Yin Xiun, right? Delivering you an oracle stone? Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are for me to deliver anything? By the way, you've taken quite a bit from me over the years, and I'm not planning to give you anything now. Please gather everything and return it to me promptly. According to federal law, the items I gifted you when I was a minor are deemed as property obtained via the enticement of a minor, which I recall carries a minimum sentence of 5 years. If you don't want to see your parents in prison, you better gather those items quickly and stop shouting at me. Ling Feng calmly stated as he cleaned his ears. Yin Xiun's family was the type of leeches that, upon discovering his affection for her, had concocted various excuses to extract millions from him. claiming it was for her to attend advanced combat classes or to acquire private lessons from powerful players. If he pursued this matter, 5 years would be a minor consequence, especially since Ling Feng was the relative of a martyr. Sure enough, as Ling Feng's words sank in, Yan Xiun stared at him in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. You want me to return things? Ling Feng, are you even a man? You want back what you gave me? I never begged you for any of it. You offered it all willingly. Yan Xiun trembled with rage, as though she could hardly believe what she was hearing from Ling Feng. Ah, you didn't beg, but your parents did. Moreover, you could have refused my gifts back then. What is this? When you accepted my offerings, you called me trash, yet now you're reluctant to return them. You want to act virtuous while being a gold digger? Ling Feng scoffed mockingly. This woman had truly redefined his perception of people. Although he had spent several million, he was not inclined to give her another cent, especially with that blue oracle stone, which is worth billions. If he did not retrieve it, Ling Feng feared he would lose sleep over it. You. Indeed, with those words, Yan Xiun found herself at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless as she shot Ling Feng a furious glance. What about you? I have no time to waste arguing with you. I expect you to deliver the items to my doorstep by tomorrow morning. If not, I will report this to the military, and I believe my parents' comrades would be more than willing to assist me in settling the score. Ling Feng smiled coldly. Then, disregarding the drastically changing expression on Yan Xiun's face, he abruptly ended the call. His previously pleasant mood was utterly ruined by this girl. It was simply vexing. Ding. The materials you purchased have been delivered. The items have been placed in the warehouse. Please check them. Just at that moment, a notification sound echoed, and the previously slightly irritated Ling Feng's eyes brightened instantly. The oracle stones have arrived so swiftly? Truly, this future world is remarkable. The delivery is exceptionally fast. Overjoyed, Ling Feng hurriedly exited the villa, making his way to his warehouse. Upon entering, he beheld numerous boxes of pristine white oracle stones neatly stacked within. He picked one up and opened it. To extract attributes. Resilience. White. Defense 130. Gale. White. Movement speed 130. Might. White. Strength 130. Swift attack. White. Slightly increases attack speed. 110. Minor talent. White. Slightly enhances cultivation talent. Indeed, the items are as expected. This minor talent attribute is indeed among the more valuable white attributes, worth 5 times that of ordinary white oracle stones. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim. However, this attribute is precisely what he needs at present. Although his combat power is formidable, if his foundational strength is weak, even a 10,000-fold enhancement in combat power will still yield a weak overall capability. Extraction. I am eager to see to what extent these tens of thousands of oracle stones can elevate my attribute levels. Without hesitation, Ling Feng chose to commence extraction. Ding. You have obtained the attribute, minor talent, white. Your talent has slightly improved. With the very first extraction, Ling Feng acquired minor talent. In that instant, he felt his muscles quivering rapidly. Although his strength did not increase, for some unknown reason, he sensed a transformation throughout his entire being. Ling Feng paid no heed and continued with the attribute extractions. Ding. You have obtained the attribute, might, white. Strength 360. Ding. You have obtained the attribute, swift attack, white. Attack speed 110. Ding. You have obtained the attribute, gale, white. Movement speed 130. The wind spirit beast is a formidable second-tier spirit beast, a pure elemental entity. It is said that if a green oracle stone is procured, powerful attributes such as wind mastery and spirit transformation may emerge. Furthermore, some wind spirit beast kings may even possess the blue talent attribute, storm battle body. Such spirit beasts are abundant in a peculiar dimension not far from Xianfeng City. The city is named Xianfeng precisely because of these wind spirit beasts. Each extraction requires several seconds, and thus time passed slowly as Ling Feng continued his draw. He could feel his strength surging rapidly. Although the process was tedious, Ling Feng found joy in it. However, on the other side, the situation was quite different. How infuriating. That despicable Ling Feng dared to insult me. How dare he? In a dilapidated house within the slums of Xianfeng City, Yan Xiun, in a fit of rage, hurled various items onto the floor. My precious daughter, who has provoked your ire? These items were just recently purchased. How regrettable it would be if they were broken. Together, they cost several hundred yuan. Hearing the commotion, Yan Xiun's parents entered, their hearts aching at the sight of the scattered belongings. You have no idea. That Ling Feng is utterly unreasonable. I merely asked him for a blue oracle stone to gift to brother Yishao for his birthday, and not only did he refuse, but he also insulted me. Upon seeing her parents, Yan Xiun immediately burst into tears. What? A blue oracle stone? You intend to give it to that little rascal Yishao? How dare you? I, your father, have never even used such a fine item. Does he deserve it? Where is it? You wretched girl, hand it over at once. Yan Xiun's father, upon hearing this, became furiously enraged. The cheapest blue oracle stone costs over 100 million. How could this girl possibly consider giving it away? But he said he wouldn't give it to me. Hearing her father's words, Yan Shiyun suddenly recalled that her parents despised her association with Yi Xiao, as he also came from a poor family. He wouldn't give it to you? How is that possible? That Ling Feng would comply with your every whim. Do you truly think he would deny you a mere blue oracle stone? You must have hidden it away. Hurry and produce it. Your brother is about to enter high school, and it will be needed for his talent awakening. Upon hearing this, her mother, Yin Mu, immediately disbelieved her and proceeded to search Yan Shiyun. However, after scouring her thoroughly, nothing was found. I've told you he didn't give it to me. He insists we return everything he has given us over the years, or he will have us imprisoned. He even threatened to contact the military. Yan Shiyun explained urgently to her parents. What? Is that true? Did he really say that? Her parents' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. They were well aware of Ling Feng's identity as the son of the late Commander Ling Xian of Xianfeng City. Despite his father's death, the status of a martyr's child was not something ordinary people could provoke. Indeed, I can't fathom what has gotten into him, demanding repayment. I merely wish to gift brother Yi Xiao a birthday present. Is that too much to ask? Yan Shiyun nodded, her face filled with grievance. Slap. In the next moment, her father struck her across the face, the immense force causing her to stagger and fall to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Wretched girl. I've told you not to get entangled with Yi Xiao. What future do you see with that worthless pauper? Though Ling Feng is without parents, he is wealthy. Now, go and apologize to him. If he does not forgive you, do not think of returning. Her father berated her vehemently. The fury in his demeanor made Yan Shiyun tremble. She suddenly recalled how she had been beaten and scolded at home since childhood, only to be recognized for her worth when she became involved with Ling Feng. If Ling Feng truly demanded repayment, their entire family could face imprisonment, and she feared she might be beaten to death by her parents. Terrified, she could only stumble away from home under her parents' murderous glares. However, she did not head directly to Ling Feng, but first sought out Yi Xiao. Apologizing to Ling Feng was out of the question, so she planned to have Yi Xiao return the items she had given him to placate Ling Feng temporarily. She believed that a few million in materials, including a blue oracle stone, was not insurmountable. She would repay him soon after graduating from university. What? He demands you return everything? Is that Ling Feng even a man? A somewhat handsome youth exclaimed in fury upon hearing Yan Shiyun's words. Let us not dwell on that. If we do not return his items soon, he will truly report us to the authorities. Brother Yi Xiao, could you please return the weapons and cultivation resources I gave you? Yan Shiyun said anxiously. At this, Yi Xiao's face flashed with embarrassment. Return? I've already used them all. How can I give them back? Shiyun, don't fret. I don't think Ling Feng truly wants you to return anything. He may simply be employing a strategy of desire and restraint, hoping to make you anxious and agree to be with him. Otherwise, how could he, a lovesick fool, change overnight? Yi Xiao pondered deeply before suddenly having a revelation, looking earnestly at Yan Shiyun. Upon hearing those words, Yan Shiyun was suddenly struck with clarity. Indeed. How had she not realized it before? Ling Feng, who had previously trembled at merely a glance from her, had suddenly gained audacity, undoubtedly driven by a motive. How daring of him to aspire for something beyond his reach, to covet what was not meant for him. Yan Shiyun was instantly infuriated. Without delay, she dialed Ling Feng's video call. As soon as the connection was made, she unleashed a torrent of reproach. How cunning you are, Ling Feng. To think you would resort to such despicable means just to be with me. I am utterly enraged, and the consequences will be dire. I stand at Yi Xiao's doorstep and give you 10 minutes to arrive. Otherwise, I vow never to utter another word to you again. Yan Shiyun berated Ling Feng's image. And before he could respond, she abruptly ended the call. Yi Xiao, just wait. This scoundrel will surely deliver the blue oracle stone soon. Having completed her outburst, Yan Shiyun turned to Yi Xiao with a triumphant expression. Yi Xiao chuckled in response. I always said Shiyun was the best. You've gifted me something so splendid. I'm at a loss as to how to repay you. By the way, I recently learned to make kanji. Let me prepare a bowl for you. Really? Yi Xiao, you are too kind to me. Yan Shiyun's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by Yan Shiyun's abrupt video call. Is this woman out of her mind? So self-absorbed? He had anticipated she might call to plead for leniency, especially since he had included a blue oracle stone worth millions in the supplies he had given her. Little did he expect to be met with accusations instead. It must be said, the logic of side characters in these stories is truly astonishing. Ling Feng shook his head in disbelief. However, he wasted no time and made a call of his own. As soon as he dialed, the other end quickly picked up. Xiao Feng, it's been ages since you last called. Is there something you need to discuss? Came a hearty voice from a middle-aged man. Uncle Zhao? I've encountered a bit of trouble. I've been deceived, Ling Feng replied, smiling slightly upon recognizing the voice. He recounted the events to his father's sworn brother, Zhao Wu, a formidable golden-level powerhouse who had looked after Ling Feng since the tragic demise of his parents. However, Zhao Wu had been reassigned from Xianfeng City 3 years ago, resulting in less frequent contact. What? Someone dares to deceive my brother's son? They're courting death. Zhao Wu's voice erupted with fury as soon as Ling Feng finished his account. Leave this matter to me, Xiao Feng. Uncle Zhao will handle it. I will ensure they return every last penny they've taken. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Ling Feng replied with a smile. You're too polite. By the way, it's been a long time since you've had me over. When will you come to visit? You and Shuya are both adults now. Shouldn't you consider marriage? You promised me when you were young that you would marry her. There's no backing out now. Zhao Wu chuckled, teasing Ling Feng. This left Ling Feng feeling quite embarrassed. Dad, what are you talking about? Are you itching for a beating? But soon after, there was a commotion on the other end, followed by the unmistakable sounds of Zhao Wu being beaten. Uncle Zhao, I have to go. Realizing something was amiss, Ling Feng hastily ended the call. The person he had been conversing with was actually Zhao Wu's daughter, Zhao Shuya. Despite her refined name, she was anything but gentle. A true tempest of a woman who had bullied Ling Feng throughout their childhood. He recalled the humiliating experiences, shuddering involuntarily. Thankfully, since her family had left 3 years ago, the frequency of his torment had significantly decreased. I must quickly enhance my strength. It's embarrassing to be outmatched by a mere girl. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng resolved to open the Oracle Stone and continue his path of improvement. Meanwhile, Yan Shiyun and Yi Xiao awaited Ling Feng's delivery, only to be met with an arrest warrant from the city defense forces. Yan Shiyun and her family were implicated in deceiving the underage children of martyrs and were promptly taken into custody. Yi Xiao attempted to reason with them, but ended up losing a few teeth and fainting. Of course, Ling Feng remained oblivious to all of this, engrossed in enhancing his attributes. For the next several hours, he remained indoors, diligently working on his skills. Finally, the following morning, he had opened a staggering number of white oracle stones. His attribute levels had already reached blue. At this level, each white attribute could only provide a modest increase of 1, yet it was still satisfactory. After all, accumulating 100 would yield a total enhancement of 100. Ultimately, Ling Feng utilized 500 attributes to successfully elevate all of them to purple level, achieving a total enhancement of 1000. However, at the purple level, the white attributes became somewhat inadequate, requiring 10 of them to yield a mere increase of 1. This could also be attributed to the vast disparity in attribute levels. Regardless, with his collection of 4,000 attributes, he managed to elevate them all to just below 1400. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Occupation, none. Level, black iron. 1-star vitality, 21, 1 vitality, 1000 kg strength, soul, 0-5 technique, advanced body refinement technique, entry level, tier 3, martial skills, basic fist technique, proficient, tier 1, attributes, infinite, unique level, same type of attribute can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of attributes, indestructible, purple, defense, 1375, swift force, purple, movement speed, 1405, innate strength, purple, strength, 1404, phantom hand, purple, attack speed, 524, martial arts prodigy, purple, training speed increase, 1450 times. Finally, he had finished. His eyes felt as if they were blooming. Gazing at his current attributes, Ling Feng felt dizzy with exhilaration. After over 10 hours spent opening the same type of oracle stone, while the boost to his potential was gratifying, the fatigue was undeniable. However, seeing his attributes brought a smile to his face. Tenfold strength, speed, defense, and attack speed. All of these multiplied together were enough to elevate his combat prowess into a whole new realm, reaching the bronze level. With the purple martial arts prodigy, which enhanced his training speed by 1450 times, a single day of training would equate to 4 years of effort previously. With this, his power could surge to unprecedented heights in a short span. Chapter 5, Abyssal Maw. Devouring all to enhance strength. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of his silver martial arts prodigy talent. Regardless of the circumstances, one must first give it a try. Over the past 10 hours, he had not engaged in any cultivation, yet he managed to elevate his vitality from a mere fraction to 21. A testament to his remarkable innate talent. Subsequently, Ling Feng made his way to the training grounds at his residence. Thereafter, he commenced his cultivation, adhering strictly to the advanced body refinement technique. This technique comprises exceedingly challenging exercises. It was a legacy left to him by his father. While students from ordinary families typically only learn the rudimentary techniques, significantly diminishing their efficiency. However, the high level of the body refinement technique also comes with its drawbacks. Its complexity poses a significant learning challenge. After 6 years of study, Ling Feng had only barely scratched the surface. Yet today was different. As he began his practice, he felt a profound leap in his understanding of the advanced body refinement technique. He adjusted his approach based on this newfound insight and discovered that his movements flowed with an unprecedented fluidity. Notification: proficiency in advanced body refinement technique has improved to proficient. Body refinement efficiency enhanced. The prompt echoed in his mind, yet Ling Feng did not pause. He continued his rigorous training. Notification: proficiency in advanced body refinement technique has improved to mastered. Body refinement efficiency slightly increased. After another 2 hours, another notification chimed in. By this point, Ling Feng's body was flushed red, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, and his vitality was surging wildly. Upon assessing his physical condition, he was astonished to find that his vitality had soared from 21 to 26, reflecting an increase in foundational strength of 500 kilograms in just a few hours. When factoring in the innate strength enhancement, this figure could amplify to a staggering 15-fold. This meant that in merely 2 hours, Ling Feng's strength had skyrocketed by an astonishing 7,500 kilograms. Such formidable power could easily send a small truck flying with a single punch. The talent of this martial arts prodigy is undoubtedly not limited to the mere 1,000-fold cultivation speed previously experienced. It must be in the range of several thousand-fold. Could it be that his current low level allows for a greater enhancement? As Ling Feng reveled in the tumultuous surge of strength within him, he couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary potential. He was likely among the elite on the entire Blue Water Star. He chuckled at the thought. A blue tier enhancement is already a pinnacle achievement within a city, and blue tiers vary in strength, the weakest barely reaching a 500 enhancement, while the more powerful exceed 700. The apex blue tier enhancements can augment combat power by a staggering 999, equivalent to the weakest purple tier. Thus, in most cities, the strongest individuals possess merely blue tier enhancements. Those endowed with purple tiers are invariably the foremost powerhouses of their planets. With 5 such enhancements, Ling Feng undoubtedly possessed an exceptional talent. Yet, this was just the beginning, merely a fraction of the extraordinary potential he had invested 10 billion into acquiring. With sufficient resources and wealth, he could continuously upgrade his enhancements, aspiring to reach gold tier and beyond. Next, he resolved to devise a strategy for enhancing his strength and accumulating wealth. Ling Feng meticulously planned for his future, recognizing that acquiring wealth is paramount. After all, attempting to farm enhancements alone would not only demand considerable strength, but also an enormous investment of time. Suddenly, a rumbling in his stomach interrupted his thoughts, a sensation akin to the hunger that lingers after days without sustenance. Simultaneously, a wave of weakness emanated from his body. Oh, he almost forgot. The substantial gain in strength must have come at a significant cost. Fortunately, he had consumed a pouch of nutritional supplement the previous day, otherwise, he might not have endured it all. Realizing this, Ling Feng promptly hurried to the dining area and retrieved a gel-like pouch from the refrigerator. This substance was a low-grade nutritional supplement, sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for 3 days without food or water. However, for formidable warriors, consuming dozens of pouches in a single day is hardly filling. Typically, they consume intermediate, advanced, or even top-tier nutritional supplements. It is said that top-grade supplements are derived from the concentrated blood and flesh of high-tier beasts, capable of overwhelming an ordinary person with just a sip. Even a lick could sustain one for months without food. Ling Feng downed a pouch of the nutritional supplement, immediately feeling a sense of fullness. However, his stamina remained depleted. The absorption efficiency of this low-grade supplement was simply too slow. It seemed he needed to procure some intermediate nutritional supplements. Ling Feng felt somewhat helpless. Although his stomach was full, it would take time to digest, leaving him in a weakened state. This predicament resembled the experience of consuming dirt during a famine. His belly was stuffed, yet lacking in nutrition. Aware of his body's frailty, Ling Feng prepared to order some intermediate nutritional liquid, recognizing that he lacked the energy to cultivate in this state. Just as he was about to place the order, a thought struck him. Wait a moment, if digestion is slow, why not enhance my digestive speed? I recall that the white tier enhancements include something akin to that. Without hesitation, Ling Feng accessed the Oracle Stones marketplace. After a brief search, he quickly located the enhancement he required. Nutritional absorption allows one to devour flesh to slightly restore stamina. It also marginally enhances one's physique. This enhancement remains a white tier, originating from the slime beast. It is among the most common Oracle Stones, boasting an excellent cost-performance ratio. Each corresponding Oracle Stone costs only 10,000. Although the price is low, Ling Feng discerned its potential. Devouring flesh to slightly restore stamina? If I were to stack this enhancement to the purple tier, would it not exponentially amplify my strength? The thought invigorated him with excitement. This enhancement, post-upgrade, would undoubtedly be formidable. Glancing at his remaining funds, he noted he had over 2 billion left. Stacking over 1,000 white tier enhancements could elevate it to purple. However, once at the purple tier, 10 enhancements would only yield a single point of increase. Typical silver tier enhancements provide at least 2,000 combat power, meaning he would require a minimum of 10,000 white tier enhancements to reach silver. Adding the necessary 1,000 for the purple tier totals a staggering 11,000. Given that each Oracle Stone contains 5 enhancements, he would need to purchase a minimum of 55,000 to elevate this enhancement to silver, equating to at least 500 million, an insurmountable sum. Ling Feng felt a wave of frustration. With insufficient funds, reaching purple tier would have to suffice. He decided to purchase 10,000 units and test the effects. After careful consideration, he placed the order. In an instant, a significant portion of his funds was depleted. Yet, the prospect of exchanging 1 billion for 5 purple tier enhancements brought a smile to his face. After all, Even the most basic purple oracle stones are valued at a minimum of 10 billion each. Few can afford such a luxury on Blue Water Star. Those who do are often exceptionally lucky, having obtained them from ordinary beasts, or they procure them at exorbitant prices. Even those fortunate enough to find them rarely choose to use them, considering that the lowest tier of purple oracle stones still offers green tier enhancements. Even the blue and purple entries exist, yet 100 billion? How many ordinary owners of blue entries can earn 100 billion in their lifetime? Moreover, the probability of awakening a blue entry using a purple oracle stone is less than a third. Should a green entry awaken instead, that 100 billion would be for naught. With such funds, one could exchange them for blue oracle stones, enough to sustain himself and his descendants for generations. However, after this purchase, he found himself truly devoid of funds and must urgently find a way to earn more. Ling Feng gazed at his balance, a cold, unyielding 1 billion, and couldn't help but sigh. His parents had passed away too early. Had they lived a decade longer, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Of course, if others were to hear him express such sentiments, they would likely find it absurd. Ling Feng then began to ponder ways to generate income. The avenues for making money in this world were not dissimilar to those in his previous life, primarily involving business ventures and stock trading. Additionally, hunting ferocious beasts and selling their materials, or oracle stones, could yield substantial profits. However, all of these endeavors required formidable strength, unless one were extraordinarily lucky to obtain high-grade oracle stones. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, extraordinary luck? It seems there are indeed entries that enhance luck. Ling Feng recalled this detail and quickly searched. Soon enough, he discovered several luck-related entries. The lowest level among them was green, yet their prices were exorbitant. Minor luck, green. You possess a touch of small fortune, though it is scant. Price, 3 million. Fortune continues, blue. Your luck is excellent. Price, 700 million. Dog's luck, green. Each time you step in a pile of dog waste, your luck will surge for a brief period. Price, 25 million. Child of destiny, purple. You possess luck akin to that of a protagonist. Every time you venture out, you might find money. Your luck will grant you immense benefits. Price, 300 billion. These were the few reasonably normal luck entries Ling Feng had come across thus far. Each offered distinct effects, though Dog's luck was somewhat absurd. The luck it provided was significant. While it may not rival the blue entry in potency, it was certainly worth the price. However, the stipulation of needing to step in dog waste to gain good fortune was somewhat bothersome. Ling Feng chose to pass on this entry, primarily due to its exorbitant cost, nearly 10 times that of minor luck. With that amount, he could elevate minor luck by an additional level, though the price of 3 million was somewhat steep. Considering it was a green entry, one would typically require a quantity of upgrades equivalent to that from a white entry to a blue entry, correct? Ling Feng pondered. He estimated he had spent over 30 entries to transition from white to blue, amounting to approximately 1 billion, excluding other entries. The number of green oracle stone entries was limited to 3 or 4, yet the probability of acquiring a green entry was less than 1 in 10. Even assuming he had a 1 in 10 chance, he would need to purchase 10 billion worth of green oracle stones. Funds were insufficient. It appeared he must first earn some. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. He was unaware of the effects of the blue entry. If it proved ineffective, that money would be wasted. However, having a bit of luck was undeniably advantageous. Once he had the funds, he could upgrade the luck entries. With this thought, Ling Feng resolved not to waste any more time on luck entries. Such considerations were beyond his current situation. It appeared the best course of action was to hunt ferocious beasts to enhance his strength, hoping that the nutritional supplements would indeed facilitate rapid improvement in his abilities. With this in mind, Ling Feng settled into a quiet anticipation at home. He then began to recall the structure of this world. The city of Xianfeng, where he resided, was classified as a Tier 4 city. A Tier 4 city implies that the most powerful divine domain surrounding it is at the 4th tier, and the guardians are formidable Tier 4 golden martial emperors. The hierarchy of power in this world is delineated as follows: Black Iron Realm warriors, Bronze Realm martial masters, Silver Realm martial kings, Golden Realm martial emperors, Platinum Realm martial sects. Above the martial sect are the martial respectable, martial saints, martial emperors, and martial gods, corresponding to the 1st through 9th tiers. Once one surpasses the martial sect, their mere actions can wreak havoc on the world. Upon reaching the martial saint level, one can shatter stars with a wave of their hand. Martial gods can even annihilate small star systems. This illustrates the overwhelming power of warriors in this world. Currently, Ling Feng's strength is only equivalent to the 2nd tier, thus he has a long way to go. Nevertheless, with the potential for infinite entries, his future growth rate would be unparalleled. After all, as long as he possesses golden entries, barring death, ascending to the rank of martial emperor is virtually guaranteed. The golden entries do not seem far from Ling Feng's reach either. However, on another note, the college entrance examinations are only a few days away. He wonders how much his strength might improve by then. Yet, it seems of little consequence. He is already equipped with advantages that render the examinations unnecessary for proving his abilities. Ling Feng chuckled at this thought. The speed of the marketplace's distribution remains impressive. Within hours, all the oracle stones he had purchased arrived. In addition to the oracle stones, he also acquired some high-grade ferocious beast meat, already processed and ready to be heated and consumed, preserving its nutritional value. Naturally, the price for this Tier 4 beast meat was not trivial. 1 kilogram costs 1,000. Ling Feng opted to purchase 10 tons. This Tier 4 beast meat is indeed pricey. However, I recall that a single Tier 4 beast yields at least several dozen tons of meat. Once I have the strength, slaying a few of them could easily net billions. Ling Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Strength is paramount. He immediately picked up a white oracle stone and chose to use it. Extracting entry. Blood Bowl. White. Stamina cap. 130. Resilience. White. Pain tolerance. 130. Might. White. Strength. 130. Nutritional supplement. White. Restores a small amount of stamina and slightly enhances physical strength after consumption. Surprisingly, all 4 white entries from this slime were quite commendable. Of course, when evaluated individually. And according to current standards, they were considered subpar. However, Ling Feng understood that once upgraded, they held significant potential. It was quite a rarity for a slime to possess a might entry. Ling Feng chuckled in disbelief. Generally, it is the beasts that possess such talents. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it too much. He would extract first and worry later. Ling Feng plunged headlong into the extraction process. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Blood Bowl, White. Stamina cap, 200, entry upgraded to green. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Resilience, White. Pain tolerance, 200, entry upgraded to green. As he consumed one oracle stone after another, Ling Feng's entries rapidly increased in level. This time, he spent the entire morning extracting. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Endless Source, Purple. Stamina, 1260. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Real Man, Purple. Pain tolerance, 1255. Ding. You have acquired the trait, Innate Strength, Purple. Strength, 1580. Ding. You have acquired the trait, Abyssal Maw, Purple. Devour items to significantly restore vitality and greatly enhance oneself. Chapter 6, A Surge in Power. Advancement. Silver Second Heaven. Chosen One Alliance. Ultimately, for brand new purple traits manifested before his eyes. The addition of these 4 traits was sufficient to greatly enhance Ling Feng's endurance. Ling Feng felt that his current vitality was tenfold that of before. As previously a single meal could elevate his health by 0.5 points, whereas now it could augment it by 5 points. Furthermore, possessing the Abyssal Maw trait meant his digestion rate had dramatically increased. Although the precise extent was unknown, he was certain that he could now unreservedly bolster his strength. First, let us test the effects of the Abyssal Maw on bodily enhancement. Ling Feng contemplated for a moment before directly heating a 10-kilogram piece of 4th-tier beast meat and taking a hearty bite. Instantly, the rich flavor of the meat filled his mouth, inducing an unparalleled satisfaction. As he swallowed a substantial portion, a wave of refreshing energy surged through his entire being. His previously depleted vitality was now rapidly replenishing. Ling Feng did not hesitate, devouring the entire chunk of meat in large bites. In the blink of an eye, the meat was completely digested, and he felt his vitality restore at an astonishing pace, soon reaching its peak. Once fully revitalized, the surplus energy began nourishing every cell in his body. Ling Feng distinctly felt his strength escalating at an accelerated rate. After several minutes, once the 10 kilograms of meat had been entirely digested, Ling Feng's strength had surpassed its previous level by more than 10%. He glanced at the back-end interface. Health points, 325. His health had increased by 0.5, and this was merely a few minutes past. My goodness, if 10 kilograms can elevate my health by 0.5, what would happen if I consumed 10 tons? Wouldn't that mean a direct increase of 500 health points? The thought sent a thrill through Ling Feng. 500 health points would elevate him to the realm of a silver martial king. Of course, as one's strength grows, the effectiveness of 4th-tier beast meat may diminish. Yet it is undeniable that within a short span, Ling Feng's power would surge tremendously. Eager to see if he could truly reach such heights, Ling Feng wasted no time and continued his frenzied consumption. The Abyssal Maw, truly a purple talent, allowed him to devour at a pace that far outstripped his digestion speed. Almost before he could take another bite, the previous morsel had been digested. Moreover, as his strength increased, so too did his digestion rate. Ding! Congratulations! Your health points have increased to 10. Realm upgraded to Bronze First Heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Your health points have increased to 20. Realm upgraded to Bronze Second Heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Your health points have increased to 30. Realm upgraded to Bronze Third Heaven. From that point on, every hour or so, Ling Feng's realm would elevate by a minor tier. Although the beast meat was depleting rapidly, the enhancement in strength was exhilarating. After consuming 10 tons of blood and flesh over the course of more than 10 hours, Ling Feng finally finished by the following midday. Ding! Your health points have increased to 205. Realm upgraded to Silver Second Heaven. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Profession, none. Level, silver second heaven. Health points, 205. Soul 0. 5. Cultivation method, advanced body refinement technique, mastered, tier 3. Martial skills, basic fist technique, great achievement, tier 1. Traits, infinite, unique level. Unlimited stacking and upgrading of the same trait, limitless fusion of traits. Indestructible, purple, defense, 1375. Swift as the wind, purple, movement speed, 1405. Phantom hand, purple, attack speed, 524. Martial talent, purple, training speed increase, 1,450 times. Endless, purple, vitality, 1260. True man, purple, pain tolerance, 1255. Innate strength, purple, strength, 1580. Abyssal maw, purple, devour items to significantly restore vitality and greatly enhance oneself. With the abyssal maw, it appeared that Ling Feng no longer required the martial talent trait. Yet this was not entirely true. The abyssal maw could only facilitate the rapid enhancement of his physical power, while the martial talent would enable Ling Feng to swiftly master various martial arts, thus enhancing his combat prowess. After all, the abyssal maw could not directly bestow martial knowledge upon him. His strength had stabilized firmly at the silver second heaven, although he had not reached the anticipated fifth heaven. Attaining this level still exceeded Ling Feng's expectations. It is worth noting that this was merely a portion of a fourth-tier beast's flesh. If he were to consume several more, his realm might even ascend to that of a fourth-tier golden martial emperor. Coupled with his current traits, it is likely that few in the entire Xianyan city could rival him. While devouring blood and flesh offered the highest value, the process was still rather slow. He had heard that advanced nutritional agents were crafted from 5th tier and above beast meat. Moreover, a single nutritional agent contained energy equivalent to 1 ton of beast meat. However, the price was rather steep, with each nutritional agent costing upwards of 10 million. He wondered how the effects would compare to the 10 tons of blood and flesh he had just consumed. Ling Feng stroked his chin, curiosity piqued. His 10 tons of blood and flesh had fetched him 10 million. Advanced nutritional agents were not meant for ordinary martial artists, as even a mere lick could be fatal. Only those above the martial sovereign level could tolerate them. These agents were designed to replenish energy for martial sovereigns, with one allowing an ordinary martial sovereign to go several weeks without food. Of course, one might question how a nutritional agent costing 10 million could be affordable for martial sovereigns. Naturally, that was not the case. What does it mean to be a martial sovereign? It signifies a minimum strength of tier 6 or above. This level equates to being the sovereign of an entire planet, with assets worth at least hundreds of billions. With such wealth, even the interest alone would suffice to easily purchase nutritional agents. Even if they ran out of money, slaying a 5th-tier beast would enable them to sustain themselves for months. The scenario of being unable to afford food was simply inconceivable. Ling Feng pondered for a while before finally deciding to purchase an advanced nutritional agent with a firm resolve. He was eager to test the effects of the agent. However, upon checking the delivery time after making the purchase, he found himself somewhat speechless. It would take a full day for it to arrive. Then he remembered that no one in Xianyan City had any use for advanced nutritional agents. He might very well be the first purchaser in nearly a century. Well, he thought, he would simply have to wait and find a way to earn some money. Otherwise, the funds he currently possessed would be depleted in no time. Ling Feng felt a sense of helplessness as he considered the matter. Presently, he had only a few million left. Once spent, there would be nothing. However, earning money did not seem too daunting with his current strength. He merely needed to venture into the divine domain to hunt beasts for profit. To enter the divine realm, one must first exit the city, a process fraught with stringent restrictions. Common folk are not permitted to leave the city at will. The most straightforward method of exiting is to join the Alliance of Chosen Ones, an organization established to safeguard humanity. This alliance stands as the most formidable force within the current human federation. The term Chosen Ones refers to individuals selected by the sacred criteria. However, not everyone can gain entry into the alliance. Only those possessing potent attributes, or those whose strength surpasses the bronze rank, are eligible. Although the iron rank signifies a departure from the ordinary, in this world, individuals of the iron rank are all too common and hardly remarkable. Membership in the Alliance of Chosen Ones confers numerous advantages, such as housing allocations and a guaranteed salary, which can be obtained simply by completing basic tasks. Moreover, the remuneration is quite substantial, coupled with privileges that surpass those of ordinary individuals. For the vast majority of commoners, a lifetime aspiration is to join the alliance, a prospect far more enticing than the once coveted stability of a civil servant's position. Beyond the alliance, there exists the military, though its stringent regulations and demanding tasks may deter many. Despite the superior benefits and the presence of acquaintances within the military for Ling Feng, it remains ill-suited for him at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to partake in the examination for the Alliance of Chosen Ones. For passing it would enable him to venture beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts and earn money. At present, Ling Feng's sole focus was on wealth. Everything else was secondary. He approached the safe once more and retrieved a crystal the size of a fist. Placing his hand upon it, he heard a series of beeps, Identity verification successful. The black armor was activated. A chilling electronic voice echoed, and in the next moment, the crystal began to dissolve. A layer of nanomaterials swiftly enveloped Ling Feng's entire body, culminating in the appearance of a sleek black suit of armor. He tested his movements, finding them almost as fluid as if he were unencumbered. This black armor, a fourth-tier battle suit, was a legacy left to him by his father. With this armor, Ling Feng's combat prowess and survivability would see a significant enhancement. With a series of mechanical sounds, the nanotechnology retracted, forming a black glove upon Ling Feng's hand. Truly, the technological advancements of this era were astounding. Such nanomaterial armor would undoubtedly be a treasure in the 21st century. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at this fact. Resolutely, he made his way to the entrance. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, Ling Feng arrived at the foot of an imposing edifice. Its height reaching 1,000 meters and sprawling over several square kilometers, reminiscent of a colossal beast lying in wait upon the earth. He stepped through the grand entrance, immediately greeted by a throng of warriors. These individuals were either engaged in conversation or gathering materials, the crowd numbering in the thousands. Given that the entire Xianfeng city boasted a population exceeding 10 million, the presence of so many bronze-ranked warriors was hardly surprising. However, upon noticing Ling Feng, curious glances were cast in his direction. Where did this kid come from? Can anyone just waltz into the alliance of chosen ones? Perhaps he is here looking for his father. Ha ha ha, that's a possibility. Surely he can't be a chosen one as well? Many of the onlookers, upon observing the 17 or 18-year-old Ling Feng, couldn't resist teasing him. To become a chosen one must at least attain the bronze rank. In a typical high school class, no more than 3 students might ever reach the iron rank, let alone the bronze. Ling Feng's innate talent was already commendable, making it exceedingly rare for someone of his age to achieve the status of a chosen one, especially in Xianfeng City, where such occurrences were likely to happen only once in over a decade. Ling Feng was well aware of their opinions, but chose to disregard them, proceeding directly to the certification point for chosen ones. I wish to certify as a chosen one. Could you please inform me of the process? Ling Feng inquired of the staff within. Facing him was a recent university graduate, her clear gaze betraying her youthful inexperience. What? You wish to certify as a chosen one? Young man, you must be mistaken. This is the alliance of chosen ones, not the Warriors Alliance. The warrior certification is next door. Lu Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. Having encountered a lost child on her very first day at work, the warrior certification required one to attain the iron rank, specifically a blood vitality level of 1, after which one could be recognized as a warrior. Successful certification as a warrior also came with rewards, such as a warrior badge and a stipend of 1,000 credits. Students were entitled to an additional 1,000 credits. In stark contrast, the chosen ones enjoyed benefits exponentially greater, not to mention their elevated status, as they were genuinely required to venture beyond the city to combat foreign entities. I have not erred. I have already reached the bronze rank. Ling Feng retorted, albeit a bit exasperated. What? You've achieved the bronze rank? Upon hearing his declaration, Lu Yuan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. The expressions of the chosen ones around her shifted dramatically. Could this young man truly be of the bronze rank? He appeared no older than 17 or 18. A surge of people began to gather, intrigued by his presence. May I proceed with the certification? Ling Feng inquired, glancing at the throng that had amassed around him, feeling slightly overwhelmed. My apologies for my astonishment. I shall register you at once. Lu Yuan quickly regained her composure and began recording Ling Feng's information. Upon discovering that he was merely 18 and still a high school student, she was struck with awe. If Ling Feng successfully passed the certification for the chosen ones, he would undoubtedly receive focused training, provided he did not falter. He would surely be a candidate for the title of Martial Emperor in the future. Very well. The final group for today's Chosen One's examination is scheduled to commence in 1 hour. Please make your way to the waiting area until then. You will receive a notification when it is time. Lu Yuan handed Ling Feng a card. Thank you. Ling Feng replied with a gentle smile before heading towards the waiting area. The waiting area was populated by warriors preparing for the examination. These individuals had either just attained the bronze rank or had been at it for several years without successfully passing the test. Ling Feng scanned the area and noted over 20 individuals, most of whom were at the first or second tier of the bronze rank, with one at the third tier. It was curious that someone at the third tier had not yet passed the examination. Could they be devoid of attributes? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this individual, a pale-faced youth. The surrounding crowd paused momentarily upon noticing Ling Feng. So young to be participating in the certification for the chosen ones. What exceptional talent. One jovial older gentleman approached him with a smile. Flattery. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. You must be here for the first time, young man. Do take care. The certification for the chosen ones is no trivial matter. The elder spoke with a familiar tone. Oh, what makes it so challenging? Ling Feng inquired, puzzled. He was indeed not well versed in the certification of the chosen ones, as it felt like a distant memory of his former self. Have you seen that lad? His talents are not lacking. He was merely 20 when he first arrived, heralded as a future martial emperor. Unfortunately, during his initial certification, he encountered a succubus, which drained him completely and even triggered a negative attribute. It is said that he suffered from blood depletion, rendering him only capable of utilizing 30% of his overall attributes. Moreover, before the attribute vanished, his training speed significantly diminished. This is a green negative attribute. Without a blue attribute to offset it, he might well be rendered useless for the rest of his life. The older man sighed as he spoke to Ling Feng, who raised an eyebrow at the mention of negative attributes. Indeed, negative attributes refer to adverse conditions. Illness, severe injuries, curses, and the like can all manifest. Typically, such attributes are temporary. However, there are instances of permanence, as is the case with this young man, whose affliction has evidently drained him, thus making it everlasting. Ahem. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. How should I address you? Upon hearing about the succubus, Ling Feng grasped the general circumstances. It seems this lad was somewhat fortunate. At least he could be said to have died beneath the peony flower. He chuckled. Just call me Old Zhang. You talented individuals are the future blossoms of our nation. Being cautious is never a mistake. Old Zhang, having achieved his objective, smiled. His aim was simple, to become familiar with Ling Feng, as who knows what achievements such a genius might attain in the future. As long as he could be remembered for his past guidance, the benefits would be immeasurable. Subsequently, Old Zhang also elucidated several aspects regarding the certification process. There are two main evaluations. One assesses basic data, including blood vitality, explosive power, attributes, and so forth, while the other involves practical combat. The latter is the more troublesome part. Old Zhang had failed his practical assessments 3 times, with one occasion resulting in severe injury that left him recuperating for over a year. It is rumored that those with outstanding final assessment results may receive additional rewards and special privileges. This prospect piqued Ling Feng's interest. Special privileges. I wonder if they come with monetary benefits? If so, should I showcase more of my talents? Soon, an hour passed. Beep. All participants in the Chosen One assessment. Please proceed to the testing area. Your number is 15. Please line up according to your number. A notification resonated from each individual's card. Hearing this, Ling Feng and Old Zhang promptly rose and made their way towards the open passage nearby. Upon entering the passage, everyone found themselves in an enclosed space where a colossal machine stood prominently before them. This apparatus, known as the combat power detector, can evaluate an individual's blood vitality, soul value, explosive power, and other data. Boom. Just as everyone settled, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped the entire space, and all present were subjected to an invisible force that suppressed them. Except for Ling Feng, the others nearly stumbled to the ground, and the frail youth among them fainted under the pressure. Subsequently, amidst the pallid faces of the crowd, an ominous-looking elder emerged, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by gusts of gentle wind. Behind him were several figures clad in the armor of the Chosen Ones. Humph, with such physical prowess, how could one join the Chosen One alliance? Discard him. The elder cast a disdainful glance at the fallen youth, and a Chosen One stepped forward to hoist the young man and unceremoniously cast him from the testing area. This elder likely possesses the wind control attribute. At the silver 3rd heaven level, though his power is not particularly strong, he certainly carries a notable presence. Ling Feng couldn't help but scoff at the elder. Nonetheless, being at the silver 3rd heaven is indeed quite formidable. A single powerful move could obliterate an entire street. The elder's gaze fell upon Ling Feng, for his youth was strikingly apparent. But more importantly, Ling Feng exhibited no signs of discomfort under the elder's wind pressure. Could this lad already be at the bronze 5th heaven or above? How is that possible? Could his attribute be blue? Chapter 7, Blood Vitality 208. Shocking everyone. As the elder pondered this, his eyes brightened at the thought of a blue attribute. Such a talent would be a significant acquisition for the Chosen One alliance. With this in mind, he moderated his wind pressure. I am your examiner for this assessment. You may call me Elder Zhao. The evaluation consists of 2 parts. The first is the basic data test. As long as one meets the standard of a normal bronze 1st heaven, they will pass the test. Now, number 1. Please step forward. Elder Zhao spoke slowly. Upon concluding his words, a middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and entered the colossal machine. Following this, a series of basic tests commenced, measuring blood vitality, strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. Only a select few with soul-related talents needed to test their soul values. Naturally, the tree of talent was absent here, as soul-related attributes are not easily attainable. Beep. Basic data test complete. Name, Lu Dayu. Age, 48. Blood vitality, 11. Explosive power, 21, 458 kilograms. Speed, 34 ms. Defense, 13, 541 kilograms. Attributes, white 4. Overall score, 3 stars. Before long, all tests concluded. Explosive power reflects the ultimate combat strength that can be unleashed through attributes, techniques, and martial skills, thus generally surpassing basic strength significantly. Likewise, speed and defense follow suit. Can this also detect attributes? Ling Feng pondered. Naturally not. Attributes can only be displayed by oneself. You may showcase any attribute you wish. You can conceal attributes, but you cannot fabricate additional ones out of thin air. Hence, the actual count of attributes is often greater than one might expect. Upon hearing Ling Feng's inquiry, old Zhang, who happened to be ranked just before him, chuckled. I see. So must attributes be displayed? Ling Feng asked, as all his attributes were purple. Even revealing one might cause quite a stir. Of course, that is a given. Showcasing is essential, for how else would one gain resources? If one does not display their prowess, who would recognize their strength? It is also true. For a white attribute is inconsequential whether present or absent. However, I see your talents are promising. If you possess strong attributes, it would be wise to reveal them, as this can yield greater benefits, old Zhang advised, also offering guidance to Ling Feng. Understood. Ling Feng nodded. Following this, the individuals ahead continued their assessments one after another. The talents present were notably commendable, as among 7 or 8 participants, one managed to reveal a green attribute. In typical circumstances, it would not be unusual for 30 or 40 individuals to yield not a single green attribute. Old Zhang is currently the tallest among them, having astonishingly detected 3 green attributes, one of which is a combat attribute, while the other 2 are auxiliary. This talent is undoubtedly remarkable, and he may even have the opportunity to ascend to the level of a martial king in the future. This prompted Ling Feng to regard the boisterous man with newfound respect. Next, Ling Feng. At this moment, Elder Zhao above called out. Ling Feng stepped out from the crowd, and at that moment, everyone felt a surge of anticipation. It was finally Ling Feng's turn. Achieving the first level of bronze at such a young age clearly indicated that his aptitude was exceptional, and he was highly likely to possess blue attributes. If he indeed had blue attributes, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly elevate him to the level of a martial emperor. Ling Feng then walked directly into the enormous apparatus. Inside the device was an independent space. As soon as he entered, a 1-meter-high pillar emerged from the ground, bearing a handprint on its surface. Ling Feng pressed his hand against it. Suddenly, his fingertip was pierced, and blood flowed directly into the pillar. Ding. Vitality, 208. Realm, Silver Martial King. Second level. Soon. A prompt echoed through the air. After waiting here for an hour, his vitality had increased by 3 points, clearly reflecting the strength of Ling Feng's talent. This is quite accurate. Ling Feng nodded slightly. Subsequently, the pillar sank back into the ground. Crack. In the next moment, a massive force-testing device ascended from below. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, clenched his right fist tightly, and then struck down with tremendous force. Boom. In an instant, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the testing space. The deafening sound startled everyone outside. What happened? What exploded? What on earth was that noise? There was no sound when we tested earlier. It seemed like the force-testing device had been shattered. Could it be? Wasn't this device supposed to withstand a force of 1 million kilograms? All the participants were taken aback by the thunderous roar. Even Elder Zhao's expression changed, as he received an alert regarding the device's malfunction. Beep beep beep. The force-testing device is severely damaged and has lost testing capability. Beep beep beep. The force-testing device is severely damaged. A series of urgent notifications echoed in his mind. It's exploded. It really shattered? How is that possible? Elder Zhao muttered, shocked, for even he could not have shattered this testing device. Crack. Just then, the tightly shut door of the testing device swung open. Ling Feng awkwardly stepped out. I might have used a bit too much strength and accidentally broke the testing device. What should I do? Ling Feng nervously asked, fearing he might have to compensate for the damage. No way. I have no money, and I certainly don't want to lose my life. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards the open door. Indeed, the once intact force-testing device lay in ruins, shattered into countless pieces. Gulp. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard. Did it really explode? Just how strong is Ling Feng? Could he truly possess a force of 1 million kilograms? Good heavens. What realm is he at? Young man, what is your vitality reading? Would you mind sharing your attributes? Elder Zhao, devoid of his earlier arrogance, now beamed at Ling Feng. No need to discuss the attributes for now. It's rather unnecessary, Ling Feng replied, observing the astonishment of those around him. However, as soon as he spoke, all present were left dumbfounded. 208? Silver second level? Good heavens. You're already at the silver realm and only just now participating in the assessment? Considering Ling Feng's age and his ability to obliterate the testing device, it was evident that his attributes were undoubtedly blue. A blue attribute combined with 18 years of age at the silver second level. What a prodigy. So, can I still participate in the assessment? Ling Feng hastily inquired. Yes, of course. I will arrange a new testing venue for you right away. Elder Zhao nodded vigorously. He promptly led the remaining participants away, and they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The guild building of the Chosen One's alliance consisted of only 4 floors. The first floor housed the task hall and testing hall. The second floor was designated for formal members' activities, while the 3rd floor was reserved exclusively for silver martial kings. As for the 4th floor, only gold martial emperors were permitted access. Wow, is this really the 3rd floor? I never thought I'd have the chance to come here one day. Indeed, it's all thanks to young brother Ling Feng. It's worth it. Goodness, look at all these martial kings. A group of martial practitioners participating in the assessment began to whisper among themselves upon seeing the powerful presence of the martial kings surrounding them. These individuals might become their captains or even leaders in the future. Upon arriving on the third floor with Elder Zhao, the martial kings were taken aback. Old Zhao, isn't the assessment point on the first floor? Why have you brought them up to the third floor? One middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon seeing Elder Zhao leading a group of non-chosen ones. The third-grade testing device was shattered. I brought them here to use the fourth-grade testing apparatus. Elder Zhao chuckled at the middle-aged man's inquiry. However, upon hearing his words, the surrounding martial kings were left bewildered. The testing device was destroyed? Wait, could it be that a strong force from the military or another faction is seeking to join our chosen one's alliance? One martial king asked curiously. Such transitions happen frequently. If you're interested, just come along. Just don't be too shocked. Elder Zhao chuckled, offering no further explanation as he led Ling Feng and the others into the testing space typically used by the martial kings to gauge their strength. Before them stood a colossal apparatus, several times larger than the previous testing device. Ling Feng, why don't you give it another try? Elder Zhao said with a grin. Without hesitation, Ling Feng stepped inside. This child looks rather young. Perhaps he has just entered university? And he is already here for martial practitioner certification? Wow, I didn't expect a genius to emerge, but who could have shattered the testing device? It seems no one here possesses such strength. The onlookers speculated, noting that anyone capable of destroying a third-grade testing device would need to be at least at the silver third level. The martial kings who had come to observe were also engaged in discussion. What are you all talking about? What about a shattered testing device? Just then, a cool voice interrupted. At the sound, everyone turned to see a strikingly alluring woman gracefully descending amidst flames. President. Greetings, President. You've arrived? All the martial kings hurriedly greeted the enchanting figure. The individual approaching was none other than the newly appointed president of the branch of the Chosen Alliance from Xianfeng City, Sikong Xiun, a formidable warrior who had reached the fourth level of the Golden Realm. Whispers in the wind suggested that she was a super genius endowed with a purple attribute. What was even more astonishing was her tender age. It was said that she was a student from the prestigious Imperial University of Blue Water Star, assigned here for a few years of practical training after graduation. While termed an internship, it was essentially a temporary stationing in these less powerful regions. Once her tenure was complete or her strength had escalated, she would be reassigned to guard a more powerful city. President, it is as follows. During the certification assessment, I encountered a prodigy who, before even entering university, shattered the third-tier testing device. Thus, I brought him here for testing. The Elder Zhao, feeling the weight of the moment, spoke without hesitation. Oh, he shattered the testing device before attending university? Upon hearing Zhao's words, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Sikong Shuyun's beautiful eyes. The fact that he hadn't yet entered university implied that he had awakened his attributes for less than a year. To possess such power within a single year either indicated an innate talent for martial arts or an extraordinarily potent attribute. Naturally, she leaned towards the former, for even the wealthiest individuals in Xianfeng City could only afford a handful of purple oracle stones, and the probability of awakening a purple talent was exceedingly slim. Moreover, if such a talent were to be awakened, she, as the president, would undoubtedly be the first to know. Boom. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from within, followed by the testing device quaking violently. Witnessing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted. The force capable of causing the fourth-tier testing device to tremble must be no less than 3 million kilograms. Ding. Basic data testing completed. Name, Ling Feng. Age, 18. Vitality value, 209. Swiftly, the testing data began to be revealed. Boom. However, upon the announcement of the first item, an uproar ensued among those present. Not only was it not high, but it was also even lower than anticipated. 3 million kilograms of force, yet a vitality value of only 209. The explosive power must exceed 15 times that. 15 times, excluding the enhancements from techniques and martial skills, indicated a baseline explosive power of at least 10 times. Of course, if one possessed a profound understanding of powerful techniques, one could manage with an explosive power of 8 or 9 times. Nevertheless, even so, such an attribute would at least be categorized as a blue-grade masterpiece. At the tender age of 18, possessing a silver second-level realm signified that this youth's cultivation talent was exceptional. If augmented by a blue masterpiece or even a purple attribute, he would undoubtedly be a super genius, one of the most remarkable talents in all of Blue Water Star. Genius. Super genius. When did Xianfeng City produce such a prodigy? The martial kings around were astounded, recalling that it had been decades since the last prodigy of such caliber had emerged. The previous being the former commander of the city defense army, Ling Xian. Alas, Commander Ling had perished too soon, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly reached the realm of martial sovereignty by now. In an instant, all the martial kings were engaged in fervent discussions. Wait a moment, Ling Xian. Ling Feng. I recall that when Commander Ling perished, his child had just been born. Now, calculating the time, he is precisely 18. Suddenly, one martial king raised an eyebrow, speaking in disbelief. As his words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Goodness, could it be that Ling Feng is the son of Commander Ling? I was saved by the commander years ago. It's quite possible. I felt he seemed familiar. Now I understand it was due to his father's legacy. The commander's son has finally grown up and inherited his father's talent. How wonderful. Ha! In a moment, some martial kings could not contain their tears of joy. Ling Xian was, after all, the strongest prodigy Xianfeng City had seen in nearly a century. It was rumored he might possess a purple attribute, though it had never been demonstrated. Now, the possibility that Ling Feng was his son sent a wave of exhilaration through the gathering of martial kings. Why does Ling Xian hold such a special place in the hearts of the people? One martial king, bewildered by the emotional displays around him, inquired. Xianfeng City has existed for hundreds of years, and commanders have emerged by the dozens. Yet why is Ling Xian so revered? 20 years ago, when Xianfeng City faced a fifth-tier beast tide, it was Commander Ling who single-handedly held back 3 fifth-tier ferocious beasts, saving our city. From that day forth, he became our city's commander. At that time, I was merely 25, freshly graduated from university. Without Commander Ling, I would have perished. Moreover, the name Xianfeng City was changed 18 years ago, coinciding with the day the commander's son was born. Chapter 9, Martial Sovereign Certification. Explosive Power, 8 million kilograms. Beside them, a martial king passionately explained. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several other martial kings who were previously unaware of the situation shifted significantly. Ling Xian, Ling Feng, Xianfeng City. They finally comprehended the origin of the city's name. While the world believed the name derived from a secret realm of wind-related anomalies, only those privy to the truth understood its true origin. Is Ling Xian an alumnus? He is indeed from Xianfeng City? However, upon hearing this, not only were they astonished, but even Sikong Shuiyun was taken aback. Ling Xian, she certainly knew of him, the undeniable #1 from the Dragon Tower at Blue Water Star University. His record remained unbroken to this day. During her time at university, she had attempted to surpass Ling Xian's achievements, yet upon graduation, she still lagged 10 places behind him. The gap between the second place and Ling Xian was a chasm. One could only imagine the strength of his talent. Yet, she had no inkling as to why such a prodigy had vanished after leaving university. Now, she learned that Ling Xian had passed away, and tragically, it was merely 2 years after his graduation. How could Xianfeng City possibly harbor a genius capable of defeating Ling Xian? Reportedly, Ling Xian had already reached the realm of martial sovereignty upon his university graduation. Wait a moment, it should not be the same person. The commander they spoke of was merely of the martial sovereign level, whereas senior Ling Xian was on an entirely different plane. However, Sikong Shuiyun quickly deduced the likelihood of a name coincidence. As everyone remained in a state of astonishment, the remaining results of Ling Feng's testing slowly emerged. Explosive Power, 65 million kilograms. Speed, 354 ms. Defense, 388 kilograms. Attribute, Purple 1. Overall rating, 7 stars. As the results were revealed, even though the assembly had anticipated such figures, they were still staggered by the sheer magnitude of these formidable statistics. An explosive power of 65 million kilograms would obliterate a strike from an ordinary first-tier martial sovereign, provided they possessed only a green attribute. Yet, Ling Feng had just reached the silver second level. This power was indeed terrifying. Moreover, what astonished everyone most was the undeniable fact that Ling Feng truly possessed a purple attribute. Upon reaching this point, even Sikong Shuiyun could hardly contain her excitement. The possessor of the purple attribute is regarded as the pinnacle of genius on the entire Blue Water Star, with only a handful emerging each year. Creak. At this moment, the door of the testing device slowly opened, and Ling Feng stepped out. The assembled martial kings and the warriors participating in the assessment instinctively compared his appearance to that of the Grand Commander, Ling Xian. Ultimately, they were astonished to discover an 80% resemblance, confirming that Ling Feng is undoubtedly the son of Ling Xian. However, as Ling Feng emerged, his gaze was immediately drawn to Sikong Shuiyun, not for any other reason, but her figure was simply astonishing. Such an enchanting physique, complemented by those long, fair legs. Of course, Ling Feng's own legs were of lesser importance. It was the formidable aura radiating from Sikong Shuiyun that was unmistakably at the martial emperor level. And not just any ordinary martial emperor. When did Xianfeng City gain such a super genius? Ling Feng found himself puzzled. Yet, he soon felt somewhat bewildered by the fervent glances from the surrounding martial kings. Why are they so excited to see me? While I am aware that I possess a certain charm, there seems to be no need for such fervor, he thought with a hint of self-admiration. Hello, Ling Feng. I am Sikong Shuiyun, the president of the Chosen One's Alliance of Xianfeng City. Do you have time to chat privately? At this moment, Sikong Shuiyun descended and approached Ling Feng, smiling as she extended her right hand. President, Sikong Shuiyun, when did this change occur? Ling Feng was somewhat perplexed, but still reached out to shake her hand. I have time, but my assessment isn't over yet. Shouldn't we wait until it concludes? Ling Feng inquired. With your strength, you don't actually need to undergo the practical assessment. However, if you wish to give it a try, that is also acceptable. The assessments of the Chosen One's Alliance have several levels. Even with your current prowess, you will not find it dull, Sikong Shuiyun said with a smile. Indeed. There was no way Ling Feng could fail a serious assessment given his battle prowess. Let's give it a go. I have yet to hunt any alien creatures. Ling Feng replied with a grin, eager to see what the alien beings of this world were like. Very well, since that is the case. I shall personally oversee your assessment. However, your capabilities might not meet the standards of the usual assessments, so I will directly conduct the Martial Emperor Certification Assessment. How does that sound? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Sikong Shuiyun pondered for a moment before addressing him directly. What? The Martial Emperor Certification Assessment? President, that is not feasible, exclaimed the Martial Kings in unison. Indeed, the Martial Emperor Certification can only be undertaken by those at the Martial Emperor level. And young Master Ling Feng has only just reached Martial King. However, when Sikong Shuiyun made her declaration, the Martial Kings present became anxious. Are you joking? This is Ling Xian's son. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, what if something were to go wrong? Why are these people more worried than I am? Observing their frantic demeanor, Ling Feng felt somewhat bewildered, realizing the Chosen One's alliance was indeed quite united, protecting him even without him being a member. I assure you, there will be no issues. It is merely a Martial Emperor Certification Assessment. If Ling Feng truly is the son of the esteemed Commander Ling Xian, he will surely pass with ease. If we fear even this minor risk, wouldn't that be a disgrace to Commander Ling Xian? Sikong Shuiyun said, noticing the elderly Martial Kings preparing to intervene. Indeed. Upon hearing her words, the Martial King suddenly appeared enlightened. Yes, since he is the Commander's son, it should pose no problem, and besides, with the President overseeing, it's merely a Martial Emperor certification. Exactly, precisely. In an instant, the group of Martial Kings nodded in agreement. Of course, this was not because they genuinely believed the Martial Emperor assessment to be trivial. Rather, they were concerned that Ling Feng's hesitation could harm his resolve in martial arts. Wait, how does everyone know that I am Ling Xian's son? Isn't my father just an ordinary martial emperor? Why does it seem like he is quite popular? Ling Feng was utterly perplexed, recalling his previous memories and perceptions of Ling Xian as merely an average martial emperor. However, upon reflection, something felt amiss. His parents had him when they were merely 24 years old. By that time, they had already achieved the martial emperor rank. A 24-year-old martial emperor surely could not be an ordinary person. In the future, their accomplishments would likely be at least martial sect level, if not martial venerable. Regrettably, it seemed that the memories I have yet to awaken reveal that I am not only a sycophant, but also quite foolish for failing to grasp such a simple truth. Chapter 10, Hunting Fierce Beasts. A reward of 3 billion. Ling Feng felt somewhat speechless. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. He had grown up without parents. Although others cared for him, they were not his family. A child without family, without parents, regardless of how well others treat him, the ingrained sense of inferiority would linger. Naturally, he would assume his parents were not formidable. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. What was crucial was that the Martial Emperor Certification Assessment seemed to hold significance. Ling Feng, follow me. I will take you to the assessment. At that moment, Sikong Shuiyun said to Ling Feng. After speaking, the two made their way to the floating elevator. 4th floor. Only Martial Emperor level powerhouses are qualified to come here. In the entire Xianfeng city, there are only about 20 Martial Emperor level powerhouses. Among those in the Chosen One's alliance, there are 5, but currently, only Sikong Shuiyun is present. Sikong Shuiyun led Ling Feng into a massive domed chamber. The chamber had a diameter of a full kilometer and stood several hundred meters high, occupying a significant portion of the headquarters of the Chosen One's alliance. This was the battle space, the sole location in Xianfeng City where Martial Emperor certification assessments could be conducted. The Martial Emperor assessment consists of 2 phases, basic strength certification, which you have already passed, and now the practical combat. If you succeed in the practical assessment, you will become the 18th Martial Emperor of Xianfeng City, along with all the rights and privileges that come with it. Of course, this is just the foundation. Given your extraordinary talent, the Chosen One's alliance will also provide additional rewards. Sikong Shuiyun stated directly. Is there any monetary reward? Or can all the rewards be converted into money? Ling Feng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun appeared momentarily startled. Monetary rewards? At your age, if you pass the Martial Emperor certification, combined with the purple attribute, you will receive at least a one-time financial reward of 10 billion. Moreover, there are blue oracle stones and a series of other rewards. If you convert everything to money, it would amount to at least 30 billion. Of course, the most important aspect is the rights and privileges, which cannot be purchased with money. Sikong Shuiyun replied. That much. Can the fierce beasts I hunt later also be sold for money? Ling Feng asked, even more excited. Upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What is with this kid's obsession with money? Shouldn't others be more concerned about rights and privileges? Alright, the certification is about to begin. Prepare yourself. Sikong Shuiyun, rendered momentarily speechless, hastily interrupted Ling Feng's inquiries. Buzz. In an instant, Her entire body ignited in flames, propelling her skyward. TSK, TSK, TSK. For the sake of 3 billion, it seems I must put on a splendid performance. Ling Feng smiled faintly. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Subsequently, the black battle armor rapidly enveloped him, beginning from his arms. A formidable suit of armor cloaked his entire form. Simultaneously, as he clenched his right hand, a black spear materialized. Clang. Ling Feng casually swung the spear through the air, producing a piercing gunshot sound. Crackle. At that moment, the ground around Ling Feng began to fissure, creating cracks from which emerged colossal energy prisons. Within these confines were ferocious beasts towering over 10 meters in height, each exuding a terrifying aura. There were a total of 10 such beasts, all ranked above the 3rd tier, 7 stars. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the cages slowly opened, roars erupted as the beasts charged wildly towards Ling Feng. Excellent. Observing the approach of these ferocious creatures, Ling Feng let out a cold snort. With his innate divine strength surging forth, he wielded the spear and struck down fiercely upon the chest of one beast. The terrifying force, exceeding 300,000 kilograms, directly smashed into the beast's chest. Thud. The brutal power obliterated the creature, causing it to explode from within. Blood sprayed forth in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Sikong Shuiyun furrowed her brow. Such a lack of technique, relying solely on brute force. Does this fool not fear exhausting his strength? Sikong Shuiyun was exasperated. Ling Feng truly lacked understanding of combat. At this rate, even with such formidable power, he could not sustain it for long. Moreover, the greatest flaw of such prodigious talents, capable of overcoming adversaries beyond their tier, lay in their limited endurance. After all, their total vitality is akin to that of ordinary individuals. Yet unleashing such overwhelming power naturally consumes more stamina. Ling Feng would likely not endure until the emergence of a 4th-tier beast monarch. Onward. However, Ling Feng remained undeterred, brandishing the black spear once more to strike down upon the next beast. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar resounded as yet another beast was crushed, its fragments scattering and forcing the surrounding creatures to retreat. Before they could react, Ling Feng surged forward, one spear thrust after another, shattering their skulls. The 10 3rd-tier, 7-star beasts fell to the ground within less than a minute under Ling Feng's onslaught. Meanwhile, his black armor was stained crimson with blood, yet soon it trembled slightly, the blood cascading onto the ground. Buzz! At that moment, the bodies of the slain beasts began to pulsate, and white oracle stones coalesced, dropping to the ground. Alas, all were white, possessing little value. 3rd-tier beasts, upon death, invariably yield white oracle stones, with less than a 10% chance of producing green ones. Regrettably, the value of a white oracle stone is a mere 10,000, while the carcass of a 3rd-tier beast, even at its cheapest, is worth hundreds of thousands. Thus, the white oracle stones are practically given away. Yet for Ling Feng, white oracles are treasures indeed. He swiftly collected them. At the very least, there were 10,000. With the value of the corpses included, that totals to several million. It must be said, the wealth amassed by high-level warriors is astonishingly effortless. A bit lacking, though. Could we not have a few more? Ling Feng expressed his lingering desire to see Sikong Shuiyun in the sky. Sikong Shuiyun's lips twitched. She was well aware of the underlying meaning behind Ling Feng's complaint about the meager rewards, his disdain for the paltry sum. She had seen through this avaricious lad. Discontented with the amount, is he? Very well, I shall provide him with more. Coincidentally, upon arriving in Xianfeng City, I captured some extraterrestrial beings. Let this lad have a chance to hone his skills. A slight smirk graced Sikong Shuiyun's face. She then tapped her smart wristwatch. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Once again, the ground fissured. This time, however, Ling Feng noticed that while the cracks were small, their numbers were numerous. Chapter 11. Stackable Weapon Attributes. Could they be weak beasts? That would hardly yield any profit. Ling Feng pondered with uncertainty. Yet soon, he realized his misjudgment as cages over 2 meters tall began to rise. Each cage held a burly orc, wielding a massive cleaver. The aura emanating from each orc was no less than that of 3-star, 5-star, although weaker. Their sheer numbers were formidable. There were 100 of them. Ling Feng also noticed that above their heads were numerous attributes. While most were white, each possessed a green attribute. These green attributes were as follows. Robust, green, strength, bonus 200. Introductory swordsmanship, green, swordsmanship power bonus 200. Iron skin, green, defense bonus 300. Endurance, green, stamina bonus 200. Of course, the ferocious beasts Ling Feng had just slain bore similar green attributes. Typically, 1st and 2nd-tier beasts possess white attributes, while 3rd and 4th-tier creatures carry green ones. A 3rd-tier beast typically has 1 green and 3 white attributes, while 4th-tier beasts boast 2 to 4 green attributes. 5th-tier beasts introduce blue attributes, with the remainder being green. 6th-tier beasts present 2 or more blue attributes, while 7th-tier beasts exhibit purple attributes. 8th-tier beasts possess 2 or more purple attributes. Only those above the 9th tier yield silver attributes. This delineates the fundamental difference between these extraterrestrial beings and humans. For the former, once their strength is attained, attributes upgrade automatically. For humans, however, it is contingent upon the comprehensive synergy of attributes and innate talents. Should attributes be deficient, even with formidable cultivation talent, ascension in realm could lead to being outclassed by lower-tier beasts. Naturally, these green attributes only manifest through exceptional luck yielding green oracle stones. Typically, one would only obtain weakened versions of white attributes. Nonetheless, Ling Feng found himself captivated by the introductory swordsmanship attribute. If he were to absorb a weapon-type attribute, would it not instantaneously elevate him to the status of a weapon master? Moreover, this attribute appeared to stack with others. For instance, if combined with robust, it would yield an enhancement of 400. Upon realizing this, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Stackable attributes are indeed precious. Once he acquires purple attributes, the total could easily reach 1,000. When combined with his innate divine strength of 1,500, that would amount to a staggering 2,500 enhancement. In comparison, purple talents surpass even silver ones. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Just then, all the cages containing the orc kin swung open. Humans, perish. Kill this human. In an instant, all the orcs erupted with fervor, surging forth from their prison cells. Armed with hefty blades, they charged toward Ling Feng. Their strength, bolstered by the green attributes, had indeed become formidable. However, alas, they were faced with me. A slight smirk graced Ling Feng's lips as he transformed his black spear into a long sword with a deft motion. With a sudden push from his foot, a resounding boom echoed through the air as he shot forth, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. He became a shadow, weaving through the throngs of orcs with terrifying velocity. The moment he passed one orc, that creature's head would swiftly detach from its body, falling lifelessly to the ground. In the sky, Sikong Shuiyun watched this scene, her pupils constricting in shock. How astonishingly swift. This was undoubtedly a speed-type purple talent. This lad possesses 2 purple talents. Sikong Shuiyun was taken aback. Unlike the more commonly seen strength talents, speed talents were vastly superior. After all, it was far more challenging to enhance speed than to amplify strength. If one were fast enough, even a foe with 10-fold strength could be easily slain with a mere decent weapon. Thus, high-level speed talents were exceedingly rare among all attributes. The revelation of Ling Feng's purple-level speed attribute signified a considerable elevation in his talent level. Indeed, the distinction between possessing 1 purple attribute and 2 was monumental. With a flurry of sounds, weapons cleaved through flesh, and in the blink of an eye, all 100 formidable orcs lay decapitated and lifeless upon the ground. Ling Feng, amidst the slain bodies, fell into contemplation. Wait a moment, what about the corpses of these orcs? Ling Feng pondered this grave matter. Although orcs were not of the same species as humans, they bore a humanoid appearance. The thought of consuming their flesh was undeniably unsettling. Naturally, some smaller establishments produced nutritional supplements using materials that larger companies would hesitate to utilize. After all, smaller factories could afford to be quite daring, often offering competitive prices. Suddenly, waves of energy emanated from the orc corpses, and numerous white oracle stones began to coalesce, among which were 10 green oracle stones. Ling Feng's eyes brightened at the sight. The cheapest green oracle stone was valued at 1 million, with most fetching even higher prices. After all, worthless attributes were not particularly common. These orcs possessed combat-oriented attributes. Thus, these oracle stones were worth at least 20 to 30 million. If converted to flesh, they would significantly augment Ling Feng's vitality. President, isn't it time for a 4th-tier ferocious beast? These 3rd-tier creatures are far too weak. Ling Feng called out to Sikong Shuiyun in the sky. Naturally, he could not merge the entry-level swordsmanship attribute in front of her. Yes, immediately. Upon recognizing Ling Feng's undeniable prowess, Sikong Shuiyun felt reassured and promptly tapped her intelligent wristwatch. Crack. In the next moment, a massive fissure slowly opened hundreds of meters away from Ling Feng. Roar. As the fissure gaped open, an enraged growl erupted from within. A colossal beast, draped in fiery red fur, began to ascend from the rift. The creature resembled a gigantic flame lion. Its gaze filled with wrath directed at Sikong Shuiyun in the sky, clearly indicating that it had been captured by her. This was a 4th-tier, 1-star fire cloud lion, which I originally intended to tame as a mount. Unfortunately, it refused to submit. Thus, it shall serve as your training partner. It possesses 3 green attributes, so you must exercise caution. Sikong Shuiyun warned Ling Feng. Ling Feng glanced at the creature's head as he absorbed the information. Beast King. Green. Exerts a suppressive effect on beasts, diminishing their combat prowess. Fire Control. Green grants mastery over flames, enhancing fire-based skills by 300. Robust. Green provides a strength bonus of 200. Thick Skin. White increases defense by 180. Blood Ox. White enhances stamina by 180. Chapter 12. Mega Explosion. A blue oracle stone worth 2 billion. 5 attributes in total, 3 of which are green. One must admit that this talent is indeed impressive. The mastery of flames is particularly noteworthy, indicating that upon returning, I should acquire some green oracle stones to enhance this fire control attribute. Elemental attributes are certainly to Ling Feng's liking. What man doesn't he enjoy playing with fire? Of course, given the opportunity, he aspired to master all elemental attributes. After all, as 1's level advanced, upgrading white attributes to higher tier ones proved significantly more arduous. Therefore, rather than struggling to elevate to higher tier attributes, it would be wiser to amass a plethora of purple attributes to bolster his strength. Naturally, the prerequisite remained that his own power must be sufficient. Crack. Just then, the immense iron doors creaked open. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the fire cloud lion. In an instant, a tempest of scorching heat swept outward in all directions. The temperature in the entire space began to soar rapidly. Cloaked in flames, the fire cloud lion emerged from its confinement, exuding an air of divine arrogance as it surveyed Ling Feng with disdain. However, when its gaze fell upon Sikong Shuyun in the sky, a hint of trepidation flickered within its eyes. The sheer terror of Sikong Shuyun's strength was beyond its capacity to withstand. Frankly speaking, even the mere breath of her power could incinerate it into a charred lion. Yet, the thought of becoming a mere mount for a diminutive human was utterly unacceptable. Great lion, you certainly seem formidable, Ling Feng remarked, bemused by the creature's disdainful demeanor. Roar. The fire cloud lion responded with a low growl, affirming its undeniable prowess. Boom. However, before its growl could fully dissipate, Ling Feng unleashed a sudden burst of speed, transforming into a shadow as he charged toward the fire cloud lion. The terrifying velocity caused the beast's pupils to contract sharply. Yet, before it could react, Ling Feng had already appeared beneath its head. Die. The moment Ling Feng uttered this low, thunderous command, his long sword ascended skyward, poised to strike. Roar. Sensing the impending threat of death, the fire cloud lion swiftly roared in defiance, retreating in haste. Puff. Yet, its speed was a fraction too slow, and Ling Feng's blade cleaved a massive gash, a meter long, across its neck. Puffed. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto the ground and scorching it with deep craters. However, before the fire cloud lion could react, Ling Feng had transformed into a shadow once more, appearing at its side. With a fierce strike, he brought his blade down once again. The fire cloud lion was struck with terror, and it unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ling Feng. The raging inferno coalesced into a towering inferno, crashing violently against Ling Feng. Yet, to the astonishment of the fire cloud lion, Ling Feng's armor effectively shielded him from the flames. In the same instant, the long blade had cleaved directly into its abdomen. Splatter. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, as the fire cloud lion's innards erupted violently. Roar. Repeatedly wounded, the fire cloud lion howled in agony. It swatted a paw at Ling Feng, but just as it was about to land the blow, Ling Feng had vanished. This time, he reappeared with astonishing speed above its head, and his long blade transformed into a spear, plunging fiercely into the center of the fire cloud lion's brow. Thud. In an instant, the spear pierced through the fire cloud lion's skull, embedding itself firmly in its head. With a sudden jolt of his right hand, splat, 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 a deluge of blood and brain matter erupted from the creature's 7 orifices. The massive body of the fire cloud lion trembled before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. The earth shook with a thunderous roar as its colossal form struck the ground. Above in the sky, Sikong Shuyun observed the battle, her heart filled with astonishment. Moments ago, she had dismissed Ling Feng as merely a brute relying on raw strength, but it was now apparent that he was a prodigy of combat. Although Ling Feng had triumphed through his remarkable speed and the formidable defense of his black battle armor, each of his maneuvers had been meticulously calculated, representing the swiftest method to defeat the fire cloud lion given his current abilities. Buzz. Just then, a dazzling radiance erupted from the fire cloud lion, captivating both Sikong Shuyun and Ling Feng with its unexpected blue hue. Subsequently, amidst the convergence of this azure light, a blue oracle stone gently descended to the ground. Incredible. A massive explosion has yielded a blue oracle stone. Ling Feng was taken aback. Although the fire cloud lion bore no blue attributes, it was still capable of dropping high-tier attributes. It could yield not only blue but also purple and even silver. This was entirely plausible, for only 7th and 8th tier beasts could possess purple attributes, while silver attributes were exclusive to 9th and 10th tier beasts. This implied that among the ferocious beasts currently manageable by humankind, none bore golden attributes. Such rarity could only emerge from an exceedingly low probability of being dropped by lesser-tier beasts. Naturally, that probability was minuscule, so low that, despite humanity controlling hundreds of millions of life planets, the total count of golden attributes could still be enumerated. What extraordinary luck does this lad possess? Sikong Shuyun was equally speechless. Naturally, if she had glimpsed the attributes of this blue oracle stone, she would have been even more astounded. Beast Emperor. Blue exerts an immensely powerful suppressive effect on beast kind, significantly diminishing the combat prowess of beastly foes. Flame Control. Blue grants mastery over the power of flames, enhancing fire-based skills by 700. Titanic strength, blue, power enhancement, 700. Iron skin, green, defense enhancement, 300. Endurance, green, stamina enhancement, 200. This blue oracle stone contained 3 exquisite blue attributes, each a prime specimen. Typical blue attributes confer a 5-fold enhancement, while these boasted a 7-fold increase. Even the remaining 2 attributes were green. What does this signify? This oracle stone, barring the absence of purple attributes, surpassed ordinary purple oracle stones in potency. Upon utilization, there was a 60% chance of acquiring blue attributes. Simply put, the value of this blue oracle stone could not be less than 2 billion. Worth dozens of times that of a standard blue oracle stone. Am I not mistaken? Ling Feng gazed at these attributes, somewhat astonished. It seemed he had not even procured a luck-enhancing attribute. How could he have stumbled upon such a premium oracle stone? Chapter 13. Friction generates heat? The white version of fire control. Of course, no matter how exceptional, such a treasure must be sold. Using it for oneself? Preposterous. With such wealth, he could easily amass similar attributes, potentially even a silver one. What need has he for these blue attributes? He had struck it rich. Indeed. The guild master was truly benevolent for allowing him to vanquish such a formidable beast. Ling Feng quickly stowed the oracle stone away, unable to suppress his gratitude towards Sikong Shuyun. Congratulations, Ling Feng. Who would have thought your first kill of a 4th-tier beast would yield a blue oracle stone? Your luck is unparalleled. At this moment, Sikong Shuyun descended from the sky, gazing at Ling Feng with admiration. It was merely serendipity. Ling Feng replied with a smile. You have now passed the Martial Emperor's certification. I have uploaded the entire process to the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance on Blue Water Star. They have already approved your Martial Emperor qualification. Congratulations. You are now recognized as a Martial Emperor level powerhouse of the Human Federation. Sikong Shuyun shifted the topic, offering her congratulations to Ling Feng. His combat prowess was unquestionable, having undoubtedly reached the Martial Emperor realm. After all, even an average Martial Emperor of the 1st tier might struggle against the Fire Cloud Lion he had just defeated. When will the rewards be distributed? Ling Feng inquired. His curiosity piqued. Likely within today. But tell me, are you in dire need of funds? You haven't resorted to online loans, have you? Sikong Shuyun could not help but voice her concerns. As she spoke, her gaze subtly examined Ling Feng's physique. It was evident that her mention of online loans insinuated something far less respectable. Naturally not. I merely possess an attribute that requires substantial resources to enhance my strength. Otherwise, how do you suppose I have elevated my realm within mere days of awakening my attributes? Ling Feng hastily clarified, presenting the attribute of the Abyssal Maw. His future strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically, and the most plausible excuse was the unique nature of the Abyssal Maw. Although some might find its nature somewhat alarming, they would not doubt it excessively, at least not to the extent of suspecting he possessed an absurd attribute like infinity. Indeed, upon seeing Ling Feng's attributes, Sikong Shuyun's pupils constricted. She was not astonished by the terror of the Abyssal Maw attribute, but rather by its quantity. 3 purple attributes. Ling Feng already possessed 3 purple attributes. Good heavens, what a prodigy! On Blue Water Star, possessing a single purple attribute suffices to classify one as a top-tier genius, while 2 makes one a rare super genius, seen only once in a century. What of 3? 3 purple attributes would be considered exceptional even in the Xiantian star domain. Within the realm of the Xiantian star domain, there exists a staggering multitude of 1 million life-bearing planets. Are you even human? Sikong Shuyun couldn't help but express her exasperation towards Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's lips twitched. Although he possessed the Abyssal Maw attribute, he was undeniably a genuine human being. Of course. However, feeling somewhat disheartened, Sikong Shuyun refrained from engaging further with Ling Feng, handing him the Martial Emperor medal before departing. As for Ling Feng, he meandered through the Chosen One Alliance, and, finding little of interest, ultimately returned home. Initially, he had intended to venture out of the city to hunt fierce beasts, but now he realized it was unnecessary. After all, with the potential acquisition of 30 billion federal coins and the Blue Oracle Stone, which was worth at least 20 billion, he was assured a minimum of 50 billion. To amass such wealth by hunting fierce beasts would require the elimination of no fewer than 100 4th-tier beasts, even if he could defeat them, finding that many would prove challenging. Upon returning home, Ling Feng promptly listed the Blue Oracle Stone in the marketplace. However, as soon as it was posted, the staff of the Federal Marketplace hastily contacted him. Esteemed guest, your Blue Oracle Stone has been appraised as a top-tier Oracle Stone. The Federal Marketplace is prepared to offer you a purchase price of 2.5 billion. What are your thoughts on this? A substantial 2.5 billion, 500 million more than Ling Feng had anticipated. Naturally, he was aware that if he placed it in the auction house, the price could rise by 1 or 2 billion, but the selling process would take at least 6 or 7 days. I will sell it, but I need to procure some supplies and require the funds promptly. Ling Feng stated decisively. Detected that you are a certified Martial Emperor. The marketplace has approved your request. We will grant you a temporary credit of 2.5 billion, which will reset once the Blue Oracle Stone is collected by the marketplace. Shall we proceed? The staff member responded swiftly. Ling Feng nodded in agreement without hesitation. Instantly, he noticed an additional balance of 2.5 billion in his account. With such a sum, he feared he could procure a plethora of silver attributes. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. He then began placing orders fervently. Previously, a minor talent attribute cost 50,000, and during his last upgrade to silver, the progress bar was nearly halfway complete. He estimated that spending around 10 billion more would elevate his martial talent attribute to silver, totaling an expenditure of 20 billion. Admittedly, that price was not insignificant. As for the abyssal maw, it required only 1/5 of the cost, amounting to 4 billion for an upgrade to silver. After spending, he would still have 11 billion left. He needed to acquire a weapon attribute, and also a fire control attribute. However, the fire control attribute was relatively expensive, starting at a minimum of 1 million. But it began as a green attribute, equating to the price of 100,000 white oracle stones. Calculating this, upgrading to silver would cost at least 40 billion. Perhaps I should just get a purple one for the time being, Ling Feng mused, feeling somewhat helpless. He then commenced searching for the necessary oracle stones. He first ensured he purchased enough oracle stones for the abyssal maw and martial talent. As for the weapon attribute, after much deliberation, Ling Feng ultimately opted for a spear. Why? Because it was undeniably stylish. Regardless of the cost being similar, money was of little concern. Style was a lifelong pursuit. However, during his search, Ling Feng unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing attribute. Friction ignition, white, allowed one to rapidly heat objects, potentially igniting them. This attribute seemed akin to a low-tier fire control ability. The flames produced were merely ordinary and lacked any significant power enhancement, not to mention their slow ignition speed. Ling Feng specifically watched a video featuring users of this attribute, who typically employed it for starting fires in the wilderness. In everyday scenarios, it was nearly useless, at least in combat. Moreover, with just a couple of episodes of survival shows, one could learn to master this ability without needing an attribute. Could it be that these fire control, lightning manipulation, and similar abilities all possess white low-tier attributes? Perhaps they were dismissed as too rudimentary to be considered alongside the formidable elemental attributes? Chapter 14. The first silver attribute, Child of Fortune. Upon contemplating this, Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. If this were indeed the case, he could save tenfold on acquiring elemental attributes. He decided to purchase a few dozen to test the waters. After all, he was not short on funds. Ling Feng immediately placed an order for 40 oracle stones bearing the friction ignition attribute. Due to its perceived worthlessness, the price was the lowest at merely 10,000. And buying in bulk could yield a 5 discount, given the lack of demand. Shortly thereafter, the items arrived. Ling Feng picked up one and activated it. Resilience, white. Defense 130. Friction ignition, white. Can ignite quickly through finger friction. Strength, white. Strength 130. Blood Bowl, white. Stamina limit 130. This oracle stone contained 4 attributes. And without hesitation, Ling Feng proceeded to extract them. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, Friction Ignition, white. Ability gained. Can ignite quickly through finger friction. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, Friction Ignition, white. Ignition speed increased. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, Friction Ignition, white. Attribute upgraded to Fire Control, green. Can manipulate flames. And flame power increased to 200. With the extraction of 4 white attributes, the attribute level was immediately upgraded to green. Moreover, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. This attribute was indeed fire control. The realization brought a smile to Ling Feng's face. If fire control could have a white attribute, could not wind manipulation and water control possess similar low-tier white attributes? If so, he would be able to harness a greater array of potent elemental powers in the future. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng began searching anew. Soon, he discovered several attributes that appeared to be elementally related. Water play, white. Friction electrocution, white. Mud manipulation, white. Wind blowing, white. These attributes were utterly worthless. Yet, if they could be strengthened, there was a high probability they would transform into powerful elemental attributes. Ling Feng pondered the possibility that any white attribute, when upgraded, might lead to those exceptionally powerful special attributes. Indeed, during his swift search, he uncovered a white attribute related to fortune. Joyful laughter. Those who laugh tend to have good luck. This attribute offered virtually no special abilities and had been classified as one of the most useless attributes. Ling Feng had even seen some attribute testing bloggers spending substantial sums to have individuals test whether this was indeed a luck-related white attribute. They had gathered 10 people who could barely afford a meal, providing each with 100,000 to merge this joyful laughter attribute. Before merging, they had them flip a coin 100 times. Statistically, heads should have appeared about 50% of the time. However, after acquiring this attribute, all participants indeed experienced an increase in their luck. However, the probability of enhancement is dishearteningly low. It merely escalates from a 50% chance to around 53 or 54%, with a maximum of just 55. Consequently, This attribute is unequivocally categorized among the top 10 worthless attributes. TSK, what a time we live in, where anyone can rise to prominence. However, for a mere 100,000, one can amalgamate 4 white attributes. Although it is possible to end up with a subpar cheerful attribute, for those lacking talent and unable to afford white oracle stones, this poster is undoubtedly a benefactor. At this thought, Ling Feng could not help but sigh. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What is crucial is that this attribute is indeed a luck-based white attribute. Given this, he decided to make the purchase. Ling Feng promptly spent 500 million, acquiring 50,000 oracle stones imbued with the cheerful attribute. With the presence of this silver luck-based attribute, I wonder if it will be easier to draw the desired attributes? Ling Feng pondered this notion. It certainly warrants a trial. After all, a white oracle stone valued at 10,000 is equally costly regardless, especially since he needs 4 attributes for himself. However, attributes like slight talent carry a value several times that of other white attributes. If he can enhance the probability of drawing slight talent, he could save a considerable sum of money. Hence, he first purchased the oracle stones for the cheerful attribute, intending to acquire the rest once he had expended a sufficient amount. The cheerful attribute is virtually unsought after, leading to a surplus of oracle stones. Upon receiving an order, the league's marketplace hastily dispatched the goods, fearing Ling Feng might change his mind. Thus, within half an hour, the 50,000 oracle stones arrived at Ling Feng's warehouse. The fate of becoming a luck master hinges on this moment. Ling Feng took a deep breath and commenced a frenzied lottery draw. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White. Luck slightly enhanced. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White. Luck slightly enhanced. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White. Luck slightly enhanced. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White. The attribute has upgraded to small fortune. Green. Indeed, after merely drawing 4 attributes, an upgrade was successfully achieved. Seeing this, Ling Feng could not suppress a smile. This attribute truly embodies luck. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White 30. The attribute has upgraded to continuous good luck. Blue. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White 500. The attribute has upgraded to great luck. Purple. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Cheerful. White 10,000. The attribute has upgraded to child of luck. Silver. You possess protagonist level luck. At last, after utilizing over 20,000 oracle stones, Ling Feng's luck attribute finally reached silver. Why over 20,000, you ask? Naturally, as his luck improved, the probability of drawing the cheerful attribute also increased significantly. By the end, he could nearly draw whatever he desired. As for upgrading to the silver level child of luck, Ling Feng estimated that even with green, blue, or even purple oracle stones, he could draw whatever he wished. Whether this would affect the silver oracle stones remains uncertain. Of course, while he cannot specify, the probability of drawing certainly surged. No wonder these luck-based oracle stones command such a high price. As one progresses, the costs escalate. This expense is justified. With this in mind, drawing the slight talent oracle stones should cost him less. Given the current probability of success, he would only need a little over 5,000 oracle stones, equating to a mere 260 million. This saves me 800 or 900 million compared to my earlier estimates. Had I known, I would have prioritized stacking luck-based attributes. Ling Feng could not help but feel a pang of regret. Right. Let's first check how many white attributes are required to elevate the bonus by 1 after upgrading to silver. Ling Feng recalled this detail. However, since the cheerful attribute lacks a percentage, he could only upgrade one with a bonus, such as mighty. Subsequently, he resumed drawing for the mighty attribute. As he still had nearly 30,000 oracle stones remaining, he aimed to upgrade all 3 remaining attributes to silver. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Mighty. White 500. The attribute has upgraded to strength of the mighty elephant. Silver. Power bonus, 2,000. After upgrading to silver, the mighty attribute transformed as well. The mighty elephant, a 9th tier beast, possesses the silver attribute of strength of the mighty elephant. Its power is formidable. It is said to have been discovered on a 3rd tier planet upon its emergence. A 3rd tier planet is 1,000 times the size of Earth, equivalent to a terrifying celestial body as vast as the sun. However, upon its arrival, this mighty elephant crushed the planet with a single step. Ling Feng vividly remembers the footage. It is said that those endowed with this attribute will attain a strength capable of obliterating stars. Ling Feng then began to stack attributes. Yet, the more he stacked, the more disheartened he became. After 100 attempts, the bonus still did not increase by 1. Finally, when he reached 1,000 stacks, the bonus finally increased by 1. What does this mean? This implies that to elevate a silver attribute to a golden one with a bonus of 4,000, one would need to stack white attributes 200,000 times. In other words, a minimum of 2 billion is required. Money is trivial. 2 billion is a mere pittance in comparison to golden attributes. 2 billion could procure only 2 purple oracle stones at most. Meanwhile, The price of silver oracle stones starts at over 10 trillion. As for golden oracle stones, their prices soar into the stratosphere. One would cost no less than 1,000 trillion. This is in light of humanity having entered the grand cosmic era, with nearly a billion planets. Otherwise, one couldn't even buy a single stone with the price obtained from selling the entire Earth. And this is merely the price of golden oracle stones. The probability of drawing one is exceedingly low. Golden oracle stones typically present at least 10 options, with the likelihood of drawing a golden attribute being less than 1%. Generally, a person possesses 3 or 4 attributes, with only a select few achieving 7 or 8. The most extraordinary individuals may possess 10 attributes. This means each person can draw 10 times. Even if every attempt involves a golden oracle stone, the chance of obtaining a golden attribute remains at 1 in 10. Hence, this explains why possessing a single golden attribute among humanity is considered an extraordinary feat. With a golden attribute, one's future accomplishments are boundless. Even if one were to price a golden attribute at 200 billion, or even 200 trillion, countless individuals would rush to procure it. However, the challenge lies in stacking attributes 200,000 times, necessitating 200,000 draws. Based on Ling Feng's current speed of pressing the draw button and swiftly transitioning to the next stone, 1 stone per second is the maximum. In a day, he can draw at most over 80,000 attributes. This means, to stack a golden attribute, Ling Feng would require over 20 days of time. Such a duration is rather lengthy. In a single month, obtaining a golden attribute, although exceedingly valuable, still left Ling Feng reluctant to squander so much time. After all, he had grown accustomed to swiftly enhancing his strength. Asking him to decelerate was something he found hard to accept. He pondered how long it might take to increase proficiency by 1% if he were to draw a green talent. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled this matter. A green talent, when elevated by 1 level, would, if he was not mistaken, require a quantity of accumulations akin to that needed for upgrading a white attribute to silver. In this case, he would only need to draw 10,000 times, though some green attributes could cost 2 or 3 times more than white ones. With the fortune of a son of destiny, green was assuredly guaranteed. A slight increase in expense was of little concern, with his power on the rise. Earning money would be a trivial matter. Consequently, Ling Feng purchased 100 oracles imbued with the green attribute, mighty strength, spending a mere 100 million. It seemed that these mighty oracle stones were rather commonplace, as the 4 fundamental physical attributes, strength, speed, defense, and stamina, possessed the highest coverage rate. Almost every fierce beast had at least 1 or 2, if not all. Ding! You have drawn the attribute, mighty strength, green. 10. Attribute, enhancement of the power of the barbarian elephant 1. Indeed, as Ling Feng had anticipated, after only 10 draws, the enhancement had already increased by 1. By this calculation, he would only need 20,000 draws to upgrade to gold, saving him 100-fold of time. This meant merely a few hours of effort, with no additional expenditure. Chapter 15, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. Over a dozen silver attributes. It appeared that for continued upgrades to gold, blue talents would need to be employed. However, that was of little consequence, as the costs were roughly similar. If he needed to use blue talents, then so be it. Ling Feng smiled. Although blue oracle stones were rare, their quantity for humanity was still plentiful. Even the stock of purple oracle stones amassed by humanity amounted to at least trillions. Thus, there was no need for concern over a shortage of high-level oracle stones in the future. As for finances, once Ling Feng's strength increased, hunting those higher-level fierce beasts would yield him ample wealth. Now that he possessed the fortune of a son of destiny, he might as well acquire more elemental attributes. After all, each elemental attribute cost merely 100 million. With wealth at hand, it was a trivial matter. With this thought, Ling Feng broke into a smile. Without hesitation, he opened the marketplace and began a fervent spree of purchases. Fortunately, he sought only white oracle stones, thus the stock in Xianfeng City was sufficient to meet his needs. Upon the arrival of his goods, Ling Feng began a frenzied process of accumulation and upgrading. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Friction generates heat. White, 10,530. The attribute upgrades to Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. Silver. You can manipulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, and the flame's power is enhanced to 2,000. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Dietary Supplement. White, 10,000. The attribute upgrades to Devour the Earth. Silver. You can consume everything to strengthen yourself. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Some talent. White, 10,000. The attribute upgrades to Heavenly Endowment. Silver. Cultivation talent increased by 10,000 times. Ding! You have drawn the attribute. Firearm Apprentice. White, 10,530. The attribute upgrades to Supreme Firearm Path. Silver. Firearm talent is unparalleled, greatly increasing comprehension of firearm techniques. Simultaneously enhances firearm power, 2,000. Can be combined with other talents. Every 3 hours, Ling Feng could fuse a brand new silver attribute. Without exception, These attributes were immensely formidable, and possessing even one would allow him to effortlessly become a dominating powerhouse on any planet. At this moment, Ling Feng had successfully accumulated over 10 such silver attributes. When he finally completed the enhancement of all attributes, it was already the morning of the third day. Finally, it was over. After opening the last oracle stone, Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, feeling drained, not physically, but mentally exhausted. At this moment, he had fully accumulated over 10 silver attributes. Subsequently, he grasped the air with his right hand. Boom! Instantly, a plume of purple flame erupted from his palm, and the surrounding temperature began to soar uncontrollably. Realizing the imminent danger of combustion, Ling Feng hastily extinguished the flames. Upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed the interior of his abode had turned somewhat charred. This vermilion bird divine fire was rather terrifying, as it was said that in the later stages of cultivation, its temperature could easily reach several million degrees Celsius. Who could withstand that? Ling Feng could not help but marvel. This power should not be used carelessly, lest the entire building be reduced to ashes in mere seconds. With a snap of his fingers, snap! In an instant, a blue-black lightning bolt flickered at his fingertips. This was another elemental attribute, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Silver, Mastery of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Thunder Power, 2000. The might of this thunder was equally fearsome. However, given Ling Feng's current strength, he could only summon a fraction of its power. Yet, even a mere fraction was sufficient to annihilate those golden martial sovereigns with ease. Should Ling Feng encounter the previous fire cloud line now, a mere snap from 1,000 meters away would be enough to obliterate it in an instant. These 2 attributes would suffice for the time being. The remainder of his funds would be better spent on purchasing nutrient solutions. However, he couldn't shake the thought that Sikong Shuiyan might have deceived him. She had promised that the funds would arrive on the same day, yet they had yet to materialize. Could it be that someone had siphoned off his money? At that moment, Ling Feng's expression darkened. This woman was indeed unreliable. Yet, putting that concern aside for now, he opened his federal marketplace and proceeded to purchase a staggering 50 high-grade nutrient solutions. In an instant, he had spent 500 million. His remaining funds dwindled significantly. Fortunately, the advantage of buying in bulk meant that the federal marketplace would expedite shipping, ensuring delivery within 4 to 5 hours. In those hours, Ling Feng took the opportunity to rest. Though he could easily go for days without sleep due to his strength, aided by the stamina-enhancing silver attribute, he still found time to recuperate. A few hours later, the intelligent butler notified him of the arrival of his nutrient solutions. Awakening from his slumber, Ling Feng made his way to the warehouse. He decided to first test the effects of the nutrient solution he had purchased but had yet to utilize. Ling Feng recalled this and proceeded to retrieve a vial of blood-red liquid from the corner of the refrigerator. Without hesitation, he consumed the liquid in one swift motion. Boom! Instantly, the Devour the Earth attribute erupted. A relentless surge of power flooded into Ling Feng's limbs and bones like a torrential flood. Without delay, he began practicing the advanced body refinement technique with fervor. It must be said that even during the past few days without actively training, Ling Feng had comprehended the advanced body refinement technique and basic fist technique to a state of great perfection. In fact, with a little contemplation, he could identify dozens of methods for improvement in the basic fist technique. Any minor modification could easily meet the standards of a third-tier martial skill. As for the advanced body refinement technique, Ling Feng discovered numerous discrepancies during his training. With slight adjustments, the speed of refining this energy surged dramatically. The chime echoed forth, signaling the onset of a significant realization for Ling Feng. However, this was merely the preliminary thought of Ling Feng. As he delved deeper into his training, he unearthed numerous shortcomings of this technique. Ding! Congratulations! You have improved the advanced body refining technique. Level has been upgraded to 5th rank. After meticulously modifying the technique according to his insights, the level of the advanced body refining technique surged once more. The new iteration could scarcely still be classified as advanced. A 5th rank technique is, in fact, among the pinnacle of martial arts across the entirety of Blue Water Star. Nonetheless, Ling Feng remained indifferent to this distinction. With the devouring attribute at his disposal, his cultivation speed was nothing short of meteoric. In this moment of ample energy, Ling Feng could augment his vitality by an astonishing 10 points every second. A single vial of advanced nutrient solution was fully consumed in less than a minute. At this juncture, Ling Feng's vitality had escalated to an impressive 454 points, placing him at the threshold of the silver 4th heaven. Each advanced nutrient solution now bestowed upon him over 100 points of vitality, which was quite commendable. He pondered whether utilizing all 50 vials would elevate his realm to the 2nd heaven of the Martial Emperor stage. The prospect filled him with anticipation, for the Martial Emperor was the most formidable existence in the entirety of Xianfeng City. With the silver attribute at his command, Ling Feng standing among the Martial Emperors would undoubtedly be terrifying. Even an ordinary 6th rank martial zone might not stand a chance against him. Subsequently, Ling Feng downed all 50 vials of advanced nutrient solution in quick succession. Should anyone witness a third-rank martial artist consuming advanced nutrient solutions in such a manner, they would surely be horrified. Typically, a martial emperor could manage only a sip of this advanced nutrient solution at a time, requiring a week to recover before partaking of solid food again. Was Ling Feng not afraid of overextending himself? Yet soon, the nutrients began to be rapidly assimilated within him. A surge of ferocious power started to permeate through Ling Feng's limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. His entire body, bones, muscles, even cells, quivered with intensity. His vitality coursed through his veins at an extraordinary pace. In this moment, Ling Feng's strength escalated at an alarming rate. During this period of his secluded training, significant discussions regarding Ling Feng transpired within the imperial capital of Blue Water Star, the Central Council of Blue Water Star. This council represents the highest authority in the entire realm. Here, the speaker and various council members convene to deliberate and determine the developmental strategies for Blue Water Star. Yet today, an extraordinary assembly was called forth to discuss a mere boy. At the forefront of the council was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his aura profoundly deep. He was none other than the speaker of Blue Water Star, Sikong, who had just returned from the battlefield. He was also the father of Sikong Shuyang. Though he appeared youthful, he was indeed over 60 years old. However, his aging process had significantly slowed after attaining the 6th rank Martial Venerable. Below him sat the council members, all of whom were at least of the Martial Venerable rank. In the center of the council table, a projection displayed the image of Ling Feng battling the Fire Cloud Lion. Such terrifying speed. He undoubtedly possessed the purple speed attribute. Moreover, it seemed this youth also bore a purple strength attribute. Although both attributes were considered basic, their combination could yield combat power akin to that of ordinary silver attributes. Indeed, swift and powerful, he was seemingly born for battle. However, did anyone else notice how familiar this child appeared? Was it not inscribed below? He is the son of Ling Xian. What? The Ling Xian from over a decade ago? His son has grown so much. This talent is surely on par with that of Ling Xian himself. Alas, according to the records, Ling Xian has perished. Otherwise, had he lived, he would undoubtedly be among us today. The members present marveled at the boy's prowess during the battle, their astonishment amplified upon learning of his lineage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the primary purpose of today's assembly. Ling Feng possesses another remarkable talent, the Abyssal Devourer, a purple devouring attribute. Coupled with these two combat-related purple talents, this lad's growth trajectory is undoubtedly rapid. It is likely he will reach the Martial Emperor rank within mere days, provided resources are sufficient. Attaining the Martial Venerable rank within 3 years will be a certainty. At this moment, Sikong spoke calmly. What? A rare devouring attribute. With such a talent, reaching the Martial Venerable rank within 3 years would indeed be a trivial pursuit. Alas, such talents often overextend potential. Their ultimate achievements max out at the Martial Venerable level. Otherwise, with such rapid cultivation speed, there was even the possibility of reaching the Martial Saint realm. Nonsense. What do you mean by overextending potential? It merely signifies he is reaching his destined realm ahead of time. With the same talent, he could peak at 20, while others might take 70 or 80 years. In the ensuing century, he can gradually enhance his strength, while others will only have a few decades. Their final realms will undoubtedly be inferior to those with devouring attributes. Indeed, that is a valid point. But what is your intention, speaker? Are you planning to nurture this young lad with all your might? The council members turned their inquisitive gazes towards Sikong after their discussion. My objective is quite simple. It is the Xiantian Divine Realm. I intend to cultivate Ling Feng with all resources at my disposal, allowing him to represent Blue Water Star in the competition. Sikong stated with composure. Yet, as his words resonated, the eyes of the martial venerables present widened in astonishment. The Xiantian Divine Realm? Calculating the time, isn't it only a little over 10 days away? Surely he won't be able to participate this year. Is the plan to have Ling Feng compete next year? Indeed, next year he would be able to participate. And by then, Ling Feng's rank would surely be at least the 3rd or 4th heaven of the martial zone. He might genuinely pass the assessment. The Xiantian Divine Realm is a powerful domain discovered within the Xiantian star system. This realm is rich in the essence of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of its practitioners. Originally, the Xiantian Divine Realm was a separate world, akin to a fantastical realm. Within it dwell numerous formidable warriors and sects, alongside many rare and fearsome beasts, all possessing powerful attributes. One may even encounter prodigies with golden attributes. Gaining entry to the Xiantian Divine Realm and reaping its benefits will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to future accomplishments. It is precisely for this reason that the Xiantian Divine Realm is regarded by the Xiantian Martial God as the highest tier of inheritance secret realm within the Xiantian star system, with access granted only to the most talented students of the region. Therefore, every year, the available slots are highly sought after. Since everyone is in agreement, I shall approve Ling Feng's entry. He will receive resources at the highest level. Sikong smiled at an elder present, who was known as Master Lu. Additionally, Master Lu, I kindly ask that during this time you concoct some easily devourable potions for him. As for the funding, I will allocate it from the public funds. Once his cultivation level is elevated, we can leave the martial arts education to you esteemed teachers once I bring him to the imperial capital. Chapter 16. The True Legacy of Ling Xian. Valued at no less than 100 billion. Seeing that no one present opposed, Sikongjian smiled at an elder among them. The elderly gentleman is the sole 7th-tier alchemist on the entire Blue Water Star. His status is such that even Sikongjian would not dare to offend him. Rest assured. Chairman, I shall endeavor to mitigate the toxicity of the potion in hopes of aiding this young man in his ascension to martial saint. Upon hearing Sikongjian's words, Master Lu chuckled. The prospect of nurturing a martial saint would certainly be a source of pride for him. Very well, then. Everyone, please await in the Imperial Capital University. Your efforts over this past year are greatly appreciated. Sikongjian expressed his gratitude with a final glance at the assembly of council members, who responded with polite pleasantries. Meanwhile, in Xianfeng City, Ling Feng had finally refined the power of 50 potions. He exhaled a deep breath, then turned his gaze toward his background attributes. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Occupation, none. Level, second heaven of Martial Emperor. Vitality, 2984. Soul, 35. Cultivation method, supreme body refining technique, great perfection, 5th tier. Martial skills, basic fist technique, great perfection, 3rd tier. Attributes, infinity, unique tier, unlimited stacking and upgrading of the same attribute, infinite fusion of attributes. Golden armor, silver, defense, 2000. Super speed, silver, movement speed, 2000. Phantom hand, silver, attack speed, 1000. Heavenly talent, silver, cultivation speed increase, 10,000 times. Endless vitality, silver, stamina, 2000. Vermilion bird divine fire, silver, flame, 2000. Divine thunder of the 9 heavens, silver, thunder, 2000. Earth devourer, silver, devour all to strengthen oneself. Child of fortune, silver, protagonist level fortune. Supreme gunman, silver, gun technique power, 2000. A cascade of silver attributes nearly blinded Ling Feng. However, the most significant aspect was that his realm had ascended to the Martial Emperor level. Although he was merely at the second heaven of Martial Emperor, with the addition of numerous formidable attributes, his combat prowess was amplified by 4 to 5 times compared to before. Alas, he was once again low on funds. This was quite vexing. Ling Feng sighed in resignation. He then stepped out of the warehouse and glanced at his smart wristwatch, only to find 2 video calls awaiting him. One was from Sikong Shuyan, and the other from Zhao Wu. Uncle Zhao is seeking me for something urgent? Ling Feng mused, momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he returned the call. Buzz. Soon. A burly middle-aged man appeared in the projection. It was Zhao Wu, a close friend of his late father. Uncle Zhao, what brings you to me? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, little Feng, there is a matter that is rather troublesome. You mentioned being deceived a couple of days ago, correct? Zhao Wu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened upon hearing Ling Feng's words. What has transpired? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. This situation is rather complicated. Are you familiar with the current Grand Commander? That scoundrel Wangangwa. Zhao Wu explained. Oh, that old rascal. I remember him well. I used to thrash his son daily when I was younger. Ling Feng recalled that the Wang family was once their neighbor. Here lies the crux of the matter. Wangangwa was the Grand Commander, but he was replaced due to his ineffectiveness after your father had reprimanded him. Ever since your father's passing, he has resumed his position as Grand Commander. I had thought that this brat had been relatively well behaved over the years. But upon investigating your affairs, I discovered that nearly all of the inheritance your father left you has been embezzled by him. Zhao Wu stated, his face grim. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was utterly stunned. What? He dares to touch my money? That old fool is courting death. Ling Feng's anger flared. While he could tolerate many things, encroaching upon his finances was intolerable. But how much did my father leave me that this old wretch could pilfer? Ling Feng was curious. At least 100 billion. Zhao Wu's words caused Ling Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. What on earth? 100 billion? No way. Embezzled by Wangangwa? Of course. This is the total value, not cash. Your father left behind 2 purple oracle stones, and regardless of their quality, the least expensive ones are worth 500 billion each. As for the rest, I have yet to uncover, Zhao Wu lamented, taking a deep breath, his expression pained. It is my failure, little Feng. I am truly sorry for you and your brother Ling Xian. This was not entirely Zhao Wu's fault, as per legal regulations. The assets of martyrs' orphans are managed by the state until they turn 18. Ling Feng had only recently surpassed that age threshold by a few months. During this time, Zhao Wu had been involved in conquering a 5th-tier divine domain and had not thought to check on this matter until Ling Feng reached out to him. However, who could have anticipated that Wangangwa would have embezzled Ling Feng's assets during these few months? But now that this has come to light, can't we just reclaim it from him? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. It's not that it can't be given back, it's that it no longer can be. Those 2 purple oracle stones have already been used by his grandson, Wang Tong. Moreover, that brat was fortunate enough to awaken a purple attribute. It is said he has already been admitted to the Imperial Capital University, though many of us old friends are at the martial emperor level. This matter is beyond our resolution. Zhao Wu sighed deeply. Although a martial emperor is the most powerful entity in a city, they are powerless against a genius blessed with a purple attribute. Furthermore, Wang Onghua was once the strongest in the entire Xianfeng city, with the grandson's purple talent. His arrogance was uncontainable. Although laws exist, they often become meaningless in the face of might and genius. In the end, Wang Onghua would likely face a few years in prison or be dispatched to a divine domain for combat, but recovering any funds would be out of the question. Goodness, that lad is so fortunate. To draw a purple attribute from 2 purple oracle stones? Ling Feng marveled, unable to contain his admiration. Do not worry, Ling Feng. I will report this matter to the military of Blue Water Star. If they fail to act, I will escalate it to the military of the Xiantian Star System. I refuse to believe that this matter lacks legal recourse. Zhao Wu reassured Ling Feng, mistakenly assuming he had become despondent. There's no need for concern, Uncle Zhao. I will handle this matter myself. By the way, I will visit you in a couple of days. For now, this will suffice. I shall hang up. Ling Feng smiled slightly, cutting off the call before Zhao Wu could say more. TSK. The inheritance left to me by my father is not something just anyone can touch. Wang Onghua, oh Wang Onghua, I have yet to avenge the grievances I hold against you for your laughter in the morning hall following my father's demise. Little did I expect you to present yourself right at my doorstep. Very well, splendidly so. In that case, may you and your grandson descend into the depths of hell to earnestly repent. With this thought, Ling Feng strode out of the Ling family estate with resolute determination. In Xianfeng City, the Wang family. Wang Onghua hailed from a lineage of affluent merchants, a second-generation rich man, yet misfortune plagued his family, as not a single blue-tier talent had emerged for generations, until Wang Onghua himself manifested a blue-tier talent after expending 7 blue oracle stones, alongside 3 green-tier talents. Coupled with his inherent aptitude, he ascended to the rank of martial emperor by his 40s. By 60, he had become the supreme commander of the military. However, as a scion of wealth, he was oblivious to the struggles of the impoverished masses. His reforms as the supreme commander led to chaos within the military, benefiting only the upper echelons who feasted to their heart's content. Thus, his position remained exceedingly secure until the beast tide erupted 20 years ago. 3 terrifying 5th-tier beasts swept through Xianfeng City, and the commander Wang Onghua fled in terror. By the time the chosen ones and the military reacted, the situation had spiraled out of control, leaving no time for requests for aid. Fortunately, at that moment, Ling Xian fortuitously passed by. Under Ling Xian's formidable strength, the beast tide was quelled, and Wang Onghua was apprehended for judgment. Ultimately, this old wretch managed to escape punishment by exhausting his family fortune. Yet from that day forth, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ling Xian, believing that had Xianfeng City been annihilated, he would have avoided judgment altogether. After Ling Xian's demise, he resurfaced, and, through manipulative schemes and the endorsements of martial emperors who had once benefited from his reign, he reclaimed the position of supreme commander. He held this post for over a decade, during which many martial emperors left in anger. Xianfeng City, once poised to ascend to a second-tier city, began to decline due to a loss of talent. And today, the Wang family was festooned with decorations, hosting a lavish banquet. The martial emperors of Xianfeng City gathered to extend their congratulations. The reason was simple. Wang Onghua's eldest grandson, Wang Teng, had awakened a purple-tier talent and had become a hotbed of genius, destined for at least the rank of martial sect master, with a significant probability of reaching martial sovereign. Such a prodigy naturally drew the favor of many. As for the origin of the purple oracle stone, many were aware, yet what of it? Ling Xian had already passed. Who would dare offend a future martial sovereign for a child devoid of parental support and backing? After all, the oracle stone had been utilized, and there was no way for Wang Teng to regurgitate it. Young Master Wang, I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue. Without you, that Ling Feng might have bullied me to death. In a corner of the Wang residence, Yin Xiun, adorned in splendid attire, expressed her grievances to a pig-headed youth. Merely Ling Feng, a wild child without a father or mother, dares to compare with young Master Wang? Fear not. As long as I am here, he shall not dare to bully you again. Wang Teng chuckled, glancing at Yin Xiun. He had always attended the same school as Ling Feng and Yin Xiun, secretly harboring feelings for her. Previously, his lack of talent and strength, coupled with a childhood shadow cast by Ling Feng, had deterred him from competing for her affection. However, now that he possessed a purple-tier talent, Yin Xiun would surely seek to please him. In that moment, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Yet, gazing at Wang Teng's pig-like visage, Yin Xiun struggled to suppress her revulsion. Were it not for his rescue and the awakening of his purple-tier talent, she would never have considered him, regardless of his wealth. In her heart, only Yi Xiao was her true, destined partner. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your attendance at my grandson Wang Teng's graduation banquet. Just then, a robust voice, emanating from an elder radiating powerful energy, resonated throughout the Wang family villa. From this day forth, I hope my grandson shall rely on your support in Xianfeng City. Wang Anghua proceeded to present Wang Tung to the assembly of martial emperors, extolling his virtues. The supreme commander is too modest. We have always believed young Master Wang possesses the potential to become an emperor. Indeed, young Master Wang's presence is that of a dragon among men. From henceforth, will Xianfeng City not be governed by the Wang family? The gathering of martial emperors and martial kings showered Wang Anghua and Wang Tung with flattery. Meanwhile, Yin Shiyun found herself being courted by several martial kings. In that moment, she felt a sense of elation, as the once unattainable martial kings now fawned over her. The once repulsive Wang Tung suddenly appeared much more agreeable, and Yi Zhao's handsome visage seemed to fade beneath a veil of dust. Ling Feng, do you see? This is the circle you shall never ascend to. While I have successfully reached this height through my own efforts. A cold smile curled on Yin Shiyun's lips. Ling Feng dared to have the military apprehend her. She would ensure to settle this debt in due course. President of the Chosen One's Alliance. Lord Sikong Shuyan has arrived. Chapter 17. Yin Shiyun's Triumph. Ling Feng, do you regret it? At that moment, an excited voice rang out. What? Sikong Shuyan? Why is she here? Needless to say, she was certainly invited by the Supreme Commander. It is said that Sikong Shuyan possesses a purple tier talent and is a top genius from the Imperial Capital University. Having only recently arrived in Xianfeng City, the Supreme Commander has already established a connection with her. The assembly of powerful individuals was taken aback by Sikong Shuyan's presence. Wang Anghua was elated. He had indeed invited her and was pleasantly surprised by her deference. Indeed, his grandson Wang Tung possessed the bearing of an emperor, compelling even Sikong Shuyan to show him respect. Yin Shiyun was astonished. The president of the Chosen One's alliance had come, and Wang Tung commanded such remarkable prestige. In that moment, she even contemplated dedicating herself to Wang Tung, hoping to secure this golden opportunity. Yet, under the gaze of all, a breathtakingly beautiful woman entered with a graceful stride. Her mere presence rendered everything else around her dim by comparison. Wang Tung gazed at her in awe. Finally understanding the essence of beauty, compared to Sikong Shiyun, Yin Shiyun appeared utterly unremarkable. As Yin Shiyun witnessed the admiration in the eyes of those around her, her face darkened with anger. However, upon observing Sikong Shiyun's beauty, she felt a pang of jealousy, accompanied by a sense of inadequacy. Welcome, esteemed president. The Wang family is truly honored by your presence. Wang Anghua hastily approached to greet her. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Sikong Shuyan bypassed Wang Anghua entirely, taking her seat at the head of the Wang family with unreserved authority, surveying all present. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The guests exchanged glances, sensing the tension. Sikong Shuyan was not here with benevolent intentions. The Wang family is rather ostentatious. Spending the inheritance of others seems to evoke no remorse, she remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly, lips parting to deliver a scathing retort. As her words echoed, the venue fell silent, an air of unease settling among the attendees. Esteemed president, what might this imply? The wealth of the Wang family has been diligently earned through hard work. We must continue to cooperate in Xianfeng City. Let us not mar our camaraderie. Wang Anghua's countenance was anything but pleasant. However, he dared not offend Sikong Shuyan, well aware of her formidable background. Even with his grandson possessing a purple talent, he could not afford to make an enemy of her, for she herself was a wielder of such extraordinary aptitude. Huh, what right do you, a mere parasite who only knows how to usurp the legacies of martyrs, have to collaborate with me? Yet, upon hearing Wang Anghua's words, Sikong Shuyan burst into laughter. This merciless retort instantly erased the smile from Wang Anghua's face, leaving his expression darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean by stealing others' legacies? What authority do you have to dictate how the Wang family conducts its affairs? He retorted, his voice laced with indignation. Humph. You are merely the president of a third-tier city's Chosen One's Association. I am a genius with a purple trait. I could compel you to kneel and beg for mercy with a mere word. Do you believe me? Wang Tung stepped forward, arms crossed, speaking with an air of arrogance. At that moment, he felt utterly magnificent. Beside him, the oblivious Yin Huiyun was enraptured. Is this the demeanor of one blessed with a purple trait? However, neither of them noticed that his proclamation had caused not just the martial emperors present to blanch, but Wang Anghua as well. Commander, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Indeed, Commander, let it be as though we have never graced this gathering. A throng of martial emperors and kings hastily excused themselves, departing without a moment's hesitation. The once vibrant venue was suddenly left solely to the Wang family. This abrupt shift left the somewhat elated Wang Tung perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. What are they so afraid of with me here? Upon realizing that their trepidation stemmed from Sikong Shuyan, Wang Tung erupted in a furious tirade. Shut your mouth, you insolent brat. Wang Anghua finally regained his composure and bellowed at Wang Tung, who was taken aback. President, my grandson knows nothing. Please do not hold a child accountable for his ignorance. Look, he has already been accepted into the Imperial Capital University. He will be your junior henceforth. Wang Anghua hastily apologized to Sikong Shuyan. Grandfather, what are you apologizing to this woman for? She is merely a martial emperor. I shall become a martial emperor. A superpower in the future. Wang Teng protested, discontent with his grandfather's subservience. A martial emperor? Wang Ongwa, are you deceiving children? Is this some kind of jest? Him? A waste who has awakened a pitiful purple trait, aspiring to become a martial emperor? Upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun was instantly amused. Wang Ongwa's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple. Indeed, while Wang Teng's purple trait was formidable, it was considered subpar among its peers. This trait, known as divine martial, purple, could enhance all attributes by 400. Yet, it was not the trait's weakness but rather Wang Teng's inadequacy. As his other traits were of inferior quality, he possessed only 3 green traits, none of which bolstered his combat prowess, and his trait slots were already full. The divine martial trait was among the elite of purple traits, but it required synergy with other traits to reach its potential. If combined with a blue trait that grants a 500-point boost, the divine martial could quadruple that enhancement, yielding an astonishing 2,000-point increase. Under such circumstances, this purple trait could rival an ordinary silver trait. However, Wang Teng lacked any viable combat traits, possessing only inconsequential auxiliary traits that could not be stacked with divine martial. This meant that, in practical terms, the strength of his purple trait was inferior to that of a blue trait. Nevertheless, the advantage was that individuals with traits typically experienced a degree of aptitude enhancement during trait fusion. Even if this trait was lackluster in Wang Teng's hands, it would not hinder his ascension to martial sovereign, though reaching martial emperor would prove challenging. Aspirations of becoming a martial emperor? Beneath that lay the ranks of martial saint and martial sovereign. Thus, was Wang Ongwa's vision of a great emperor not a farce? A waste? My purple trait is a waste? At this juncture, Wang Teng regained his composure. He had researched the divine martial trait, recognized as the pinnacle of purple traits. Yet, it only enhanced his strength by 400, while other purple traits could augment by over 1,000. My apologies, I may have misspoken. It's not the trait that is worthless, but you. Sikong Shuiyun corrected him, her expression one of mock contrition. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Wang family hall. The previously brash Wang Teng was instantly crushed to the ground by this force, spitting a mouthful of blood. Tunger, Wang Ongwa gasped in shock. You, a mere waste. Dare to demand I kneel. At that moment, Sikong Shuiyun's demeanor turned icy, regarding Wang Teng as one might regard a lifeless corpse. Is the president preparing to stand up for Ling Feng? Wang Ongwa's eyes narrowed with fury. He had concluded that she was indeed defending Ling Feng. It was shocking that even after Ling Xian's demise, someone still championed his son, Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, both the prostrate Wang Teng and Yin Huiyun were bewildered. Why does this concern Ling Feng? I merely witnessed an old dog bullying a child after his parents' demise. Will you yield the entirety of Ling Feng's inheritance? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Sikong Shuiyun spoke with a calm demeanor. Boom. At her words, Yin Huiyun's mind exploded with realization. 2 purple oracle stones belonged to Ling Feng? The Wang family had monopolized his assets? Wasn't Ling Feng just an ordinary rich heir? Where did he amass such wealth? This meant Wang Teng's awakened purple trait was linked to Ling Feng? Realizing this, Yin Huiyun glared at Wang Teng, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. If this all belongs to Ling Feng, then it is rightfully mine. If I merely ask, will he not willingly offer it to me? A purple talent bestowed upon such a waste. Do not provoke me. The purple oracle stones have already been used by my son Wang Teng, and not a single asset remains. Wang Ongwa retorted defiantly. If you dare, make your move. I know your background is formidable, but do not be arrogant. My grandson Wang Teng has already been taken under the wing of the martial sovereign of the imperial capital, Lord Zhang Wuquan. If you harm my Wang family, he will not let you off lightly. Realizing the futility of a peaceful resolution, Wang Ongwa sneered, revealing his own connections. With a martial sovereign as his backing, he felt emboldened. So your reliance is on the old man Zhang? When did he become so blind as to take in such a waste? However, upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun merely smiled derisively. Afterward, she opened her smart wristwatch and initiated a video call. Buzz. In the next moment, a robust and distinguished elder projected onto the floor. Oh, isn't this little Shuiyun? What an unexpected pleasure to receive a call from you. Upon seeing Sikong Shuiyun, the elder greeted her with obsequiousness. Upon the instant he beheld the elder, Wang Ongwa's eyes widened in incredulity, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell to his knees. Zhang Wuzuan, he murmured in disbelief. Old man, have you recently taken on a disciple? There's a divine martial entry. Sikong Shuiyun directly inquired. Are you referring to that useless one? No, I merely facilitated his enrollment. Zhang Wuquan was instantly bewildered. Confused, he glanced around, quickly spotting the pig-headed Wang Teng sprawled on the ground alongside Wang Ongwa. In that moment, comprehension dawned upon him. Damn it, when did I ever take this good-for-nothing as my disciple? He has squandered his youth on debauchery and looks so hideous. Is this not an affront to my dignity? Zhang Wuquan was seething with rage, contemplating that had this not been a projection, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Enough, old man. Cease your cursing. Let us end this call. Sikong Shuiyun, equally exasperated, abruptly terminated the video, and Zhang Wuquang, still cursing, vanished in an instant. What now? Your support has dissipated. Do you have anything further to say? Sikong Shuyan turned his gaze towards Wang Onghua. President, this matter is my folly. However, it has come to this. I will gather the funds to exchange, but those 2 purple divine stones are simply unattainable. Perhaps we can wait for my grandson to mature and work off the debt gradually? Even if he cannot become a Wuzuan, becoming a Wuzong should be relatively straightforward. At this moment, Wang Onghua, aware of Sikong Shuiyun's formidable status, finally felt trepidation. Are you suggesting that Ling Feng should wait decades for repayment? Sikong Shuiyun scoffed. Well, there's no alternative. The entirety of the Wang family's assets amounts to barely 600 billion. Wang Onghua resigned himself. Out of that, 500 billion is still Ling Feng's. This remark rendered Sikong Shuiyun speechless. Indeed, even if they were to strip the Wang family bare, they could not extract anything of value. As for Wang Teng, although he possessed a useless purple talent, surely they could not truly kill him? Furthermore, should they eliminate him, the funds would be irretrievable. Let us recover the 600 billion first. As for the purple divine stones, they can be disregarded. However, at that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly drifted in from outside. The instant the voice resonated, everyone present turned their gaze towards the entrance. There stood Ling Feng, slowly making his way inside. Ling Feng? Everyone recognized him. Ling Feng, those purple divine stones are the most valuable. How can we simply discard them? Sikong Shuiyun furrowed his brow. I say they are not needed. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. Ha ha ha. Thank you, young brother Ling Feng. I express my gratitude on behalf of my grandson Wang Teng. Wang Onghua laughed heartily, fully aware that Ling Feng was too intimidated to claim them. After all, Sikong Shuiyun was indeed formidable and could not offer constant protection. Humph. Useless Ling Feng, just wait. Once my strength has grown, I will reclaim every bit of my family's wealth. Wang Teng, who had just risen from the ground, wiped the blood from his face and glared coldly at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, what do you intend to do? Meanwhile, Sikong Shuiyun, cognizant of Ling Feng's prowess, wondered if he planned to settle accounts later. President, if the Wang family is obliterated, will I still be able to retrieve my 600 billion? Chapter 18, A Frenzied Slaughter. The Wang family's annihilation. Yan Shiyun nailed to the wall. At this juncture, Ling Feng unexpectedly addressed Sikong Shuiyun. The moment his words escaped his lips, Wang Ongua's laughter was abruptly silenced. The other members of the Wang family looked at Ling Feng in bewilderment. What did he mean by the Wang family being gone? Very well. However, it may present some complications. Sikong Shuiyun, suddenly enlightened, took a deep breath, speaking gravely. Then it is settled. Complications are what I fear least. Ling Feng smiled faintly. What do you mean, boy? Don't presume that with the president's favor, you can insult my Wang family. Wang Onghua retorted with a cold huff. Clang. Yet, Ling Feng offered no response, merely conjuring a black spear that materialized in his hand. Whoosh. Before Wang Onghua could comprehend Ling Feng's intentions, the latter's figure vanished from sight. Puff. In the next moment, Wang Ongua's pupils dilated as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to discover a black spear protruding from his torso, having pierced through without his awareness. This is impossible, Wang Onghua mumbled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Puff. In the next instant, the spear was swiftly withdrawn. Wang Ongua's eyes rolled back, his body collapsing to the ground. At this moment, all the members of the Wang family were left in a state of shock. Yan Shiyun, like them, gazed in disbelief at Ling Feng, who disdainfully kicked Wang Ongua's lifeless body. One strike, merely one strike. Wang Onghua, a fourth-tier martial emperor, had been dispatched in an instant? How could this be possible? Grandfather. Wang Teng was the first to react, screaming in terror. Father. Master. Damn it, don't let this brat escape. The other Wang family members, now aware of the gravity of the situation, yelled in anguish. Some, still not grasping the situation, rushed forward to confront Ling Feng. A pack of fools. Ling Feng muttered under his breath, then propelled himself forward, disappearing from sight. Puff, 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 puff. In the next moment, wherever Ling Feng went, Wang family members were instantaneously pierced through the head, dead beyond revival. In less than a minute, the entire Wang family hall was strewn with the bodies of Wang family members. Only Wang Teng stood frozen in horror, watching the scene unfold. They were dead. His family had been slaughtered in a mere encounter with Ling Feng. At that moment, Ling Feng turned his gaze towards him. Having killed so many, Ling Feng bore not a drop of blood. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would believe that the one responsible was this 18-year-old youth? Don't come any closer. I am a student of the Imperial Capital University. If you kill me, the university will not let you off. As Ling Feng approached, Wang Teng's legs weakened in fear, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with utter terror. Puff! Alas, a black spear pierced through his brow. Wang Teng trembled, then fell lifelessly to the ground. Killing him like this will lead to troublesome repercussions, even if it was provoked. Sikong Shuiyun remarked with some resignation upon witnessing the scene. After all, he was still a purple talent. Let them come. If they seek trouble, I shall face it. Ling Feng was utterly unconcerned. At worst, he could reveal his silver entry. Once the silver talent emerged, it mattered not whether the killings were justified or not. he would face no consequences. This was the reality. It was also the reason the Wang family dared to brazenly covet Ling Feng's wealth. Buzz. At that moment, a surge of luminescence radiated from the Ling family members. This was the signal that the divine stones were about to crystallize. The divine stones would not only coalesce within the bodies of foreign entities, but within theirs as well. Provided there were entries, they could potentially manifest upon death. All other oracle stones appeared normal, either white or absent entirely. Yet, from Wangangwa, a singular green oracle stone materialized. However, when the radiance emanating from Wang Tung began to coalesce, the three present were taken aback, for the light was a vivid purple. Ah, it seems my purple oracle stone has returned. Ling Feng exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. How can this be? What kind of luck do you possess? Surely, you must have some extraordinary fortune attribute, at the very least a purple one. Sikong Shuiyun remarked, in astonishment. Previously, one could only conjure a blue oracle stone, and now, a direct leap to purple. Perhaps. What do you think? Ling Feng replied with an amused retort, leaving Sikong Shuiyun speechless, realizing this mischievous fellow was testing her patience. Simultaneously, she was astounded by the rapid enhancement of Ling Feng's strength. Although he possessed the abyssal giant's mouth, this progression was astonishingly swift. Presently, she felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy in comparison to Ling Feng. Yet, she quickly shook her head in disbelief. How is this possible? No matter how formidable Ling Feng's purple talent may be, it could only reach the pinnacle of silver within these few days. At that moment, Yin Xiun, observing the freshly formed purple oracle stone, felt a surge of excitement. If I were to utilize that purple oracle stone, I would undoubtedly acquire a purple talent. In that case, I would become an extraordinary prodigy. Even the martial emperor would have to pay me homage. Her breath quickened at the thought. Noticing Ling Feng engaged in conversation, she cautiously approached the purple oracle stone. Closer, closer. The purple attribute would soon be mine. Yin Xiun's breaths grew increasingly rapid as she cautiously extended her hand to seize the purple oracle stone. The moment her fingers would graze its surface, she intended to utilize it, leaving Ling Feng unable to intervene. Yet, just as her hand was about to touch the purple oracle stone, clang! A streak of black light tore through the void, the black light being Ling Feng's spear. Thud! The spear shot forth with tremendous force, piercing Yin Xiun's arm and pinning it to the ground. Ah! A chilling scream erupted from her lips. It hurts my hand. Yin Xiun cried out in agony. Ah, Yin Xiun, what is this? Unable to glean any benefits from Wang Tong, you sought to pilfer from me? My possessions are not so easily obtained. Ling Feng's mocking laughter resonated. What are you talking about? I merely wish to assist you in retrieving it. How could you think so poorly of me? Ling Feng, I misjudged you. Yin Xiun, disregarding her arm's pain, adopted a pitiful expression as she gazed at Ling Feng. Enough with that nauseating demeanor. Do you truly require such subterfuge to assist me? I know exactly what you are. Ling Feng retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With that, he picked up the purple oracle stone and swiftly extracted the spear embedded in Yin Xiun's arm. Thud! Blood gushed forth. Ah! Yin Xiun screamed in horror, collapsing unconscious on the spot. You truly lack compassion. Sikong Shuiyun remarked, unable to suppress her criticism upon witnessing Ling Feng's actions. What a delicate flower indeed. Ling Feng kicked the unconscious Yin Xiun disdainfully. Oh, what then does my dear Ling Feng consider a true gem? Sikong Shuiyun inquired curiously, her expression suggestive of her own self-importance. Naturally, a beauty as grand as yourself. Ling Feng replied, smilingly flattering her. One could not deny that Sikong Shuiyun was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed a figure that was strikingly perfect. At least you know how to be discerning. Very well, I shall assist you with the Wang family matter and expedite the funds to you. Just await my news. Sikong Shuiyun said with a smile. Thank you. Esteemed President, when I have the opportunity, I would like to treat you to a meal, Ling Feng expressed, feeling grateful for her altruistic support. Many have sought to treat me to a meal. You must queue, she retorted playfully. By the way, my father may come looking for you tomorrow. Do you have the time? Sikong Shuiyun complained, casting a glance at Ling Feng. Your father? Is the president preparing to introduce me to the family? Isn't this progressing rather swiftly? Ling Feng teased, unable to suppress a chuckle. My father is the speaker of Blue Water Star. Of course. If you dare to speak of such matters in his presence, I would not mind. Sikong Shuiyun replied with a sly look in her eyes. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ling Feng was momentarily stunned. Cough, cough. Forget I said anything. I am available. Just contact me when the speaker arrives. Ling Feng stammered, feeling awkward. What a pity. My father has long wished for me to find a boyfriend. Sikong Shuiyun said, a hint of regret in her voice. This statement caused Ling Feng's lips to twitch. It suddenly dawned on him that the speaker of Blue Water Star was named Sikong Jun, a renowned martial enthusiast. It was rumored that he had a rather fiery temperament. Should he truly bring this matter up, he feared he might meet an explosive reaction. By the way, with Wang Ongwa's demise, the position of commander is now vacant. Do you have any interest in it? Should you take up the mantle, I believe the military would be quite amenable, especially since the previous commander was your father. Suddenly, Sikong Shuiyun's gaze sharpened with intensity as she recalled something. Having confirmed with her father, she learned that her idol from Imperial Capital University, Ling Xian, was indeed Ling Feng's father. Although she did not know what had transpired after Ling Xian's graduation, causing his realm to regress, the title of commander was a surprising revelation. Commander? My father was the previous commander? Ling Feng was taken aback, having never known this before. Here are your father's records. Take a look for yourself. Upon seeing Ling Feng seemingly ignorant of his father's circumstances, Sikong Shuyun sighed inwardly. A martyr's offspring had fallen to such a state. It reflected poorly on her father. The speaker. Had she encountered this situation herself, she might have made an identical choice. Ling Feng quickly perused the documents. After reading, he was flabbergasted. Goodness. My father was actually a genius? A holder of multiple purple attributes? Achieving the martial sect at just 22? My word, his talent far surpasses even that of the president. Ling Feng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, your father is acknowledged as the foremost genius of Blue Water Star in centuries. However, it remains a mystery what he encountered after graduation that led to such a significant decline in his strength. Undoubtedly, before graduating, he was heralded as a future martial saint-level powerhouse. Sikong Shuyun said with a hint of admiration. Given this, I shall accept the position of commander in Xianfeng City. After all, with you around, I can attend school without concern. Ling Feng chuckled, and upon uttering these words, Sikong Shuyun appeared somewhat speechless. It seemed this young man had indeed devised such a notion. Nevertheless, his assertion was not without merit. With her presence, Xianfeng City would face no peril. This was her unwavering confidence. I will communicate with the military, and the appointment should be finalized by tomorrow. In the meantime, you can continue to enhance your strength. My father has sent me a message. He intends for you to participate in next year's selection for the Tianxian Divine Domain. Thus, it is imperative that you reach the martial sovereign realm as soon as possible. Sikong Shuyun earnestly conveyed to Ling Feng. The Tianxian Divine Domain selection? Me? A participant? Ling Feng's pupils constricted in surprise. It seemed his father had taken part in the selection for the Tianxian Divine Domain as well, back when he was on the verge of graduating from university. However, how it had concluded was not documented. Let us see. The world of fantasy indeed holds its allure. Ling Feng did not dwell on it. This world housed myriad divine realms, including those of magic, fantasy, and even immortal cultivation. It was true that the classification of realms varied across different worlds, yet a rough equivalence could always be established. Similarly, various terminologies existed in other realms. And in this world, terminology was paramount. After concluding his conversation with Sikong Shuyun, Ling Feng returned home. As for the Wang family's assets, Sikong Shuyun had already instructed the Chosen Alliance and the Alliance shop personnel to handle the settlement, which would commence with evaluation to ensure Ling Feng received a fair compensation. Of course, this entire process would take at least several days. Upon returning home, Ling Feng retrieved the purple divine oracle stone that had dropped from Wang Tong. Although a single purple divine oracle stone held considerable value, it did not seem overly significant to Ling Feng. However, the attributes contained within astonished him. Divine Martial. Purple. Activating Divine Martial enhances all attributes by 400. Annihilation. Purple. Annihilation type attribute, capable of manipulating the power of obliteration to eradicate anything in sight. Power enhancement, 1200. Unyielding Strength. Blue. Strength 800. Star of Speed. Blue. Speed 800. Iron Cloth Shirt. Blue. Defense 800. Healing. Blue. Healing power, capable of rapidly curing any injury. In total, there were 6 attributes, each embodying immense power, boasting 2 rare purple attributes. It was evident that these attributes had been enhanced from Wang Tong, who likely possessed only the divine martial attribute. Ling Feng quickly deduced that the 3 major physical attributes could be dropped by any creature upon leveling up. As for healing and annihilation, they must have evolved from his original green attributes. The silver fortune attribute seemed quite extraordinary. Did this mean that in the future, slaying a 6th or 7th tier ferocious beast would yield a purple divine oracle stone? Chapter 19. The college entrance examination begins. Ling Feng, I command you to release my family. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng felt a wave of emotion. Of course, it was possible that Wang Ting simply experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, as he had not dropped anything noteworthy when he had previously eliminated Wang Onghua and his associates. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. It would be exceedingly simple for him to obtain divine oracle stones corresponding to ferocious beasts in the future. Perhaps he could now sustain himself, no longer needing to purchase divine oracle stones from the marketplace. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng pondered further, but soon dismissed the notion. The most efficient method at present remained to purchase them directly. No matter how high his drop rate, what he truly required were low-tier divine oracle stones, not these high-tier ones. After all, high-tier divine oracle stones could only be acquired from high-tier ferocious beasts, which were relatively scarce. If he were to hunt 1st to 4th-tier ferocious beasts in pursuit of upgrading his golden attributes, he would need to defeat at least 100,000 of them. Such a daunting task would take an eternity, even if he were to wait in one spot. Thus, The most prudent approach was to hunt high-tier ferocious beasts from other races and sell the high-tier divine oracle stones obtained in exchange for the lower-tier ones. Speaking of which, he nearly forgot, the college entrance examination commenced tomorrow. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled this fact. Having acquired the infinite attributes, he had been so engrossed in enhancing them that he had overlooked the fact that he was still merely a senior in high school. However, as Si Kong Shuyan mentioned, his father appeared to be the president of the Imperial Capital University and the chairman of the Blue Water Star. Tomorrow, he was mainly inviting him to attend Imperial Capital University. In that case, did this mean he had been granted a direct admission? Ling Feng felt a twinge of emotion upon considering this. Being granted admission would spare him from having to take the entrance examination. Yet he had devoted over a decade to cultivation and preparation for this very moment, and not participating felt somewhat amiss. He decided to attend. After all, there was no shortage of talented individuals making a name for themselves at the college entrance examination every year. With that resolution, Ling Feng ceased to dwell on it. The following morning, he rose early and departed from home. A few minutes later, he arrived at Xianfeng City's first high school. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately noticed a group of classmates huddled together in discussion. Have you heard? Wang Tung from our school awakened a purple attribute. Last night, the Wang family hosted a family banquet, and I could hear the commotion from several kilometers away. I heard about that too. I wonder where the Wang family procured the purple divine oracle stone. They say Wang Tung awakened several of the most elite purple attributes. Sai, what can we do? His grandfather is the Grand Commander, the top brass of the military, the most powerful figure in all of Xianfeng City. A group of classmates was gossiping about the Wang family, blissfully unaware that the Wang family had fallen. This news had been sealed by Si Kong Shiyun and would likely remain undisclosed for a while. Ling Feng paid little mind to their chatter, but the next moment, he found himself speechless as their conversation grew increasingly absurd. Do you know the juiciest gossip? It seems our classmate, Yin Shiyun, has been taken by Wang Tung. I'm not sure if Wang Tung is a creep. My family lives in the same neighborhood as Yin Shiyun. And this morning I saw her being carried back home. What? Yin Shiyun? The very same Yin Shiyun Ling Feng has been infatuated with for years? TSK. This is the advantage of having power, influence, and talent. The goddess he has pined for 3 years is now a toy for someone else. Upon hearing that Yin Shiyun had been carried home, the group of boys immediately let their imaginations run wild. Suddenly, someone noticed Ling Feng entering and their expressions shifted. Ahem, what brings you here, Ling Feng? One of them coughed awkwardly, forcing a smile in greeting. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Ling Feng had taken a leave of absence for several days. Why was he back? Well, I had to come. How could I miss the college entrance examination? Ling Feng replied calmly. That is not what I meant. The boy stammered, suddenly feeling awkward. Indeed, if he took another leave today, Ling Feng would have no chance of attending university. Ling Feng paid no heed to the boys and directly returned to his seat. Soon, other classmates trickled in. With the exception of Yin Shiyun, Ling Feng was indifferent to who attended or not, but one individual did catch his attention, Yi Xiao. He entered and silently took a seat in the corner, not uttering a word, gazing at the pallid countenance of the youth. It was evident that he was in a foul mood. At that moment, Ling Feng recalled that he had inadvertently placed the burden of debt collection upon this hapless lad, who had certainly availed himself of the provisions granted by Yin Shiyun. It was likely that the military had been pressuring him relentlessly over the past few days. Had it not been for his impending college entrance examinations, he would have undoubtedly faced detention by now. Of course, his parents had found themselves in custody. But not merely for the debts they owed. It was their audacity to resort to violence against the military enforcers that had sealed their fate. It was no surprise that they had been apprehended. Indeed, upon encountering Ling Feng, Yi Zhao's already grim expression darkened further. He strode toward Ling Feng with an imposing presence. Looking down upon him, Ling Feng, I implore you to keep my family out of our affairs. Release my parents from the military's clutches at once. Let us settle this between ourselves. Should you lose, we shall wipe the slate clean, and you will set my parents free. What say you? Yi Xiao spoke coldly. At this proclamation, the students around them were rendered speechless, perplexed by the implications of Yi Xiao's words. However, some imaginative minds quickly concocted a dramatic narrative, speculating that Ling Feng, thwarted in his pursuit of Yin Shiyun, had resorted to leveraging his family's influence against Yi Zhao's family. After all, Ling Feng's identity as the son of a martyr was well known, and the military connections were undeniable. Yi Xiao had consistently ranked first in their school, his vigor surpassing 3 levels of prowess. Although Ling Feng was among the top 5, the disparity was significant. It was certain that Ling Feng was destined to lose. Indeed, I share that sentiment. But who can blame him for abusing his power? A chorus of students began to deride Ling Feng. Yet, upon hearing Yi Xiao's challenge, Ling Feng could not suppress a laugh. What is so amusing? Yi Xiao's face darkened further. However, before he could finish his retort, Ling Feng swiftly seized his hair. Bang! In the next instant, before Yi Xiao could comprehend the situation, he was flung away with a casual motion. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Yi Xiao collided with the wall, creating a crater upon impact, his body jarred by the force. His hair was left in disarray, resembling a receding hairline. Gag. The sudden agony prompted Yi Xiao to vomit, filling the classroom with a foul stench. What the hell, Ling Feng? How could you strike someone? One exclaimed. Indeed. How dare you resort to violence? Yan Xiyun's affections for Yi Xiao are her own affair. Isn't your behavior excessive? Another added. Seriously, Ling Feng. Have you forgotten your place just because you have a bit of money? Another chimed in. Exactly. Yi Xiao's family is well off too, with resources worth millions. Do you think you're the only one with wealth? Several students, closely allied with Yi Xiao, were visibly shaken, their expressions turning grave as they confronted Ling Feng with indignation. Chapter 20. Moral Coercion? I possess no morality, so how can you bind me? In response to their accusations, Ling Feng remained unfazed, stepping toward the nearest brash youth. What do you intend to do? Are you going to strike me as well? The youth stumbled backward, alarmed. They were all elite students from the academy, yet none were even at the first level of martial prowess, with Yi Xiao at the third level. Having been dispatched so easily by Ling Feng, they were no match for him. Slap. Before the youth could utter another word, Ling Feng delivered a resounding slap to his face. Thud. The sheer force of the blow sent the boy spinning before he collapsed to the ground, several teeth scattered about. This turn of events silenced the students who had previously rallied to Yi Xiao's defense, now too intimidated to speak. Ling Feng surveyed the crowd, disdain etched on his face. A bunch of ignorant fools attempting to champion a cause they are ill-equipped to support? Yi Xiao's family possesses wealth. Absurd. My father is a cripple, and my mother is an unemployed worker. Do you think this wastrel, who has only ascended to the third level of martial prowess through the resources provided by Yan Xiyun, is truly wealthy? You are all here, fawning over him with the money I lost to that deceitful Yan Xiyun? Do you know why his family was apprehended? Yan Xiyun's family owes me billions, and over 10 million of that was squandered on this pretty boy. Now that I have realized I was deceived, and am seeking to reclaim my money, his family not only refuses to comply, but also resorts to violence against the city enforcement troops, resulting in their arrest. And yet you all stand here, concocting tales for him. Oh, and now Yi Xiao refuses to repay me. The military will soon come knocking at your doors, so be prepared. Don't come crying to me when they come to enforce payment. Ling Feng scolded the foolish group without restraint. These clueless sycophants had often praised Yi Xiao when he flaunted their money, and he had generously indulged them, spending lavishly over the years. As Ling Feng's words sank in, the small group of students who had just been advocating for Yi Xiao turned ashen, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had been profiting from their association with Yi Xiao, unaware that he had been flaunting money derived from Ling Feng's losses. If the military truly came knocking, their parents would surely punish them severely, as each had spent tens of thousands, a staggering sum for their families. No way. I refuse to believe it. You're lying. And you broke my teeth. I'll report you to the school, and you'll be paying for this. Finally, the student with the broken teeth shakily rose from the ground. Indeed, whatever you say is true. I could just as easily claim that all the money you've spent since childhood is mine. Another retorted. Who do you think you're intimidating? If you have so much money, why don't you spend it on yourself? The students, unwilling to accept the reality, began to vociferously confront Ling Feng. Bang. Just then, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open. Lida, you little wretch, where have you been? A burly man stormed in, fury etched across his face. Dad, what are you doing? Lida's expression shifted dramatically. Upon seeing Lida, the man lunged forward, delivering several resounding slaps. How dare you speak? Did you take 25,000 from a classmate named Yi Xiao? That boy's money was earned through his role as a kept man, and the woman who supported him was also someone else's mistress. Now that the financial backer has discovered the deceit, they are seeking retribution. And you dare to touch such money? Are you also being kept by Yi Xiao? How could I have sired such a wretch? 25,000. It would take me 5 years to earn that. You squander it, and now your mother and I haven't even seen a single cent. The burly man berated Lida, dragging him out of the classroom by his ear. As his words settled in, the remaining students, who had been observing the spectacle, were rendered speechless. Ling Feng's assertions were indeed true. How intricately tangled were these relationships of financial support? I merely remarked that Lida and his companions had the lowest entrance scores. Yet over the past few years, each has ascended to the top ranks. It turns out they owe their success to Yi Feng. Yi Xiao is no different. He ranked second to last upon admission, but ever since his ambiguous relationship with Yan Xiyun began, his prowess has surged. Astonishingly, he has spent over 10 million. If I had that kind of money, I would have long since reached the pinnacle of black iron, 7 or 8 stars. Yi Xiao is truly a waste of space. In an instant, the truth was unveiled. All the students cast altered glances at Yi Xiao, sprawled on the ground. This fellow has the audacity to play the role of a kept man, and his earlier words were so brazen that one might think Ling Feng owed him something. The other classmates who had received money from Yi Xiao also turned pale. Payback. The money was long gone, and their families were oblivious. If they found out, it would be their ruin. Finally, one student broke down. Ling Feng, I was wrong. I was brainwashed by Yi Xiao. I truly had no idea that money was yours. Please, spare me. For you, this sum must be negligible, right? This student hastily knelt before Ling Feng, pleading for mercy. Yes, Yes, Ling Feng, we were truly mistaken. We've already spent the money, and if our families find out, we're finished. We didn't want to be at the bottom. Indeed, I was so eager to improve. Brother Feng, please, be magnanimous and let us off. Yes, you missed this small amount. Consider it an act of kindness. The remaining few, witnessing the scene, also knelt before Ling Feng, weeping profusely. However, beneath their words, Ling Feng perceived the four characters, moral coercion. I'm sorry, but I truly need this money. They should all prepare to await the military's visit. If I were to engage in charitable deeds, I have ample channels, so why should I cater to you fickle turncoats? Ling Feng chuckled. Buzz. With that, a wave of intense heat erupted from his body, causing the sycophants to yelp in distress. Having completed his task, Ling Feng departed. Initially, he had contemplated taking the college entrance exam to gauge his capabilities, but now it seemed he was merely idling. Instead of wasting time, he would be better off returning home to cultivate. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Feng arrived home. However, upon stepping through the villa's entrance, he spotted a supersonic fighter jet parked within his estate. Uncle Zhao has arrived? Upon seeing the aircraft, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. This was Zhao Wu's jet. He then proceeded into the living room. Yet, as soon as he entered, he overheard two voices engaged in conversation. So, it turns out Brother Zhao Wu is the uncle of Ling Feng, my young friend. What an honor. Ling Feng, your future is limitless. You are truly blessed. Ha. My brother, you have an eye for talent. My nephew is just as exceptional as my brothers. He will surely soar above the rest. By the way, he is also my future son-in-law. What? This lad is already engaged? Alas, what a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? My daughter, Shuiyun, is still unmarried. I was planning to matchmake them, but it seems that hope is lost. Ha. My brother, you must not know. My daughter possesses beauty, figure, and talent. She is even a student with direct admission to the Imperial Capital University. Your daughter doesn't stand a chance. I see. That is indeed a perfect match. But speaking of which, my brother, you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere? Perhaps I have a common face. Chapter 21. Zhao Wu's Bewilderment. What are you two talking about? I can't comprehend. The two voices belonged to Zhao Wu and a robust individual whom Ling Feng did not recognize. However, upon hearing the mention of a daughter named Shuiyun, Ling Feng quickly deduced that the speaker was none other than the speaker of Blue Water Star, Zhang, a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level. Goodness, is Uncle Zhao so bold as to refer to others as brother? Ling Feng was taken aback and hastily stepped inside. Indeed, upon encountering the two burly men, it became apparent that their similar attire was no coincidence. Uncle Zhao, when did you arrive? You didn't even notify me. Ling Feng quickly interrupted Zhao Wu, who was still boasting. You brat, you finally returned. How can you say that? Last night you mentioned resolving matters with the Wang family, then abruptly hung up. I rushed here overnight and just arrived. Upon seeing Ling Feng unharmed, Zhao Wu immediately relaxed. The Wang family's issue has been resolved. You need not worry. Ling Feng sighed, then turned to Zhang. You must be Senior Zhang, yes? I apologize for any offense my uncle may have caused. Please forgive us. Offense? Not at all. My young friend and I were enjoying quite the delightful conversation, weren't we? However, Zhao Wu, the oblivious one, boldly approached Zhang and threw an arm around him in a display of camaraderie. Indeed, my younger brother speaks true. There is nothing to be offended by. Now, regarding my purpose for coming, Shuiyun should have already informed you, correct? Zhang replied with a casual smile. The two men were amusingly eager to refer to each other as brothers. Perhaps that was the nature of camaraderie among robust men. After discussing various matters, Ling Feng expressed, I am also interested in visiting the divine domain, though there appears to be a slight issue with the timing of entry. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and slowly continued. Indeed, it may be a bit rushed to go next year. You are still young, so if it doesn't work out, you can try the year after. As long as you go before graduating from university, there will be opportunities. Zhang nodded, acknowledging his impatience. That's not what I meant. I intend to attempt it this year. Ling Feng suddenly interjected with a smile. As soon as he spoke, Zhang was taken aback. This year? The opening of the divine domain is less than half a month away. Even if you meet the standard, your martial arts skills seem a bit rushed. Zhang furrowed his brow. Ling Feng's ability to rapidly enhance his devouring type skills was indeed impressive. If they devoted their full efforts, he might reach the martial master level in just over 10 days. However, this could potentially jeopardize his foundational strength. Additionally, if his martial arts level fell short, his combat abilities would likely rank among the lowest within the same tier. One must understand that only those with purple skills could participate in the assessment for the Xiantian Divine Domain, and some even possessed 3 or 4. There were also numerous silver skills. If one encountered a prodigy of that caliber, they might even face a super prodigy with golden skills. Zhao Wu, listening to their conversation, felt utterly perplexed, but he was not the type to act recklessly. He simply remained quiet, absorbing the information. Zhang appeared formidable, likely on par with himself, so he did not suspect any deceit. If necessary, he could inquire further with Ling Feng after Zhang's departure. I am aware of everything you mentioned. However, I can assure you that I will meet the required standards. As for my combat prowess, I won't hide it from you. My fourth skill is a weapon type. Its level is quite decent, comparable to my other skills. Ling Feng smiled slightly and revealed another trump card. Upon hearing this, Xikong Zhen's pupils constricted sharply. Is it a purple weapon type skill? This lad possesses a weapon type skill? If combined with strength and speed skills, his combat power would rival that of ordinary silver skills. Moreover, a most crucial point is that the learning speed of weapon-related attributes corresponds remarkably fast to weapon training. If one possesses a purple attribute, mastering a 6th-tier technique could be achieved in a mere few days. Even if the technique level is inadequate, it remains of little consequence. Ha ha ha, Ling Feng. You truly know how to surprise me. In light of this, I shall endeavor to test my mettle this year. Even if I do not succeed, with your extraordinary talent, the likelihood of passing next year is certainly above 70%. Rest assured, after I visit my dear girl, I shall set forth. Our university will devote itself fully to nurturing your potential. A span of over 10 days shall suffice. Xikong Zhen chuckled heartily. Each of Ling Feng's attributes harmoniously complements the others, and such attributes are exceedingly rare, especially considering there are 4 purple ones. When combined, they surpass the ordinary silver attributes. No individual has emerged in the thousands of years since the establishment of Blue Water Star who possesses even a single silver attribute. After all, merely acquiring a silver oracle stone costs an astronomical sum of 1 trillion for the most inferior variant. At that price, very few can afford it on the entire Blue Water Star, and of those who can, even fewer can successfully unlock its potential. As the strongest presiding chairman, he too cannot afford it. Very well, I have matters to discuss with my uncle Zhao. He is yet unaware of my current circumstances. I shall seek you out at the Chosen One Alliance. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Excellent. In that case, I shall not intrude further. Xikong Zhen remarked with a smile. Not at all. I apologize for my lack of attentiveness. Ling Feng responded with regret. Indeed, little brother, why not stay for lunch before departing? Zhao Wu hastily insisted. We should at least ascertain the identity of this little brother before letting him slip away. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Brother, I shall not detain you any longer. I must take my leave. Xikong Zhen smiled slightly, then departed without delay, embodying the decisive nature of a martial artist. Once Xikong Zhen had left, Zhao Wu could no longer contain his curiosity. Little Feng, what were you discussing just now? What is this divine domain? Are you truly going to the divine domain? Which legacy divine domain, might I ask? And is this person reliable? Is he a professor at the university? Zhao Wu bombarded Ling Feng with a flurry of questions. Reliable, undoubtedly so. He is the university president. By the way, you should have heard of his name. Ling Feng replied with a smile. He is the university president? Does that not imply he is at the very least a martial sovereign level expert? Goodness. Did I just refer to him as little brother? And what is his name? I am not familiar with many university presidents. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Zhao Wu was struck with astonishment. He is merely at the 4th level of the martial emperor realm, a distance from the martial sovereign that one can scarcely hope to bridge in a lifetime. His name is Xikong Zhen. Do you not find it familiar? If it does seem familiar, then look at this individual. Ling Feng chuckled, then gradually pulled up Xikong Zhen's online biography. However, as he gazed at Xikong Zhen's image on the projection and then read the accompanying description, he found himself increasingly astonished. Xikong Zhen, chairman of the highest council of Blue Water Star, president of Imperial Capital University. He is also the supreme commander of the military of Blue Water Star. A superlative expert at the martial venerable level. As Zhao Wu read the description, his body grew rigid, and he began to tremble. Uncle Zhao, are you all right? Seeing Zhao Wu in such a state, Ling Feng was alarmed, fearing he might frighten Zhao Wu into a fit. Did I just call him little brother? Zhao Wu's complexion shifted dramatically. Yes, you did, and you called him that several times. Moreover, you even placed your arm around his shoulder. Ling Feng nodded. My heavens. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu stumbled backward and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 22. The Violent Lowly Zhao Shuya. 2 billion in funds. Finally, after half an hour, Zhao Wu managed to regain his composure. Subsequently, he listened intently as Ling Feng recounted the recent developments, including Ling Feng's awakening of multiple purple attributes and his intention to enroll in Imperial Capital University. He also shared the events surrounding the demise of the Wang family. Naturally, Zhao Wu was once again left in a state of shock. After another half hour, he finally calmed down. My goodness, are you telling me that you now possess 4 purple attributes, collectively rivaling the potential of silver attributes? And more importantly, you have already reached the martial emperor realm? You actually vanquished that old hound, Wang Angua? Zhao Wu exclaimed incredulously. Keep it low key, keep it low key. It is merely a touch of talent, no need for such astonishment. Uncle Zhao, Ling Feng replied, unusually humble. Low key my foot. With such talent, if I were your father, I would declare it to the world. Ha ha, Ling Xian. My little brother, your son has far surpassed you. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Zhao Wu could not restrain his laughter, tears streaming down his face. The comrades of his generation had nearly all departed. It was indeed the relentless persecution of that old dog, Wang Angua, that had driven them apart. Zhao Wu had held firm until 3 years ago when Wang Ongwa threatened his daughter. Only then did he decide to leave. He had initially intended to take Ling Feng with him, but Wang Ongwa had accused Zhao Wu of coveting Ling Feng's inheritance, a baseless accusation that made it impossible for Zhao Wu to take him away. Furthermore, had Ling Feng remained in Kaiyuan City, the inheritance would have become a complicated matter. Reluctantly, Zhao Wu had to leave first, secretly watching over Ling Feng throughout the years. He had planned to take Ling Feng away after he inherited the fortune. Who could have foreseen that a beast tide would emerge in the city he moved to, along with a new divine domain that required exploration? In the frenzy of events, he completely forgot Ling Feng's birthday. When Ling Feng finally contacted him, Zhao Wu hurriedly sought out his old friends to investigate, only to discover the inheritance had been embezzled. Now, witnessing Ling Feng's success, he was immensely pleased. Uncle Zhao, I have given it some thought. I currently lack the time to assume the position of Supreme Commander. You are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. It just so happens that we can bring back those uncles from back then. Seeing Zhao Wu's joyful demeanor, Ling Feng could not help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu was intrigued, but not solely because of the position of Supreme Commander. Bringing back his former comrades was of paramount importance. They were all natives of Xuanzhong City, forced to flee due to Wang Ongwa's oppression. Zhao Wu had dedicated years to intense training, aiming to one day return and crush that old scoundrel, Wang Ongwa. Let us set aside the matter of the Supreme Commander for now, but since that old dog Wang is dead, we need not hide any longer. I will inform them to return. They have likely been waiting for quite some time. Zhao Wu could not help but chuckle. Indeed, I will return for a visit before I head to the Xiantian Divine Domain. It has been ages since I last saw Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, and Brother Zhang. Ling Feng remarked. They certainly must return. We shall let them witness a martial sovereign-level expert who is yet to turn 20. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, that girl Shuya has also enrolled at Imperial Capital University. This is all thanks to the purple oracle stone you gifted me back then. Shuya was fortunate enough to awaken a purple attribute and was specially recruited by Imperial Capital University. If you ever arrive at the Imperial University, you must take care of this girl. Her temperament is nothing like mine. She is exceedingly reckless. Zhao Wu sighed as he spoke to Ling Feng. This remark caused Ling Feng's lips to twitch. If she doesn't resemble you, then who does? Naturally, I will take good care of Shuya. Ling Feng nodded. A vivid image of the carefree girl surfacing in his mind. In his memories, Zhao Shuya had always been his little shadow, though she exhibited a propensity for violence. Her appearance was undeniably that of a cute little girl, completely contrasting her demeanor. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wu, Ling Feng made his way to the Oracle Alliance and found the office of Sikong Shuyun. Upon entering, he overheard her venting to Sikong Zhen. Alright, I know. You're quite bothersome, Dad. I want to be lured away by some blonde. Besides, who here would dare pursue me? As soon as she noticed Ling Feng, both she and Sikong Zhen turned their attention to him. Ahem, did I arrive at an inopportune time? Ling Feng said, feeling somewhat awkward. You arrived just in time. I need to speak with you. Sikong Shuyun's expression softened upon seeing Ling Feng. Here is the asset list compiled by the Wang family. The total amounts to 68.7 billion. However, if you need the funds urgently, we can process it at a reduced price of 60 billion flat. All the money is contained within this credit point card. As she spoke, she handed Ling Feng a sleek black card. Thank you, President. Ling Feng's face lit up with joy. 60 billion is ample enough to stack 6 golden attributes. This issue arose due to the military's inadequate oversight. I have thoroughly investigated and imprisoned all involved parties. Here are 40 billion as compensation from the military. Sikong Zhen interjected, producing another card. Is there such good fortune as this? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His luck was truly remarkable. However, he had assessed the value of the 2 purple attributes he had obtained from Wang Tung the previous night, which astonishingly amounted to 100 billion, 500 million for each purple attribute. If combined with the current 100 billion, that would total a staggering 200 billion in funds, allowing him to convert all his silver attributes into golden ones in one fell swoop. Of course, this would require a substantial number of green oracle stones, which he could only gradually procure upon arriving in the capital. Regarding the Supreme Commander position, I've thought it over and likely want to have time for it in the coming years. In light of this, I don't intend to occupy a position without fulfilling its duties. Perhaps it's time to find someone more suitable? Ling Feng recalled this matter. Like Zhao Wu? Sikong Zhen chuckled unexpectedly. The speaker is astute. My uncle Zhao possesses both strength and character, and he was previously the deputy commander. Had it not been for Wang Ongwa's underhanded tactics, he would have long been the Supreme Commander. I've reviewed his credentials, and he indeed seems suitable. Let us appoint him. I will issue the appointment notice. As for you, since you've decided to venture into the Xiantian Divine Domain this year, focus solely on enhancing your strength. The assessments in the Xiantian Divine Domain are fraught with peril. If you manage to enter, the dangers increase exponentially. A moment's negligence could result in being killed and having your attributes plundered, so you must remain vigilant. Sikong Zhen warned Ling Feng gravely. I understand, speaker, rest assured. I fear death more than anyone. Ling Feng replied earnestly. All right, then let us set off, Si Kongjin declared, patting Ling Feng on the shoulder. In an instant, an invisible wave enveloped Ling Feng entirely. Suddenly, the windows of Si Kongjun's office shattered explosively, and the next moment, Ling Feng and Si Kongjun shot upwards into the sky, soaring through the open window. You old fool, if you're in such a hurry to reincarnate, why not use the front door? Came Si Kongjun's frustrated shout from behind. Chapter 23. The Might of the Annihilation Attribute. 200 billion for a single oracle stone? As he soared through the sky, watching the rapidly passing scenery below, Ling Feng marveled at this being his first experience of flight. However, possessing the Zhuke Divine Fire and the Jiuxiao Divine Thunder, he was indeed capable of flight. Yet, there was no need to reveal these two attributes just yet. It was wise to keep a few trump cards up his sleeve. That said, the two attributes he had obtained from Wang Teng were quite impressive. Particularly the Divine Martial attribute, which enhanced all aspects of combat power. This was undoubtedly the most valuable. If combined with his other attributes, his combat prowess would undergo a qualitative leap. Ling Feng resolved that once he arrived in the capital, he would seek to extract the Divine Martial attribute. After all, the all-attribute enhancement was simply too enticing. The other attribute, Annihilation, was a remarkably rare element. As a destruction-type attribute, Ling Feng had never even heard of such an element before. He would need to conduct thorough research upon his return. By the way, Ling Feng, did you obtain an Annihilation attribute? Si Kongjun inquired curiously. Yes, I acquired it unexpectedly while eliminating Wang Teng. Ling Feng nodded. Wang Teng possessed a green attribute called Shatter, which could cause objects to fracture. However, given his strength, it was likely he could only shatter tempered glass. Nonetheless, this attribute was not weak. On the contrary, it was quite powerful, as it had been selected for him by Wang Onghua. Who would have thought this brat could successfully obtain the Divine Martial attribute? Otherwise, even acquiring the more common, Mighty Strength attribute would have significantly elevated Wang Teng's talent. This attribute is quite commendable. My specialization is in Annihilation attributes. And the purple Oracle stones for the Divine Martial attribute are also quite valuable. You must not sell it for a mere 100 billion. With both attributes in hand, the price of the Oracle stone should at least double. Furthermore, this Oracle stone is a valuable asset. If you haven't filled all your attributes, you should consider using it yourself. Selling it would be a grave loss. Si Kongjun advised Ling Feng earnestly. Doubling would amount to 200 billion? The Federation store is quite the profiteer. I assent it? Did I lose out on tens of billions earlier? Ling Feng exclaimed, shocked. 100 billion. This truly felt like extortion. That's not quite accurate. Your item is simply priced too high. Our Blue Water Stars Federation store can only offer a maximum of 100 billion. If you wish to sell it for 200 billion, you would have to approach other planets. But that would significantly prolong the sale process, taking at least 7 to 10 days for the funds to be transferred. For even more valuable items, it could take even longer. Si Kongjun explained. Realizing this, Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hadn't lost out after all. It was fortunate he hadn't sold it. A mere wait of a few days for 100 billion seemed reasonable. Had he sold it, he would have suffered greatly. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, if you truly decide to sell, I can assist in contacting the right parties. The process can be expedited, and you should receive the funds within 5 days. Si Kongjun added. That would be much appreciated, speaker. Ling Feng replied without further ado, producing the purple Oracle stone and handing it to Si Kongjun. You fool, aren't you worried I might embezzle it? This is worth 200 billion. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's resoluteness, Si Kongjun found himself at a loss for words. Doubt those you cannot trust. Trust those you do not doubt. Ling Feng declared. This remark caused the corners of Si Kongjun's mouth to twitch. Was this truly the appropriate context for such a phrase? Nevertheless, he proceeded to put away the items. I will remit the funds within 5 days. Should there be any delay, I shall advance the amount myself, Si Kongjun stated. Thank you, esteemed chairman. Ling Feng replied with a smile. It must be said that as a master of martial prowess, the speed of flight is astonishing. Traversing a distance exceeding 10,000 kilometers took merely over an hour. Along the way, they encountered several beast emperors and formidable fifth-tier ferocious beasts obstructing their path. Yet each one was swiftly dispatched by Si Kongjun from several kilometers away. Witnessing these beasts disintegrate into blood mist, Ling Feng gained a deeper understanding of the concept of annihilation. Indeed, such power is rather terrifying. Moreover, it possesses a certain elegance. He resolved to acquire it for himself. The Imperial Capital University, the premier institution of Blue Water Star, established by the first chancellor of Blue Water Star, boasts a legacy spanning millennia. Anyone who achieves the level of martial sovereign is required to serve as a mentor at this esteemed university, regardless of teaching quality. The combat capabilities of its faculty are undoubtedly top tier. Simultaneously, the Imperial Capital University is the most coveted institution among the inhabitants of Blue Water Star. However, the admission criteria are stringent. The minimum requirement for the attribute is a blue level. Furthermore, one must possess formidable cultivation talent, as the martial realm must reach at least the first tier of bronze during the entrance examination. These two stipulations have left countless individuals lamenting, for such standards are no trifling matter. Nevertheless, the benefits of becoming a student at the Imperial Capital University are numerous. Not only are there various resource rewards, but also purchasing privileges. Beyond the ordinary student body, the university has an elite class known as the Hidden Dragon class. The admission standards for this class are even higher. Merely to qualify based on attributes, one must possess a minimum of a purple attribute. If one has a blue attribute, their martial realm must exceed that of a martial king prior to enrollment. Naturally, in this era, divine oracle stones must be purchased with currency. Thus, the so-called geniuses are often the offspring of the affluent. For ordinary individuals aspiring to enter the Imperial Capital University, there exists but one avenue: the awakening of innate attributes. Innate attributes resemble the awakening of talents. A rare few individuals might awaken attributes independently, without the need for extraction. Such innate attributes do not occupy attribute slots and represent the sole opportunity for commoners to rise above their circumstances. Ling Feng's infinite attributes came to fruition in precisely this manner. Of course, innate attributes, like extracted attributes, can vary in rank, with some being mere white attributes while others may awaken blue or even purple. Consequently, this remains the only pathway for ordinary individuals to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University or to become formidable warriors. Were it not for this means, society would likely have collapsed long ago due to the wealth gap. Under Sikong Zhen's guidance, Ling Feng soon arrived above a magnificent city. This metropolis spans a diameter of over 700 kilometers and houses a population in the hundreds of millions. At the heart of the city stands an immense academic institution. From a distance, Ling Feng could discern a towering spire. Is that the Hidden Dragon Tower spoken of by Sikong Shuyan? Ling Feng wondered. Indeed, the Hidden Dragon Tower was constructed at an expenditure of 100 trillion. A multitude of 7th-tier formation masters and 7th-tier weapon masters were engaged to incorporate 100 divine domain spaces within this edifice, Sikong Zhen explained. Your father is the first to have ascended this tower, and to date, no one has surpassed his achievements. Ling Feng was taken aback upon hearing the figure of 100 trillion. With such wealth, one could purchase dozens of silver oracle stones. However, investing in the construction of the Hidden Dragon Tower has indeed birthed many strong individuals. In the long run, the tower is undeniably worth its cost. Under Sikong Zhen's guidance, Ling Feng quickly descended into a manor within the Imperial Capital University. This is the manor for Hidden Dragon class students, one for each individual. You shall reside here for now. Classes commence tomorrow. Here is your student token. You may select any martial arts text you desire from the library, provided they are of the 6th tier or below. Remember, what suits you best is paramount. Should any matters arise, you will be notified. Sikong Zhen instructed, handing Ling Feng a token. Understood. Ling Feng nodded, securing the token before making his way toward the manor. Are you Ling Feng? I am your manor steward and protector. You may call me Old Joe. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the villa with a smile, accompanied by a cadre of maidservants. The aura emanating from the elder caused Ling Feng to raise an eyebrow. He was, in fact, a 4th-tier martial sovereign. Chapter 24. High-Energy Elixirs. One vial can elevate you to martial sovereign. Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision. Good heavens. The treatment for students of the Hidden Dragon class is remarkably generous. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Old Joe's role likely encompasses both steward and bodyguard, serving a Hidden Dragon class student every 4 years. These students, at the very least, would all be martial sovereigns, with the potential to produce martial masters. Moreover, not every steward possesses strength on par with Old Joe's. It stands to reason that only Ling Feng receives such exceptional treatment. Then I shall rely on you, Old Joe. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. Ha ha ha, Ling Feng. You are too kind. By the way, this is the high-energy elixir left for you by Master Lu. It is intended to enhance your strength. Old Joe said, presenting Ling Feng with a vial of purplish-red liquid. Once you have consumed it, let me know, and I will procure more from Master Lu. High-energy elixir? So generous? Is it safe to drink? Ling Feng's brow furrowed upon hearing this. This substance is crafted from the most potent essence of several 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Each vial contains energy equivalent to at least 100 advanced nutritional supplements. The cost of merely fabricating it would exceed 10 billion, with a market price surpassing 30 billion. He couldn't help but be astonished. So this is what Sikong Shuyan referred to as a reward. What a remarkable benefit. The energy within this high-energy elixir is exceptionally gentle. Even at the martial emperor level, there is no cause for concern, though digestion may require considerable time. According to the absorption rate of a purple devouring attribute, it should last for over a month. Old Joe remarked, equally astonished. The high-energy elixir is undoubtedly the highest-grade potion that can be independently produced on Blue Water Star. It is astonishing that Ling Feng is permitted to consume it freely. Understood. Ling Feng nodded. Given that a month is the expected duration for a purple attribute, he estimated that he could digest it in 3 days. The absorption rate of a silver attribute is 10 times that of a purple one. Thus, finishing this vial should elevate his realm directly to martial sovereign. if not higher, potentially reaching the third tier of martial sovereign. It seems everything has been meticulously calculated. However, if I were to collect a copy in just 3 days, would it not lead others to suspect that I am engaged in the illicit trade of these items? Ling Feng felt a pang of discomfort. Must he reveal his silver devouring attribute? Never mind. It would be prudent to refrain from further actions. After consuming this vial, I shall purchase the remainder with my own funds. After all, Ling Feng is not lacking in a few billion. What he truly desires are substantial sums of money. With this thought, he boldly downed the entire high-energy potion in front of old Zhou. Boom! In an instant, a vast and gentle power began to emanate from his abdomen, a force that seemed inexhaustible. Yet, Ling Feng did not fully activate his devouring power. Instead, he only summoned 1/10 of it. Even so, his vitality surged rapidly. Truly, this high-energy potion is a product of a master. Ling Feng could not help but exclaim. Indeed, Master Lu is a venerable martial arts master, one who commands respect even from the esteemed speaker. Coupled with his status as a 6th-tier alchemist, Master Lu undoubtedly stands as the most prominent figure on Blue Water Star. Old Zhou remarked with admiration, noting that Master Lu, having lived for several centuries, regards them as mere juniors. Alchemists are indeed formidable. I wonder what kind of talent one needs to learn this craft. Ling Yin mused, contemplating if he could hunt ferocious beasts and concoct potions for self-sustenance. Setting aside the present, in the future, as his strength grows, the demand for beast blood and flesh would undoubtedly escalate. At that point, hiring someone would entail significant expenses, not to mention the debts of gratitude incurred. If he were to master this skill, he could save a considerable amount of time. Naturally, to become an alchemist, one must possess at least 2 attributes. One must be a fire control attribute, and the other a potion crafting attribute. Of course, possessing merely a fire control attribute allows one to become an alchemist, albeit a low-tier one. To ascend to the ranks of a high-tier alchemist, both the fire control and potion crafting attributes must be of a sufficient level. Take Master Lu. For instance, both of his attributes are purple, and his innate talent in alchemy has enabled him to attain the 6th tier. Old Zhou explained with a smile. Oh, I understand now. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in realization. A potion crafting attribute? It seems I must return and search for it. Once I possess a golden tier potion crafting attribute along with a golden tier fire control attribute, achieving the 6th or even 7th tier should be a simple endeavor. Given enough time, I could even aspire to become a 9th or 10th tier alchemist. Of course, being able to concoct such high-energy potions is already sufficient for Ling Feng. By the way, I intend to select some martial arts techniques first. Old Zhou, would you kindly accompany me? Ling Feng recalled that his most significant shortcoming at present lies in martial skills and techniques. These 2 elements are paramount for a warrior. Without sufficient levels in martial arts and techniques, his combat prowess would pale in comparison to that of other warriors of the same rank. Naturally, this assessment excludes attribute considerations. Although Ling Feng has elevated his body refinement technique to the 5th tier, it is primarily beneficial for body enhancement and offers minimal contributions to overall strength. Not a bother at all, young master. Please follow me. Old Zhou smiled, then snapped his fingers. Buzz, buzz. Soon, 2 floating platforms soared over and landed before the 2 of them. They stepped onto the platforms. Buzz. The floating platforms began to ascend gracefully. Whoosh. In the next moment, amidst a wave of energy, the platforms transformed into streaks of light, speeding away into the distance. Moments later, they arrived at a magnificent structure situated more than 10 kilometers away, the word library seemingly etched into the air like a sword. Young master, you may enter on your own. Once inside, someone will assist you. Old Zhou said with a smile. Ling Feng nodded and stepped inside. Upon entering the library, he noticed many students standing in a white, empty room, selecting something from afar. Buzz. Just as Ling Feng entered the room, a virtual projection materialized before him. This was a visual output from his biotic intelligence brain. Greetings, I am the librarian. Upon detecting your identity as a student from the potential dragon class, all books are accessible for free. Please enter the martial arts you wish to search for, as well as the type of book. An electronic voice promptly followed. Are there any techniques that simultaneously cultivate fire and lightning attributes? Ling Feng inquired. Currently, the elemental attributes he possessed were these 2, and if he could merge them, his combat power would naturally be significantly enhanced. Ding. After a search, the librarian presented several techniques suitable for him. The first one caught Ling Feng's attention. Technique: Thunderfire Body Refinement Technique. Level: Lower 6th tier. Description: A cultivation technique for both thunder and fire attributes, requiring both thunder and fire attributes to learn. Divided into 5 stages. Upon entry, it can enhance body speed to 200, proficient, 225, mastery, 250, great achievement, 275, and perfection, 300. Simultaneous cultivation to mastery can transform into Thunderfire Source Power, with a power increase of 150. Great achievement grants a power increase of 200. Perfection grants a power increase of 300. This technique, when cultivated to perfection, remarkably triples 1's power. That is certainly no small feat. Ling Feng continued to examine the offerings. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to the last technique, not for any other reason, but for its unique effects. Technique: Celestial Fire Divine Technique. Level: Premium 6th tier. Description: A cultivation technique for both thunder and fire attributes, requiring both attributes with a minimum level of purple. Note: this technique has a special effect. The higher the attribute levels, the higher the technique level. 1 silver and 1 purple attribute elevate the technique level to mid-7th tier. 2 silver attributes elevate it to premium 7th tier. 1 gold and 1 silver attribute elevate it to mid-8th tier. 2 gold attributes elevate it to premium 8th tier. Chapter 25. Did Ling Feng cause the school year to start early? The Black Warrior Set Master Copy. Possessing 2 golden attributes. This technique can directly upgrade to premium 8th tier. A premium 8th tier technique can quadruple combat power at the entry level, and if cultivated to perfection, it can yield an 8-fold increase in combat power. It seems only the Martial Emperor is qualified to cultivate this among the entire human race. Of course, with 2 golden attributes, both of which are of fire and lightning nature, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Thus, for most, this technique is nearly worthless. However, for Ling Feng, this technique is nothing short of divine. His attributes can upgrade, potentially surpassing gold tier, which means he would not need to change techniques in the future. At least for the foreseeable future, he would not need to. Moreover, despite its premium 8th tier power, its cultivation difficulty is only that of a premium 6th tier. Once Ling Feng elevates his talent attributes to gold, it is likely he will soon reach perfection. The Celestial Fire Divine Technique is indeed tailor-made for me. This is the one. After all, the rank is the highest within the entire library. Ling Feng smiled and directly chose this technique. Beep. Detected that you are about to select a flawed technique. Do you confirm? At that moment, the librarian spoke up. Flawed. What flaw? Ling Feng was taken aback. Although this technique was a 6th tier supreme skill, its cultivation difficulty surpassed that of an ordinary mid-tier 7th grade technique. Furthermore, the prerequisites for practicing it were exceedingly arduous. Hence it was deemed a flawed technique, as the librarian explained. Ah, I see. This is not a significant issue for me. I do not consider it a flaw. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng realized that indeed, for those ill-suited to this technique, it would be utterly worthless. For those who are compatible, better options exist. However, for someone like Ling Feng, who could upgrade attributes yet lacked access to advanced techniques in a short span, it was a divine skill. He promptly chose to download it. Buzz. In the next moment, his biological intelligence brain connected directly to the library's central system, and a vast amount of knowledge surged into Ling Feng's mind. This knowledge pertained specifically to the cultivation of this technique, including numerous explanations from predecessors on how to quickly grasp it. With this information, Ling Feng could expedite his progress towards achieving perfection. Indeed, technology transforms lives. No wonder in this world, individuals with below-average intelligence are barred from learning technological knowledge, while those with normal intelligence can simply have knowledge imparted to them. Ling Feng couldn't help but reflect. Subsequently, he began to select gun techniques. The selection process for gun techniques was straightforward. He chose the technique with the highest rank and greatest power. Martial Technique, Sky Splitter. Rank, 6th Tier Supreme. Description, a technique of the gun category, divided into 5 stages. The initial entry can enhance gun power by 200, and with each subsequent stage, power increases by 50. When cultivated to perfection, gun power enhancement, 400. Observing the description, Ling Feng did not hesitate and directly chose Sky Splitter. It must be noted that these martial techniques and skills cannot be judged solely by their rank. One must also consider their difficulty. If one can only reach the entry level, it may be more beneficial to cultivate a lower-ranked technique to mastery. This would yield a higher combat power enhancement. Soon, the cultivation method for Sky Splitter flooded into his mind. With his formidable comprehension, augmented by his silver attribute in gun techniques and martial prowess, Ling Feng felt an inkling of entry level within just a few minutes. It seemed he could cultivate this martial technique to perfection within a few days. Ling Feng mused. This speed is indeed remarkable. Having returned from the library laden with knowledge, Ling Feng departed alongside Old Zhou, making his way back to the estate. After all, he needed to refine all the high-energy potions he had consumed as soon as possible. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. However, a piece of news abruptly shattered the joyous anticipation of all students who had just completed their college entrance examinations, eager to indulge in summer festivities. Notice: the Imperial Capital University will commence classes a month earlier this year, and the admission process will also be advanced to tonight at 10 p.m. All candidates are urged to log in to their admission notification interface promptly to check their admission status. This notification was forcibly pushed to all students who had participated in the college entrance examination. Wow! Instantly, the entire Blue Water Star was thrown into uproar. What? Classes starting a month early? Goodness, that's tomorrow. Today is the exam, and tomorrow classes begin. What is going on? Is there a major event at Imperial Capital University? I have no idea, but something must be happening. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so rushed. Stop thinking, Folks, it's Imperial Capital University. What does it have to do with us? Who says it has nothing to do with us? Our local university is also announcing an early start, claiming to align with Imperial Capital University. I'm fed up. Wow, me too. I wish all universities would finish their admissions today. Oh no, the summer job I just signed up for. I'll have to pay 1,000 in penalties. In no time, the forums of Blue Water Star exploded with discussions over this announcement. Only the most powerful legislators on Blue Water Star understood that the reason for the early start was none other than Ling Feng. Earlier that day, news from Sekongjun had revealed that Ling Feng was set to participate in this year's selection for the chosen divine realm. Initially, they thought either Sekongjun had gone mad or they had misheard. How could one expect Ling Feng to cultivate to martial sovereign in just over 10 days, let alone possess combat capabilities sufficient for self-defense? That was nothing short of interstellar jest. However, when Sekongjun mentioned that Ling Feng possessed a purple attribute in gun techniques, silence enveloped the room. With this attribute, Ling Feng's combat power, already superior to that of a typical silver attribute, surged even further. This year, there was indeed a chance. Although slim, experiencing it in advance would surely yield a 7 to 8% likelihood of success tomorrow. Thus, everyone unanimously decided to commence classes early to provide Ling Feng with personalized support. My daughter, classes will start early tomorrow. You must behave when you arrive at Imperial Capital University and not cause any trouble. Zhao Wu admonished a chubby-cheeked girl with twin ponytails. I know. You've said it several times already. Now, let us hurry up. Classes start tomorrow morning, and I don't want to be the last one there. Or someone else might snatch up a good estate. Zhao Shuang, unable to withstand her father's nagging, urged him on. You little brat. Zhao Wu shook his head in exasperation, but hurriedly took Zhao Shuang aboard the aircraft, racing towards the Imperial capital. Not only they, but students from all corners of Blue Water Star were setting off for Imperial Capital University overnight. Not just the freshmen were starting early, returning students were also affected. Some had barely returned home after a day of vacation when they were summoned back to school, causing widespread frustration. Fortunately, the school covered airfare and offered subsidies, which alleviated some of the grievances. Early the next morning, Ling Feng, who had refined the high-energy potions throughout the night, opened his eyes. He stood up, and with a series of crackling sounds, his muscles and bones resonated like thunder. This sound was so intense that if ordinary people were nearby, their eardrums would likely shatter. At this moment, Ling Feng's vitality had surpassed 8,000. Is this the late stage of Martial Emperor? He felt immensely stronger than before. Stretching lazily, Ling Feng reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through his body, feeling as if he could demolish a skyscraper with a single punch. Oh, today is the day for the new students to report. I haven't even registered yet. Suddenly reminded of this, Ling Feng exited the training room. Young master, are you ready? Do you need to eat? Old Zhou had been waiting at the door. No need. Take me to see the school. Ling Feng replied. Very well, young master. By the way, here is your battle armor for the potential dragon class. Old Zhou nodded and presented Ling Feng with a black medal. Ling Feng took it and pressed it against his chest. Buzz! In an instant, the metal transformed rapidly, enveloping Ling Feng in a suit of nano battle armor, which was classified as 4th tier supreme. Remarkably, it bore an almost identical appearance to the black martial armor Ling Xian had given him. The sole distinction lies in the presence of a few purplish-red runes adorning Ling Feng's black battle armor, while the other set is merely a uniform ebony. This black battle armor is a modified version, unearthed from an ancient civilization within a secret realm of our Blue Water Star. Although it is merely a 4th tier armor, its worth is a staggering 1 billion per set, and it enjoys immense popularity throughout the entire Shantian star system. Interestingly, this secret realm was left behind on our Blue Water Star after a student from our school penetrated it. It is rumored that he possesses a master version of the black battle armor. This particular armor can self-upgrade, its value surpassing even that of ordinary 7th tier armors. At the time, someone offered tens of billions to Ling Xian for it, yet he refused to part with it. Chapter 26. Are you Ling Xian's son? Zhao Shuya. The Qianlong Tower. Elder Zhou provided an explanation. Master version? What is the name of that student? Ling Feng's pupils constricted. Ling Xian. He was the first student I took under my wing. His talent was such that he surpassed me in just a few years. Elder Zhou couldn't help but express his admiration. However, after saying this, he glanced at Ling Feng a few times. Now that you mention it, you do bear a resemblance to Ling Xian. Elder Zhou appeared somewhat bewildered. Both Ling Feng and Ling Xian shared the same surname. Ling Xian is my father. Is the master version of the armor the one I have here? Ling Feng stated, promptly removing the black battle armor provided by the school, then tapping his right hand's black glove. Buzz! In the next instant, a copious amount of nano-liquid began to envelop Ling Feng's entire being. Soon, a distinctly more formidable black battle armor adorned with numerous purplish-red runes emerged around Ling Feng. However, at that moment, an extraordinary event transpired. The insignia of the previous black battle armor was suddenly enveloped by the liquid of the master version. Subsequently, a multitude of purple runes began to spread from the point of coverage. Beep! The black battle armor commenced its upgrade. Yet just then, A chilling notification echoed within Ling Feng's mind. The Master Black battle armor began to undergo a gradual transformation. The runes became increasingly intricate, and the details sharpened, while both the armor's durability and the strength of the weapons it could conjure rose significantly. Indeed, it was the Master Black battle armor, but not the one belonging to Ling Xian. It was an entirely new set. Upon witnessing this, Elder Zhou was instantly astonished. After all, when Ling Xian departed from the school, his black battle armor had already reached the 6th tier. It truly can upgrade. This black battle armor is now at the 5th tier, albeit the lower grade. The method of upgrade appears to involve devouring ordinary black battle armors. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, while it can upgrade, the financial cost is rather steep. Ling Xian devoured 100 sets just to barely reach the 6th tier. That amounts to a whopping 1 trillion, enough to purchase a high-grade 6th tier armor. Elder Zhou sighed in resignation. It is indeed somewhat costly. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Perhaps there are other methods to enhance it as well. For now, I shall make do. Ling Feng was unconcerned. A lower-grade 5th tier armor would suffice for his current needs, as it was already a weapon suitable for a martial sovereign. Thereafter, Ling Feng retracted the black battle armor into his right hand and, under Elder Zhou's guidance, made his way toward the assembly point of the Qianlong class. Beneath the Qianlong Tower, a throng of students curiously gathered outside the energy barrier. Within the barrier stood a group of students exuding an air of arrogance. These students comprised this year's Qianlong class, each destined to become formidable martial sovereigns, with a select few poised to ascend to the rank of martial venerables. Naturally, admission to the Qianlong class likely indicates a family background of extraordinary stature. After all, a single purple oracle stone costs 100 billion, a price far beyond the reach of ordinary affluent families. The better quality oracle stones soar into the hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. Even those possessing blue inscriptions would not come from weak, familial lineages. Isn't that little madman supposed to come? Why hasn't he shown up yet? In a corner, a girl with double ponytails curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her stunning beauty, coupled with an innocent demeanor, instantly stirred the emotions of some young gentlemen present. Lu Xiao? Which family does this girl belong to? I've never seen her before. She's absolutely stunning, far superior to any campus belle I've encountered. A slender youth gazed at Zhao Shuya with shining eyes. However, when he spoke, silence enveloped the vicinity. Confused, he looked over to find Lu Xiao staring blankly at Zhao Shuya. Lu Xiao, what's wrong? He hastily shook Lu Ning's shoulder. Cough, cough. What's the matter? Lu Ning snapped back to his senses and promptly inquired. Goodness, Lu Xiao, you aren't falling in love, are you? Your face is so red. The slender youth was astounded. Lu Ning was reputedly the Thousand Slayers of Northeast, changing partners daily in high school. Of course, the truth was that he was a pure-hearted virgin, merely boasting. He had never even held a woman's hand. His father was the powerful Lu Danning, a peak martial sovereign in the Northeast, a veritable prince. Now, he was allegedly in love. Hearing this, Lu Ning's spirit surged. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? This girl belongs to me. Anyone who dares to look at her will face my wrath. Experiencing the thrill of infatuation for the first time, Lu Ning boldly declared with a grand gesture. Afterward, he hastily spat and slicked back his shiny hair, revealing a lewd grin as he prepared to approach her. However, someone was quicker than him. Excuse me, miss. I am Luo Yong from the Luo family in the imperial capital. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner this evening? A chubby young man with a round face approached Zhao Shuya, a bouquet of flowers in hand, seemingly acquired from nowhere. Goodness, Lu Xiao. Someone is trying to steal your girl. The slender youth exclaimed in shock. Cough, cough. He's the young master of the Luo family. We can't afford to provoke him. Yet, upon seeing Luo Yong, Lu Ning immediately faltered. His father could not contend with Luo Yong's grandfather, who was a martial venerable. Wow, Lu Xiao, you're so spineless. The slender youth was at a loss for words. But this was the imperial capital, two entirely different realms compared to elsewhere. Are you talking to me? Zhao Shuya glanced around and then asked, surprised. Indeed, only someone as stunning as you deserves to dine with me. Luo Yong proclaimed with arrogance. Is that so? What a pity. You're too ugly, and I fear you might ruin my appetite. Zhao Shuya's candid remark left Luo Yong momentarily frozen in place. The onlookers were equally stunned. Yet, upon seeing Luo Yong's pudgy face, they couldn't help but agree with Zhao Shuya's assessment. Why you dare insult me? Luo Yong's face darkened, having never experienced such humiliation before. I didn't insult you. I merely stated a fact. However, if my words have offended you, I apologize. I am quite straightforward. Zhao Shuya hastily offered her apology. Yet her earnest expression and words only deepened the darkness in Luo Yong's eyes. You call that an apology? You wretched girl, I'll make you pay. Luo Yong, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed a punch toward Zhao Shuya. As his fist flew forth, it expanded, resembling a gigantic fist made of rubber, swelling to an enormous size. This is an entry on the subject of gigantification. It allows one to enlarge any part of their body. Hiss. I have heard that Luo Yong possesses a purple gigantification entry. During the college entrance examination, he transformed into a 10-meter giant, while Jingjing, merely at the silver first heaven. could unleash a force of 200,000 kilograms with a single punch. This girl seems to be doomed. Alas, offending the Luo family, even with considerable talent, will make her future exceedingly difficult. In an instant, the surrounding students gazed at the colossal fist crashing down before Zhao Xuanya with expressions of pity. However, Zhao Xuanya merely extended a slender finger. Boom! The next moment, with a resounding crash, Luo Yong's fist was effortlessly blocked by Zhao Xuanya. In that instant, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. The fact that Luo Yong possessed a purple entry was already formidable, coupled with his silver second heaven realm, making him undoubtedly one of the top 3 super geniuses in this cohort of the potential dragon class. Yet, such a powerhouse was thwarted by Zhao Xuanya with merely a finger. What on earth is going on with this young lady? At that moment, Zhao Xuanya flicked her finger. In an instant, a terrifying force enveloped Luo Yong's fist. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the bones of Luo Yong's fist shattered violently, extending up to his arm. Blood erupted from his skin, as if a pipe had burst, spraying wildly around. The nearby geniuses were so frightened, they hastily retreated. Ah, my hand, my hand. The agonized Luo Yong wailed as he staggered backward. His enlarged hand rapidly shrank, but that hand was utterly ruined. Even with healing, it would take at least a week. Your strength is so weak. Zhao Xuanya disdainfully wiped her finger. The onlookers swallowed hard at this scene. Lu Xiao, this girl, I doubt you can handle her. The frail youth spoke to Lu Neng, who nodded in agreement, not wishing to be on the receiving end of a punch. Vile creature, how dare you strike me? I will have you dead. Luo Yong roared as he charged at Zhao Xuanya. Clang. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot reverberated throughout the entire potential dragon tower. A black spear sliced through the air. Thud. Before Luo Yong could react, the spear pierced through his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Boom. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, Luo Yong crashed heavily onto the ground 100 meters away, pinned to the earth by the spear. This sudden turn of events caused the other talents of the potential dragon class to gasp in shock. In a corner, a quiet boy who had been keeping his eyes closed suddenly opened them wide, casting a grave look towards the outside of the potential dragon tower. Dead? With such meager strength, you think you can kill someone? Who gave you the audacity? Just then, a calm voice reached everyone's ears. Subsequently, a youth walked through the barrier of the potential dragon tower from the outside. All eyes turned toward the entering Ling Feng. For a moment, many were taken aback, their first reaction being how handsome he was. How could this young man be so strikingly attractive, standing at a perfect height of 185 meters? Coupled with an air of haughty charisma and extraordinary features, he made many talented young women's hearts flutter. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Zhao Xuanya's eyes lit up. Little madman. Zhao Xuanya excitedly ran over and, amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone, jumped onto Ling Feng, clinging to him. Little madman, you finally arrived. That fat pig bullied me. Zhao Xuanya had heard from her father about Ling Feng's immense strength, so she was not afraid to cause trouble. After all, according to her father, in a few years, even a martial sovereign would not be his match. Moreover, Ling Feng had the backing of Xikong Zhen. Not to mention, although Zhao Xuanya had a lowly appearance, she was not short, standing at around 1.7 meters, and her figure was exceptional, especially her bosom, which made Ling Feng feel a bit flustered. You little girl, who would dare bully you? Ling Feng was speechless as he quickly set Zhao Xuanya down from her perch on him. If she clung on any longer, his little brother would protest. I don't care, you promised to marry me. If someone bullies me, you must beat them up for me. Chapter 27, Ling Feng, you promised to marry me. Qing Xuanzi, the first of the extraordinary ability cultivators. Zhao Xuanya snorted coldly, and upon hearing this, the surrounding male classmates felt their hearts shatter. The goddess they had just met was already to be married. How can I fight someone pinned to the ground? I fear that if I strike again, he will meet his maker. Ling Feng was somewhat exasperated. This girl was becoming increasingly violent. Well, if that is the case, let it be. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanya nodded in agreement. I merely arrived a bit late. How did it escalate to a fight? You young people, so impulsive. How can you achieve greatness like this? Just then, an ethereal voice echoed down from the heavens. Everyone curiously looked up, only to see an elder with an air of immortality descending from the sky on a flying sword. The sight left everyone present in a daze. Ling Feng was also astonished. He was in a futuristic world, not a realm of cultivation, right? Soon, the elder landed, and at the moment of his descent, the flying sword cut through the air, swiftly sheathing itself in his scabbard. Fellow students, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qing Xuanzi, your martial arts mentor. Qing Xuanzi stroked his white beard and spoke with a smile. So this is Qing Xuanzi. The legends were true. What legends? Who is he? You don't know? Qing Xuanzi's original name was Zhao Xianqing. In middle school, he was obsessed with cultivation novels, and later, he unexpectedly awakened his talent, mental energy master, with a purple entry. Since then, he has dressed like a cultivator, and his so-called flying on a sword is actually using telekinesis. By the way, I remember he has a move called 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, which can summon 1,000 swords to attack. So cool. Moreover, He is also the president of our Blue Water Star Cultivation Guild, the strongest mental energy master, and a martial sovereign level powerhouse. It is said that his combat prowess ranks among the top 3 in all of Blue Water Star, possibly only second to Chairman Sikongzhen. Wow, is he really that strong? Some students from the imperial capital quickly recognized Qing Xuanzi. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing their discussions, began to understand the situation. Good heavens, obsessed with cultivation novels? And he awakened as a mental energy master? Is this what they mean by what one thinks about during the day becomes a reality? Ling Feng was somewhat astonished. It is said that innate entries have a characteristic. They are likely to manifest based on a person's obsessions. While true cultivation is impossible in this world, to others, being a mental energy master seems no different from being a cultivator. Suddenly, the black spear that had pierced Luo Yong's body lifted into the air of its own accord. The spear then landed in Qing Xuanzi's hands. Young man, don't let your temper flare too much. Fighting and killing disrupts the heavenly Tao. Cultivating oneself and nurturing one's character is the essence. Qing Xuanzi looked at Ling Feng with a serious expression. He then tossed the spear to Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised his right hand to catch the spear, which instantaneously transformed into nanomaterial and melded into his gloves. The celestial master had spoken, and he vowed to exercise restraint in the future. Ling Feng chuckled as he spoke. Indeed, indeed. A promising student indeed. Upon hearing Ling Feng refer to him as a celestial master rather than a teacher, Qing Xuanzi felt a surge of delight. The students present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. All right, today marks your first day of school. Henceforth, we will be one class. So let us get to know one another. Tomorrow, we shall commence formal lessons. However, before that, as per tradition, all new students of the Qianlong class must navigate the Qianlong Tower. Should anyone fail to reach at least the 20th level, they will be expelled from the class. Naturally, this excluded auxiliary professions. Those of you in auxiliary roles must report to me in advance, or risk expulsion without recourse. Qing Xuanzi stroked his beard and began addressing the serious matters at hand. Upon hearing the potential for expulsion from the class, the talented student's pupils instantly contracted. Teacher Xinqing. It seems Luo Yong cannot participate, exclaimed one of Luo Yong's newly recruited subordinates. Then he shall be expelled from the Qianlong class. It is his own fault for engaging in reckless brawls. What kind of teachings is that rascal instilling? Qing Xuanzi asserted with an air of authority. At this pronouncement, the others were left dumbfounded. Expelled from the class? Although Luo Yong was the grandson of a martial arts master, being removed from the Qianlong class would significantly diminish his future prospects. As for whether his grandfather would confront Qing Xuanzi, that was highly improbable. After all, his grandfather was once a disciple of Qing Xuanzi and would undoubtedly be unable to match him in prowess. Now, does anyone else wish to upgrade to an auxiliary profession? If not, please proceed inside. I have alchemy to attend to. Qing Xuanzi urged the group. Upon hearing this, the students realized how deeply entrenched he was in his obsession with alchemy. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their thoughts and one by one entered the Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower? I wonder how many levels I can conquer now. Ling Feng mused with curiosity. Little madman, I'm heading in first. Let us see who can reach a higher level. Zhao Shuang said, tiptoeing to pat Ling Feng on the shoulder before walking towards the tower with her hands behind her back. This girl? Why does it feel like there's more to her than meets the eye? Does she really only possess a purple trait? Ling Feng watched Zhao Shuang leave, sensing that there was more to her than she let on, especially since she had so effortlessly defeated Luo Yong, exhibiting a power far beyond what a mere silver rank one with a purple talent could unleash. Well, I'll inquire after we emerge. Ling Feng shook his head and strode towards the towering Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower spans a diameter of 1 kilometer and reaches a staggering height of 10,000 meters. Such a magnificent structure could only have been erected in this era. The tower consists of 100 levels, with only a scant few above the 60th. There is but one at the 70th level and none above the 80th. Thus far, the most gifted individual, Ling Xian, has reached the 93rd level, leaving the second place contender far behind. Upon entering the Qianlong Tower, Ling Feng felt as though the world was spinning. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in an endless expanse of desert. Sand surrounded him in every direction. It was said that the Qianlong Tower housed 100 miniature divine domain spaces. This must be one of them, he thought with intrigue. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped Ling Feng, and in an instant, he realized he was immobilized. It felt as though his condition was being scanned. However, he soon discovered that his cultivation had been severely suppressed. Ultimately, he was constrained to the first level of the Bronze Realm. His vitality plummeted to a mere 10 points. Is this the power of a 7th-tier formation? I find myself utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, it is truly terrifying. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Alert! You have entered the first level of the Qianlong Tower. The challenge is about to commence. You must defeat all opponents. A voice echoed through the air. Is it really that simple? I wonder what caliber of opponents awaits me. Ling Feng pondered with curiosity. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the void. In the next moment, a rift tore open in the air several dozen meters away, and a ferocious beast, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, descended from the breach. Roar. Upon landing, the beast fixated its wild gaze on Ling Feng and let out a deafening roar. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. The creature was not particularly strong, only a second-tier, one-star beast. Yet, in the eyes of an ordinary person, it would be considered a formidable monster. Perhaps 7 or 8 ordinary individuals would be no match for it. It seemed the initial levels were designed for easy victories. No wonder it was said that failure to surpass the 20th level would result in expulsion from the Qianlong class. Ling Feng paid little heed to the beast. He simply raised a finger of his right hand. Crackling. A bolt of lightning coalesced at his fingertip. Bang! In the next instant, with a resounding explosion, the lightning shot forth, striking the beast and causing it to erupt in a cloud of charred remains that fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the first challenge. The alert rang out. Buzz. In the next moment, as the surrounding space fluctuated, Ling Feng's figure vanished. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a forest. Hiss. Suddenly, a snake's hiss pierced the silence, and a colossal python, over 30 meters long and as thick as a barrel, lunged at him with its mouth agape. Ling Feng casually flicked his finger. Boom. The massive python exploded, scattering charred remnants across the landscape. A second-tier, 2-star creature. This was becoming intriguing. Ling Feng felt a genuine thrill. This was merely the second level. Once more, the space around him shifted. The scenery transformed again. This time, he stood upon a vast grassland, where a yak, standing 5 meters tall, grazed 100 meters away. Upon noticing Ling Feng, the yak's eyes turned bloodshot. Moo. With a low bellow, it charged furiously towards Ling Feng. A second-tier, 3-star beast. Does each level present an increase in challenge? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. He pointed his fingertip, and lightning surged forth. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the yak exploded in a shower of charred pieces. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng once again vanished, now at the 3rd level. The next opponent on the 4th level was a second-tier, 4-star beast. The 5th level presented a second-tier, 5-star creature. And so forth. It was evident that these beasts were the most ordinary of their kind, lacking any additional power enhancements. The combat strength of a second-tier, 5-star beast equated to 5 times that of a first-tier, 1-star. Thus, Ling Feng surmised that in the first 10 levels, each subsequent beast possessed double the combat capability of the previous one. By the time he reached the 10th level, the opponent would be a 3rd-tier, 1-star creature of the Silver Realm, matching the combat strength of a first-tier, 10-star creature from the Bronze Realm. Uncertain of what lay beyond the 10th level, Ling Feng remained silent, executing swift and decisive eliminations with fervor. Soon, he reached the 10th tier. As anticipated, his adversary was a 3-tier, 1-star beast. Without hesitation, Ling Feng dispatched the beast, and his form ascended directly to the 11th level. However, in this layer, he faced 2 opponents, still of the 3-tier, 1-star caliber. By the 12th level, 3 beasts awaited him, and by the 19th, 10. Though their numbers increased, their strength remained feeble, allowing Ling Feng to eliminate them effortlessly. Before long, the 20th level was unlocked. As predicted, his foes had indeed escalated to a formidable 3-tier, 2-star status. It became evident that with each ascending level in the potential Dragon Tower, the overall combat prowess of the opponents doubled. Thus, at the 30th level, he would confront adversaries with 30 times the combat strength of 3-tier, 3-star beings. Following this logic, the 90th level should feature foes of 3-tier, 9-star strength. And the 100th level, would it not be the realm of the Golden First Heaven, a martial sovereign? Contemplating this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. It was crucial to note that his current level had been suppressed to the Bronze First Heaven. To challenge foes 2 major tiers above him was indeed a daunting trial. Did this imply that his father's total combat strength enhancement had surpassed 90 times that of opponents of the same rank? Chapter 28, the 90-fold combat strength enhancement. Ling Xian's terrifying talent. Upon this realization, Ling Xian's brow furrowed. 80-fold. Consider that a 20-fold enhancement is already comparable to a typical silver tier augmentation. 80-fold surpassed even the golden tier. However, Ling Feng quickly grasped that this calculation was incomplete. One must also account for the enhancements provided by martial techniques and skills. A purple tier enhancement can elevate combat strength by at least 10-fold. The mightiest could achieve 13 or 14-fold. Consequently, if the techniques and martial skills could yield a 6-fold enhancement, he could reach the 80th layer. A 6-fold enhancement would require the mastery of all 5-tier elite techniques and martial skills to their zenith, while 6-tier elite techniques must reach proficiency. For a university student who had awakened his tier less than 4 years ago, the likelihood of achieving such mastery was nearly nil. Of course, if one possessed weapon-type enhancements or comprehensive attributes akin to divine weaponry, even green or blue-tier enhancements could potentially facilitate reaching an overall 80-fold enhancement. However, such capabilities were rare for Ling Feng. For the average individual, even a purple-tier enhancement was a remarkable achievement. Thus, it became apparent why others could only reach the 50 or 60 layers at most. It seemed that conquering the potential Dragon Tower would not pose insurmountable challenges. Ling Feng smiled. He aspired to clear the tower and acquire a divine weapon type enhancement, which would allow him to breeze through the trials. After all, a purple tier divine weapon could grant fourfold enhancement across all attributes. Imagine the terror of silver or even gold tier enhancements. At that point, a 100-fold enhancement would be but a starting point, with the potential for 700 or 800 times. Furthermore, Ling Feng's foundational strength enhancement was already at 20-fold. Combined with the enhancements from his marksmanship, he could reach a staggering 40-fold. With merely these two enhancements, he could progress through 40 levels. Should he add techniques, martial skills, and other potent enhancements, he would effortlessly overcome the challenges ahead. Nevertheless, since he was here, he resolved to test the limits of his marksmanship alone. He wondered if he could still clear the levels. Ling Feng smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he grasped the air with his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, a long spear materialized in his grasp. He had not truly practiced his marksmanship yet, not even the splitting heavens technique. Though he had reached a proficient level, mere proficiency was not Ling Feng's goal. He sought perfection, to elevate it further through his innate talent. The moment was ripe. Buzz! In the next moment, a surge of spatial distortion erupted before Ling Feng. A 3-tier, 2-star beast was unceremoniously summoned forth. Roar! Upon seeing Ling Feng, the bewildered beast let out a furious roar and charged at him. Without uttering a word, Ling Feng propelled himself forward, engaging the beast with his spear. At this moment, he refrained from unleashing excessive power, merely adhering to the standards of the bronze first heaven. Yet, even so, bolstered by his 20-fold marksmanship enhancement, the beast was swiftly vanquished. Ling Feng scarcely had time to test his marksmanship techniques, yet he was unconcerned. He had ample time ahead. The subsequent 10 levels were akin to mere fodder for him. All annihilated without exception. This was achieved without utilizing any enhancements beyond his marksmanship. Through his trials at the 10th level, under the influence of the silver tier marksmanship enhancement, his 6th tier elite marksmanship reached a mastery level, and his combat strength enhancement soared to 300. The 30th level opened. Henceforth, Ling Feng began to refine his marksmanship, causing the rate of his ascent to slow considerably. Meanwhile, outside the tower, news of all the members of the potential dragon class entering the potential dragon tower spread, drawing a throng of students. Among them were sophomores, juniors, seniors, and even recent graduates who had yet to leave campus. The barrier surrounding the potential dragon tower was teeming with spectators. Naturally, as fellow members of the potential dragon class, sophomores, juniors, seniors, and graduates could directly enter the barrier and witness this tower climbing event up close. On a massive projection screen, dozens of names appeared, each accompanied by a notation of the layers they had conquered. Notably, Ling Feng was not at the forefront, as he was honing his marksmanship, and thus, his speed could not compare to those who swiftly dispatched their foes. Nonetheless, he remained within the top 10. The fastest among them was a youth named Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng had reached the 40th level. Luo Feng, was he not the prodigy who awakened a purple tier mentalist enhancement this year? It was said that his swordsmanship enhancement was also formidable. It seemed Ling Feng had found a worthy rival. It remained to be seen which of the two could surpass the 50th level. If a freshman could exceed 50 levels, reaching 70 by senior year would not be out of the question. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, Swan Kingzi soared through the skies, his sword levitating beneath him as he stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. This cohort of talent was indeed impressive. 2 had reached 70 levels, and there was even the potential for surpassing 80 levels. After all, both possessed weapon-type enhancements combined with synergistic enhancements. As for how Luo Feng's swordsmanship and mentalist abilities stacked up, it was simple. Using telekinesis to manipulate weapons would naturally amplify their combined power. The might of a flying blade was a sight to behold. Swan Kingzi pondered whether this young man might be interested in learning the ways of cultivation. If so, he could develop a technique for 1,000 blades to strike simultaneously, further enhancing his swordsmanship, leading to limitless potential. As he contemplated this, excitement bubbled within him. The onlookers below shared his sentiments. Everyone was awestruck by Luo Feng's rapid progress through the levels. How could he have advanced so swiftly to the 40th level? Who exactly was this remarkable youth? Could it be that he can reach the 50th level during his novice phase? This is a level that has proven elusive even for us over 4 years at university. What extraordinary attributes does this lad possess to exhibit such talent? It is not solely him. Take a look at the second place Zhao Shuang, a girl whose progress is astonishingly swift. It seems that reaching the 50th level is indeed within her grasp. And then there's Ling Feng. Do not underestimate him. My grandfather has mentioned that our early return to school this year is due to him. The specific reasons remain confidential. What? My vacation was cut short because of this fellow? Confidential? The urgency to commence classes is attributed to him. Could his talent possibly surpass that of Luo Feng? You missed the beginning. His initial speed in clearing levels far exceeded that of Luo Feng, only slowing down upon reaching the 30th level. Perhaps he merely seeks to conceal his true capabilities. What a remarkable situation this cohort presents, with 3 prodigies emerging at once. Achieving over 50 levels before even officially enrolling has instilled a sense of defeat in many other talented individuals. Reaching the 50th level is no trivial feat. Without the benefit of additional attribute enhancements, they require at least one purple attribute. Furthermore, they must cultivate their martial skills to a fourfold enhancement, necessitating mastery of both 4th-tier martial techniques and skills. The 4th tier corresponds to the martial sovereign rank. Despite their formidable talents, in their senior year, the number of students achieving the martial sovereign rank rarely exceeds 10 each year. They are merely practicing 4th-tier martial techniques and skills. Should they pursue 5th-tier cultivation, the situation may worsen, as mastering 5th-tier techniques and skills is far from simple. Thus, the 50th level serves as a significant threshold, with only a scant few individuals in each cohort attaining such heights. The reason Ling Feng has ascended through the martial techniques so swiftly is primarily attributed to his possession of a silver attribute. This type of attribute is exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. The cost of a purple oracle stone rivals that of a silver oracle stone. The owners of blue attributes from Blue Water Star are exceedingly scarce, let alone those with purple attributes. As they observed, time ticked away. Some individuals, having been defeated, were urgently teleported out. These individuals bore varying degrees of injury, with some even on the brink of death, swiftly whisked away by the awaiting rescue teams to medical vehicles for treatment. However, there were those who could not be teleported in time. They emerged as lifeless bodies. Although there were only one or two, it caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. Being freshmen, their inexperience led to such occurrences each year. Even in the sophomore, junior, and senior years, it is not uncommon for one or two to perish within the Dragon Tower. Finally, after the first hour, Luo Feng reached the 50th level. A mere 10 minutes later, Zhao Shuang also attained the 50th level. At that moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. To possess such talent as a freshman bodes exceptionally well for her senior year. Both are promising candidates for surpassing 70 levels. Meanwhile, their levels continued to rise gradually. Eventually, Luo Feng's progress stalled at 57 levels. Clearly, the 7 opponents, each possessing strength 50 times greater than his own, exerted immense pressure upon him. Ultimately, Luo Feng's name dimmed. Buzz. In the next instant, a resolute black-haired youth was teleported out. PFF. However, upon emerging, Luo Feng coughed up a substantial amount of blood. His chest bore several deep claw marks, visible to the bone. Am I in first place? Luo Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, glancing at the rankings, confirming his position as first. Yet, he soon realized that Zhao Shuang was merely one level beneath him. So it was that girl. Her strength is indeed exceptional. Luo Feng's expression grew grave as he continued to observe, only to find Ling Feng's name had just reached 49 levels. Instantly, his brow furrowed. Why does Ling Feng, who gives off a stronger aura, only have this level? Chapter 29. You promised to marry me when we grew up. Yet here you are, serving as someone else's lapdog. Luo Feng felt a pang of confusion. Luo Feng, do you require medical attention? At that moment, members of the healing team approached and handed him a healing potion. I'll take it in a moment. Luo Feng replied slowly after consuming the potion. The healing team, seeing he was fine, moved on, as many severely injured individuals awaited assistance. After another 10 minutes, Zhao Shuang's name finally reached the same level as Luo Feng's. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, mere minutes later, Zhao Shuang surged past the 57th level. Luo Feng's pupils contracted. He had lost. To a young girl. The sense of defeat compelled him to clench his fists. Following this, Zhao Shuang's rank continued to ascend, ultimately halting at the 60th level. Witnessing this, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. Would Zhao Shuang suffer injuries? To have reached this level must have been incredibly taxing. She might be on the verge of collapse. Buzz. Finally, amidst a spatial fluctuation, Zhao Shuang was teleported out. To everyone's astonishment, she emerged unscathed. Damn it. I'm completely drained. Had I known, I would have pushed myself a bit more to recover my strength. Zhao Shuang plopped down on the ground, fuming. Simultaneously, she began to recuperate her energy. However, upon hearing her words, those around her gasped in disbelief. She had exhausted herself to the point of being teleported out. Goodness. If she were to elevate her martial skills further and bolster her stamina, could she not reach even greater heights? This young lady possesses the potential for over 80 levels? Unbelievable. If a young girl surpasses us, the pride of us grown men will be utterly tarnished. What could her attributes be to allow such ease in reaching 60 levels? Could it be that she possesses 2 overlapping purple attributes? Perhaps a powerful all-attribute enhancement attribute. In an instant, the members of the dragon class were filled with astonishment. Is the little madman still in there? Suddenly, Zhao Shuang noticed Ling Feng's name had yet to emerge, though his level was rather low. With his talent, 60 levels should be a piece of cake. Is he merely trying to draw the attention of other girls? Zhao Shuang could not help but scoff at Ling Feng's apparent intentions. This fellow is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Then, recalling Ling Feng's 3 years of servitude as someone else's lapdog, she felt a surge of anger. You promised to marry me when we grew up. Yet here you are, serving as someone else's lapdog. Once past the 50th level, Ling Feng's pace noticeably slowed, as the ferocious beasts here could finally engage him in combat. Subsequently, other classmates were gradually eliminated. The entire Dragon Tower was left with only Ling Feng. At this rate, his maximum limit would likely be around 53 or 54 levels. However, what left everyone on edge was his consistent pace of ascending each level in half an hour, with the time difference not exceeding a few seconds. This fellow is completely manipulating time. For a moment, all were rendered speechless. Is this lad merely idling away his time? However, if Ling Feng can continue to clear the levels at this pace, it would indeed be quite terrifying. At this rate, he could penetrate 10 layers in just 5 hours. To put that into perspective, reaching the 10th layer means he would be at over the 60th layer. Thus, even though they knew they would have to wait a long time, everyone remained patiently where they were. After all, they had just witnessed history today. As a newcomer, achieving above the 60th layer was an extraordinary feat, one that even Ling Xian had not accomplished during his initial enrollment. Of course, this was primarily due to Ling Xian's relatively modest talents upon entering the academy. Meanwhile, within the depths of the hidden Dragon Tower, Ling Feng wielded his spear, engaging in a fierce battle with a horde of ferocious beasts. These creatures had reached a formidable level of 3-star 5 rank, far surpassing Ling Feng, who could currently only muster the strength of a 2-star 1 rank. However, this comparison only pertains to physical prowess. In reality, Ling Feng was hesitant to unleash his full power. At this juncture, he had mastered the sky-rending technique to a proficient level, and he was not far from achieving complete mastery. Proficiency granted him a 300-point boost in combat power, and combined with his pure spear technique attributes, Ling Feng's combat effectiveness surged to an astounding 60-fold. This figure did not even account for the enhancements from his martial arts. As it stood, his martial skills had reached an introductory level, and due to both of his Thunderfire attributes being silver, the strength of his techniques had escalated to the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Therefore, even at the introductory stage, the increase to his combat power had surpassed that of an ordinary 6th tier pinnacle technique, yielding a remarkable enhancement of more than double. With such enhancements, Ling Feng's combat power had skyrocketed to over 100 times. Consequently, breaching the hidden Dragon Tower was now effortlessly within his grasp. Nevertheless, as this was a training exercise, Ling Feng chose to cease the operation of his techniques, relying solely on his fundamental physical strength to engage in combat. Even so, he still managed to dominate and mercilessly overpower these ferocious beasts. Soon, Ling Feng's spear technique was on the verge of a breakthrough. Finally, after more than 9 hours and reaching the 56th layer, he sensed the threshold of the perfected sky-rending spear technique. Suddenly, a fierce gleam erupted in his eyes. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the ground with a sudden burst of energy. Boom! His figure soared into the sky, ascending to an altitude of 100 meters. Sky-rending. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his spear down towards the earth. Clang! In an instant, the sound of the spear rang out, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. A powerful aura of the spear erupted, transforming into a spear-like beam that plummeted towards the ground. Roar! 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 The ferocious beasts, sensing this terrifying pressure, all let out fearful roars. They turned to flee in terror, but it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, the spear beam struck the ground. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The beasts were instantly torn apart by the explosive spear energy, and the earth itself was ripped open, creating a deep crater spanning several dozen meters. After executing this feat, Ling Feng descended from the sky. This strike had utilized all of his current strength, exhibiting tremendous power. With a 350-point enhancement from his spear technique and an additional 2,000 from his technique attributes, this strike bore an astonishing 70-fold potency. Just this one thrust could pierce through 70 layers. However, this also demonstrated the challenge posed by the 70th layer. After all, this was a strike powered by a silver attribute combined with a perfected 6th-tier spear technique. If he were to rely solely on a purple attribute, even with the enhancements from his martial arts, he would need to elevate a 5th-tier pinnacle spear technique to perfection. For the majority of students in the Hidden Dragon class, who were merely at the martial sovereign level, this was an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 30. The onset of instant kills, clearing the Hidden Dragon Tower's 100 layers. A shock to the entire school. Having achieved perfection, Ling Feng realized that reaching a state of complete mastery in a short time was not feasible. It seemed that this round of spear training had drawn to a close. After unleashing that strike, he understood the difficulty of attaining complete mastery. Even with the enhancements from his talent and spear attributes, a breakthrough within a short time frame was unlikely. Instead, he deemed it wiser to focus on accumulating attributes to gold status, as that would facilitate a smoother breakthrough. With this thought, Ling Feng did not hesitate and proceeded to the next layer. He completed this layer in just over 20 minutes, leaving the students outside in a state of shock. How could Ling Feng be so swift? Had he reached his limit and was preparing to exit? This seemed plausible, as this layer was already quite challenging. Indeed, if we could reach this layer before graduation, we would be thoroughly satisfied. The geniuses of the Hidden Dragon class were awestruck by this spectacle. This was a new student? Are the new students these days truly this exceptional? Has he reached his limit? Indeed, the impression Ling Feng left on me was not misplaced. His strength is merely slightly inferior to mine. Observing this, Luo Feng took a deep breath, his expression turning serious, realizing he now had two formidable rivals. His words garnered unanimous agreement from those around him. Buzz. Just then, as Ling Feng reached the 57th layer, his name suddenly vanished. Everyone was utterly bewildered. He was eliminated? Ling Feng was eliminated? No way. It must be that he was eliminated. The disappearance of a name indicates a kill, though it could also signify a rank elevation. However, Ling Feng had just ascended to the 57th layer. How could he leap to 50 in an instant? Yet, before the speaker could finish, Ling Feng's name reappeared at the 58th layer. He had surpassed the 57th layer in an instant. Luo Feng's complexion drained of color. He had just asserted that Ling Feng was slightly weaker than him, and now he was swiftly proven wrong. The man I have my sights on is inferior to you? Where does your confidence stem from? Zhao Xia triumphantly remarked to Luo Feng, further deepening his discomfort. What unfolded next left Luo Feng's expression ever more tumultuous. Before the eyes of all, even under Qing Xuanzi's bewildered gaze, Ling Feng's name began to flash furiously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With each flicker, his name ascended a layer. In less than a minute, Ling Feng's name had shattered the limit of 100 layers. In an instant, everyone was left in a stupor, frozen in place. Beep, beep, beep. Announcement, announcement. Student Ling Feng has successfully cleared the Hidden Dragon Tower's 100 layers. The next moment, a rapid and piercing announcement reverberated throughout the entirety of the Imperial Capital University. Even beyond the university's confines, many heard the announcement. At this moment, all students and instructors at Imperial Capital University stood in disbelief, gazing toward the Hidden Dragon Tower. Cleared? The Hidden Dragon Tower has been cleared? No. Did I hear that incorrectly? Did I just hear that the Hidden Dragon Tower has been cleared? How is that possible? Clearing the Hidden Dragon Tower requires an explosive combat power of 100 times. Who among us on Blue Water Star could accomplish that? My goodness, is this a mistake? Clearing the Hidden Dragon Tower? In an instant, all the teachers and students gasped in astonishment. How could anyone possibly conquer the Dragon Tower? And who is this Ling Feng? Something must be amiss. Surely there was an error, for Ling Feng's rapid progression, 1 level per second, seemed utterly implausible. Finally, a genius near the Dragon Tower exclaimed, and upon hearing his words, the crowd began to comprehend. Indeed, something was undoubtedly wrong. It appeared that the formations program had malfunctioned. Conquering the Dragon Tower was one thing, but achieving it with such speed? This could lead to quite the embarrassment. A monumental structure, crafted at a cost of 100 trillion. Exhibiting such a fundamental flaw. While Ling Feng's talent was formidable, the prospect of him clearing 100 levels of the Dragon Tower was simply inconceivable. Instantly, a multitude of prodigies began to engage in fervent discussion. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng exhaled in relief, realizing that it was merely a programming error. How could Ling Feng, who had previously struggled to clear even a single level, suddenly conquer the entire Dragon Tower? It was simply a case of a program malfunction, suggesting that Ling Feng's ultimate score would still be inferior to his own. Zhao Xia, it seems the man you admire is not as impressive as you believe. Luo Feng smirked, turning to mock Zhao Xia. Not as impressive as you. My man cleared 100 levels, and you think he is inferior? The crowd, many of whom prided themselves on their genius, were merely a group of cowards too afraid to confront other strengths. Are you suggesting that the work of a 7th-tier formation master is subpar? You lot, lacking in strength, presume that everyone else is as inept as you. Zhao Xia, incensed by the disparagement from her peers, placed her hands on her hips and retorted. As she spoke, the faces of those who doubted Ling Feng's capabilities darkened. They were being chastised by a junior. Just as they prepared to counter her remarks, the Dragon Tower emitted a resonant pulse. Buzz. In the next moment, a young man was teleported into view, none other than Ling Feng himself. As he materialized, the crowd was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, had someone not been barking like a dog? Had they misheard? Why was everyone suddenly silent? Ling Feng surveyed the surroundings and, with a grin, addressed Zhao Xia. However, his words caused an immediate shift in the expressions of all the prodigies present. Kid, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? A senior stepped forward. Didn't you just admit it yourself? If you're not a dog, why are you barking so wildly? Ling Feng retorted. Boom. At that moment, the students observing the spectacle outside the Dragon Tower erupted in laughter. In an instant, the senior's face contorted with rage. Don't think that just because you possess talent, you can act with impunity. Remember, you're merely a freshman while we are seniors, some even graduates. Our talents are not significantly inferior to yours. If it came to blows, any one of us could easily defeat you. Apologize now, and I can ensure they won't pursue this matter further. At that moment, a robust youth stepped forward, gazing imperiously at Ling Feng. It was Qin Yuan, who had yet to graduate. He was a genius who had reached the 69th level of the Dragon Tower, merely a step away from the 70th. Additionally, he possessed 2 formidable overlapping purple attributes, his talent being extraordinary. Rumor had it that he remained in school to await the opening of the Xintian Divine Domain this year. Chapter 31. You are at the peak of Martial Emperor? How can this be? Indeed, I have heard he has already broken through to the first level of martial sovereign, ranking among the top 5 in history. Ling Feng had indeed encountered a formidable opponent, one of the greatest obstacles at the imperial capital university. Who could blame him for being so arrogant? Despite his impressive skills, he was still just a freshman, barely at the silver realm. Nonetheless, it's a good thing for him to learn a lesson. At that moment, all the geniuses in the dragon class relished the unfolding drama. Are you prepared to defend this dog? Or perhaps you are its leader? Ling Feng inquired, unable to resist stroking his chin as he regarded Qian Yuan. At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Qian Yuan's eyes. Very well. It's rare to see a freshman so brazen. Who among you is interested in teaching this kid a lesson? Qian Yuan smirked coldly, glancing at his fellow students. Ha. Allow me. I have had my fill of this brat. He truly believes he can conquer 100 levels of the Dragon Tower. Just as Qian Yuan finished speaking, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth emerged from the crowd. It was Slot, the foremost genius of the White Gang. He too was a graduate. Having surpassed the 60th level of the Dragon Tower, Ling Feng had indeed provoked someone he should not have. The crowd erupted into cheers upon Slot's appearance, as if they could already envision Ling Feng receiving a thrashing. Hey, little man, can you handle this? Seeing that Slot was a 4th-level martial emperor, Zhao Shiya quietly whispered to Ling Feng, "Are you underestimating me? With his caliber, I could defeat him with one hand." Ling Feng replied, exasperated. "Then I shall enjoy the show." Zhao Shiya laughed and stepped aside. "Kid, I'll give you one strike. You may attack freely. If I furrow my brow, consider it my defeat," Slot proclaimed arrogantly, rumbling. In the next moment, violent bolts of lightning erupted from his body, coalescing around him into a suit of thunderous armor. Thunder armor. This was a top-tier defensive martial skill of the 5th rank, and Slot was starting strong. Ling Feng was destined to lose. The crowd gasped in awe at the spectacle. Impressive martial skill, quite striking. Ling Feng nodded slightly. "Afraid? If you admit your mistake now, I might spare you," Slot coldly remarked. Boom. However, as his words echoed, Ling Feng vanished in a thunderous sonic boom. The terrifying speed left all the 3rd and 4th-year students and graduates aghast, for not one of them had seen him move. Even Qian Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. So fast, that thought flashed through his mind. Boom. In the next instant, another deafening crash reverberated through the air as Slot's thunder armor shattered, and his figure was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, Slot collided with a stone monument 100 meters away from the Dragon Tower. The towering stone, several dozen meters high, crumbled upon impact, burying Slot beneath a cascade of debris. As he was engulfed, many witnessed his plight. His armor lay in tatters, and a deep dent marred his chest, indicating serious injury. The sudden turn of events left all present in a state of shock. He was defeated. Slot was defeated in an instant. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Slot is undeniably one of the top 3 combatants among this graduating class. Although he is considerably distant from the mightiest, Qian Yuan, his prowess in battle is beyond question, and he could easily claim the top position among other less formidable cohorts. Yet, this super genius, who has spent 4 years honing his skills at the Imperial University, was astonishingly defeated in an instant by a mere freshman. I have seen many put on airs, but never have I witnessed such audacity. What is most astonishing is the sheer lack of capability beneath such a facade. At this moment, Ling Feng shook his right hand and could not resist casting a derisive glance at the distance where Slot had been sent flying. As these words escaped his lips, the expressions of the entire graduating class darkened. The pinnacle of martial sovereigns. Ling Feng has reached the peak of martial sovereignty. Suddenly, an astute senior exclaimed in astonishment. His attributes included the ability to discern the realm of others. In an instant, he perceived the aura that unveiled Ling Feng's formidable level. Within just a few hours in the Dragon's Ascendance Tower, Ling Feng's vitality had surged to the apex of martial sovereignty, a staggering 9,999. Upon hearing this revelation, the other geniuses present gasped collectively in disbelief. The peak of martial sovereignty? How could this be possible? He is merely a freshman, just turned 18, and has only awakened his attributes for a year. How could he possibly attain such heights? The peak of martial sovereignty. It is no wonder he could defeat Slot so effortlessly. Yet how could he have achieved this so swiftly? Could it be the fabled purple talent attribute? It is conceivable that, within a year, a purple talent attribute could indeed reach the martial sovereign level, but to ascend to the peak is still somewhat implausible. I am inclined to believe he possesses a devouring attribute. Indeed, it is only through a devouring attribute that such rapid advancement is feasible. Damn it. This kid has outsmarted us. He actually possesses a devouring attribute. The geniuses present, known for their analytical prowess, quickly deduced that Ling Feng indeed had a devouring attribute. However, the realization that Ling Feng had also reached the 57th level of the tower left their expressions grave. The downside of a devouring attribute is that it can only enhance strength, not combat ability. Even a white attribute can provide a greater combat enhancement than a purple devouring attribute. Thus, if this were the only attribute he possessed, he would only rapidly become a high-level yet low combat power, a mere decorative pillow, generally not regarded as a threat. However, Ling Feng's ability to conquer the 57th level implies he possesses at least one purple attribute, perhaps even two. I never anticipated you possessed both speed and devouring attributes. It seems I have underestimated you. Yet, this only intensifies my resolve. Today, I shall sever a limb from you, ensuring you learn a lesson. Qian Yuan's gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Ling Feng. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Qian Yuan, a formidable pressure characteristic of the martial sect realm. The release of his vitality manifested as a crimson aura enveloping him. Despite Ling Feng's strength, Qian Yuan still regarded him with disdain. Currently, Ling Feng is certainly not his match at the first level of martial sect. After all, he is nearing the 70th level himself. Given the superiority of their realms combined, Ling Feng stands no chance unless he can truly breach 100 levels. But is that even possible? With a devouring purple attribute already in his possession, how could Ling Feng possibly have additional attributes to amplify his combat prowess 100-fold? Unless he possesses silver attributes. And not just one. I have also underestimated you. Nevertheless, Ling Feng regarded Qian Yuan with unwavering seriousness. Upon uttering these words, the crowd assumed Ling Feng had acknowledged Qian Yuan's might. I have underestimated your audacity, having graduated with only this level of strength. You dare to speak so boldly before me? Yet, in the next moment, Ling Feng's words caused the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically, especially Qian Yuan, whose fury ignited instantly. Boldness. With a thunderous roar, Qian Yuan's aura surged violently, doubling in intensity. Berserker, a blue attribute that amplifies battle prowess. It can enhance all attributes by 250. This is why Qian Yuan could reach the 70th level. Possessing this attribute has elevated his talent beyond that of a typical silver attribute bearer. The onlookers were left wondering how Ling Feng would respond. At this moment, the assembled geniuses looked upon Ling Feng with keen curiosity. So he possesses a battle prowess amplification attribute. As I suspected, a fool is a fool, unable to breach the dragon's ascendance tower despite possessing such an attribute. At this point, Ling Feng could not help but smirk derisively. Clang! In the next instant, a black spear manifested in his hand, adorned with intricate purple-red runes. Simultaneously, his entire body was enveloped in the black warrior armor. A performance is still necessary. If I were to defeat him outright, my trump card would be exposed, making it much harder to develop in stealth later on. The original version of the black warrior armor? However, upon witnessing the armor on Ling Feng, all present gaped in disbelief. To date, fewer than 5 sets of the original black warrior armor have ever appeared, each fetching astronomical prices in the trillions. Ling Feng possesses a set. What is his true identity? Some of the older instructors, observing this scene, were equally taken aback. It was at this moment that they recognized Ling Feng bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Ling Xian from years past. Coupled with the name of the black warrior armor, Ling Feng's identity became unmistakable. The son of Ling Xian. No wonder his talent is so terrifying. If he has indeed cleared 100 levels, it is entirely plausible. It all hinges on the outcome of this confrontation with Qian Yuan. Should Ling Feng emerge victorious, his accomplishment of 100 levels would certainly be validated. Conversely, if he were to lose, the legitimacy of this achievement would be called into question. Nonetheless, even if there are doubts, by the time he reaches his 4th year, his results will undoubtedly surpass those of his father. The instructors at the pinnacle of martial sovereignty began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, the battle between Ling Feng and Qian Yuan had already commenced below. Boom! The clash of their attacks resonated with explosive force. Ling Feng, wielding his spear, collided with Qian Yuan's gauntlet, unleashing a shockwave so powerful that it sent the onlooking talents, who had retreated to 100 meters away, flying. Only a few students managed to withstand the force, quickly retreating from the barrier of the dragon's ascendance tower. You indeed possess a strength amplification attribute, coupled with a speed enhancement attribute. Your talent is undeniably remarkable. Yet, I am curious. What other attributes enable you to surpass 50 levels? Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Ling Feng's spear, Qian Yuan scoffed coldly. All present anticipated an exhilarating battle between the two. However, the ensuing development utterly astonished everyone. Why not test it and see? Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished. Qian Yuan's pupils constricted. His attributes included Berserker, a weakened version of divine might, alongside the purple attribute of innate strength. The combination of these two attributes rendered his strength superior even to that of an ordinary silver attribute bearer. However, his speed was not significantly different from that of a typical green attribute holder, though his cultivation was superior to Ling Feng's. Qian Yuan was utterly oblivious to Ling Feng's presence as he vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a long spear pierced through his waist. The 5th-grade mid-tier battle armor of Qian Yuan was directly penetrated. Had he not evaded in time, his vital organs would have been at risk. Damn brat! Pain radiated from his wounded side, darkening Qian Yuan's countenance. Yet, before he could locate Ling Feng, the latter reappeared beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Qian Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. You seem accustomed to overpowering others and grappling with those clumsy beasts. Yet, when faced with an equally matched opponent who has been enhanced in every aspect, you lack even the capacity to react. Thus, you are but a waste. And you dare to be enraged. Ling Feng's mocking voice echoed in the air. You seek death, Qian Yuan roared, launching a fist towards Ling Feng. However, as his fist neared its target, Ling Feng vanished once more. Clang! In the next moment, a long spear emerged from the front of his chest. Though Qian Yuan saw it coming, he was far too slow to react. With a piercing thrust, the spear penetrated his armor and then his chest, the searing pain causing his vision to fade momentarily. His body felt weightless as Ling Feng hoisted him aloft. What everyone had anticipated to be a fierce battle had concluded so effortlessly. From beginning to end, Qian Yuan had been toyed with like a mere clown by Ling Feng. With a sickening sound, Qian Yuan, suspended in midair, spewed forth a torrent of blood, his worldview collapsing in that moment. He was undeniably powerful, possessing a cultivation level superior to Ling Feng's. Yet, why was he rendered utterly defenseless in the latter's grasp? The nearby peak masters, instructors of the ordinary class, fell into silence. With an absence of speed, strength, and destructive power, the combat prowess displayed was astonishingly formidable. Clearly, one must take heed of opponents who possess enhancements in both speed and strength in the future. If there are talents with dual enhancements, they must be cultivated diligently, for their potential is boundless. Indeed, Ling Feng's combat performance could be considered a textbook example. I have resolved to teach this as the first lesson henceforth. The instructors were all struck with awe. For ordinary individuals possessing attributes, the disparity in strength was not overly significant. However, for those gifted with attributes of purple rank or above, any deficiency in a single attribute constitutes a fatal flaw. The potential for cultivation in this child is remarkable. Chapter 33. No, Ling Feng, I want to live with you. Ling Feng stood with his spear, gazing down at Qian Yuan with an expression of calm indifference, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Coughing, Qian Yuan struggled to rise, only to find his vitality surging chaotically within him, rendering him incapable of standing, leaving him to lie helplessly on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Embarrassment and rage surged within him, yet he recognized his inferiority, leaving him speechless. Observing Qian Yuan's state, Ling Feng remarked in a dispassionate tone, "We harbor no enmity. Today's events serve merely as a lesson." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Before you act on behalf of others, weigh your own strength. Do not become a pawn in someone else's game. Thinking yourself clever. Qian Yuan's expression shifted between green and white, yet he dared not retort, gritting his teeth as he swallowed his pride. Ling Feng dismissed him, turning his gaze towards the student who had initially provoked him. Under the intensity of Ling Feng's piercing gaze, the student was instantly struck with terror, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. You just claimed that talent and strength are of greater importance, correct? Ling Feng's voice remained calm, but bore an invisible weight that nearly suffocated the student. Aye. The student's face turned pale as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Let me enlighten you. Ling Feng's voice rose sharply, imbued with a cold edge. Possessing both talent and strength allows one to act freely. Conversely, if you possess neither, you ought to behave humbly and know your place. Understood? Suddenly, Ling Feng smiled at the student, who was rendered ghostly pale by his words, nodding vigorously yet unable to utter a single word. The surrounding students were awestruck by Ling Feng's commanding presence, falling silent and refraining from further discussion. Meanwhile, Luo Feng looked upon the currently exuberant Ling Feng, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Could he ever surpass such a genius? The 100th floor of the potential dragon tower loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Could he truly reach that pinnacle? Reflecting on his prior assertion that Ling Feng's talent was merely second to his own now seemed utterly laughable. Achieving Qian Yuan's level in 4 years would be a commendable feat. Buzz. At that moment, Qing Xianzi descended from the sky. Is everyone idle? A group of graduates bullying a freshman. Do you not feel ashamed? And as for the potential dragon tower's faults, it is a formidable artifact crafted by several 7th-tier formation masters. How could it possibly malfunction? Qing Xianzi spoke sternly. As a devoted fan of the immortal genre, he held great respect for masters of formations and alchemy. Regardless of their strength in comparison to his own, he firmly believed that the potential dragon tower was beyond reproach. After speaking, he waved his right hand. Buzz. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of mental power erupted, sending everyone near the barrier of the potential dragon tower flying several meters away. Over 1,000 students from the ordinary and elite classes tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Yet none dared to express their anger. This was Qing Xianzi, one of the most powerful figures in the entire Blue Water Star. With no choice, those present could only leave in dejection. The area surrounding the potential dragon tower was left solely to Ling Feng and his classmates. Your potential at this level is quite impressive. No wonder the chairman requested my personal involvement in your training. Classes will officially commence tomorrow. The location will be communicated to you. Be sure to arrive on time. Qing Xianzi glanced at Ling Feng and the others, refraining from saying more, as he needed to report on the situation regarding the potential dragon tower. After all, someone had broken through its defenses, which was of utmost importance. Clang. Having finished speaking, his sword emitted a ringing sound as he swiftly took to the skies. Is that it? I expected some kind of reward for breaching the tower, Ling Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated at the lack of any accolades. Had he known there would be no rewards, he would have preferred a quicker conclusion. Nonetheless, he had not left empty-handed. His weapon, the sky-splitting spear, had now reached full maturity. The power unleashed with each strike was terrifyingly formidable. It was time to return and enhance the strength of his attributes. Ling Feng's gaze deepened with determination. Hey, Xiaofeng, where are you off to? You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Suddenly, Zhao Shiyao approached Ling Feng. Her delicate face tinged with a hint of crimson, struggling to articulate the latter part of her sentence. Dinner? No need. I've used the high-energy elixirs provided by the school. I won't need food for the next few days. Ling Feng replied with a smile. He certainly understood what the girl meant. She simply wanted to spend some time alone with him. Despite her usual haughty demeanor, it was surprising to see her exhibit shyness now. Oh, then I shall dine alone. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Zhao Shuang immediately pouted. However, if only someone could accompany me for a meal, I wouldn't mind having several servings. It's just uncertain if she has the time. Suddenly, Ling Feng spoke up. Yet, as soon as those words escaped his lips, Zhao Shuang trembled. Has Yan Xiyun also arrived in the capital? Zhao Shuang asked, her delicate face paling slightly. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's mouth twitched. It seemed that Yan Xiyun had inadvertently become part of his less-than-glorious history. Of course not. That foolish woman has already been sent to prison by the military. I'm referring to you, Ling Feng replied, speechless. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Shuang looked at him in disbelief. What are you staring at, silly girl? Let us head to my house. Ling Feng pinched her tender cheek and then walked directly towards the entrance of the Qianlong Tower. You're the silly one. Zhao Shuang huffed defiantly, but the next moment, a radiant smile broke across her face as she hurried to catch up with Ling Feng. Upon returning to his estate, the two shared a meal, but who could have anticipated that Zhao Shuang would refuse to leave afterward, insisting on staying with Ling Feng? Of course, it was not for cohabitation. Rather, she found the Qianlong Academy's estate too vast and lacking familiar faces. Ling Feng, with no other option, had the maids prepare a room for Zhao Shuang. After all, the estate was indeed enormous, large enough to accommodate 10 people without feeling cramped. Ling Feng, on the other hand, had long since retreated to his own room. At this moment, he possessed a staggering 100 billion in his card. This amount was sufficient to elevate 5 of the most inferior attributes to golden status. Currently, one needed 10,000 green attributes to enhance battle power by 1,000, while upgrading from silver to gold required an increase from 2,000 to 4,000. In other words, if one had a modicum of talent, each attribute would demand 100 billion. However, in a few days, the amount could reach 200 billion, allowing Ling Feng to upgrade several attributes without issue. Chapter 34. The Terrifying Profession with Purple Attributes. Soul Destroyer. Naturally, this was under the assumption that Ling Feng would not pursue additional new attributes, though that was hardly feasible. Recently, he had set his sights on several promising attributes. For the golden attributes, he planned to upgrade the talent-based and devouring attributes first, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. Additionally, he would focus on attributes related to marksmanship. As for the rest, he would explore some new attributes. With this in mind, Ling Feng promptly opened the Alliance store, locking his location to the capital. Instantly, a plethora of inventory appeared. As expected of the capital, the stock of all Oracle Stones exceeded that of Kaiyun City by 100-fold. Moreover, the delivery time from surrounding cities was minimal. He had to select the full attribute enhancement type attributes this time. This attribute was somewhat extraordinary. Should it be upgraded to gold, it would undoubtedly amplify his battle power to an unprecedented level. Ling Feng searched swiftly. Soon, he discovered a white full attribute enhancement attribute. Fury. You can enter a state of fury, during which all attributes increase by 130. However, your stamina consumption will significantly rise in this state. Though this attribute was merely white, its cost-performance ratio was remarkably high, providing a 30% enhancement to strengthen attributes. However, it clearly had a time limitation. Nevertheless, Ling Feng possessed a 20-fold stamina enhancement, perfectly compensating for this drawback. Even if this skill were upgraded to gold, it was likely that Ling Feng's endurance would surpass that of an ordinary individual. Yet, this attribute also came at a considerable price, requiring 30,000 per unit. There was a reason for its high cost. It was indeed worth every penny. After some contemplation, Ling Feng directly spent 330 million to purchase enough attributes to upgrade to silver. Subsequently, he sought green attributes. Rage. You can enter a state of rage, during which all attributes increase by 160. However, your stamina consumption will significantly increase in this state. The enhancements from this green attribute were superior to typical green attributes, hence the slightly lower price of 1 million per unit. Ling Feng purchased 200 billion, equating to 20,000 units. This acquisition was sufficient to elevate this attribute to gold. Next, he turned his attention to other attributes. Ling Feng examined his weaknesses and identified his greatest shortcoming, his soul. While his physical combat power was formidable, his soul was exceedingly weak. He recalled that within certain divine realms, there existed peculiar beings adept at soul attacks. These beings were inherently more powerful than ordinary warriors and could easily overpower foes through their eerie soul assaults. If he were to encounter one, it was likely that he would be eliminated by an adversary far weaker than himself. Thus, it was imperative to enhance his soul as soon as possible. With this thought, Ling Feng began to contemplate how to elevate his soul value. Alright, it seemed that the introduction of my devouring attribute had changed after upgrading to silver. Suddenly, he remembered this detail. He immediately opened the introduction for the devouring attribute. Devourer, silver, can consume anything to enhance oneself. To consume anything and enhance oneself. This meant that if he could devour soul-based substances, he might strengthen his own soul. Ling Feng pondered this notion. It was certainly worth a try. However, before that, he first needed to acquire a combat-type soul attribute. It was said that soul-type chosen ones had 3 primary paths, the most common being the mentalist, who could solidify their soul into a physical form to unleash devastating damage. The second was pure soul attack, known as the Soul Destroyer. As for the last, it was the legendary summoner. This summoner could manifest various types, including beast tamers, necromancers, and soul manipulators. Among these 3 attributes, given that Ling Feng's physical combat power was not weak, there was no necessity for the mentalist. The Soul Destroyer, being a pure soul attack, was undoubtedly the path he must pursue. As for the summoner, it seemed unnecessary for the time being. Perhaps he could explore that option in the future. After much deliberation, Ling Feng ultimately opted for the Soul Destroyer, while the mentalist was also appealing. He noted that the price for the mentalist attribute was exorbitant, 10 times that of the cheapest attribute of the same level. Ling Feng quickly dismissed this option, as at present, he simply lacked the funds. Conversely, the Soul Destroyer attributes, although pricier at higher levels, still had reasonably priced lower-level options, merely double that of ordinary attributes. What more needed consideration? The choice was clear, the Soul Destroyer. For just 400 billion, he could acquire an attribute more powerful than a golden one. However, having chosen these 2 entries, I find myself with merely 400 billion. Selecting 2 of the most inferior entries would leave me with nothing. Ling Feng felt a sense of helplessness upon realizing this. He had numerous entries he intended to upgrade, but could he only elevate them to silver? No. He must not upgrade anything else. This soul extinguisher must be transformed into gold. He was eager to uncover the underlying reason, as purple entries were comparable to silver ones. Ding. Your account has received a funds transfer, 200 billion. At that moment, a notification sound resonated from his biological intelligence brain, jolting Ling Feng to attention. Shortly thereafter, news from Sikongzhen arrived, revealing that a martial artist from Blue Water Star had taken an interest in his entry, intending to cultivate their offspring. A private transaction was made directly with Sikongzhen. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a timely boon. With this, he could choose freely. He promptly placed an order for 100 billion worth of minor talents, while the price for devouring type green entries was not as favorable, costing 600 billion for 300 million each. Following that, he acquired enhancements for strength, speed, stamina, and defense, 4 fundamental physical augmentations, along with attack speed boosts. These 5 basic attributes remained reasonably priced. However, lacking sufficient funds, Ling Feng had no choice but to forego some options. Since he could now select entries with absolute certainty, each type required monetary expenditure. Purchasing them all would amount to 100 billion. Nonetheless, he opted for strength enhancement. After all, sufficient strength was essential for overall prowess. Additionally, he faced a choice between the elemental entries of fire control and electric manipulation, each priced at 300 million, allowing for only one selection. Ultimately, Ling Feng chose fire control. A total of 600 billion was spent. Green entries were indeed pricier than white ones, but there was no alternative. Using white entries would take over 10 to 20 days to fuse into a gold entry. After this expenditure, only 200 billion remained. If he were to pursue silver entries, he could upgrade dozens. However, for gold, he could only elevate 1. He decided to see if any suitable green entries were available at 1 million each. If none were found, he would select a few silver entries. Chapter 35, Promotion, the Realm of Martial Sovereign, exhausting 300 billion. Reluctantly, Ling Feng had to start by selecting from ordinary entries. He meticulously sifted through all the green entries valued at 1 million, examining each one. It must be noted, there were not many green entries at this price point, most were basic. Yet, after only a few minutes of searching, he suddenly spotted a particularly intriguing entry. Conceal Breath. Green. You can obscure part of your aura, rendering individuals with less than 20 of your strength unable to perceive your presence, but it must be used in dim lighting. Additionally, those with less than 20 of your strength cannot detect your power. This entry was rather lackluster, as it could only conceal 1 from those whose strength was 5 times inferior. In other words, if your strength were at the silver 5th heaven, only those beneath the silver 1st heaven would remain unaware of your realm and position. Indeed, it was quite ineffective. Moreover, it required concealment in darkness. Goodness. This would hardly serve anyone but the most unscrupulous of individuals attempting to sneak peeks in bathrooms, let alone in combat. Thus, its price was quite modest. However, Ling Feng noted that its purple variant was far more costly. Merge with darkness. Purple. You can hide all your aura, making it impossible for those with less than twice your strength to perceive your presence. They will also be unable to investigate your realm. The price for this powerful assassination type entry was a staggering 50 billion per stone, making it quite expensive. This was an immensely potent assassination entry. With it, as long as the opponent's combat power did not exceed double yours, a successful ambush was highly probable. If it could be upgraded to gold, one could only speculate the extent of its effectiveness. However, it was certain to reach at least 5 times, possibly even tenfold. Without hesitation, Ling Feng chose to make the purchase. In an instant, the remaining 200 billion was entirely spent. Of course, it was not fully depleted. Ling Feng had retained a few billion, originally intending to save for a gold entry. Little did he know, his father had left him an inheritance. That small fortune was more than sufficient for Ling Feng to acquire a plethora of silver entries, which would serve as an emergency fund. Ding. Your order has been successfully placed. You have purchased the entry stones. Conceal breath. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 2 billion. Moderately talented. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 100 billion. Medicinal cuisine. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 60 billion. Fury. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 20 billion. Fire control. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 60 billion. Soul extinguisher. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 20 billion. Soul extinguisher. White, 20,000 units. Value, 2 billion. Mighty strength. Green, 20,000 units. Value, 2 billion. Total expenditure, 300 4 billion. Due to the substantial value of your purchase, expedited delivery will be utilized, with the earliest arrival time estimated at 4 hours and 35 minutes. Thank you for your support. From the Federal Store. A notification sound echoed in Ling Feng's mind. However, he pondered, with this series of fervent purchases of entry stones, would anyone uncover any clues? At this moment, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. After all, his inexplicably formidable talent lacked a discernible origin, and he frequently purchased vast quantities of low-tier entries, which bore striking similarities to his high-tier ones. This could easily attract suspicion. There was even a chance that they could deduce his ability to stack and upgrade entries. Although it seemed far-fetched, this world was replete with imaginative minds, and his situation was exceedingly conspicuous. This time it was limited to Blue Water Star. When the next opportunity to upgrade to gold arises, the number of entries needed would exceed what Blue Water Star could provide. By then, more individuals would likely deduce his circumstances. It appeared that he would have to rely on his own efforts to hunt ferocious beasts and foreign races to obtain entry stones. With this thought, Ling Feng grew solemn. At present, his strength was insufficient for self-protection. However, having made the purchases, he resolved not to dwell on it further. Fortunately, the entries he required could be found in many divine realms, where fierce beasts abundant in these entries roamed. With his fortuitous talent, he merely needed to hunt relentlessly, and he would nearly guarantee the acquisition of green entry stones. Even high-tier entries could be easily obtained. In due time, self-sufficiency would be effortlessly achievable. With this in mind, Ling Feng began searching the marketplace and swiftly located items that might enhance his soul value. Soul crystal, mysterious stones formed from the remains of bizarre extraterrestrial entities, containing a chaotic essence of soul power, challenging to absorb. However, they can be refined to extract pure soul essence, which can enhance soul strength. Prices vary according to grade. The price of this soul crystal is quite reasonable, and it contains an exceptionally potent soul energy. A 5th-tier soul crystal is sufficient for Ling Feng to elevate his soul realm to the 4th-tier martial emperor level. Should he acquire a 6th-tier soul crystal, once his attribute upgrades to golden energy efficiency, he should be able to directly ascend to the 1st tier of the 5th-tier martial sovereign realm. However, upon inspecting the price, he found that a 6th-tier soul crystal commands a hefty sum of 1 billion. This price is approximately twice that of the flesh and blood of beasts of the same tier. Calculating further, the cost of high-energy potions cannot be deemed inexpensive either. A single potion requires the essence of several 6th-tier ferocious beasts. The estimated production cost is around 20 billion, with a selling price of merely 30 billion. Remarkably valuable. He resolves to purchase more in the future. After much contemplation, Ling Feng decided to directly acquire a 6th-tier soul crystal. He aimed to remedy his shortcomings, though he currently does not require an excess of soul-based combat power. Moreover, he needs to supplement his soul cultivation techniques and martial arts, which is rather troublesome and not an immediate concern. Primarily, he is short on funds. After placing the order, Ling Feng began to fully refine the power of the high-energy potion. At this moment, his vitality had been stagnating at 9,999 points for quite some time. This time, he needed to break through this bottleneck. With all his might, he activated his abilities, and instantly, the Devour Earth attribute burst forth with a dazzling silver radiance. The power of the attribute promptly refined 1/10 of the high-energy potion, unleashing a ferocious surge of vitality throughout Ling Feng's body. At that moment, he distinctly felt every inch of his muscles tearing apart. However, despite the tearing, the strength of his muscles began to escalate dramatically. The vitality, which had previously ceased to increase, was now propelled beyond its limits, reaching an astounding 10,000 points. Ling Feng's innate talent was already formidable, even without this brutal breakthrough. He would have merely needed a day to achieve this. Yet, Ling Feng seemed disinclined to wait even a single day. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the martial sovereign realm. A cold notification echoed from the void. This was the voice of the divine domain's will. Ling Feng felt a surge of curiosity regarding the origin of this voice and the nature of the attributes. Could it be that this is a game world? However, the realism of it all quickly dispelled that notion. The inhabitants of this world cannot engage in monster slaying to level up. It must merely be an attributes world altered by some form of rules. As Chapter 36 titled Devour Heaven, Gold unfolded, the terrifying speed of devouring became apparent. The voice of the divine domain's will was perceived as entirely normal by the people of this world, akin to the natural need to eat when one is hungry, as if it were an inherent part of existence. After all, this phenomenon had persisted since the earliest records of civilization in this realm. However, as Ling Feng pondered, he was suddenly struck by waves of excruciating pain, and it dawned on him that his body had been torn apart like that of a bloodied wretch. Such violent breakthroughs are best avoided. The pain is indeed unbearable. Ling Feng, with no choice but to endure, closed his eyes and began to slowly absorb the vitality within the high-energy potion. This vitality gradually commenced the healing of Ling Feng's bodily injuries. With the aid of this vitality, his body soon began to scab over. By the next morning, it would likely be fully restored. The speed of recovery was nothing short of remarkable, nearly 100 times faster than normal. This was also a benefit of the devouring attribute. Yet, he wondered if this recovery speed could be enhanced. If so, combined with his devouring attribute, it would be extraordinary. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled that such attributes should exist. "Young master, the items you ordered have arrived." Just then, an elderly voice called from outside. So soon? Ling Feng was taken aback and glanced at the time. The healing and advancement had already consumed several hours. Indeed, time flies when one is immersed in cultivation. Ling Feng mused. He then exited the room. "Young master." Your body, however, upon seeing Ling Feng, covered in scars, the elder was taken aback. It appeared akin to the side effects of forcibly enhancing combat prowess. "No matter. Just a minor issue. Where are the items?" Ling Feng inquired. "They are all stored in the warehouse," the elder replied. He was somewhat puzzled about what exactly Ling Feng had purchased to warrant such a quantity, yet he refrained from asking, respecting everyone's right to privacy. "I will go take a look myself." Ling Feng nodded, indicating that the elder need not accompany him, and the elder promptly left. Soon, Ling Feng arrived at the estate's warehouse, locking the door behind him. Before him lay a series of uniform, massive alloy boxes, each several meters in length, width, and height, all neatly arranged. Approaching the boxes, Ling Feng placed his hand upon one. Beep. Gene detection successful. Identity confirmed. As intricate patterns illuminated the box, the locked container slowly opened. Within, rows of neatly arranged green oracle stones appeared before Ling Feng's eyes. This crate contained 10,000 devouring-type oracle stones. Without hesitation, he began the extraction process. Now equipped with experience, he opted to simply pick up the oracle stones and select extraction, discarding the results without a glance. He swiftly picked up a second oracle stone. His pace was significantly quicker than before, nearly utilizing one stone in just over half a second. At this rate, he would require less than 2 hours to upgrade a single attribute to gold. Of course, to complete all the attributes would likely take 2 to 3 days. Thus, Ling Feng first sought out the soul crystal, crushing it and mixing it with water to drink. He had to admit, consuming this substance directly was quite unpleasant. He wondered if there might be a method for external devouring of the devouring attribute in the future. Buzz. In the next moment, a refreshing power began to spread from Ling Feng's abdomen, surging deep into his body. At that instant, Ling Feng's mental clarity surged, and even his speed of thought experienced a substantial enhancement, with this sensation escalating rapidly. Ling Feng opened his attribute panel and was astonished to discover his soul value was swiftly increasing at a rate of several points per minute. If this pace continued, within a day, his soul value would reach the martial sovereign realm. Concurrently, this enhancement of his soul allowed Ling Feng to perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense his surroundings within a few meters, and as his soul value increased, this range gradually expanded. This was the legendary divine consciousness. However, Due to the absence of corresponding techniques or talent attributes, this sensation remained rather vague, akin to a dreamlike state. He wondered if, once the attribute of the soul extinguisher was enhanced, it might indeed achieve the legendary effect of killing unseen. Ling Feng felt a surge of anticipation. He then began to rapidly extract the devouring type attributes. Time flowed by, second by second. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, medicinal cuisine. Green, 20,000. The attribute has been upgraded to Devour Heaven. Gold, capable of devouring all things in the universe to enhance oneself. More than 2 hours later, the devouring type entry underwent a complete upgrade, and the golden entry devourer of the heavens materialized instantaneously. At that moment, Ling Feng felt the soul crystal powder and the potency of the high-energy elixir within his body depleting at an alarming rate. Boom, boom. 2 surges of frenzied heat enveloped his entire being, and the injuries that once plagued Ling Feng began to mend at an astonishing pace. Upon introspection, he realized that the rate of increase in both his physical and spiritual attributes had skyrocketed tenfold. At this rate, within just a few hours, he would completely refine both powers. How amusing. He had initially thought the high-energy elixir would last 3 days, but now it seemed it would only endure for a few hours. Ling Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. However, he could not suppress an upgrade. It was inevitable. Resolutely, he decided to proceed with drawing, starting with the Soul Reaper. Ling Feng promptly opened all the remaining boxes of Oracle Stones, and soon found several white boxes. From within, he extracted the entry for Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper, white, allows direct soul attacks on enemies, though the intensity is too low. Only effective against those with soul power less than 1/10 of one's own. Upon seeing this entry, Ling Feng was momentarily bewildered. Other entries typically enhanced combat power based on existing strength. Yet this Soul Reaper only boasted a mere 10% of its potential power. Meaning if one had a soul value of 10, it would only affect those with a soul value below 1. While it is true that half of the martial artists do not focus on soul cultivation, as they progress, their soul value generally increases, typically around 1/10 of their physical value. Some may dedicate time to cultivate soul-related techniques, reaching levels of 5 or 6/10. Of course, Ling Feng was an exception. He derived his strength from devouring power, lacking the time for such accumulation. His greatest shortcoming lay in his soul value. However, that was in the past. The current Ling Feng would transform his soul into his most formidable trump card, perhaps even without rival. Chapter 37 Soul Annihilator. Gold Soul Explosion. Martial Sovereign and Terror. Ling Feng's terrifying prowess. Clearly, this white entry for Soul Reaper would struggle against martialists of the same level, let alone soul cultivators of equal rank. No wonder the Soul Reaper is hailed as one of the most formidable professions. The reason for the white entry's surprisingly low value becomes evident. Nevertheless, as Ling Feng continued to upgrade, he soon recognized the entry's true might. Soul Reaper, green, can condense soul power into an ethereal soul blade, directly attacking an enemy's soul. Effective against enemies with soul values not exceeding one's own. Soul Reaper, blue, can alter soul power at will, directly attacking an enemy's soul. Enhances soul attack power, 500. Upon reaching the blue entry, the effects of this entry matched that of other entries of equivalent rank. It was now time for the Soul Reaper to showcase its true prowess. Finally, after upgrading the entry to silver, the white Oracle Stones were fully consumed, and Ling Feng began utilizing the green Oracle Stones for further enhancement. Before long, the green Oracle Stones were entirely depleted. Beep. You have drawn the entry. Soul Reaper. Green, 20,000. The entry has upgraded to Soul Annihilator. Gold. Soul power is versatile, possessing formidable soul pressure, enhancing soul attacks, 4,000. Additionally, significantly increases comprehension speed of soul cultivation techniques and martial skills. Special effect, soul pressure. Gold. Soul power instantly expands to its limits. All attributes of everyone within range decrease by 50. In an instant, the entry began to load. Boom. In that moment, an unfathomable wave of soul pressure erupted from Ling Feng's sea of consciousness. This soul pressure began to expand uncontrollably. Wherever it reached, all beings trembled in the depths of their souls. Within seconds, the entirety of the Imperial Capital University was enveloped by this terrifying pressure. From ordinary citizens to martial sovereign-level powerhouses, everyone felt a shiver down their spines, nearly collapsing to the ground. What was happening? Such an intimidating aura. Where did it come from? Could it be a martial saint? No, this was not the pressure of blood and chi. It was mental pressure. Could it be that Senior Qing Xian has broken through? No, this was the soul pressure of the Soul Reaper. Could it be a Soul Reaper of martial sovereign caliber? A Soul Reaper. How could such a powerful being appear on our blue water star? Suddenly, the martial sovereigns above the Imperial Capital University turned pale. Even the martial sovereign-level council members were drenched in sweat. This force instilled a profound sense of threat. Should it unleash its full power, it could potentially shatter their souls. Those martial sovereigns who had not cultivated soul techniques were gripped by sheer terror. If the Soul Reaper truly targeted them, a single thought could render them soulless shells. To put it bluntly, they would suffer profound brain death. In that moment, they were all in a state of panic. Fortunately, this aura only lingered for a few minutes before gradually dissipating. The upper echelons of the Imperial Capital University collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain within the Imperial Capital University, an ethereal elder levitated cross-legged in a bamboo house, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. What an immense soul aura! Although the quantity was not overwhelmingly powerful, its quality was exceptionally dense. Could it be a practitioner of a remarkably potent soul technique? Or perhaps a soul reaper entry of purple grade or higher? As the most potent mentalist, Qing Xian could naturally sense the formidable nature of this aura. However, this power was not about rank, it was about intensity. The mere thought that it could be a purple or even a higher grade soul reaper entry left Qing Xian astounded. It is worth noting that high-level soul reaper entries above blue are priced even higher than ordinary entries of a higher rank. A purple soul reaper entry could fetch trillions. While the blue ones are not as exorbitant, they still range around 3 to 4 billion. Why? Because of their terrifying combat power that could nearly annihilate martial artists in an instant. This price is not only justified, but represents extraordinary value. Furthermore, high-level soul reapers can crush even soul cultivators of the same level. For instance, when two soul reapers and mentalists of equal soul values, cultivation techniques, and martial skills engage in combat, the victor will invariably be the soul reaper. This is because while the mentalist's spiritual barrier is formidable, how long can it withstand the onslaught? Conversely, the soul reaper's soul barrier can endure the bombardment of psychic energy. Nevertheless, the downside of the soul reaper is that mastering their martial techniques is exceedingly challenging. Even a mere third-tier martial technique is comparably difficult to an ordinary fifth-tier martial technique. One can only hope that such a powerful soul reaper is merely passing through. Qing Xian sighed deeply. Such a prodigious talent is not someone Blue Water Star can afford to offend, and they dare not even trace its origins. Should they provoke this individual, life on Blue Water Star would become unbearable once they reach their full potential. At this moment, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness had expanded across the entire school, akin to having a divine perspective. He could distinctly sense the terror of the Imperial Capital University as powerhouses upon witnessing his soul annihilation prowess. Soul Annihilator. The names of the golden attributes have unexpectedly changed. This god should not be the deity of divine spirits, but rather the deity of souls. Nevertheless, one must admit, it sounds far more imposing. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of the Soul Destroyer. In that fleeting moment, he felt capable of annihilating the majority of the martial sovereigns at the Imperial Capital University with ease, and that too while they remained utterly defenseless. The sheer terror of the Soul Destroyer is evident. It is worth noting that although Ling Feng has reached the second level of the martial sect, the prospect of slaying a martial sovereign in full force is still somewhat daunting. After all, most martial sovereigns possess purple attributes, and the lowest level of the potential Dragon Tower reaches at least 50 floors. To transcend a major realm and defeat such adversaries presents considerable difficulty. Furthermore, upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, every minor advancement doubles all attributes. The challenge of overcoming opponents in higher tiers will only escalate in the future. However, under these circumstances, his Soul Destroyer can effortlessly eliminate foes. The might of the Soul Destroyer is truly formidable, especially without any soul-related martial techniques or methods at his disposal. Once the upgrade of all attributes is complete, he intends to seek suitable techniques and martial arts. The Golden Talent attribute should facilitate swift mastery, and the fact that the Soul Destroyer can also enhance the cultivation speed of soul techniques is something even silver attributes lack. Chapter 38. Ling Xian is alive. Battle Power Amplification, 42,000 times. God of Slaughter. Undoubtedly, the most formidable aspect is this soul pressure, which can actually diminish the combat capability of adversaries. Quite terrifying indeed. It appears that once attributes attain a golden level, they undergo a metamorphosis. For instance, the Devourer of Heaven. Ling Feng mused as he grasped at the void. Buzz. In an instant, a substance resembling black flame erupted from his hand. This was the Devourer of Heaven's intrinsic devouring flame. This is what Ling Feng referred to as external devouring. Upon consuming something, the flame would return to his body, instantly nourishing him with all absorbed nutrients. Now, Ling Feng can truly devour the heavens. As for the previous so-called Earth Devourer, that was mere sensationalism. How could one devour the Earth? By biting it. Let us continue. I am eager to see the benefits of other attributes upgrading to golden. Ling Feng felt a sense of anticipation. Subsequently, he swiftly extracted the fire control attribute. Naturally, he also tested whether he could use the devouring flame to consume the Oracle Stone. While it could indeed devour and replenish strength, consuming a white Oracle Stone was akin to devouring the energy of an ordinary first-tier energy crystal. Of course, energy crystals are still valuable, priced at 10,000 each. The energy they contain is roughly equivalent to that derived from devouring a first-tier ferocious beast. Meanwhile, The energy gained from consuming a green oracle stone is comparable to that of a second-tier energy crystal, surpassing that of a third-tier ferocious beast. Moreover, it seems that this power can only be utilized by individuals like Ling Feng, who possess devouring-type attributes. Nevertheless, this has its uses. Should he hunt ferocious beasts and obtain oracle stones, it is certain that he will acquire some unnecessary white and green oracle stones. It is far better to devour them for strength than to leave them on the ground for others to collect. Ling Feng was satisfied with the devouring effect, which nearly matched the energy contained in flesh of equal price. Naturally, rare attribute oracle stones are incomparable and can only be compared to the cheapest ones. Ding. You have extracted the attribute Fire Control. Green, 20,000. The attribute has upgraded to True Sunfire. Gold. You can control the legendary True Sunfire, capable of incinerating all. Moreover, the fire's power has increased to 4,000. Special effect, can detonate stars. However, the moment the special effect of the True Sunfire appeared, it left Ling Feng utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Detonate a star? Are you serious? Ling Feng was completely bewildered. A star? Those are stars. Even the smallest ones are immensely formidable, with a diameter at least dozens of times that of Earth. The larger ones are thousands of times larger. Currently, the largest star detected in the Milky Way has a diameter of an astonishing 7 billion kilometers. That is millions of times the volume of our sun. If such a star were to explode, even a martial god would perish. And yet, this True Sunfire can detonate stars. Wait a moment, this attribute is not right. It is indeed powerful, but this is tantamount to a death wish. A gamble of life for life. Suddenly, Ling Feng regained his composure. Although possessing the True Sunfire would undoubtedly grant him exceptional resistance to flames, the explosion of a star would reach temperatures in the hundreds of millions of degrees. Even the True Sunfire would likely falter against such heat. Thus, it seems this attribute is merely for show. Nonetheless, one cannot deny its impressive nature. At the very least, it offers a chance to gamble one's life, an opportunity that other talents lack. With this in mind, Ling Feng resolved to continue. Next up is the talent. The green talent attribute is named Talent Acceptable. Green, capable of enhancing cultivation speed by tenfold. It is indeed a remarkably powerful talent attribute. Its price is also quite steep, 5 times that of ordinary attributes. Should it reach the blue attribute level, the price would escalate to 10 times that of equivalent attributes. Ding. You have extracted the attribute Talent Acceptable. Green, 20,000. The attribute has upgraded to Ascending to the Sun. Gold. Cultivation talent increased by 100,000 times. Special effect. Epiphany. Gold. Every period, an epiphany can be achieved once, during which cultivation speed for martial techniques increases by 1,000 times. Duration, 1 hour. Recharge, 0. Unlimited. Attribute special effect. Can directly stack with the talent attribute recharge. To fully charge a golden talent's epiphany requires 1 silver talent attribute. However, the special effect of this talent attribute took Ling Feng's breath away. 1 epiphany results in a cultivation speed of 100,000 times. Moreover, this is in addition to the original 100,000 times cultivation speed. Although it lasts only 1 hour, that hour equates to a staggering 40 days of regular cultivation. Over a month. A golden talent cultivating for more than a month? Ling Feng calculated, good heavens. He could likely reach perfection in 7th or 8th tier techniques. Furthermore, he only needs to charge a silver talent attribute to utilize it once. If Ling Feng were to use a white one, it would require 500 million for a single use. 500 million is a trivial amount, exceedingly low. Presently, Ling Feng is fully capable of hunting those formidable ferocious beasts with blue attributes. Each one yields several hundred million in rewards. If fortune favors him and he manages to acquire a purple attribute, he could stand to gain hundreds of millions at the very least. Dreadful, I am out of money. Otherwise, once I obtain suitable soul cultivation techniques or martial arts, I could immediately use the epiphany. Ling Feng felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was still a destitute hound. No, I must find some money to spend. Or perhaps, I should seek out monsters in divine realms that possess the acceptable talent attribute to grind for experience. After all, selling purple oracle stones once or twice is manageable. But if it becomes frequent, how would I explain it? That I harvested them all myself? Is one truly so fortunate by mere chance? Is this inheritance merely a gift from his father? Does his father possess such a vast fortune? Well, it seems fortuitous, particularly as he finds himself devoid of the high-energy potions necessary for his cultivation. Embarking on a quest to level up would simultaneously replenish his sustenance. With these thoughts, Ling Feng resolved his next steps. Nevertheless, he decided to upgrade the remaining entries first. After all, there were not many left. The entries still pending enhancement were Concealment, Fury, and Gigantic Strength. He wondered if the unique effects of these 3 could yield any delightful surprises. Subsequently, Ling Feng grasped the Gigantic Strength entry and initiated the lottery for its upgrade. Ding. You have drawn the entry Gigantic Strength. Green, 20,000. The entry has been upgraded to Sky-Shattering Force. Gold, Pure Strength Entry. Strength Enhancement, 4,000. Special Effect, requires the collection of 4 primary body entries to activate. However, Ling Feng was taken aback to discover that this special effect could not be activated just yet. It could only be unlocked upon gathering all 4 entries. A prerequisite that seemed rather daunting. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Feng had an inkling that if he did manage to collect them all, it might produce an exceedingly formidable effect. After all, acquiring 4 golden entries was no easy feat. Moreover, as the strength entry ascended to gold, his high-energy potions were completely refined, and his power and vitality surged to 32,000 points, placing him at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm, coupled with a 40-fold enhancement. His strength skyrocketed to an astonishing 2 billion kilograms. Never mind, I shall upgrade the other entries first. With that thought, Ling Feng dismissed his concern over the special effect and directly opened the Oracle Stone box housing the Fury entry. He began by utilizing a white Oracle Stone to elevate the effect of concealment to silver. Following that, he employed a green Oracle Stone, and in no time, Fury's level ascended to gold. Ding! You have drawn the entry. Fury. Green, 20,000. Rage. White, 20,000. The entry has been upgraded to God of Slaughter. Gold. Description: enter the path of killing. Infused with murderous intent. All attributes enhanced. 800. During the activation period, stamina consumption is multiplied by 100. Special effect: kill, kill, kill. Gold. Unleash endless murderous intent. Completely lose rationality. All attributes 400. This effect will automatically deactivate once stamina is exhausted or when no living beings are within sight. The stronger the power, the more cautious you must be. Heed this warning. Upon the upgrade of Fury to gold, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the enhancement effects. An increase of 800 was nothing short of 8-fold. This could be compounded with all other strength enhancements. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was the special effect. An elevation of all attributes by 400. Good heavens, this effect is directly additive to the existing foundation. Thus, this entry could amplify his combat power by 3,200. If Ling Feng's previous enhancement was 100 times, then with everything activated, it would now amount to a staggering 3,200 times combat power enhancement. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of this escalation. However, the cautionary note regarding the special effect was concerning. It seems even the will of the divine realm acknowledges the terrifying nature of this entry. Is this what golden entries entail? It does appear to be exceedingly formidable. What kind of terrifying combat power would those among the human race wield who have mastered other golden entries? Ling Feng's curiosity was piqued. Yet, when the stakes of life and death arise, one must utilize it regardless. As long as one lives, possibilities abound. Once dead, all is lost. He then proceeded to activate the concealment entry, commencing its upgrade as well. Ding! You have drawn the entry. Concealment. Green, 20,000. Concealment. White, 20,000. The entry has been upgraded to merge with the heavens and earth. Goal. Description: completely conceal oneself amidst the cosmos. Those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800 times your own will be unable to perceive your location. Special effect: shadow assassination. Gold. Upon revealing from a concealed state, your strongest strike's power is 200. The emergence of this entry caused Ling Feng to raise an eyebrow. This entry possesses certain peculiar attributes. Concealment is contingent on comprehensive strength. This means it can synergize with all of Ling Feng's entries. No, it's not merely synergy. It's a multiplication effect akin to that of the God of Slaughter. For instance, if Ling Feng is currently at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm with a comprehensive explosive power of 100 times, his enemy would need a combat power 800 times that of the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm to detect his presence. Moreover, shadow assassination is a terrifying effect that can also multiply with Ling Feng's comprehensive combat power. Ling Feng could easily hide in the shadows, invoking the God of Slaughter's murderous intent, augmented by the special effect, thereby elevating his strength to its zenith and then unleashing a full-force strike. At the moment of emergence, his combat power could double due to shadow assassination. One can only fathom the sheer terror of such might. A staggering 64 times peak combat power enhancement. Ling Feng calculated meticulously. His current combat power enhancement was at 40 times. Adding his marksmanship, it becomes 60 times. Furthermore, his martial skills amplify combat power by an additional 12 times. This means his foundational combat power could reach 700 times. If he were to invoke the combined forces of the God of Slaughter and Shadow Assassination, the instantaneous combat power could exceed 42,000 times. With such a strike, even those several realms above Ling Feng would likely be unable to withstand it. To be candid, these golden entries have somewhat surpassed Ling Feng's expectations. Moreover, the thought of a 42,000 times enhancement raises a pressing concern. Can my body withstand such an onslaught? I must be cautious. A single strike might annihilate both my foe and myself. Ling Feng could not help but feel a wave of trepidation. He was fortunate not to have recklessly tested it, for it could have led to his own demise. Defensive entries must be prioritized without delay, otherwise, one might not even comprehend how they met their end. Of course, the might of golden entries is magnified by Ling Feng's ability to stack numerous entries together. An ordinary individual, even with a few golden entries, would not experience such a terrifying enhancement if their entries could not synergize. Subsequently, Ling Feng opened his attributes to take a glance. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial sovereign, 3rd level. Vitality, 32,000. Soul, 10,210. Cultivation technique, heavenly fire divine ascension, proficient. 8th tier mid-grade. Martial skill, sky splitter, great achievement, 6th tier, top grade. Entries. Infinity, only level 1. Identical entries can be stacked infinitely for upgrades. Unlimited fusion of entry quantities. God Slayer. Gold, soul strength, 4000. Soul pressure. Sky shattering force. Gold, strength 4000. God of slaughter. Gold. All attributes enhanced. 800. Stamina consumption multiplied by 100. Kill, kill, kill. 400. Merge with the heavens and earth. Gold. Those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800 times your own will be unable to perceive you. Shadow assassination, 200. True solar fire. Gold. Fire 4000. Stellar explosion. Devour heaven. Gold. Devour all to enhance oneself. Devouring flame. 9 heavens divine thunder. Silver. Thunder 2000. Golden armor of pure metal. Silver. Defense 2000. Supersonic. Silver. Movement speed 2000. Phantom hand. Silver. Attack speed 1000. Ascend to daylight. Gold. Cultivation speed 100,000. Enlightenment. 1h 1000 times. Charge 0. Endless vitality. Silver. Stamina 2000. Child of fortune. Silver. Protagonist like luck. Supreme gunmaster. Silver. Gunplay power 2000. Gazing at the impressive array of attributes, even Ling Feng found himself momentarily dazzled. Indeed, it was rather overwhelming. However, it must be said that the amalgamation of these traits had led to a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Yet, what precisely was the grade of the golden attribute? Regrettably, he found himself devoid of funds. Otherwise, he would have tested the waters. Ling Feng's brow arched. The sheer potency of this golden attribute foretold that those above gold were truly formidable. Ling Feng began to feel a sense of anticipation. Of course, in accordance with his usual luck, to upgrade even the most mediocre golden attribute would likely require trillions, perhaps even more. After all, that was a tier of attributes never before seen among humanity. Nevertheless, the higher the demand, the more enticing the challenge, right? Moreover, the effects could potentially be even more powerful. Ling Feng chuckled at the thought. However, his amusement was short-lived. Wait a moment. Had he not spent an inordinate amount of time extracting these attributes? Suddenly, Ling Feng remembered. This thought prompted him to hurriedly activate his biological intelligence brain and check the time. Goodness, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Each attribute took over 2 hours, and some took as long as 5 hours. Adding it all up, it amounted to a full day. He promptly opened his social media app and was instantly bombarded by a flurry of messages from Zhao Shuya. He clicked to read. Little madwoman. Are you not coming out yet? Time is running out. Hurry up. The warehouse door 1T open. I'm going ahead. Good luck to you. Oh no. Ching Swansea has called roll. You've been caught skipping class. Ling Feng was speechless. Do they still call roll these days? Wait. It seemed not to matter. Just don't come back. Ching Swansea said you don't need to come anymore. Perhaps it's a privilege granted because of your extraordinary talent. The last message made Ling Feng's lips twitch. Are you certain that's what Ching Swansea meant? Not that he should take a hike? Forget it. It didn't matter. With his current strength, why attend class at all? Ling Feng quickly reassured himself. With that thought, he stepped out of the warehouse. Young master. Just as he exited the warehouse, old Zhou swooped in and landed beside Ling Feng. Have you been waiting for me? Ling Feng was taken aback. After all, the other party was a martial sovereign. There was no need for such diligence. It is my duty. Old Zhou replied with a slight smile. However, his smile soon faltered. Young master, have you broken through to martial sovereign? Old Zhou suddenly inquired. Yes, just now. Why do you ask? Ling Feng nodded. There was no reason to conceal this. Was it wrong for him to possess such powerful devouring attributes? Of course, he merely concealed his realm to the 1st level, with his current strength. Even if Sikong Zhen were several times stronger, he would not detect anything amiss. After all, a battle power enhancement of 40,000 times was no trivial matter. Before the emergence of these golden attributes, Ling Feng's combat power could barely contend with a 1st-level martial sovereign. Now, he could likely vanquish a 6th or 7th-level martial sovereign in an instant. The primary reason being, upon reaching martial sovereign, his combat power doubled with each realm ascension. The combat power of a 6th-level martial sovereign was 32 times that of the 1st level. The 7th level was even 64 times. It seems that fate has not favored us, young master. Your strength has undoubtedly surpassed mine. I, as your guardian, have become obsolete. Just as I once guarded young Master Ling Xian. Old Zhou sighed with resignation. By the way, you mentioned that you were once my father's guardian. Does that mean you were quite familiar with him? Upon hearing this, Ling Feng grew curious. His father's secrets were numerous. Initially, he thought he was merely an ordinary martial emperor, only to later learn that he was the Grand Commander of Kaiyun City, capable of slaying 5th-level ferocious beasts. Furthermore, he discovered that his father's strength was far from simple, as evidenced by the 90-plus levels of the Hidden Dragon Tower. Thus, he was quite intrigued by Ling Xian. Moreover, there was his mother. Speaking of which, it seemed he only knew her name. Everything else remained a mystery. The information provided by Sikong Shuyun contained only scant details about Ling Xian, while his mother was merely mentioned in passing, with no information regarding her origins or family. All of this remained an enigma. Somewhat familiar, yes. However, I do not possess many of his secrets. Nevertheless, there is one thing I have long wished to convey to you. Upon hearing Ling Feng's inquiry, Old Zhou's demeanor suddenly turned serious. What is it? Ling Feng was taken aback. Ling Xian is absolutely not dead. However, Old Zhou's next words caused Ling Feng's pupils to constrict, leaving him frozen in place. Not dead. How could that be? Numerous people witnessed it. Chapter 39. The 9 Turns of Soul Refinement. Thousands of soul blades. Ling Feng could hardly believe it, wanting to argue that many from Kaiyun City had seen him perish with a 5th-level ferocious beast. However, as he considered this, he fell silent. Perishing alongside a 5th-level beast? Was that even possible? Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Before graduating from university, Ling Xian had already reached Martial Sovereign and had even ventured into the Xiantian Divine Domain. After graduating, he vanished for a year. By the time he reappeared, it was already in Kaiyun City. What had transpired during that year? Setting aside that question, had his combat power truly fallen to that of a martial emperor? It was hard to believe. Even if it had diminished, could a 5th-level ferocious beast truly kill him? What I wish to convey is not merely about his strength. It concerns something else. He possesses an attribute that fewer than 3 people, including myself, are likely aware of. That attribute is a healing type, capable of rapidly mending injuries. I do not know its exact level, but once, when he was still a martial emperor, we were pursued by a 6th-level ferocious beast. I witnessed him use a forbidden type attribute, sacrificing half of his body to gain immense combat power and ultimately slay the 6th-level beast, saving me. I initially believed he was doomed, given that it was half of his body. Moreover, we were in a desolate star on a savage divine realm where no means of healing could be found. However, as it turns out, I was utterly mistaken. Just 1 hour later, his body had completely regrown. Old Zhou recounted slowly, still in disbelief even now. As he spoke, Ling Feng's eyes widened in shock. A sacrificial attribute, combined with a healing attribute? Goodness, was his father truly that powerful? Did it mean that his prowess in the Hidden Dragon Tower had not been fully realized, perhaps utilizing only half, or even a fraction of his strength? This implied that the 5th-level ferocious beast could not have possibly killed him. But where had he gone? Ling Feng's brow furrowed deeply. What could have compelled my father to abandon me, a mere month old, alongside my mother, vanishing without a trace? This was undoubtedly not mere happenstance. There must have been a reason. Alas, I possess no knowledge of it. My recollections of him only extend to the moment when I, along with the former speaker, escorted him to the Xiantian star system. I am aware that he successfully passed the trials of the Xiantian Divine Domain, gaining entry into its realm. After that, he fell silent, which is not unusual. After all, it is common for extraordinary talents to remain within the Xiantian Divine Domain for several years, sometimes even decades. For years, I believed he had yet to return from the Divine Domain. It was only after your arrival that I obtained his information. He reappeared in Kaiyun City less than a year after entering the Xiantian Divine Domain. If I am not mistaken, your mother must be a person from the Xiantian Divine Domain. This implies that the entire chain of events began after his entrance into that realm. The answers to all these mysteries may well lie within the Xiantian Divine Domain, and it is up to you to unravel them. Old Zhou gazed at Ling Feng and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. The sudden disappearance and subsequent return with his mother, who has no records, surely indicates she is someone who has returned from the Xiantian Divine Domain. Even if she is not from the Xiantian Divine Domain, she cannot possibly be from Blue Water Star. Otherwise, Sikongjian would have been able to investigate her. Thank you, Old Zhou. If it were not for you, I would still be oblivious to the possibility that my parents are alive. Ling Feng could not help but express his gratitude. It is of no consequence. I spent only 2 years with Ling Xian, yet we have shared experiences that could be deemed life and death friendships. If you manage to find him, I will be genuinely pleased. Old Zhou replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan also inquired further about Ling Xian from Old Zhou. He discovered that his estimations were indeed correct. Based on Ling Xian's displayed prowess, his combat strength undoubtedly surpassed 100-fold. He likely refrained from fully demonstrating his capabilities within the Hidden Dragon Tower to avoid discouraging others. After all, without the talent to breach the Hidden Dragon Tower, passing the trials of the Xiantian Divine Domain would be exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, Ling Feng departed the estate and made his way to the library, intent on acquiring 2 soul cultivation techniques and martial arts. He sought the highest-rated techniques and martial arts that would enhance combat efficacy. Upon arriving at the library, Ling Feng addressed the librarian directly. Beep. Initiating search. The librarian responded, and within a mere second, an array of techniques and martial arts materialized on either side. Ling Feng began by examining the techniques. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a commendable technique. Technique: 9 transformations of soul refinement. Rank: 6th tier exquisite. Description: a soul cultivation technique specialized for soul extinguishers and mentalists. Comprising 9 transformations. Each transformation enhances soul strength by 50, unleashing even greater power. Upon reaching the 9th transformation, soul strength can attain 450. Warning: this technique was originally ranked as 7th tier exquisite, but is exceedingly difficult to master. It surpasses the challenge of ordinary 8th tier techniques. Hence its demotion to 6th tier exquisite. The reason it is classified as 6th tier exquisite is that, thus far, the highest achievement by practitioners has only reached the 6th transformation. Note: soul cultivation techniques are inherently more challenging than physical cultivation techniques. Please choose with caution. The introduction of this technique is remarkably impressive, being purely a soul enhancement technique. However, its difficulty is daunting. Fortunately for Ling Feng, difficulty is not an obstacle. He can always rely on moments of enlightenment. If one attempt fails, he can simply seek enlightenment multiple times. Of course, he estimates that with his current talent, one moment of enlightenment could easily elevate him to the 8th transformation. As he could not obtain 7th tier techniques in the short term, he decided to proceed with this one. With this thought in mind, he then turned his attention to martial arts. Within the martial arts section, he found several that were also incredibly challenging. However, this is primarily due to the inherent difficulty of soul cultivation martial arts. These 6th tier exquisite martial arts are generally more difficult than ordinary 7th tier exquisite martial arts. After much deliberation, Ling Feng quickly made his selection. Martial art: thousands of soul blades. Rank: 6th tier exquisite. Description: a martial art for soul extinguishers. It allows the practitioner to condense the power of the soul into millions of soul blades for attack. It inflicts a lingering soul torment effect on enemies. Not only is its power formidable, but the agony it inflicts is equally terrifying. It is hailed as the most potent form of torture in soul techniques. At the novice level, one can condense one soul blade. Each blade delivers a power of 200. With proficiency, one can condense 10 soul blades. Each blade then inflicts 250 power. After each advancement, the number of soul blades increases by 10. Power enhancement: 50. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the number of soul blades: 10. 000. Power enhancement: 400. This thousands of soul blades is truly the pinnacle among the exquisite. While the power of a single soul blade may be limited, the potential of 10,000 blades at full mastery is terrifying. When unleashed all at once, even a soul cultivator far stronger than oneself would struggle to withstand such a devastating assault. I wonder if a single moment of enlightenment could elevate this to the pinnacle level. It should be feasible. Chapter 40. Want to earn money? Then, naturally, become an alchemist. Ling Feng pondered, filled with anticipation for the effects of utilizing this technique. Without hesitation, he selected these 2 techniques and martial arts. Buzz. In an instant, a wave of memories rapidly transmitted through his biological intellect into Ling Feng's mind, possessing the formidable entries of a soul extinguisher and a golden talent. He merely glanced at the materials, and upon reviewing these memories, he felt a profound understanding of the 2 techniques and martial arts. He estimated that if he were to truly cultivate them, it would take no more than a few hours to grasp the basics. It seems that it is time to hunt fierce beasts for materials. Ling Feng began to contemplate. He has no aversion to acquiring more entries. However, if he could discover a swift means of earning money, he could avoid manual labor altogether. Old Joe, what avenues are there for earning money, aside from hunting fierce beasts and selling oracle stones? Ling Feng curiously inquired as he exited the library, knowing that if there were none, he would have to resort to hunting. Naturally, there are. Upon hearing this, Old Joe promptly nodded. Young master, what do you think is the most important thing in this world? Old Joe asked Ling Feng. That would undoubtedly be strength. Ling Feng answered. Correct, it is strength. And making money through substantial business hinges upon enhancing that strength. Aside from oracle stones and fierce beasts, what other items can accelerate the speed of strength enhancement? Old Joe said with a smile. The moment these words were spoken, Ling Feng instantly comprehended. Alchemist. Ling Feng realized, indeed. He had previously contemplated learning alchemy primarily to save some money, as his expenses were quite considerable. However, with the devouring flame, it seemed he would not need to pursue that path. He could directly consume the corpses of fierce beasts and all materials. Thus he had no intention of learning alchemy. Yet, Old Joe's words made him realize that while alchemy may not be for personal use, it could serve as a quick route to wealth. Did he not see how effortlessly Master Lu earned money? A single 6th tier potion could yield billions. Exactly, being an alchemist is the way to go. Of course, There are also craftsmen and array masters who make money. However, these professions come with prerequisites. One must possess alchemical talent and entries related to flames. Old Joe spoke slowly. I understand. I will go learn right away. However, Ling Feng, upon hearing this, showed no interest and directly headed towards the alchemist tower. Now it was Old Joe's turn to be bewildered. Wait, young master, did you not hear the rest of my words? Old Joe was speechless. Just because you have talent, you must go learn? Nevertheless, he resignedly hurried to catch up. The alchemist tower stood as a magnificent edifice. Numerous students and mentors flowed in and out, all there to purchase potions. True alchemists were easily identifiable, as they donned distinctive alchemist attire. Young master, do you truly wish to learn? Although you are from the hidden dragon class, if you lack talent, the mentors in the alchemy department will not teach you. Old Joe said helplessly to Ling Feng. Ling Feng was indifferent. He naturally did not possess specialized terminology for alchemy. But soon, wouldn't he? Old Joe, you can wait for me to finish my studies. It's safe here. Ling Feng turned back to say to Old Joe. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Old Joe hesitated but eventually nodded and left. Ling Feng proceeded directly to the shopping hall on the first floor. Hello, fellow student. Are you here to purchase potions? A striking senior approached him, likely a part-time sales assistant. Hello, I have an appointment for the alchemist's domain, in area 1024. Ling Feng stated. All right, please follow me. The senior replied, leading Ling Feng towards 1024. Just wait here, and the items will be brought to you. After speaking, the senior departed. Hello, you must be Ling Feng, right? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in an alchemist's robe emerged. On his chest, a silver potion bore an intricate engraving, signifying his status as a fourth-tier alchemist. A first-tier alchemist would have a bronze potion with a single engraving, a second tier would have 2, and a third tier 3. The fourth tier's potion transformed into silver, and so forth. A seventh-tier alchemist potion would be gold. However, even Master Lu was merely a sixth-tier alchemist. The seventh tier was still a distant goal. Indeed, that is me. Ling Feng nodded. I have made an appointment for training in the alchemist's domain. I am your guide, Wang Sun. Please follow me. Wang Sun said with a smile. This is Ling Feng, the extraordinary genius who broke through the hidden dragon tower. Who would have thought he would be interested in the alchemist's domain? He was clearly taken aback. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Ling Feng smiled. Indeed, he planned to first acquire some alchemical terminology in this alchemist's domain. The alchemist's domain was a territory belonging to the goblin race, known for their fervent pursuit of secondary professions, primarily alchemy. This domain was rich in rare medicinal materials, but it also held considerable dangers. The most powerful goblins were comparable to martial arts masters, and even the council leaders dared not act recklessly within this realm. It is no trouble at all. We are honored that you, Ling Feng, are so interested in our alchemist's domain. Moreover, I have heard that your strength is formidable. My role may simply be to guide you. Wang Sun smiled at Ling Feng. You flatter me, Teacher Wang. My strength is quite ordinary. Ling Feng replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. There is no need for modesty, Ling Feng. Let us depart. It will take us 2 hours to reach our destination. Wang Sun chuckled, then led Ling Feng toward another door. Upon opening it, they found a fifth-tier small aircraft. Once aboard, the aircraft roared to life and soared out of the Imperial University. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had flown far beyond the university's confines. During the next 2 hours, Ling Feng did not remain idle. Having just acquired the soul cultivation techniques, he began to meditate and practice in his mind. The method of the 9 revolutions soul refinement was not particularly difficult. It involved rotating the soul power in a special manner to form a vortex. The term 9 revolutions indicated that if one completed a rotation in 1 second, the soul power would be enhanced to the first revolution. Though it seemed simple, 1 rotation per second, this was soul power, encompassing the entirety of one's being, akin to a person rotating every cell in their body to form a vortex. The difficulty was evident. Chapter 41, The Alchemist's Domain, a land abounding with alchemist goblins. However, with the formidable talent of a soul destroyer and the golden training terminology, Ling Feng found the practice surprisingly straightforward. Much quicker than he had anticipated, he reached the first revolution in just half an hour. Once he attained the first revolution, the second was even easier, taking merely 10 minutes. The third consumed half an hour, and the fourth took an hour. This ease was due to the fact that reaching the fourth revolution was merely the entry-level threshold for other techniques. After all, it was a top-tier 7th grade technique. Although rated a level lower, it was still 7th grade. During this period, Ling Feng also utilized his will to begin forming his own soul blade, in accordance with the method of the 1,000 soul blades. As the 2 hours passed, he successfully coalesced 8 soul blades. At this rate, he would reach the proficient level of 10 soul blades in another half hour. Of course, the current number of soul blades was sufficient for the time being. Buzz. Just then, with a resounding boom, the aircraft gradually descended onto a military base. Ling Feng, we have arrived. Wang Sun, at the helm, informed him, before leading Ling Feng off the aircraft. Instantly, they were met with a multitude of aircraft stationed nearby, and many individuals bustling about, some dragging goblin corpses. Many who saw Wang Sun and Ling Feng changed their expressions. Particularly, the fourth-tier alchemist robe worn by Wang Sun prompted several to bow in respect. The status of a fourth-tier alchemist was akin to that of an ordinary fifth-tier martial artist. This is the entrance to the alchemist's domain. Due to its immense value, it has long been under military control, guarded by a master-level warrior. Wang Sun explained to Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded. After all, a place capable of producing alchemical terminology was undoubtedly precious. Following Wang Sun, they soon arrived at a vast square, where a towering spatial portal, reaching a height of 100 meters, came into view. This was the legendary portal to the alchemist's domain. Each spatial rift led to an unknown world. Many individuals entered and exited, but Ling Feng noticed that everyone emerging was required to submit a portion of the oracle stones, half the amount. If someone possessed only one stone, they would face dire consequences, as even that would be confiscated. Certainly, if you have not presented any offerings, then there is no need for you to settle any debts. This is the price of entry. However, these oracle stones are not desired by any individual, but are utilized as the cost of guarding this divine realm. The annual military expenditure of this base amounts to no less than 1 billion. Such funds can only be deducted from these oracle stones. Of course, if the value exceeds 1 million, the surplus is yours. Wang Sun elaborated. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. Only bronze and silver-ranked warriors are permitted to enter, else the entrance would have long been overrun by the goblin army. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Wang Sun led Ling Feng forward. Buzz! With a surge of spatial fluctuation, the two were enveloped into the rift. Ling Feng merely blinked, and suddenly found himself amidst a sea of flames, as waves of heat surged towards him. Upon focusing, he realized he had entered a world of crimson cliffs, with numerous fissures in the ground seeping molten lava. This realm abounds with ferocious fire-based beasts, and should fortune favor him, he might even uncover advanced fire control inscriptions. Moreover, with diligent searching, one could easily find fire-related spiritual herbs. As for the goblins, they reside in a nearby oasis. The goblins possess formidable abilities, and their numbers are vast. Thus, if one wishes to hunt them, it suffices to linger near Goblin City. However, it is best to refrain from entering, for provoking the Goblin King could prove perilous. The Goblin King could potentially overpower even Speaker Sikongzhen. Wang Sun advised Ling Feng. His duty was merely to escort students to this place. After all, he was no babysitter. Typically, he accompanied several teams for training, and were it not for Ling Feng being from the Hidden Dragon class, the responsibility of escorting would not fall upon him, a mere 5th-level martial sovereign. Well then, I extend my gratitude to you, Teacher Wang. I shall explore the surroundings. Once I am finished, I will contact you. Ling Feng casually stated before soaring into the sky, heading towards the horizon. To his astonishment, Wang Sun realized that Ling Feng had actually reached the martial sovereign realm. Although he was aware of Ling Feng's formidable prowess, after all, even Qian Yuan, the strongest graduate of the Hidden Dragon class, was no match for him. He had anticipated that in just a day, Ling Feng had achieved such advancement. A first-year martial sovereign. Was this the realm of prodigies? With Ling Feng's combat prowess, he could likely dispatch him in a single strike. As Ling Feng soared through the sky, he surveyed the vastness of this divine realm. According to the map, the diameter of this 6th-tier divine territory spans a staggering 3,000 kilometers. The Goblin Nation occupies over 100 kilometers and boasts a population of millions. One cannot deny the resilience of goblins. If I were to slay all these millions of goblins, I wonder how many alchemist inscriptions might drop? Ling Feng pondered, a hint of temptation stirring within him. Of course, he only entertained the thought. Should he truly act upon it, this divine realm would be rendered desolate. Moreover, not to mention the millions of goblins. Even butchering 1 million pigs would require a considerable amount of time. What is the best course of action? Naturally, it is to target the strong. It is said that the Goblin Nation is situated atop a colossal mountain. The higher the dwelling, the stronger the inhabitant, with the Goblin King residing at the summit. Generally, one can hunt goblins without venturing beyond the mountainside. Even if the commotion were immense, the Goblin King would remain uninvolved. The Goblin King is indeed a menace. Who knows what heinous deeds he has committed? Rather, it would be better for me to eliminate him. I wonder what kind of inscriptions he might yield. Ling Feng shamelessly concocted an excuse for himself. With this thought, he instantaneously accelerated. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom erupted as Ling Feng, moving at several times the speed of sound, generated a shockwave around him. Soon, he beheld the so-called Goblin Nation. It was a vast mountain constructed of earthy structures. This mountain spans over 100 kilometers in area and reaches heights of several thousand meters. One could say that both in his past life and present, Ling Feng had never encountered such towering peaks. This location of the Goblin Nation was not like the entrance, which was filled with lava. Here, lush vegetation thrived. From a distance, it appeared quite picturesque. However, Ling Feng did not stop to admire. Instead, he rushed towards the mountain's apex with great urgency. Chapter 42, Soul Reaper. You are a Soul Reaper, plundering the Goblin Nation. Several million oracle stones. Meanwhile, within the Goblin Nation, atop a majestic palace on the mountain peak, an elderly goblin, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, surveyed the ministers below from his throne. Your Majesty, that foreign human truly oversteps the mark. The influx of outsiders has increased year by year, and our goblin population has already dwindled by 10%. In just 5 years, if this continues for another 50, won't our goblin race be wiped out? Indeed, Your Majesty, we can no longer allow them to be so arrogant. We must retaliate. Absolutely, Your Majesty. We must instill fear in them. Otherwise, our goblin race will face peril. A group of martial sovereign-level ministers expressed their indignation to the Goblin King. Most of these ministers stood around 5 feet tall, which considered them giants among goblins. The Goblin King, however, was a giant among giants. The average goblin stands about 3 feet tall. Listening to their grievances, the Goblin King displayed little emotional fluctuation. These humans are indeed too arrogant. The Goblin King began to speak slowly. Although the human race is numerous and their power vast, they do not solely guard our divine realm. If we are to take action, we must do so with a thunderous might to demonstrate the strength of our goblin race. The Goblin King spoke coldly. He understood the might of the human race, but so what? Does their strength justify slaughtering them? Upon his declaration, the goblin ministers were filled with fervor. It had been decades since the humans appeared, and now the king could no longer contain his desire to act. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. The goblin ministers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Oh, quite a gathering of humans indeed. Just then, a youthful voice echoed throughout the palace. In an instant, the dozens of ministers who had been cheering suddenly fell silent, all turning in unison towards the entrance. They beheld a young man gradually floating in, landing before them. A human martial sovereign? How audacious, to dare cause a ruckus in our Goblin King's palace. A peak martial sovereign goblin seethed with rage upon seeing Ling Feng. Furthermore, since this individual had overheard their plans, he could not be allowed to live. Die. With this thought, the peak martial sovereign goblin seized a giant axe several heads taller than himself and charged at Ling Feng with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. However, just as he was about to swing the axe to cleave Ling Feng in two, he suddenly perceived darkness before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. His body, propelled by momentum, stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Boom! The sheer force of inertia caused him to leave a long gash on the ground, trailing all the way to Ling Feng's feet. As Ling Feng lifted his foot, he firmly stepped down on the approaching goblin. This unexpected scene caused all the goblins present, including the Goblin King, to widen their eyes in disbelief. Dead. The foremost powerhouse of their goblin race, aside from the Goblin King, had perished just like that. Moreover, they had not even witnessed how it happened. Buzz. At that moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the goblin's body. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all the goblins, a blue oracle stone gradually coalesced into existence. Was it merely blue? And without an alchemist? Utterly worthless. Ling Feng glanced at it, rendered speechless. This goblin seemed to possess immense strength, but lacked any alchemical skill. Soul Destroyer. You are a soul destroyer. At this moment, the Goblin King spoke gravely, slowly rising from his throne while drawing a massive sword from beside it. Indeed, a soul destroyer. Today, it seems you intend to collect some alchemist oracle stones. It would be troublesome if you required sacrifices. Ling Feng smiled at the gathered goblins as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Feng, enveloping all present. In an instant, every goblin felt a deep-rooted fear rising from within. Even the Goblin King sensed his soul on the verge of shattering. At this moment, his previously confident demeanor faltered. He had trained in soul-related techniques, managing to match soul cultivators of the same level, believing that a martial arts level soul destroyer could not harm him. However, now he realized just how mistaken he had been. Spare us, Great One. Did you not seek alchemist oracle stones? We possess 5 purple ones in our treasury, along with a considerable number of blue ones. You may take them all. The Goblin King shouted hastily. You have so many purple ones? Where did they come from? Ling Feng inquired, puzzled. Reporting to the Great One, our Goblin King fought and bled for them, in battles. Either side's defeat would result in death. Our goblin lineage has endured for thousands of years, accumulating quite a collection over the years. The Goblin King explained promptly. Their race actually had little use for these stones, as many were born with full attributes and could not utilize them even if they wished. The full attributes could not be extracted. Only a handful possessed spare attribute slots. This set them apart from humans, who typically had empty attribute slots, making the human race the most unique among all species. I see. Do you have white and green ones? I require a substantial amount. If the quantity is insufficient, I cannot guarantee your lives. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Green and white. Upon hearing this, the goblins were rendered speechless, unsure of Ling Feng's intent. Yes, there are more, but not in the national treasury. The Goblin King answered quickly. None. Then you may perish. Ling Feng retorted, exasperated. No, Great One. I can have the populace contribute. They have no use for those stones and merely prop up their tables with them. If you desire them, I will have them all delivered. Hearing Ling Feng's words, the Goblin King panicked and hurriedly explained. How long will it take to bring them? If it's late, I cannot guarantee that you will all remain alive. Ling Feng smiled. One day, just one day? And I will gather at least 3 million white stones and 30,000 green stones. The Goblin King shouted, enduring the excruciating pain. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the agony vanished. Very well, I shall wait here for you for one day. Ling Feng replied calmly. Good, good, good. The Goblin King nodded repeatedly. Did you not hear the Great One's words? Why are you all still dawdling? If you delay, I shall personally execute you. Chapter 43, Storage Space, Space-Related Attribute. The Goblin King immediately began to scold the ministers present. Upon hearing this, the ministers hastily fled. As for whether they would escape, that was naturally out of the question. Where could they run? The exit was guarded by humans, and with the vast number of goblins, finding them would be a breeze. By the way, take me to see your treasury and what treasures it holds. Ling Feng said abruptly. Certainly, Great One. Please follow me. The Goblin King nodded eagerly, leading Ling Feng to his throne, where he pressed a mechanism, rumbling. In an instant, with a series of booming sounds, the ground behind the throne split open, revealing a passage leading underground. The Goblin King descended with Ling Feng. Soon, a vast warehouse came into view. Before them lay a multitude of blue oracle stones, numbering at least 1,000. Of course, not all were alchemist attributes. There were also flame attributes and various miscellaneous ones. Though they may not reach golden attributes, they should significantly elevate levels. If all of these were sold, they would be worth at least several billion. However, handling them would be a challenge. Ling Feng observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a single purple oracle stone, stored in a crystal box, clearly a precious item. The sight of this oracle stone left Ling Feng momentarily stunned. What attribute is this? Why is it stored so separately? Ling Feng queried, slightly perplexed. Seeing Ling Feng's attention drawn to the oracle stone, the Goblin King felt a pang of pain. You'll know once you see it. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly retrieved the oracle stone and handed it to Ling Feng. Upon receiving it, Ling Feng's pupils constricted. Usable attribute. Iron Cloth. Blue. Defense 700. Speedy Legs. Blue. Movement Speed 700. Mighty King. Blue. Strength 700. Storage Space. Purple. Can open a space of 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 for storing items. Exploding Flame. Purple. Flame Power 1,200. In total, there were 10 attributes. 3 blue, 1 purple, and the rest green. The most precious among them was undoubtedly the storage space. A space-related attribute? Good heavens. Such a remarkable treasure. Ling Feng's eyes brightened. Space-related attributes are exceedingly precious, with various types, including attack, teleportation, and storage. The storage type is considered the least expensive, yet still holds significantly higher value than ordinary attributes. Just this one alone is worth 2 billion, without question. Ling Feng felt tempted. This attribute could be used for himself. It was precisely what he lacked at the moment. However, it still felt somewhat unworthy. He quickly opened his biological smart brain and began searching. Before long, he found blue and green storage space attributes, but could not locate any white ones. However, he soon abandoned the search. In any case, upgrading to gold requires green, so it would be wiser to directly utilize the green, considering it costs merely a tenth. How splendid it would be to sell this purple oracle stone. From where did you procure such a thing? Is there truly a beast with such attributes in your vicinity? Or was it dropped from slaying our humankind? Ling Feng inquired casually. However, upon uttering these words, the Goblin King's countenance shifted dramatically, fearing Ling Feng might seek retribution. No, absolutely not. You have misunderstood. We possess a magical creature known as the Flame Slime. It not only harnesses the power of fire, but can also store items. This was obtained from a slime king I defeated. The Goblin King hastily responded. To substantiate his claim, he swiftly retrieved several blue oracle stones from a pile. Behold, these attributes belong to the Flame Slime tribe. The Goblin King promptly handed a few oracle stones to Ling Feng. Storage space. Blue. Can create a storage space of 100 by 100 by 100 for items. Ling Feng examined them and was astonished to find them genuine. While the size of the blue was not as grand as the purple, it sufficed. 1 million cubic meters of space could accommodate a vast amount of items, and it could even be enhanced further. Contemplating this, Ling Feng casually activated a blue oracle stone. Buzz. In an instant, a blue radiance surged into Ling Feng's body, leaving the Goblin King in awe. Had he truly just selected the blue attribute? What remarkable fortune. Yet, why not utilize the purple? If selected, it would be far superior, 1,000-fold storage capacity. Naturally, he dared not inquire further. Subsequently, Ling Feng waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, everything within the vicinity was drawn towards him. Not just the oracle stones, but also various fire attributes, herbs, and the extraordinary cores from formidable beasts. These were all treasures. If sold, the sum would be astronomical. It must be said, the Goblin clan was indeed affluent. Moreover, Ling Feng was particularly interested in the numerous 5th and 6th tier elixirs. What a bountiful harvest this was. Now, he awaited the arrival of the alchemist attribute to elevate his alchemist rank. Leave now. I shall cultivate here. When everything is prepared, summon me. Ling Feng instructed the Goblin King beside him. Yes, esteemed one. The Goblin King dared not utter a word and promptly exited the treasury. Meanwhile, Ling Feng seated himself cross-legged in the void, his spiritual power gently suspending him in the air. He then retrieved a collection of elixirs from his storage space. A plethora of fifth-tier blood chi pills, crafted from the flesh of formidable beasts, lay before him. Ling Feng grasped them in the air, and with a resounding hum, black devouring flames erupted from his hand, enveloping the entire batch of elixirs. In the next moment, all the elixirs were consumed by the flames, vanishing in an instant. The flames then surged into Ling Feng's body. Boom! In that fleeting moment, a violent surge of medicinal power erupted from the depths of every cell within him. This power rapidly began to enhance Ling Feng's entire being. The speed of absorption surpassed that of direct consumption, and with an abundance of food, direct ingestion became unnecessary. Ding. Absorbing blood chi, blood value 1. Ding. Absorbing blood chi, blood value 1. Ding. Absorbing blood chi, blood value 1. At this moment, Ling Feng's physique began to strengthen at an astonishing rate. The devouring flames proved to be quite advantageous. In the future, he could directly absorb the essence of any slain beast as nourishment. However, he wondered if he could also consume souls. Chapter 44. Tens of millions of oracle stones. A windfall. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled this matter. Previously, he could not sense the essence of a soul, but now, as a soul reaper, souls were as discernible as physical bodies. Oh, hadn't he just slain a powerful member of the Goblin clan? Although the soul had been shattered, fragments remained. With this thought, Ling Feng expanded his soul power. Soon, he detected the dissipating remnants of the Goblin warrior's soul and enveloped it with his soul power, drawing it back towards him. Before his eyes, Ling Feng frantically compressed the soul power. In an instant, a blue soul pearl the size of a fingernail materialized before him. Devour. Ling Feng pointed at it in the void. The devouring flames erupted once more, engulfing the soul pearl. In a heartbeat, the pearl was entirely consumed. The next moment, a refreshing sensation washed over Ling Feng's soul. Ding. Absorbing soul, soul value 1. Ding. Absorbing soul, soul value 1. Ding. Absorbing soul, soul value 1. A series of notifications sounded. Indeed, it was possible. It seemed that any formidable beast in the future could be utilized to the fullest. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before his strength ascended to the martial sovereign realm, provided he had enough beast corpses. Once he secured the alchemist oracle stones, he would explore the surroundings, hoping to find more green space attributes from the flame slime. Ling Feng planned. By the way, he wondered how many blue attributes would be needed to upgrade a single gold attribute by one level. Suddenly recalling this, Ling Feng hastily retrieved the fire attribute blue oracle stones from his backpack. Based on previous upgrading methods, it appeared that 10 blue oracle stones would suffice to enhance a gold attribute by one level. However, once an attribute reached gold, it underwent a qualitative change. Further upgrades would likely not be as simple. With this in mind, Ling Feng began extracting. However, after using 10 stones, the gold attribute showed no signs of movement, just as he had surmised. He continued his extraction. Ding. You extracted fire control. Blue 100. True Sunfire. Strength increased to 4001. At last, after utilizing 100 stones, the fire attribute finally saw an increase. How many would it take to upgrade beyond gold? If it were merely 8,000 for an upgrade, that would necessitate 400,000 blue oracle stones. Each blue oracle stone with the fire control attribute was valued at 300 million. Good heavens, that would amount to 120 trillion. Ling Feng's eyes widened at this calculation. Such wealth could purchase an entire blue water star. Yet, he quickly composed himself. The price of a single gold oracle stone was at least several billion, even reaching tens of billions. If directly offered for a gold attribute, it was likely that individuals commanding the power over hundreds of thousands of life planets would willingly pay billions for one. After all, the probability of extracting a gold oracle stone was exceedingly low, and there were limits on attribute tiers. Ling Feng concluded that upgrading attributes beyond gold would rely on his own efforts. Purchasing them would be prohibitively expensive. The blue inscriptions typically require a minimum of 5 tiers to manifest, and as for my silver fortune inscription, it should undoubtedly yield blue oracle stones, right? Even if the probability is not absolute, a 50% chance is certainly guaranteed. However, these 5-tiered ferocious beasts can only be found in those formidable divine realms. It is unlikely that ordinary divine realms could provide such quantities. Ling Feng found himself deep in contemplation. Traveling to and fro in these high-level divine realms would take around 7 to 10 days. It seems that being an alchemist is the most reliable path to wealth. Of course, oracle stones can also be sold. At the very least, those acquired from the Goblin King can be put on the market. As for inquiries about their origin, I would simply tell the truth. I have ascended to the martial sovereign realm, and with my formidable combat prowess, defeating the Goblin King is hardly unbelievable. Naturally, A more prudent approach would be to claim I stole them. In the worst-case scenario, I might expose my stealth inscriptions. At that point, no one would suspect anything. Ultimately, I can exercise caution, but there is no need to be overly wary, as long as I refrain from casually displaying silver or even gold oracle stones. I should remain unscathed. Moreover, with these powerful inscriptions at my disposal, it won't be long before I become the mightiest among the human race. At that juncture, who would dare to question me? Who would ever doubt me? Even if they were to suspect my infinite inscriptions, they would have to keep it to themselves. With these thoughts in mind, he took out all the high-quality elixirs from his backpack and devoured them with the devouring flames. In an instant, his power surged further. Meanwhile, outside in the Goblin Kingdom, chaos was unfolding. The Goblin army began to frantically scour the realm, seizing any oracle stones, regardless of their hue. Soon, cartloads of white and green oracle stones were being dispatched to the royal palace. They even discovered dozens of blue oracle stones, accidentally coalesced from the demise of ordinary goblins. However, the probability was rather low. The entire Goblin Kingdom had accumulated such a minuscule amount of oracle stones over the centuries. Naturally, these were all alchemist inscriptions. If they had been oracle stones with fire attribute inscriptions, there would have been many more. After all, the entirety of the divine realm is filled with fire attribute creatures. When goblins slay these creatures, they too would yield oracle stones. Although oracle stones may not serve a significant purpose, they are quite aesthetically pleasing for constructing homes. Many goblins would purchase white oracle stones for their houses, though now they have all been demolished. Finally, the day arrived. Creak, as the cavernous gates slowly opened. The Goblin King and his entourage held their breath. As for fleeing, what a jest! To escape in the presence of a soul reaper? Do they wish for a swifter demise? The moment one dares to flee, even if hidden in a remote corner, it would not take long before they are discovered and exterminated. Honorable Soul Reaper, everything you requested is prepared. Behold, we have 2 million white alchemist inscriptions. This is the green, totaling 120,000, and over 100 blue ones. 1 purple. As for the fire attribute, 13 million, plus 300,000 green ones, and over 300 blue ones, along with 2 purple ones. The Goblin King respectfully addressed Ling Feng. Upon witnessing such an abundance of oracle stones, even Ling Feng was taken aback. How many does each goblin possess? The goblin race is indeed wealthy. Excellent. You have done admirably. Your lives are spared. Chapter 45, Supreme Alchemist. Gold. Your talent is lacking. I cannot teach what you do not possess. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. As a person of integrity, he would not turn against them again. After all, these goblins still have their uses. His words brought immediate relief to the Goblin King and his companions. They were genuinely terrified, for unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng's aura had grown even more terrifying throughout the day. Bring me your strongest alchemists. I am preparing to learn alchemy. Suddenly, Ling Feng spoke to the Goblin King. Learn alchemy? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Aren't there alchemists among humans? And surely, they should not be inferior to their own. However, they dared not voice their thoughts and quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, be gone. Return with your alchemists in 5 hours to see me. Ling Feng commanded. The Goblin King and his entourage, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. Once they were gone, Ling Feng directly picked up a white alchemist inscription. Alchemist Apprentice. White. You possess a modicum of alchemical talent. If developed, you could become an auxiliary alchemist apprentice. The white inscription, as always, was rather disappointing. Only through development could one become an alchemist apprentice. What does being an alchemist apprentice entail? It merely means recognizing medicinal materials and sorting them. As for actual alchemy, one cannot interfere at all. However, if one could refine potions, this inscription would likely fetch hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Subsequently, Ling Feng began to fervently extract. Ding. Your alchemist apprentice inscription has been upgraded to Alchemist. Green. You possess some alchemical talent. If fully developed, you can become a second-tier alchemist. Indeed, upon reaching green, the inscription's effects improved significantly. Although it claims one could become a second-tier alchemist, in reality, achieving even first-tier status is considered the pinnacle. Unless one is an individual who devotes themselves tirelessly to study, even a person aged 70 or 80 could attain second-tier alchemist status. Ling Feng continued, relentlessly stacking his inscriptions. And soon, the consumption of 10,000 white inscriptions concluded. The inscription level successfully upgraded to Silver. Alchemist Master. Silver. You possess formidable alchemical talent. If fully developed, you can become an 8th-tier Supreme Alchemist. If you can acquire a powerful fire attribute inscription, you may even become a 9th-tier Alchemist. If you further supplement it with a silver talent inscription, achieving 10th-tier Alchemist status would be within reach. It must be noted that the description of this Silver Alchemist is rather powerful. Once fully developed, it claims to achieve 8th-tier supremacy. Moreover, possessing a fire attribute inscription could elevate one more tier. Naturally, possessing all these inscriptions simultaneously is nearly impossible. Having a fire attribute inscription is already quite remarkable. No wonder it is said that only with a fire attribute inscription can one become a powerful alchemist. This is a development to the extreme, something most cannot achieve. For instance, Master Lu, with only a purple inscription, is capped at 6 tiers. Theoretically, he may never reach 6 tiers in his lifetime. However, he possesses a fire attribute inscription, allowing him to attain 6 tiers long ago, yet reaching 7 tiers is impossible. After all, it is implausible to focus solely on fervent alchemy without engaging in any other activities. And I possess all 3. The effect of my silver inscription is equivalent to that of a gold alchemist inscription, and the gold one surpasses even that. With this thought, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. He then picked up the green inscription and began to extract fervently. Ding! Congratulations! Your alchemist inscription has successfully upgraded to gold. Supreme Alchemist. Gold. You possess terrifying alchemical talent. If fully developed, you can become a 10th tier Supreme Alchemist. If you can acquire a gold fire attribute inscription, you may have the potential to become an 11th tier alchemist. If further enhanced with golden talent attributes, one could indeed ascend to the rank of a 12th tier alchemist. As anticipated, it aligns perfectly with Ling Feng's conjectures. The golden hue signifies a level beyond the 10th tier. With the 3 major attributes now combined, Ling Feng has undeniably acquired the aptitude of a 12th tier alchemist. Of course, achieving the 12th tier remains an impossibility. However, reaching the 11th tier is effortlessly attainable. Thus, becoming a 6th or 7th tier, or even a 7th or 8th tier alchemist would be as simple as sipping water. Ding! Alchemy attribute upgraded to golden tier, triggering special effect. Special effect. Value addition. Any potion you concoct may yield an additional 1 to 10 excess potions. Soon, the special attribute manifested. The revelation of this effect caused Ling Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. Incredible! To produce extra potions from nothing? This could potentially double or even increase the value 11-fold. Such an attribute is undeniably formidable. Ling Feng was exhilarated. Traditionally, one potion is derived from a single batch of materials, and it was inconceivable to yield 2. Yet now, it seems possible. The profit is not merely doubled. For instance, a high-energy potion costs 2.5 billion, sells for 3 billion, yielding a profit of 500 million. However, with the value addition to 2 potions, the profit skyrockets to 3.5 billion. That is a staggering 7-fold increase. With 3 potions, the profit would be 13-fold. A fortune awaits. With this special effect, will I ever fear a shortage of funds again? Ling Feng chuckled. The issue of money seems poised for resolution. Esteemed Soul Destroyer, I have brought the alchemist you require. At that moment, the Goblin King respectfully ushered an elderly goblin into the palace. Ling Feng cast a glance at the alchemical robes adorning the two. Though differing from human alchemists' rank insignia, he could discern that this individual was a 6th-tier alchemist, on par with Master Lu. The elder goblin regarded Ling Feng with an expression of indifference, clearly coerced. Let me make myself clear, young one. Alchemy demands innate talent. If you lack the requisite gift, even sincere guidance will yield little success. The elder goblin stated bluntly to Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, the Goblin King turned pale. Master, this stubborn old fool. Please do not take offense. He interjected hastily. What he said was not without merit. Thus, Ling Feng proposed, in that case, let us commence with the fundamentals, a 1st-tier potion. Ling Feng did not dispute, but rather smiled in agreement. Indeed, your kind possesses something referred to as technology. You must be well-versed in pharmacology and medicinal materials? The elder goblin inquired. Indeed, I have nearly downloaded all pertinent information. Only practical application remains. Just demonstrate the creation of a 1st-tier potion for me, Ling Feng replied. He had recently logged on to the official website of the Blue Water Star Imperial University and downloaded knowledge about medicinal materials and basic alchemical methods. Coupled with his formidable alchemical talent, he had already mentally deduced numerous methods for concocting potions from the 1st to 6th tiers. Of course, this was merely theoretical. Having never witnessed potion crafting firsthand, he was uncertain if he could truly produce a competent potion. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the art of potion crafting. Chapter 46. Is this truly your first time crafting potions? The stunned goblin tribe's premier alchemist. The elder goblin paid no heed to the demonstration, understanding that mastering the craft, even with a purple attribute, would require several days of practice. He then swiped at the ring on his hand, and suddenly, various medicinal materials materialized. This ring, a storage artifact, is considered a form of magical weaponry. Its crafting is no simple feat, suggesting that the goblin race also possesses masters of crafting. Naturally, one with their own spatial realm would find little value in such things. The elder goblin grasped the air, and with a hum, a flame erupted in his palm. He proceeded to toss the materials into the flame one by one. Subsequently, various alchemical inscriptions were infused into the blaze. Under the influence of these inscriptions, the materials began to melt gradually. Throughout the crafting process, each type of material undergoes numerous changes, necessitating that the alchemist employ different inscriptions to stabilize these transformations. Failure to do so could lead to diminished efficacy or, in severe cases, an explosion of the furnace. However, changes are inevitable. The goal is merely to maintain the efficacy within acceptable standards. After all, if one could suppress all alterations, they would be capable of producing the legendary perfect potion. The Elder Goblin elucidated this to Ling Feng, who nodded in acknowledgement, already aware of these principles. What he needed to observe was how to manage these transformations. Soon, he discerned a pattern. The changes resembled a game of whack-a-mole. One simply needs to strike where the mole appears. Yet each mole requires a different hammer, making the choice of tool paramount. Some hammers can strike down decisively, while others can only manage a partial blow. The selection process relies solely on experience and skill, which cannot be taught. This is precisely why innate talent in alchemy is essential. Upon grasping this pattern, the alchemical techniques he had previously deduced instantly became coherent. At that moment, he even felt an urge to attempt crafting a 6th-tier potion. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe and learn more first. Before long, the Elder Goblin successfully crafted a top-tier 1st-tier healing potion. The quality was exceptional, achieving a grade of exquisite. Potions, weapons, and formations all possess grades, classified as waste, qualified, excellent, exquisite, and perfect. The higher the grade, the less toxic the potion and the more potent its effects. Toxicity, if consumed excessively, can lead to mild poisoning or even death, and is exceedingly difficult to expel from the body. Thus, high-quality potions are not only expensive but also exceedingly rare. This particular potion would be valued at 3 to 4 times that of ordinary potions. Would you care to give it a try? If you possess a purple talent, you should be able to produce a potion of subpar quality, the Elder Goblin suggested, which served as a test of Ling Feng's alchemical aptitude. Should he indeed possess a purple talent, the Elder would be more than willing to teach him thoroughly. If not, he would prepare to give up entirely. For Ling Feng would be none the wiser. Very well, I shall give it a try. Ling Feng nodded. With a flick of his fingers, a golden flame erupted instantaneously. In an instant, the entire palace was enveloped in a surge of heat, causing the Elder Goblin to recoil in alarm from the terrifying temperature. Fortunately, the heat quickly subsided to an imperceptible level. What in the world is this flame? The high temperature could only indicate Ling Feng's formidable strength. Yet the Elder Goblin's flame trembled in fear the moment Ling Feng's flame appeared. Such a reaction typically occurs only in the presence of flames of a higher caliber. It is worth noting that his flame had attained the level of purple. Could it be that Ling Feng's flame is of the legendary silver tier? At that moment, the Elder Goblin was struck with astonishment. However, Ling Feng paid no heed to the Elder's thoughts and, with a flick of his fingers, summoned forth a massive hand of flames, which promptly enveloped the remnants of the materials on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the Elder Goblin's expression darkened. Indeed, Ling Feng's lack of a pharmacist attribute suggests a misguided belief that his formidable flames alone could elevate him to the status of a powerful alchemist. A true alchemist would never commit such an error as attempting to refine all medicinal herbs simultaneously. Did he truly regard himself as a 6th-tier alchemist? While it is true that a potent flame attribute can facilitate one's ascent as an alchemist, the absence of an alchemist attribute implies that he would only attain the rank of a 2nd or perhaps 3rd-tier alchemist at best. However, achieving this would demand an immeasurable investment of time that, given Ling Feng's innate talent, could have already seen him rise to the ranks of a martial saint or even a martial emperor. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Yet soon, his initial irritation was replaced by a sense of astonishment as he witnessed Ling Feng's hands deftly inscribing an array of alchemical runes, even as the flames enveloped the herbs. Initially, the runes appeared somewhat clumsy, leading to a few variations not being perfectly suppressed. However, as he progressed, Ling Feng managed to impeccably control all the transformations of the herbs with his runes. All impurities were extracted, and the herbs coalesced into shimmering liquid forms, which began to blend seamlessly. Ultimately, a crystalline potion materialized within the flames. However, sensing something amiss, Ling Feng continued to inscribe dozens of runes, and before long, the potion rapidly condensed into a small pill measuring merely 1 centimeter in diameter. Goodness, how diminutive! Upon seeing this tiny pill, he finally comprehended why lower-tier potions were typically presented in liquid forms. At this moment, the old earth gnome stood transfixed, utterly astonished. From Ling Feng's initial awkwardness, it was evident he was a novice in alchemy, yet within the brief span of refining merely a tenth of the materials, his proficiency had surpassed that of the seasoned gnome himself. At this juncture, he harbored doubts about whether Ling Feng was merely toying with him, for he himself was a 5th or 6th-tier alchemist. Was Ling Feng truly this skilled, appearing entirely at ease? Master, would you consider this a success? The quality seems adequate, though there are a few impurities. Ling Feng proffered the minuscule pill to the old gnome, who scrutinized it closely, only to feel his lips twitch. This is a mere trace of impurity? It was nearly imperceptible. Such a standard was akin to that of pseudo-perfect pills, where the impurities were nearly negligible. Hence the term pseudo-perfect. This pill bore little distinction from one of perfect quality. Are you certain this is your first attempt at pill refinement? The old gnome's aged yet shrewd eyes were fixed intently on Ling Feng. Naturally, if I were adept, why would I seek your guidance? I am not frivolously idle. Of course, my alchemist attribute is somewhat elevated, enabling me to learn more swiftly. Chapter 47. Mastering a 6th tier pill in 1 hour. You truly are a master. May I learn from you? Ling Feng explained, prompting the old gnome to nod in agreement, as it was the only feasible explanation. Yet, with such talent, why did Ling Feng not seek external instruction? Unbeknownst to him, attending a school would necessitate starting from the very basics unless he revealed his attributes. Thus, seeking a 6th tier alchemist directly was indeed the most expedient route. Your talent has surpassed my expectations. In light of this, I shall demonstrate the crafting of a 2nd tier potion. Should you manage to replicate it, we shall then explore 3rd tier potions. The old gnome's interest was piqued. Imparting knowledge to a future alchemical master would be an honor for their profession. Then I shall trouble you, master. Ling Feng replied, exhibiting utmost politeness. Without further ado, the old gnome produced 2nd tier herbs to commence the demonstration. The transformations involved with 2nd tier materials were indeed more complex, yet Ling Feng found them straightforward. Not long after the old gnome began, Ling Feng seized a portion of the herbs and commenced his own refinement. This caused the old gnome's pupils to constrict, and without hesitation, he focused intently on his own work. However, he soon discovered, to his horror, that Ling Feng's refining speed had already eclipsed his own. While the speed of refinement could indeed be accelerated, it simultaneously meant that the transformations of the materials would hasten as well. Theoretically, one could instantaneously produce a pill, yet the difficulty of doing so for a 1st tier potion was comparable to that of crafting a 6th or 7th tier pill. The old gnome pushed his refining speed to the utmost limit, unwilling to be surpassed by a mere novice. Yet, upon reaching his maximum, he realized that Ling Feng had completed his task. Moreover, the quality was nothing short of perfect, a true perfect tier pill. Boom. The old gnome's mental state shattered, and he inadvertently caused an explosion in the furnace, the resounding noise startling Ling Feng. Goodness, master, are you alright? He gazed at the disheveled old gnome in confusion. How could this happen? Wasn't the 2nd tier potion supposed to be simple? Could the materials be at fault? Ling Feng's inquiry nearly caused the old gnome to spit blood. A 2nd tier potion exploding would tarnish his reputation as the foremost alchemist in the gnome kingdom. Alas, I fear there is little left I can teach you. You have surpassed your instructor. Or rather, your learning has been entirely self-directed, with little to do with me. The old gnome sighed in resignation. Is this truly what it means to have graduated? Is the master jesting with me? Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Could it be that this old fellow was hesitant to continue teaching due to being intimidated by his own talent? Of course not. Allow me to provide you with proof. Try refining according to this recipe. The old gnome wasted no time, producing a treasured scroll and handing it to Ling Feng, along with a selection of herbs. Ling Feng quickly examined the recipe inscribed on the scroll, which detailed dozens of herbs and their corresponding refinement methods. He memorized it all in under a minute. Is this a 6th tier pill? Ling Feng was uncertain. Although he had mentally envisioned the 6th tier potion, that was merely speculation. Practice remained distinct from theory. You will know once you attempt it. The old gnome gestured toward the herbs on the table without uttering another word. Ling Feng wasted no time, seizing the herbs. And in an instant, flames erupted, transforming into a colossal alchemical furnace. He cautiously added the herbs, fearing they might be incinerated if introduced all at once. Fortunately, as the materials began to transform, he sensed a newfound confidence. As he added more herbs, the workload surged, yet Ling Feng maintained his composure. Moreover, he discovered that his refining speed continued to increase. As his proficiency grew, so too did the rapidity of his work. 10 minutes later, a resplendent purple pill emerged from the furnace, glistening in its perfection. The pill, cradled by the flames, descended into Ling Feng's hands. Perfect. Once again, perfect. The old gnome's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress his murmurs. Although he had anticipated Ling Feng's ability to craft a 6th tier potion, achieving perfection in a 6th tier pill was truly astonishing. He began to question, who exactly was Ling Feng? How could he produce such high-quality pills on his very first attempt at refinement? By the heavens, it truly worked. At this moment, Ling Feng was utterly astonished. The sheer power of his golden attribute was nothing short of terrifying. To ascend to the 6th tier on his very first attempt was remarkable, and he felt a sense of ease as if he could effortlessly reach the 7th tier. Achieving the 7th tier was possible, yet concocting a perfectly refined potion might present some challenges. Nonetheless, attaining a quality above excellence should pose no problem, given that he possessed a 12th tier talent, indeed, not excessively defiant against the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng found solace in this realization. After all, a 12th tier was extraordinary. The 6th and 7th tier potions were, in his eyes, akin to a mere purple attribute potion confronting a 1st tier concoction. Moreover, with his formidable talent attribute, the combination was undeniably formidable. Master, you were right. I have indeed graduated. I am grateful for your enlightenment. Although the old gnome's role was limited, his explanations and practical demonstrations were more than sufficient. You have truly humbled me. To be addressed as master is beyond my deserving. I find myself wishing to learn from you. The old gnome replied with a sigh of resignation. Do not jest, master. My talent may be robust, yet my theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to yours. Well then, I have achieved my goals, so please convey my message to the Gnome King. I shall take my leave. Furthermore, advise him to refrain from any aggressive actions towards humans. Fortunately, I arrived in time. You have lost but one life. Had you acted recklessly, your entire gnome race might have faced annihilation. Additionally, consider trading with the human race. After all, they lack divine oracle stones, which you have no use for. Having acquired such a wealth of resources, he had no intention of launching an assault on the Gnome Kingdom, for he had already fulfilled his objectives. Thank you for the warning. I shall inform the king. The old gnome promptly nodded. After finishing his words, Ling Feng soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of fire as he burst forth from the Gnome Kingdom's palace. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's departure, the Gnome King, who had been waiting at the entrance, hurried inside, relieved to find the old gnome alive. You old fool. I warned you to keep your mouth shut. If that powerful being had acted, you would have been done for. The Gnome King lamented. Both were of similar age and the only two sixth-tier martial sovereigns, naturally hoping for each other's survival. Humph, you dare admonish me? Do you comprehend the strength of the human race? The old gnome retorted with a cold snort. You are aware of this? The Gnome King's expression shifted dramatically. That young human has already informed me. Chapter 48. The Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. The heavens tremble and the earth quakes. The old gnome slowly relayed Ling Feng's words. The Gnome King, now subdued, realized that he had indeed acted rashly. After all, losing so many of his kin would leave anyone disheartened. However, upon reflection, could they genuinely contend with the humans? The answer was a resounding no. And the repercussions of inciting their wrath could lead to their extinction. Of course, he had previously thought himself fearless, as his time was nearing its end. Why not take a gamble? Yet, Ling Feng's arrival had made him acutely aware of his own fear of death. This time, his gains were indeed substantial. Should I raid other divine realms to plunder powerful races? After stowing away the potions in his possession, Ling Feng began to ponder. With his strength, he could effortlessly slay opponents below the 5th tier of martial sovereign. And if he unleashed his full power against those in the 6th or 7th tier, he could easily defeat them. The mightiest beings in the divine realm above Blue Water Star were merely of this caliber. First, I must acquire the spatial attribute from that fire slime. I wonder what unique effects a golden storage spatial attribute would possess. With this thought, he swiftly summoned a map using his biological intelligence and soared towards the dwelling of the fire slime at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, on the coast of West Sea City on Blue Water Star, a sudden crack echoed in the air. Crack! Abruptly, a spatial rift began to slowly tear open. This rift materialized above the coastline, its diameter rapidly expanding. Soon, the height of the rift reached a staggering 3 meters. What level is a kilometer? In the realm of divine alchemy, a mere 100 meters already equated to the 6th tier. The most formidable realm had attained the 2nd tier of martial sovereign. Although this kilometer-high divine realm had not reached the 7th tier, the monstrous beasts within were undoubtedly at the 6th, 7th, or even 8th tier. The sudden emergence of this rift was quickly noticed by the inhabitants of West Sea City. Upon witnessing the terrifying size of the rift, panic ensued, and the entire city entered a state of emergency, urgently seeking assistance from the imperial capital. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous, earth-shattering roar erupted from deep within the rift. And in the next moment, a monstrous octopus head, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, emerged from the rift. Its head alone was several hundred meters long, with a total length exceeding several thousand meters. Its devilish eyes surveyed the distant West Sea City, and in an instant, it submerged back into the rift. Roar, roar, roar. In the following moment, a cacophony of roars emanated from the rift, and countless oceanic beasts surged forth. These creatures had evolved the ability to traverse land. Led by a colossal crab towering 100 meters high and several hundred meters long, the marine army charged toward West Sea City. In addition to the most powerful 6th-tier beasts, there were at least dozens of 5th-tier beasts among them. The military forces of West Sea City and the elite members of the Chosen Alliance turned pale at the sight of such an overwhelming army. West Sea City was a 1st-tier city. Although it had martial sovereign-level protectors, the number of martial lords was not particularly high. Moreover, this 6th-tier martial sovereign-level crab was no ordinary creature, but a formidable 6th-tier 5-star beast. Its strength was sufficient to obliterate the strongest martial sovereign of West Sea City. As expected, as the army reached the towering city walls of West Sea City, the gigantic crab raised its massive pincers. With a thunderous crash, the colossal pincers shattered the city wall. Subsequently, a multitude of oceanic beasts surged into West Sea City, commencing a savage massacre. In an instant, the air was filled with wails and cries that echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had already arrived above a sea of magma. Gazing down from the sky, he observed blobs of fiery red, jelly-like entities swimming in the lava. These creatures were voraciously devouring the surrounding magma, and Ling Feng found himself intrigued by such extraordinary beings. These fire slimes were not to be underestimated. Each one was a 3rd or even 4th-tier beast. Who could still claim that slimes were the weakest of all creatures? Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. Subsequently, he slowly extended his right hand, and in an instant, boundless flames erupted forth from his palm. This raging golden flame radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating everything within a radius of several kilometers in a resplendent golden hue. The slimes within the sea of magma were startled, all lifting their heads in alarm. The blinding light from the sky scorched their eyes, rendering them momentarily blind. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Suddenly, horrifying screams reverberated throughout the sea of magma. Concurrently, the temperature of the molten expanse escalated to unbearable heights, causing even the fire element slimes to flee in panic. Above, the endless flames coalesced into a colossal golden hand. Great Desolation Prisoner-S Finger. With the eruption of his second-rate spirit, Ling Feng unleashed a thunderous roar as the terrifying hand, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, descended upon the molten sea below. The sheer force created a massive crater, 1,000 meters wide, even at a distance of 100 meters from the magma's center, as the overwhelming presence crushed downwards. Within this pit, all the slimes were flattened into mere puddles under the oppressive pressure. Booming thunderclaps echoed. At last, as the gigantic finger made contact with the earth, a sound that shook the very heavens and earth erupted. A massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and a violent shockwave radiated outward, sweeping everything in its path. The magma was violently displaced, along with the unfortunate slimes, which were utterly torn apart by the immense force during their ascent. The ground trembled violently, and this quake extended hundreds of kilometers away to the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin King, feeling the subtle tremors of the Goblin Mountain, gazed incredulously toward the source of the disturbance. From such a distance, he could only perceive a dazzling light. What is happening? That seems to be the territory of the slimes. The Elder Goblin mused, perplexed. That powerful figure had just headed in that direction. The Goblin King inhaled deeply, speaking gravely. Is it him? The Elder Goblin was immediately struck with awe. Indeed, that radiant gold resembles Ling Feng's flames, the terrifying flames that made my very soul tremble. It appears you have squandered your life, yet finally made a correct decision. Had you truly engaged him, our Goblin Kingdom would face utter annihilation. Contemplating this, the Elder Goblin could not help but express his sentiments to the Goblin King. What do you mean by that, old fool? Are you praising me or scolding me? The Goblin King's face darkened, rendered speechless. Is this the might of a powerful evolver? This power rivals that of a nuclear bomb, does it not? Chapter 49, Creation and Transformation. Gold, eternal thoughts through the sacrifice of flesh. In the skies, Ling Feng was equally astonished by his own combat prowess. At this moment, the ground had been depressed by a terrifying 100 meters, with a diameter reaching 10 kilometers. To be honest, although he had consistently improved his strength, this was the first time he had unleashed his power since surpassing the martial sovereign realm. It is said that the true beginning of a powerful being lies beyond the martial sovereign, yet this astonishing combat capability surpassed all his expectations. After all, theoretically, the vitality he possessed could not possibly yield such devastating force. Even with his formidable talent, this was still the case. However, he soon realized that this was attributed to the elemental abilities he possessed, where ordinary martial artists' strengths primarily derive from their concentrated explosive power. For instance, Ling Feng's vitality had now soared to 63,000 points. This equated to the 6th tier of the martial sovereign realm, with a power output of 1 ton per point. That amounted to 60 tons. When enhanced by a factor of 40, it translated to 2 per million tons. Such a figure was indeed terrifying. A single punch could obliterate more than a dozen tall buildings in an instant. However, compared to the destruction he had wrought, the two scales of power were incomparable. The primary reason for this lay in the expansive nature of elemental ability users' attacks. Ling Feng's strike resonated with the force equivalent to 2 per million tons, impacting every corner within a radius of several kilometers. It was as though tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of individuals each wielding 2 per million tons of strength simultaneously struck the ground. The closer one was to the epicenter, the more concentrated the assault. Thus, such a formidable attack was unleashed. Of course, this does not suggest that elemental ability users are inherently superior to martial artists of the same rank. It merely indicates that their destructive capacity in battle far exceeds that of their counterparts, while their single-point attack limits remain equal. Consequently, although elemental ability users can obliterate a vast area that would require the combined efforts of tens of thousands of martial artists to achieve in actual combat, their strikes can only injure those with robust defenses, rather than delivering a fatal blow. A moment of carelessness could see them swiftly dispatched should a martial artist close in. Nevertheless, given the choice, few would opt to be mere martial artists, aside from those utterly obsessed with martial prowess. After all, in terms of status, flair, and overall combat capability, elemental ability users are far more formidable. Returning to the matter at hand. As the entire sea of magma was completely transformed into a chasm by Ling Feng's onslaught, nearly 90% of the slimes within this domain perished. Only those far on the outskirts were flung beyond the abyss. However, These slimes lay on the ground, writhing in evident distress. Yet soon, Ling Feng observed something amiss. These slimes began to consume the scattered magma around them, and astonishingly, their injuries were rapidly mending. Indeed, my previous food complementing talent originated from ordinary slimes. These fire element slimes must possess similar traits. However, even the green consumption talent, culinary medicine, seemingly did not allow for such rapid recovery. Ling Feng felt a surge of curiosity upon witnessing this. Subsequently, he descended into the abyss. Here, the ground was littered with green and blue oracle stones. Given the formidable strength of these fire element slimes, combined with Ling Feng's extraordinary fortune, nearly all the stones produced were green oracle stones. Ling Feng picked one up and chose to extract from it. Extractable attributes. Culinary medicine. Green. Can consume food to enhance one's strength. Regeneration. Green. Injury recovery speed increased by 30-fold, while also elevating the death threshold. However, it consumes a substantial amount. Mighty strength. Green. Strength, 200. Storage space. Green. Can create a 1x1 space for item storage. Fire control. Green. Firepower, 200. A mere oracle stone in his grasp turned out to be of perfect quality. Oracle stones are categorized by quality: inferior, medium, superior, exquisite, and perfect. For instance, green oracle stones of inferior quality contain only one green attribute. Medium quality contains 2. Superior quality 3, or a rare attribute. Exquisite quality possesses 4 green attributes or 2 or more rare attributes. Perfect quality encompasses entirely green attributes, with 2 or more rare attributes. This particular stone is undoubtedly of perfect quality, valued at 100 times that of an ordinary oracle stone, comparable to blue oracle stones. Yet, these details pale in significance compared to the regenerative attribute. The injury recovery speed reaching 30-fold means that an injury that would typically heal in a month could be mended in a single day. As for the enhancement of the death threshold, this implies that while a normal person would perish from a pierced heart, this attribute might grant them a few extra days of life. If one were to acquire a blue attribute, even a pierced heart could be swiftly repaired, allowing survival. With a purple attribute, even a body blown apart could be rapidly restored. Naturally, the higher the level, the more terrifying the effects. No wonder these slimes could recover so swiftly. This was the reason, Ling Feng realized. Upon close examination, this restoration attribute undoubtedly stands as the most advantageous for Ling Feng among all entries. After all, with the addition of the devouring attribute, could there be a possibility of attaining immortality one day? The peculiar effects of the golden restoration attribute remain unknown. Thus, it is prudent to extract it first. Without hesitation, Ling Feng pressed down with his foot. Buzz! In an instant, a tempestuous blaze erupted beneath him, spreading wildly. The flames transformed into a colossal net, swiftly ensnaring all the oracle stones within the deep pit, numbering over 10,000, with hundreds being blue as well. The drop rate is undeniably high. He wasted no time and directly produced a green oracle stone to commence extraction. Ding! You have extracted the attribute. Restoration, 5. The attribute has been upgraded to healing. Blue. Healing speed increased by 100 times, simultaneously raising the death threshold. However, the consumption is substantial. Ding! You have extracted the attribute. Restoration, 50. The attribute has been upgraded to self-healing. Purple. Healing speed increased by 1,000 times, simultaneously raising the death threshold. However, the consumption is considerable. Ding! You have extracted the attribute. Restoration, 1,000. The attribute has been upgraded to flesh and bone. Silver. Healing speed increased by 10,000 times, significantly raising the death threshold. Minimal consumption. Ding! You have extracted the attribute. Restoration, 10,000. The attribute has been upgraded to life creation. Gold. Healing speed increased by 100,000 times, significantly raising the death threshold. Overall consumption is extremely low, under the premise of physical destruction, as long as the soul remains. The body can be restored with a consumption increase of 10,000 times. Ding! The attribute, life creation, gold, triggers the special attribute, eternal will, gold. Exchange physical destruction for eternal will. When death is unavoidable, immediately forsake the physical body to transfer the soul to a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. Can charge into self-healing attributes, 0. Chapter 50 Self-Creation of a Realm, gold, creates a personal little world. However, as the attribute ascended to gold, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by the terrifying nature of this special attribute. Forsaking the physical body to escape? What kind of maneuver is this? This must be the ultimate survival attribute. As for the loss of the physical form, what is there to fear? He possesses the life creation attribute, capable of restoration even after physical annihilation. Invincible. This is true invincibility. Immortality is merely a facet of it. Ling Feng immediately burst into laughter. With this attribute, he could indulge freely. A teleportation distance of 1,000,000 kilometers could likely transport him into outer space. Almost all threats of death could surely be evaded. If he cannot avoid death with this, then even 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he would still meet his demise. As the attributes fused instantaneously, Ling Feng felt an exhilarating cheer erupt within every cell of his body. The activity of his cells surged a staggering 100,000 times. What does this imply? Injuries that would normally take a year to recover from could now be fully healed in mere minutes. Moreover, this is only without the devouring attribute. With this in mind, Ling Feng felt a surge of eagerness. He resolutely conjured a long blade from his black weapon ensemble, and with a single stroke, severed a portion of his flesh. However, his ability to endure pain dulled his sensation of suffering. Yet, the missing flesh began to mend at an astonishing pace, fully restored in less than a second. Wait, I haven't even utilized the devouring attribute yet. Ling Feng was bewildered. The healing speed was too rapid. Must I sever a hand or something? Never mind. I am not a masochist. He promptly shook his head. He would find out when the time came. The spatial storage must also be upgraded to gold. It seems he must endure some hardship with the flame slime. Ling Feng chuckled, then stored the unused oracle stones before soaring into the vicinity. The sea of magma was indeed vast, spanning several dozen kilometers in diameter. Moreover, due to the flame slime continuously melting the earth, the diameter of the magma sea was ever expanding. Consequently, a few years ago, the territory of the goblins was partially melted, prompting their king to engage in a furious battle with the flame slime king, ultimately slaying the latter. Ling Feng arrived above another expanse of magma sea, observing the frenzied escape of clusters of several meter-high fiery jelly below, yet he showed no mercy. Just as well, he could replenish his strength with them. With this thought, Ling Feng's hand clenched into a fist. Buzz! In an instant, a black devouring flame erupted from his hand. The flames expanded wildly, ultimately transforming into a black Pac-Man with a diameter of a kilometer. Essentially, it was a fiery sphere with a colossal mouth. The massive fireball descended, opening its gaping maw. The fire slime below, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with terror, all scrambling in a panic. However, their speed was no match for the immense fireball. Boom! In the next moment, with a resounding crash, the earth and fire slime within a kilometer radius were completely consumed. The bodies and souls of the fire slime were instantaneously digested. The gigantic fireball began to swiftly traverse across the ground, devouring everything in its path, both earth and slime. This was the true meaning of earth devouring. Ling Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but smile faintly. He controlled the devouring flame to isolate all the oracle stones, lest they be consumed as well. Meanwhile, he remained aloft, manipulating the colossal fireball while extracting the attributes for spatial storage. Ding! You have extracted the attribute, spatial storage. Green 1000. The attribute has been upgraded to spatial storage, silver, can create a space of 10,000 cubic meters. Ding! You have extracted the attribute, spatial storage. Green 10,000. The attribute has been upgraded to spatial storage, gold, can create a space of 100,000 cubic meters. Ding! The attribute, spatial storage, gold, triggers the special attribute, self-creation of a realm, gold, can manifest a little world. The diameter of the little world is 1,000 meters, capable of storing living beings. After devouring for over 2 hours, Ling Feng once again upgraded the attribute to gold. The special attribute made Ling Feng's heart skip a beat. Self-creation of a realm? My goodness, isn't this akin to a little world from beginning to end? Wait, why is this golden attribute so formidable? Each one seems to surpass expectations. This is the ability to create a little world. In novels, isn't this a power reserved for deities? Ling Feng was genuinely astounded. This golden attribute is so terrifying. How can others compete? Is this truly the attribute of the apex beings of humanity? It seems a tad excessive. He began to suspect that this special attribute might be unique to him. Yet, he felt uncertain, as he could not find any information regarding golden attributes. Regardless, perhaps he would uncover answers upon arriving in the Shintian star system. Ling Feng ceased his ruminations and began to investigate this so-called little world. At this moment, he could sense 2 realms deep within his consciousness. One was an immense storage space with a diameter of 100,000 meters, while the other was a slightly smaller world that appeared to be devoid of anything, offering little distinction from the previous storage space. However, after a brief experiment, he tossed a slime into the storage realm, only to find it instantly frozen in place. When he retrieved it, it was already lifeless. He then threw another slime into the alternate realm, where it struggled frantically, as if it had been cast into the vacuum of outer space. It seemed evident that time did not flow within this storage space. Even if an environment mirroring the outside world was created, the animals placed inside remained immobile. Contemplating this, he decided to gather some soil and plants to cultivate. Yet, upon surveying the barren land around him, he felt a pang of helplessness. After over 2 hours of devouring, the earth had been voraciously consumed to a depth of several hundred meters. The yield of green oracle stones had reached a staggering 100,000, while the blue ones exceeded 1,000. Concurrently, His reserves of power had reached their zenith. He had also filled the entry for the innate ability of creation. Should he encounter a fatal blow, he would be able to escape instantly. Furthermore, after devouring such vast amounts of land and slimes, the flames of consumption had amassed tremendous energy. He summoned the energy back with a resonant hum. Instantly, a colossal black fireball surged skyward, penetrating into his very being. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the terrifying energy transformed into pure vitality and spiritual force, surging into his body to fortify his physical form. Chapter 51. The Nine Nether Demon Crab. The Destruction of West Sea City. A crisis. No wonder it is said that the growth rate of devouring type abilities is remarkably swift, easily surpassing the limits of innate talents. With such capabilities, slow growth is simply inconceivable. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Subsequently, he opened his status panel. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial sovereign, 6th heaven. Vitality, 65,000. Soul, 45,210. Profession, alchemist, 6th tier, supreme. Cultivation technique, celestial fire divine art. Mastery, 8th tier, mid-grade. And 9 transformations soul tempering scripture, 5th transformation, 7th tier, supreme. Martial skills, sky splitter, great accomplishment, 6th tier, supreme. And myriad soul blades, 20 soul blades, 6th tier, supreme. Entries, infinity, unique level, same type entries can infinitely stack and upgrade. Unlimited fusion of entries. Godslayer, gold, soul strength 4,000. Soul pressure, heaven piercing force, gold, strength 4,000. God of slaughter, gold, all attributes enhancement, 800. Stamina consumption 100 times. Slaughter, 400. Merging with heaven and earth, gold, entities with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800 times yours will be imperceptible. Shadow assassination, 200. True sunfire, gold, flame 4,001. Stellar explosion, heaven swallower, gold, devour all to enhance oneself. Flames of consumption, 9 heavens divine thunder, silver, thunder 2,000. Refined golden armor, silver, defense 2,000. Super speed, silver, movement speed 2,000. Phantom hand, silver, attack speed 1,000. Ascension to daylight, gold, cultivation speed 100,000. Epiphany, 1h1,000 times. Charging 0, eternal cycle, silver, stamina 2,000. Child of fortune, silver, protagonist like fortune. Supreme gun Dao, silver, gun technique power 2,000. Spatial storage, gold, diameter of 100,000. Self-contained realm, gold 1,000 diameter. Creation of life, gold, recovery speed 100,000 times. Will eternal, gold, 1,000,000 kilometers, charging 100. Supreme alchemist, gold, 12th tier talent, value increase, gold, 110 pieces. In this moment, not only had his realm ascended, but he had also acquired 3 additional golden entries. It seemed time was ripe to upgrade the remaining silver entries, as the disparity between gold and silver entries was indeed vast. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng resolved not to linger any longer in this divine domain, as he had already plundered its primary entries. Remaining here would be a waste of time. Thus, he soared skyward, rapidly darting into the distance. Buzz. Minutes later, he flew out of the divine realm, arriving at the docking point of his previous spacecraft. However, to his dismay, he discovered that wuxianovel and the ship had vanished. What on earth? Wasn't he the team mentor? Why did he leave on his own? Ling Feng thought, bemused. Yet, it didn't take long for him to realize he had misjudged the situation, as wuxianovel had already left him a message. Buzz. As Ling Feng opened the message, wuxianowel's projection appeared before him. Ling Feng, my apologies. The neighboring West Sea City has been besieged by ferocious beasts. This time, the beasts are particularly formidable, and West Sea City is on the brink of collapse. I happen to be nearby and have gone to provide support. If you emerge, please send me a message, and I will come to retrieve you. The message had been sent a few hours prior. Beast Tide? And even West Sea, a first-tier city, cannot withstand it. Could it be a 6th-tier beast tide? Ling Feng's brow furrowed at this revelation. A 6th-tier beast tide would mean the presence of 6th-tier ferocious beasts alongside numerous 5th-tier ones. Even with a martial sovereign's protection, it would be a daunting challenge to resist. Since he was already here, he decided to investigate. After all, he could slay some beasts to amass energy reserves and elevate his strength. Without hesitation, Ling Feng glanced at the map and shot into the sky, speeding towards West Sea City. Time rewinds to 3 hours earlier, shortly after the beasts had landed. In just a few hours, the once thriving West Sea City had been reduced to ruins. Civilian casualties numbered in the millions, with corpses of both humans and beasts strewn across the landscape, rendering it a true hellscape. At the heart of the battlefield stood the martial sovereign guarding West Sea City, Zheng Tianxin, wielding a long blade as he battled a 9 nether demon crab. Boom, boom. Each time the enormous crab claw struck the ground, it created a massive crater spanning 1,000 meters. The ensuing tremors further devastated the already ruined city. Ninefold Thunderblade, Zheng Tianqian roared, unleashing a violent surge of thunder that coalesced into his long blade. Flash. In the next instant, with a thunderous shout, blades of lightning, hundreds of meters long, tore through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous blades collided with the exoskeleton of the 9 nether demon crab. Clang, clang, clang. However, to Zheng Tianqian's dismay, the crab shell only bore singed marks without yielding. Damn, this abomination's defense is insurmountable. Moreover, it is immune to my lightning attribute. Everyone, what is the situation on your end? Zheng Tianqian's expression was grave in the extreme. Simultaneously, a projection of a biological intelligence network appeared before his eyes. He was engaged in a video call with other martial sovereign-level powerhouses. This is far from ideal, martial sovereign Wu. I have just slain a formidable 5th-tier beast. And now an 8th-tier one has appeared. The situation on my end is similar. There are simply too many. This is dire. Zhang Wuzong, who came to our aid from the neighboring city, has perished. This is intolerable. If this continues, we shall all meet our demise. Has Lord Sikongzhen not yet arrived? Zheng Wuzong. The faces of the assembled martial sovereigns were etched with concern. They should be arriving shortly. By all accounts, they ought to be here by now. Zheng Tianqian inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a colossal crab claw descended towards him with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. Zheng Tianqian swiftly summoned all the thunderous energy within him, narrowly evading the blow. Fortunately, the speed of the 9 nether demon crab is rather sluggish. Otherwise, he would have been slain already, given the vast disparity in their realms. Roar. Out of nowhere, a thunderous roar erupted from the 9 nether demon crab. In the next instant, its entire body glowed a furious crimson. This cannot be good. It has entered a state of rage, gaining enhancements across all attributes. Zheng Tianqian's countenance shifted dramatically at this sight. Already powerful, its overall strength now augmented. He realized he stood no chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Engaging in a futile sacrifice would be the epitome of foolishness. Splurt. However, the 9 nether demon crab unexpectedly unleashed a massive jet of water from its maw. While the force was not overwhelming, its sudden onset caught Zheng Tianqian completely off guard, and he was struck by the torrent. The sheer force propelled him away at an alarming speed. Chapter 52. The Pinnacle of 6th-Tier Beasts. The Crisis of Lan Shui, Star's Annihilation. Sikongzhen's helplessness. He collided with and shattered over a dozen high-rise buildings along his path. Boom. Ultimately, his figure came to a halt several kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zheng Tianqian was regaining his bearings, the ground began to tremble violently. He quickly looked up, but in the next moment, his expression went pale. The enraged 9 nether demon crab had raised its enormous claw, preparing to bring it crashing down upon him. It's over. Zheng Tianqian despaired. There was no way to evade this strike. Thud. Just then, a powerful shout reverberated through the sky. Boom. In an instant, the crab claw exploded as a formidable force sent the massive creature flying. Rumble. Eventually, with a resounding crash, the 9 nether demon crab landed heavily several kilometers away. Roar. It howled in agony as its claw was shattered. In a frenzied struggle, it managed to stand once more. However, as it rose, it was met with the imposing figure of a burly, square-faced middle-aged man. Simultaneously, a hand pressed down slowly upon its shell. Collapse. As Sikongzhen spoke calmly, the shattering attributes erupted forth. Crack. In an instant, a fissure appeared on the crab's shell. Crack, crack, crack. The crack rapidly spread across its shell. Boom. Ultimately, with a tremendous explosion, the entire shell of the 9 nether demon crab shattered. Crab meat and roe flew through the air. The enormous body of the 9 nether demon crab fell to the ground with a heavy thud, utterly silent. In the distance, Zheng Tianqian soared into the air, and upon seeing Sikongzhen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman, you have finally arrived. Had you come any later, I would have needed to be collected as a corpse. Zheng Tianqian lamented. I apologize. I was not in the imperial capital when I received the news. I have arrived too late. Sikongzhen replied gravely. Observing the destruction surrounding him, his heart seethed with anger. These were his fellow humans, and now so many had perished. If only he had been able to arrive sooner, many lives could have been saved. Chairman, now is not the time for such discussions. We must first eliminate the remaining beasts. Zheng Tianqian insisted urgently. Very well, you handle the beasts at the exit of the divine realm, while I will venture into the depths of the city to clear them out. Let us prioritize eliminating the 5th-tier beasts. Sikongzhen nodded decisively. The numbers were greater in the city's depths. After all, the areas near the exit of the divine realm had already been devastated. With that, he sped towards the heart of the city. Zheng Tianqian swiftly followed his orders, making his way out of the city. Along the way, he swiftly eliminated any 5th-tier beasts he encountered. Soon, he reached the location of the divine realm's exit. Just then, a 5th-tier giant lobster emerged from within. Humph, foul creature. You shall be my drink tonight. Zheng Tianqian scoffed coldly. With that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the massive lobster towering over him. Hovering above the giant lobster, he raised his hand, poised to deliver a decisive strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere. A tentacle, measuring thousands of meters in length, shot forth from the rift of the divine realm. What? The terrifying appendage rendered Zheng Tianqian entirely paralyzed. Before he could react, the colossal tentacle ensnared him. Not good. Chairman, save me. Zheng Tianqian screamed in terror. The horrific sound waves propagated outward, instantly reverberating throughout the entire city. In the distance, Xikong Zhen and the other martial sovereigns, who had just slain a fifth-tier beast, turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. A monstrous octopus, with a head several hundred meters in diameter and tentacles extending over 2,000 meters, emerged from the rift in the divine realm. Zheng Tianqian was unceremoniously tossed into its gaping maw beneath its body. Crack! In the next instant, everyone watching Zheng Tianqian's fate heard a piercing sound of crunching. The guardian of West Sea City, Zheng Tianqian, a second-tier martial sovereign, has perished. At that moment, the faces of all present turned pale. Xikong Zhen, gazing at the colossal octopus that had now risen over 1,000 meters, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Chairman, what tier is this beast? Do we stand a chance? Just then, Wang Sun arrived at the scene. A pinnacle 6th-tier beast. Xikong Zhen replied somberly. He said little about the odds, but those few words conveyed the immense strength of this beast. There was no chance of victory. This was not a matter of martial sovereign versus martial emperor. It was martial sovereign against martial sovereign. The gap between the two minor realms was exponential. Thus, the disparity between a first-tier and a 10th-tier martial sovereign was a staggering 512 times. Xikong Zhen stood at the 4th tier of martial sovereign. That was a difference of a full 64 times. While Xikong Zhen possessed purple attributes, it was certain the opponent's attributes were no less than blue. After all, the attributes of 5th and 6th-tier beasts were blue. Furthermore, this beast might even have purple attributes. Given the disparity in strength, how could they possibly fight? It was utterly futile. Quickly, notify everyone to retreat. I will seek aid from the surrounding planets as quickly as possible. Xikong Zhen commanded without hesitation, his voice resolute. However, the arrival of other planets will take at least a few days. After all, only a martial saint-level powerhouse possesses the strength to subdue this ferocious beast. Wang Sun's expression darkened. In the coming days, I will gather all the counselors to do everything in our power to prevent him. The evacuation of Shihai City will be entrusted to you. Xikong Zhen took a deep breath. Organize? What can we use to stop him? Naturally, it will cost lives. One can only foresee the number of casualties on Blue Water Star after this calamity. So many martial lords will perish, but what can we do? If we allow him to escape Shihai City, it will be even more perilous. Hearing Xikong Zhen's words, Wang Sun opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he understood that they had no choice now. The martial lords present solemnly saluted Xikong Zhen before dispersing to commence the evacuation efforts. Xikong Zhen then promptly opened the Central Council's chat room. Shihai City is currently facing a pinnacle 6th-grade ferocious beast. Urgent assistance required. After sending these words, he swiftly contacted the Xiantian main star system to dispatch a plea for help. They would arrange for powerful reinforcements to come as soon as possible. Once he completed all these tasks, Xikong Zhen took a deep breath and initiated a video call with Xikong Shuyun. In the next moment, a pair of gauntlets appeared in his hands, which he slowly donned. Dad, is there something you need? The projection of Xikong Shuyun materialized before Xikong Zhen's eyes. What? Can I just check on you if there's nothing wrong? You fiery girl. With such a temper, you better watch out, or you might end up single. Upon hearing Xikong Shuyun's words, Xikong Zhen's lips twitched in silent exasperation. What is there to see? And if I end up single, so be it. As long as you support me. Chapter 53. My dear daughter, how about you marry Ling Feng instead? Xikong Zhen's parting words. Xikong Shuyun said nonchalantly. However, upon hearing this, Xikong Zhen fell silent. He glanced at the colossal octopus charging toward him and smiled wryly. Dad will always face his demise someday, Xikong Zhen said with a chuckle. On the other end, Xikong Shuyun was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Dad, where are you? Why is everything around you in ruins? What on earth are you doing? Xikong Shuyun finally sensed something was amiss. It's nothing, just a small octopus. Now, remember what I said and take good care of yourself. If that Ling Feng kid has eyes for you, then perhaps you should marry him. Alright, I must hang up now. Without waiting for Xikong Shuyun to respond, Xikong Zhen abruptly ended the call. Sigh, that girl, she probably won't find a husband at this rate. Xikong Zhen shook his head, and then his expression turned serious in an instant. Boom. Suddenly, his entire being ignited with a crimson flame. Blue text appeared. Berserker unleash. Transformed into a blood-red figure, he charged directly toward the gigantic octopus. Whoosh! The octopus made no sound, its tentacle crashing down towards Xikong Zhen in an instant. Xikong Zhen retaliated with a punch from afar. Buzz! In that instant, an overwhelming force of fragmentation surged forth. Boom! With a resounding blast, the enormous tentacle shattered into pieces. Roar! The next moment, a deep, guttural roar erupted from the mouth of the octopus. Seeing that his attack had been effective, Sikong-jun's eyes gleamed with determination, ready to continue his assault. However, in the next instant, his expression changed. Buzz! The shattered tentacle emitted a surge of crimson energy, rapidly regenerating under its cover. In mere seconds, the tentacle restored itself to its former state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, 3 tentacles simultaneously descended upon Sikong-jun. A regenerative beast, is it? Sikong-jun's face grew solemn. No wonder he could shatter the opponent's tentacles. It turned out that they were not combat-type attributes. If they had been, given the vast difference in strength, he might not have even been able to breach their defenses. However, the most significant drawback of regenerative attributes is their formidable longevity. To slay it, he couldn't manage it alone. Shatter! Facing the 3 descending tentacles, Sikong-jun bellowed as he struck out with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying sounds erupted again as the octopus's tentacles shattered once more. Yet soon after, other tentacles rushed down towards Sikong-jun once again. He quickly evaded. The ensuing battle was not perilous. Sikong-jun navigated through shattering and dodging. Meanwhile, the octopus attacked with calm precision, its tentacles regenerating swiftly. After more than an hour of fighting, Sikong-jun's strength was nearly exhausted, while the octopus remained unscathed. For some reason, a sense of unease lingered in Sikong-jun's heart, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 massive tentacles plunged down upon Sikong-jun once more. Without hesitation, he punched out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds erupted, but what transpired next caused Sikong-jun's expression to change. This time, the 3 tentacles did not shatter. They merely retreated 100 meters before crashing down again, and Sikong-jun's shattering force had yet to coalesce. Just as it seemed Sikong-jun was about to be crushed. Heavenly fire. Gale slash. A thunderous shout suddenly rang out from the side. Whoosh. In the next moment, a sound akin to air being torn asunder echoed, and a flaming blade several hundred meters long sliced through the air, striking fiercely upon the tentacles. Boom. As the blade exploded, immense power redirected the tentacle's trajectory. Boom. Boom, boom. With 3 resounding impacts, the colossal tentacles slammed into the ground. Chairman, are you all right? In the next moment, an elder wreathed in flames rushed over. I'm fine, elderly, your timing is impeccable. Sikong-jun couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha ha, I rushed over as soon as I received your message. Elderly grinned. King Swansea and the others should be arriving soon. Is this the pinnacle 6th grade ferocious beast? Elderly chuckled heartily, then brandished his long blade. Hovering in the air as he scrutinized the octopus not far away, his brow furrowing. He wielded fire and wind attributes, combining their powers to unleash tremendous combat prowess. In his youth, he had been a genius capable of reaching the 60th floor of the potential dragon tower. However, now, as a mere martial lord of the 3rd layer, he found himself insufficient against the octopus. His full force strike only managed to push the tentacle back a few dozen meters, and the wounds healed almost instantaneously. Indeed, this creature possesses formidable strength, and it has been toying with me all along. Sikong-jun grew grave. The opponent's sudden outburst of power was not due to an unexpected enhancement. The thought of having been treated like a toy for over an hour left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, this had bought him time. Otherwise, even utilizing Berserker, he wouldn't have survived to this point. Is that so? It certainly seems challenging. The intelligence of an octopus is remarkably high, and coupled with its immense strength, its intellect is undoubtedly on par with ours. Perhaps it is not merely toying with you. Li Lao's expression grew solemn, and his words caused Sikong-jun to furrow his brow tightly. He had surmised the opponent's intentions. They likely aimed to wait until their reinforcements arrived, then strike them down all at once. However, despite their understanding of the adversary's objective, they still needed to await reinforcements, for without them, they would stand no chance, especially considering the days that lay ahead. Perhaps we can engage him in dialogue. He is not devoid of wisdom and should realize that our formidable reinforcements will arrive in a matter of days. Li Lao suddenly proposed. It seems we have no other choice, Sikong-jun replied with resignation. He then soared forward, while the octopus, with its eerie vertical pupils, calmly fixed its gaze upon him, refraining from launching an attack. Your strength is impressive, yet you may not comprehend the might of our human race. Among us, there exist not only martial saints and martial emperors, but even martial gods. Your rampant slaughter will lead to your demise once our powerful warriors arrive. Therefore, I propose a transaction. Sikong-jun spoke earnestly. M.O. Upon hearing Sikong-jun's words, the octopus let out a low growl, and a hint of mockery flickered in its eyes. Clearly, it had no desire to entertain any so-called negotiation. Hear me out. I can offer you numerous corpses of 6th-tier ferocious beasts, and I will provide them annually. In exchange for your promise to refrain from leaving the divine domain in the future, you must understand, when our powerful warriors arrive, it will signify your end. Why not strike a deal and coexist peacefully? It would benefit both you and us. Chapter 54, Cultivators. Taoist, I shall slay him alone. Sikong-jun declared coldly. As his words echoed, a contemplative expression appeared in the octopus's vertical pupils, seemingly weighing the pros and cons humans. Weak, unworthy, transaction. Yet soon a voice, not entirely fluent in the Huaxiao language, emerged slowly from its massive form. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a flurry of enormous tentacles suddenly surged towards Sikongzhen. Councilman, run! Li Lao, witnessing this scene, turned pale. Sikongzhen's pupils constricted as he unleashed his shattering power in a frenzied burst. Boom, boom, boom. The shattering force collided with the tentacles. However, this time, his power had no effect whatsoever. Just as the massive tentacles were about to strike Sikongzhen, 3 formless hands erupted from the void. These hands seized the tentacles with terrifying strength, bringing them to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, Sikongzhen swiftly fled. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he escaped, the telekinetic hands shattered instantly, and the enormous tentacles crashed into the void. It was Qing Xuanzi. The old fellow had finally arrived. Upon witnessing this, Li Lao was overjoyed. Sikongzhen, too, felt a sense of relief and looked skyward, where a figure imbued with the essence of immortality descended before them. Have you two sustained any injuries? Qing Xuanzi inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. Qing Xuanzi, how have you suddenly become so formidable, capable of withstanding the attacks of this peak 6th-tier beast? Li Lao asked in curiosity. My friend jesting. I have always been formidable. Qing Xuanzi replied with a proud smile. However, after uttering this, he abruptly turned, retrieved something from his sleeve, and wiped it across his face, only to turn back after several seconds. Yet, the bloodstains beneath his nostrils remained uncleaned, revealing that the recent attack had inflicted considerable damage upon his soul. Thank you for your assistance, Dao brother. Sikongzhen expressed his gratitude with a bow. No need for thanks. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand dismissively. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, explosive sounds echoed from the horizon. Other martial sovereigns had arrived. Soon, more than 10 martial sovereigns gathered in Shihai City. Where are the others? Sikongzhen frowned upon seeing only a handful present. Old Wang and the others are still some distance away, and as for Old Zhang, he cannot come due to pressing matters. A middle-aged martial sovereign, bearing a long spear, spoke calmly. Though he did not elaborate, everyone present understood that cannot come implied a refusal to do so, as it was tantamount to seeking death. Humph. A bunch of vermin. Sikongzhen snorted coldly, yet he was disinclined to say more. Everyone, let us hold this abomination at bay. Be extremely cautious. This creature is incredibly powerful, far exceeding my expectations. Sikongzhen then addressed the assembled group with gravity. No need. I alone can handle this beast. However, as he pondered, Qing Xuanzi spoke calmly. His declaration left everyone present dumbfounded. Although Qing Xuanzi was formidable, he was still merely at the 4th level of martial sovereign. Should a battle ensue, Sikongzhen would surpass him in strength. Could he truly face a peak 6th-tier beast alone? Dao friend, do not underestimate the situation. This is not the time for bravado. Sikongzhen promptly cautioned. Indeed, old Zhao, do not be reckless. If we attack together, there may still be hope. Li Lao hurriedly urged. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. I am called Qing Xuanzi, not old Zhao. Moreover, I have stated that I shall confront him alone. If I cannot slay him, your efforts would be futile. Qing Xuanzi detested being referred to by his original name, as it shattered the immersion. Realizing he was not joking, the group grew perplexed. Did Qing Xuanzi possess some hidden trump card? Then we shall rely on you, Dao friend. Is there anything we can assist you with? Sikongzhen inquired helplessly. No need. You may simply observe, Qing Xuanzi declared, flicking his sleeve before soaring skyward on his sword. Soon, he hovered above the octopus, gazing down upon it. The gigantic creature, with its bizarre vertical pupils, regarded Qing Xuanzi, puzzled by the old man's intentions. In the next moment, Qing Xuanzi produced a porcelain vial from his bosom. Abomination. I have spent several hundred years' worth of fortune to procure this soul ignition pill for this very moment. Today, you shall witness the might of the sword immortal. Qing Xuanzi uttered with a cold snort, promptly consuming the pill within the vial. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of violent soul energy surged deep into Qing Xuanzi's consciousness. At that moment, his soul power began to swell uncontrollably. 5th level of martial sovereign. 6th level. 7th level. The terrifying pressure of his soul immediately enveloped all the martial sovereigns present. What a terrifying surge of soul power. What has old Zhao done? Li Lao's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Beside him stood Master Lu, a 6th-tier alchemist. The soul ignition pill, a legendary 7th-tier elixir. Has Qing Xuanzi gone mad? Consuming this pill will severely harm his soul. At best, he may regress in cultivation, and at worst, he could suffer soul fragmentation and become a fool. Master Lu's expression turned grave. As his words fell, Sikongzhen and the others' faces changed in unison. Qing Xuanzi was prepared to trade his life for a chance at victory. He understood that if they attacked together, they would all perish, so it was better for him to face the danger alone. Indeed, others, no matter how desperately they tried, could inflict no harm upon this ferocious beast. Perhaps he truly could succeed. At this moment, as his soul's realm surged dramatically, Qing Xuanzi also experienced excruciating agony, with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. At long last, his level ascended to the 8th heaven. Maintaining his final clarity, he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the octopus below. The creature, sensing the frenzied aura emanating from Qing Xuanzi, finally shifted from its playful demeanor to one of vigilance. With a thunderous roar, the colossal octopus unleashed a deep, resonant growl. In the next instant, 5 or 6 enormous tentacles lashed out towards Qing Xuanzi in the sky, each enveloped in swirling mist, clearly indicating that it had previously concealed its true strength, which was now unleashed. Humph. However, Qing Xuanzi merely scoffed, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish. In an instant, a colossal mind force handprint, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, descended upon the giant octopus. Boom, boom, boom. Several tentacles struck fiercely against the mind force handprint. Yet they could not budge it in the slightest. Rather, they were forcefully pushed back. With a resounding crash, the handprint slammed into the octopus, the terrifying force driving it deep into the earth, creating a massive handprint over a kilometer wide. This awe-inspiring display of power left everyone present gasping in shock. With such a move, they all mused, it would surely spell doom for them. Yet, they understood that this strike would not slay the octopus. The giant octopus was finally enraged, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Its previously flattened body began to rapidly mend itself, and within its serene vertical pupils, boundless fury emerged, directed at Qing Xuanzi in the sky. A mere beast is still but a beast. It can only rage impotently. Qing Xuanzi coldly declared, fully aware that he must resort to his ultimate technique. Chairman, initiate the live broadcast. My next move will be magnificent, Qing Xuanzi proclaimed with pride, his voice reaching the chairman's ears. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt of excitement. Without hesitation, Sikong Zhen activated the global live stream. This was an event that all should witness. Under the authority of Chairman Sikong Zhen, as soon as the broadcast commenced, every screen across Bluewater Star began transmitting the unfolding scene. Global live streaming was the highest privilege of the chairman. Was something monumental occurring? Isn't that West Sea City? I see the Tower of Pride. Someone exclaimed. What happened? Why has West Sea City become a wasteland? Goodness, what a massive octopus. What level of ferocious beast is this? The crowd gasped. A beast tide. An unprecedented beast tide. Look, that elder in the sky seems to be Elder Qing Xuanzi. Someone shouted. Elder Qing Xuanzi is challenging this ferocious beast alone? Truly, he is the formidable leader of our Cultivators Association. There's such a guild? In an instant, countless comments flooded the livestream chat. As viewers read the comments, they began to grasp the situation. However, when someone analyzed that this 8-legged beast could potentially be a peak level 6th or even 7th tier beast, shock rippled through the audience. Could anyone on Bluewater Star withstand a beast of such caliber? Likely not. Soon, apocalyptic discussions began to circulate regarding Bluewater Star. Yet at that moment, Qing Xuanzi made his move. He formed hand seals with his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible force erupted from deep within his consciousness. The mind force expanded rapidly in all directions. With the amplification of his formidable realm, this mind force enveloped the entirety of West Sea City. Of course, none sensed this phenomenon. Many martial artists still in the process of retreating suddenly felt an unsettling shift. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Suddenly, their weapons began to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? Why is my weapon moving? A myriad of martial artists paled in realization, fearing they had encountered some enigmatic entity. Clang, clang, clang. However, at that moment, every weapon in their grasp shot upwards into the sky. Simultaneously, the weapons of the fallen martial artists throughout West Sea City erupted with a cacophony of sword cries. Soaring skyward, this scene rapidly broadcasted to all viewers. Amidst the ruins, countless weapons ascended like raindrops, an overwhelming spectacle numbering in the millions, leaving every viewer in awe. Impressive. Utterly impressive. How can this old fellow be so magnificent? Even the ever-critical Elder Li was taken aback by this sight. Watching the multitude of weapons ascend and transform into an endless torrent, all eyes remained fixated on the spectacle. In the next moment, millions of flying swords and knives coalesced into a gigantic flying sword. Beast, prepare to meet your demise. Qing Xuanzi bellowed, his sword pointing resolutely at the massive octopus below. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the symphony of sword and knife cries resonated across the heavens. The immense flying sword tore through the void with an ever-increasing velocity, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. Roar. Sensing the threat of death, the giant octopus roared in defiance. Recognizing the might of this attack, it opted not to confront it directly, but instead curled into a ball, shielding its head. Boundless water power surged around its form, and its body rapidly condensed, shrinking in size, yet significantly augmenting its defensive capabilities. Clang. Finally, with a thunderous clang of sword cries, the colossal flying sword crashed into the octopus's spherical form. Boom, 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 boom. The weapons, imbued with terrifying might, detonated against the outermost layer of the water barrier. The thunderous sounds echoed throughout the expanse, prompting Sikong Jun and others in the distance to cover their ears. Under the relentless bombardment of the weapons, the water barrier gradually dissipated. Ultimately, a breach was torn open, and all the weapons poured forth upon the octopus's curled tentacles. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless assault created a multitude of small craters across the octopus's tentacles. Due to the sheer number, these small pits merged into larger ones, gradually penetrating the layer of tentacles. The flying swords rained down upon the octopus's head, and it writhed in pain, desperately trying to shield itself, yet the bombardment proved insurmountable. The moment any tentacle drew near, it was obliterated. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astounded and exhilarated. Victory was within reach. Qing Xuanzi was on the verge of triumph. At this moment, it was evident that less than a third of the weapons had been consumed. Yet, no one noticed the increasing blood emanating from Qing Xuanzi's 7 orifices in the sky. Simultaneously, his gaze began to grow vacant, a clear indication that his soul had reached its limit. Meanwhile, the octopus's head had been shattered, and all weapons were relentlessly bombarding its brain. Witnessing this scene, everyone was convinced of their impending victory. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Qing Xuanzi spewed forth a mouthful of blood, and the terrifying fluctuations of his soul abruptly vanished. Although the weapons plummeting towards the octopus maintained their velocity, they became ineffective upon striking its body, even against its most vulnerable brain. The immense power of these weapons was derived from Qing Xuanzi's telekinetic energy. The so-called weapon explosions were, in fact, manifestations of psychic force. Otherwise, how could ordinary weapons inflict harm upon such a formidable beast? Not good. Qing Xuanzi's soul is at its limit. Everyone, attack together. We must slay the beast before it can recover. Sikong Jun's countenance changed drastically as he bellowed, prompting all to transform into streaks of light charging towards the colossal octopus. As the gigantic octopus, which had just returned from the brink of death, became utterly enraged, it unleashed a bizarre and earth-shattering roar. In the next instant, its wounds began to mend at an alarming rate. Its brain was once again shielded. As Sikong Jun and the others neared, they were struck by the sight before them, their expressions shifting in alarm. Before they could react, the giant octopus launched its tentacles towards them with reckless abandon. Crush, flame wind slash, meteor gun technique. All the martial experts unleashed their most powerful techniques in unison. Chapter 56, The Fall of the Martial Sovereign. The Arrival of the Gale. The sun ascending the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The horrifying attacks collided with the tentacles, yet the disparity in strength was too great. Their full-force strikes barely inflicted any damage. The octopus let out a low growl, and in an instant, countless water swords surged forth from its body. With a rapid swish, hundreds of thousands of water blades shot towards the martial sovereigns surrounding it. All the martial sovereigns, witnessing this spectacle, felt their pupils constrict and without hesitation, activated their strongest defensive techniques. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the water sword struck them, unleashing a terrifying explosion that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. One by one, the martial sovereigns were sent flying by the relentless barrage of water blades. With the resounding booms, all the martial sovereigns crashed to the ground dozens of kilometers away. Some of the weaker ones were even pierced through by the water blades, ultimately nailed to the earth. Even the formidable Sikong Jun, upon impacting the ground, found his bones shattered under the tremendous force. Cough. Blood spewed from Sikong Jun's mouth as he struggled to rise from the ground. This abomination has actually learned such a technique from Qing Xuanzi's myriad swords returning to the origin. Given Sikong Jun's immense power, the efficacy of this attack was undoubtedly terrifying. Suddenly, Sikong Jun's expression changed drastically as he spotted Old Li lying in a deep pit not far away, his body riddled with wounds. Sikong Jun rushed over to support Old Li's frail form. Cough, cough, cough. Chairman, it seems I truly must sacrifice myself this time. If I manage to survive, remember to choose a good resting place for me. Old Li coughed up a mouthful of blood laced with internal fragments, speaking with a smile. However, after uttering these words, before Sikong Jun could respond, Old Li's gaze gradually dulled, and he lost all signs of life. Old Li, Sikong Jun roared in anguish. His cry echoed across the globe in an instant. All the inhabitants of Blue Water Star witnessed this scene, their faces etched with sorrow. Li Yuan, the Flameblade, a martial sovereign who had once rendered great service to Blue Water Star and was idolized by countless youths, now lay in such a tragic state in battle against the beast. Yet, it was not just Li Yuan. Sikong Jun, cradling Li Yuan's lifeless body, slowly ascended into the air, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. To his dismay, he observed that those martial sovereigns who had fought alongside him were now all lifeless in deep pits. Even those who survived were gravely injured and struggling, utterly devoid of any combat capability. Even Qing Xuanzi, who had previously descended like a deity, was now kneeling several kilometers away before the octopus, propped up by his flying sword. Despite the distance, the clarity of the live broadcast allowed everyone to see his face covered in blood and his eyes devoid of consciousness. At this moment, apart from Si Kongjun, no one possessed the ability to act. This scene, broadcasted live, was witnessed by all, and despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Blue Water Star. It was over. Father. In Kaiyun City, at the headquarters of the Chosen One's alliance. Si Kong Shuiyun trembled as she gazed at the bloodied Si Kongjun on the screen. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The people behind her stood in solemn silence, watching the unfolding tragedy. Someone slowly raised their right hand, executing a military salute. Subsequently, everyone present stood tall, lifting their right hands, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the live broadcast. At the same time, in every corner of Blue Water Star, people spontaneously raised their right hands. In West Sea City, all those who were still evacuating halted, turning towards the direction of the battlefield. Under the leadership of the martial sovereigns, everyone gradually raised their right hands. Fight! Someone initiated the rallying cry. The resonating battle call grew louder and more powerful, echoing throughout West Sea City. The sound gradually roused the already gravely wounded martial sovereigns, who could not help but open their eyes. Fight! 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 They echoed, unable to restrain their voices. Throughout the millennia of human history, having faced countless life and death crises, these tribulations taught them that only through fighting could humanity endure. It was through unwavering struggle that they could safeguard the future of their kind. The giant octopus, upon hearing this rallying cry, felt a flicker of irritation in its vertical pupils. It growled lowly as it scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of the sound. Yet, it soon realized that the voices came from all directions. The increasingly potent sound filled it with an inexplicable agitation. In the next moment, a deep warning erupted. The resounding call transformed into a terrifying sound wave that spread outwards in all directions. The sound waves unleashed a torrent of shockwaves, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the sonic force had expanded to several dozen kilometers away. Everyone was caught in the wake of this auditory onslaught. Pop, pop, pop. In mere moments, the eardrums of those with lesser strength shattered. Ah, my ears. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the entire city of Shihai. The previously furious roars abruptly ceased at that moment. Moo. The colossal octopus let out a disdainful growl, its eyes glinting with contempt. This scene was broadcast live, and many viewers, overwhelmed by despair, shut their eyes. Faced with such a terrifying entity, their power seemed pitifully insignificant. Yet, the mere sounds of ordinary people stirred such agitation within you. Could it be that you are afraid? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from the horizon. This cool yet haughty voice sent a shiver down the spines of the despairing crowd. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze towards the live feed. Simultaneously, Si Kongjun, hearing the voice, trembled and quickly looked towards its source. There, beneath the radiant sun in the sky, stood a figure, proud and defiant. The dazzling light made Si Kongjun squint, but soon his expression shifted. Wait, isn't the sun in the west right now? This figure seems to be in the east. He quickly glanced towards the west. And indeed, there was another sun. What lay behind this figure? The same question flickered in the eyes of everyone else, for they too had seen the two suns through Si Kongjun's gaze. Moo. The octopus, having also realized this anomaly, growled. Its eerie slit pupils fixated on the figure in the sky. Through intense pupil constriction, it finally discerned that beneath the blinding sunlight stood a youth clad in black armor. A member of the human race. Chapter 57. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven's Finger. The world shatters. A sixth-tier apex beast is vanquished in an instant. The blinding light gradually dissipated. Ling Feng's form emerged before all. Upon recognizing Ling Feng, Si Kongjun's face transformed in an instant. Ling Feng, it's that brat. What is he here for? He exclaimed in disbelief. This utterance was instantly relayed to all viewers through the live broadcast. Ling Feng, who is he? He looks so young, perhaps only in his teens? You don't know Ling Feng? Haven't you seen the latest official announcement from the Imperial Capital University? He is the strongest prodigy who shattered the Qianlong Tower upon his enrollment, hailed as the greatest genius since the establishment of Blue Water Star. What? He shattered the Qianlong Tower? How is that possible? Wait, does that mean he is just a freshman? What is a freshman doing here causing a commotion? However, one cannot deny that this lad is indeed handsome, second only to my peak self. Hey, I saw your profile picture. How dare you say such a thing? Oh no. I thought a formidable expert was coming. Turns out it's just a delusional teenager. Upon learning of Ling Feng's freshman status, the people of Blue Water Star, who had momentarily felt a glimmer of hope, fell back into despair. A freshman, no matter how extraordinary his talent, could he possibly rival those martial masters who have cultivated for centuries? Humph, he is merely my sycophant. What is he pretending to be for now? In the women's prison of Kaiyun City, clad in prison garb, Yanxian couldn't help but snort coldly upon seeing the scene on the live broadcast. The surrounding guards and inmates were taken aback by her words. This genius is actually this girl's sycophant? Yet, when they beheld Yan Shiyun's merely passable beauty, disdain washed over them. This girl must be out of her mind. How could such a prodigy possibly be interested in her? He'd probably be repulsed, even if she offered herself up naked. Damn Ling Feng, you miserable wretch. I merely got a bit close to Yi Shao. And you dare to treat me like this? Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? You just want me to grovel and agree to be your girlfriend? Dream on. It would be best if you were killed by that octopus. Yin Shiyun was furious. Was she regretting her choices? She had regretted long ago, ever since Ling Feng annihilated the Wang family. Yet, she still believed she could not yield. Otherwise, Ling Feng would surely think her easy to manipulate. She intended to wait until Ling Feng could no longer resist coming to her, and then she would graciously choose to forgive him. However, she had not anticipated that Ling Feng would be so audacious as to provoke such a powerful beast. If he were to die, how would she ever escape from prison? Ling Feng, what are you doing here? Leave quickly, you are no match for him. Sikong Jun, having snapped back to reality from his shock, shouted anxiously. Huff. However, just as he uttered these words, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Chairman, leave the rest to me, Ling Feng calmly stated, surveying his surroundings. Then, his icy gaze turned toward the distant octopus. In that instant, a terrifying sense of death enveloped the octopus. Strangely, upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, it felt a primal fear of death itself. Yet, it could only sense a fifth-tier strength emanating from Ling Feng. It must be mistaken. How could a weak human possess such genius? Moo! The octopus roared in fury. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, massive tentacles shot toward Ling Feng in the sky. However, upon witnessing this, Ling Feng merely closed his eyes slowly. The next moment, when he abruptly opened his eyes, they had transformed into a blood-red hue. Boom! In that instant, a violent aura of slaughter erupted from his entire being. The crimson flames enveloped him entirely. A terrifying pressure instantly cloaked the surrounding area for 100 kilometers. The creatures of Shihai City felt an innate terror rising from the depths of their souls. The fleeing citizens collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed by this murderous intent. The closer one was, the more intense the fear became. Sikong Jun's already pale face turned ashen, and he began to plummet rapidly from the sky, trembling uncontrollably. Not just him. Even the fearsome octopus widened its eyes, its tentacles, once aimed at Ling Feng, frozen midair. Viewers of the live broadcast were left bewildered. Moo! Yet, in the next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the octopus actually retracted its tentacles and turned to flee in a panic. Out of sheer terror, its tentacles tangled together, causing it to stumble and roll on the ground like a clumsy creature. Running away? Go ahead, where can you escape to? Ling Feng observed this scene, his tone devoid of any emotion. The next moment, he slowly raised his right hand and extended a single finger. Great wilderness. Prison heaven's finger. Ling Feng spoke calmly. Simultaneously, his right hand slowly pointed towards the distant void where the fleeing octopus had vanished. Buzz! In an instant, a cataclysmic burst of golden flames erupted, transforming into a terrifying hand of fire with a diameter of several kilometers. The moment this fiery hand materialized, the temperature of the entire world began to surge uncontrollably. As the gigantic finger descended upon the octopus at an astonishing speed, the ground beneath it began to melt into lava. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Concurrently, a series of charred sounds emanated from its seemingly indestructible body. Moo! The excruciating pain elicited a low, anguished roar from the octopus. Yet, it did not halt its frantic escape. Regrettably, no matter how formidable its strength, in the hands of Ling Feng, who had activated the God of Slaughter attribute, it was akin to an ant. The colossal finger descended with a force capable of annihilating all, striking the octopus just as it was about to breach the divine realm. The overwhelming might immediately vaporize the octopus's body. Moo! With a final, pained bellow, the octopus was engulfed by the golden flames of the massive finger, which then slammed into the ground, causing a tremendous explosion. Boom! In a heartbeat, a golden mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. A wave of destructive force radiated outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ruins of Shihai City were instantly reduced to dust. The shockwave surged forward, rapidly reaching the vicinity of Sikong Jun and his companions. It was over. Chapter 58. I am Ling Feng's goddess, the future martial goddess wife. Yin Shiyun's moment of fantasy. Sikong Jun had yet to recover from his earlier shock when he beheld a terrifying shockwave towering 1,000 meters, sweeping towards him. In his severely injured state, he could not withstand such a blow. Buzz! Just then, an invisible wave coalesced into a massive barrier, enveloping Sikong Jun and his companions within its protective embrace. Boom! The shockwave crashed against the barrier, failing to shake it even slightly. At that moment, Sikong Jun realized the one behind this was indeed Ling Feng. He extended his right hand to block the shockwave. This wave had expanded over several dozen kilometers. Even the citizens who had evacuated to the outskirts of the city were swept away by a tempest. Fortunately, the location of Ling Feng's golden flaming finger had already reached the coastline beyond Shihai City. Thus, by the time this force reached them, it had diminished considerably. Otherwise, it would have meant certain doom for all survivors in Shihai City. The harrowing explosion persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Of course, while the explosion had ceased, smoke and dust enveloped the area for hundreds of kilometers. As the haze slowly cleared, The world outside the barrier came into view for Sikong-jun. At a glance, he was utterly dumbfounded. With a face etched in horror and disbelief, he gazed at the terrifying pit, hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers wide, rendered speechless. This strike, surely, even an ordinary martial saint would struggle to replicate? Not only him, but all the inhabitants of Blue Water Star watching this live broadcast were also left in a state of shock, trembling, and bewildered. Was this truly damage that a mere human could inflict? In a heartbeat, the octopus that had previously dominated Sikong-jun and his companions was obliterated. Instantly, everyone swallowed hard. We won, we truly won. However, among the crowd, a few were still processing the astonishing reality, gasping in disbelief. Boom! In an instant, everyone was ignited with excitement. They had triumphed. They truly had, and they would not need to abandon their homes. At that moment, cheers reverberated throughout every city on Blue Water Star. At the Blue Water Star spaceship port, several powerful martial lords had already boarded departing ships with their families. Yet, as they gazed at the scenes unfolding in the broadcast, they all fell into a contemplative silence. These martial lords, having fled in the face of danger, felt a mix of regret, relief, and solemnity. Of course, some mocked the situation. They believed that had they remained, they would have been swiftly eliminated like the fallen martial lords. Such a selfless sacrifice would be in vain, devoid of any value. Only by surviving could they slay more beasts and protect more of humanity. Yet, this was merely a rationale to comfort themselves. They had fled, and no reasoning could obscure the fact of their retreat. This was their reason for departure. After all, even if they did not leave, the octopus would soon be slain by human warriors in a couple of days. They understood that they could no longer remain on Blue Water Star. The stark contrast between the valor of these martial lords and their own cowardice would forever render them scorned by the people of Blue Water Star. As they looked upon Ling Feng in the broadcast, these martial lords deeply bowed, perhaps hoping that his emergence would lessen their sins. Without hesitation, they boarded their ships. We won. We won. President, we won. How powerful. How could Ling Feng be so strong? A martial lord has emerged in Kaiyun City as well. Not merely a martial lord. The strength of this octopus could only be vanquished by a martial saint, and Ling Feng had undoubtedly reached martial saint level combat prowess. A martial saint, Kaiyun City actually produced a martial saint. Meanwhile, within the Kaiyun City Chosen Alliance, a group of martial king-level warriors erupted into excited cheers. Sikong Shuyun beamed at the proud figure of Ling Feng on the screen. Thank you, Ling Feng, truly thank you. Sikong Shuyun's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. We won, Ling Feng has triumphed. However, at the same time, in the women's prison of Kaiyun City, Yin Shiyun suddenly burst into wild laughter. Though those around her were elated, they were also startled by her sudden outburst. 952B, what are you doing? Sit down at once. Do you want to be put in solitary confinement? Shouted one of the guards, witnessing Yin Shiyun's exuberance. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me? The future martial goddess wife? Do you have any idea that with a single word, I could make Ling Feng kneel and lick my feet? Right now, immediately contact the higher-ups. I want to be released. I want to see Ling Feng. You must notify him. Upon hearing the guard's words, Yin Shiyun was instantly enraged. She stood atop a chair, issuing commands to the surrounding guards. She has gone mad. She is truly insane. Damn it, encountering such a lunatic during duty. Several guards turned ashen. They hastily summoned the warden. You are the warden? Hurry and notify Ling Feng. Tell him to come and fetch me. And bring all the martial lords to welcome me. Otherwise, I will not leave with him. Facing the cold-faced, middle-aged female warden, Yin Shiyun spoke with arrogance. The moment these words left her lips, the warden's expression darkened. She had just been watching the live broadcast, still exhilarated. When she heard her subordinate announce that someone had gone mad, now it seemed this was no mere madness. Moreover, she dared to insult Ling Feng. The savior of Blue Water Star, this was a death wish. Quickly contact the mental institution. This woman exhibits severe delusions and mania. Furthermore, you lot. Restrain her and escort her back to her cell, ensuring she understands that even in madness, certain words must remain unspoken. The warden declared coldly. A few female guards, who had long harbored disdain for Yin Shiyun, promptly stepped forward and seized her, dragging her towards the prison. What are you doing? I am Ling Feng's girlfriend, the future lady of the martial god. How dare you treat me this way? Release me, let me go. I will make you pay. I will have you killed. Yin Shiyun screamed in terror and rage. Slap, slap. However, one of the female guards, unable to endure her outburst, delivered several resounding slaps, knocking out more than 10 of her teeth in the process. These blows, however, did nothing to quell Yin Shiyun's fury. Rather, they ignited it further. Do you not understand human speech? Are you not afraid I will annihilate you? Yin Shiyun bellowed in anger. Yet, before she could utter more, she was unceremoniously tossed into her cell. The cell door creaked shut as the guards slowly deactivated their recording devices. At this sight, Yin Shiyun's expression finally shifted. What are you planning? This is a legal corporal punishment. I will report you to the authorities. I will escalate this to the highest levels. Yan Xian shrieked in terror. But soon, her screams were replaced by cries of agony. Chapter 59. Thank you, Ling Feng. The gratitude of Sikong Shuyan. Meanwhile, on the battlefield. Ling Feng, high in the sky, slowly expelled a mouthful of blood. The murderous intent surrounding him gradually dissipated. He glanced at the horrific aftermath of his actions, his pupils narrowing. It was far more terrifying than the devastation he had wrought in the God of Medicine domain. After all, he had not invoked the title of the God of Slaughter previously. If I were to activate the special title of Slaughter, it is likely that the entire blue water star would face annihilation at my hands. A chill ran down Ling Feng's spine. No wonder the description of that title warned of its perilous nature. The stronger one becomes, the more caution must be exercised when employing such a power. With greater combat strength comes the ability to perceive threats from greater distances. Should one's power reach a certain level, they might even glimpse the might of beings from other planets, potentially reducing them to a mere machine of slaughter. I wonder if there is a way to break this title's hold. Otherwise, I cannot afford to wield it recklessly. Ling Feng lamented. Subsequently, he descended from the heavens, landing before Sikong Zhen. Chancellor, are you all right? Observing Sikong Zhen, drenched in blood and nearly incapacitated, Ling Feng feigned ignorance with his inquiry. Cough, cough. Do you truly believe I'm fine? Sikong Zhen replied, exasperated. Yet, more than anything, he was astonished by the techniques Ling Feng had previously employed, which bore resemblance to divine martial arts, but were undoubtedly of a superior caliber. Moreover, what was that flame? A golden fire, radiant and terrifying like the sun. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued about Ling Feng's current level of cultivation. To what extent had he ascended? Sikong Zhen could no longer perceive Ling Feng's realm, especially since Ling Feng had deliberately concealed it to avoid causing him trouble. Despite his myriad questions, he refrained from voicing them, respecting Ling Feng's privacy. His silence was an indication of his desire not to disclose. This is a healing elixir. Take it, and I will assess if anyone else remains alive. Ling Feng stated succinctly, producing a pill and handing it to Sikong Zhen. He had concocted this remedy using solar flames in his personal realm while descending from the sky. The ingredients were pilfered from the treasury of the Earth Elemental Kingdom. Is this a premium elixir? It appears so crystalline and translucent. Upon seeing the pill, Sikong Zhen was taken aback. This was a 6th-tier healing pill, the Spring Revival pill, and he recognized its quality. However, its caliber seemed exceedingly high. Of course, he dared not entertain thoughts of it being a perfect elixir, as no one in the human race had ever succeeded in refining one of such perfection. This treasure is far too precious. I am not on the brink of death. I can simply procure some healing pills later. Sikong Zhen hesitated to accept it, knowing its worth was in the hundreds of billions. Keep it. I have plenty, Ling Feng declared, flicking his finger, causing the pill to transform into a streak of light that flew towards Sikong Zhen. A force pride opened Sikong Zhen's mouth, and the pill flew straight in. The perfect-grade elixir dissolved upon entry, flooding his body with pure medicinal energy. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, Sikong Zhen could distinctly feel his body undergoing a frenzied restoration. The speed of recovery was astonishing. Within merely half a minute, most of his bones had healed. At this rate, in just a few minutes, he would be nearly fully restored. What kind of healing elixir is this? Sikong Zhen trembled in astonishment. It was indeed 6th tier, yet he could hardly believe his eyes. After all, the tier of a pill is easily discernible, as they typically bear pill patterns. A 1st-tier elixir has 1 pattern. A 2nd tier has 2, and so forth. A 6th-tier elixir with 6 patterns could not belong to any other grade. However, the extraordinary speed of recovery was far from ordinary. Could it be due to its exceptionally high quality? It is said that the higher the quality of the elixir, the less toxicity it contains, and the faster the effects manifest. Sikong Zhen pondered. He wanted to inquire of Ling Feng, but found himself unable to voice his questions. Chancellor, take these elixirs and go rescue those martial sovereigns who have yet to perish. I will check if Master Qing Xian is still alive. Ling Feng disregarded Sikong Zhen's confusion, handing him several elixirs and then soaring towards the direction of Qing Xian. Sikong Zhen, clutching the elixirs, trembled in awe. Each one was a flawless elixir. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that these were not merely premium, but their perfection surpassed that of the finest. Could it be that these elixirs are truly the legendary perfect-grade elixirs? Sikong Zhen was left astounded. However, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He hastily began to search the surrounding ruins. Through his search, he discovered that among the 17 martial sovereigns, only 5 remained alive, each severely injured. Only Master Lu seemed to retain a semblance of consciousness. Master Lu had consumed a 6th-tier healing elixir, but due to its merely excellent quality, it would take at least a day or 2 for him to fully recover. This was commendable, considering he had been on the brink of death. Had he not taken the best healing elixir he could concoct in advance, his cultivation at the first heaven of martial sovereign would have surely led to his demise long ago. Chancellor, did we win? Or was I merely dreaming just now? He struggled to sit up from the ground, trembling as he spoke. We've already emerged victorious. But this is not the moment for such discussions, Master. Please, consume this medicinal pill promptly. Zhen hastily produced a flawless healing elixir. However, the moment the pill was unveiled, Master Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he sprang up from the ground instantaneously. Where did you acquire this? Master Lu exclaimed. His complexion suddenly vibrant as he grasped Zhen's arm tightly. It was given to me by classmate Ling Feng. I believe it must be of superior quality. Zhen noted. Observing Master Lu's astonishment confirmed his own suspicions. It should be nothing less than a perfect grade elixir. Where's this Ling Feng? Master Lu inquired excitedly. Over there. Zhen pointed towards Ling Feng, who was tending to Qing Xuanzi's injuries in the distance. Upon seeing this, Master Lu's excitement surged, and he rushed towards Ling Feng to inquire about the origin of such a wondrous pill. Yet, in the next moment, he was left in utter disbelief. For he witnessed Ling Feng conjuring a golden flame in midair, refining pills with an ethereal grace. Chapter 60. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Master Lu knelt down in reverence. Your talent is too abysmal. Meanwhile, Ling Feng thought to himself, Qing Xuanzi's move, a million swords returning to one, is truly magnificent. I must devise a way to learn it. It looks incredibly impressive. Ling Feng had, of course, witnessed the global live broadcast upon his arrival, which had spurred him to hasten his pace. Had he arrived at his previous speed, Zhen might have already perished. He then retrieved the medicinal pills he had crafted and promptly placed one into Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Notably, his enhanced talent had proven remarkably potent, as under the auspices of his formidable fortune, he had managed to refine 11 pills in one batch. Such a high yield made him quite unperturbed in their usage. Buzz. Although Qing Xuanzi was nearing the end of his strength, most of his injuries were spiritual in nature, with his physical wounds being negligible. Thus, after consuming a single pill, he was fully restored in under half a minute. However, he remained with his eyes closed, for his spirit was too shattered, necessitating a specific pill for spiritual restoration. Regrettably, the materials at his disposal could only yield fourth-tier pills. For now, I must stabilize his spirit. I shall seek additional materials from Zhen and the others upon my return. Ling Feng mused, unleashing a flame in the void. He then tossed in a set of materials and began the refining process. In under a minute, a batch of pills appeared. He intentionally showcased his alchemical prowess, refraining from using enhancements and directly producing a perfect quality elixir. This way, he would not need to explain the source of his pills and could freely sell them. As for whether his prodigious talent would incite envy, nonsense. If the previous Ling Feng had harbored fears of being targeted by powerful foreign entities, the current Ling Feng, having acquired the eternal will trait, felt as though he had attained a degree of immortality. Attempting to eliminate him? Practically impossible. With this in mind, there was no need to conceal his talent, which explained his ostentatious display of ability this time. After all, he could easily cloak his form with his strength. Even a martial sage would struggle to discern his true identity. Once the pills were ready, he directly placed one into Qing Xuanzi's mouth, though merely a third-tier elixir. Its perfect quality ensured its efficacy was exceptional. It would not be long before Qing Xuanzi regained consciousness. However, complete restoration would require a sixth-tier spiritual pill. Master, Master, at last, I have found you. Just then, a voice filled with joy and desperation rang out. Ling Feng, momentarily stunned, turned to see an elderly man lunging towards him. What on earth? Ling Feng's expression changed, and he swiftly sidestepped the old man. Elder, what are you doing? Ling Feng asked, bemused by the man's frantic demeanor. Master, I implore you to take me as your disciple. Even if it's just as a medicinal apprentice, I would be grateful. Master Lu, nearly tumbling in his fervor, quickly turned and knelt, clutching Ling Feng's leg in desperation. Ling Feng was at a loss for words. This old man seemed vaguely familiar. Oh wait, isn't that Master Lu? Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Release Ling Feng at once. This is highly inappropriate. Zhen hurried over to pull Master Lu away. Chairman, aren't you quite familiar with classmate Ling Feng? Please, do speak on my behalf. Master Lu's eyes lit up, eagerly grasping Zhen's arm. Ling Feng, please don't be angered. Master Lu has dedicated his life to alchemy. Upon seeing your ability to produce perfect quality pills, he became quite overwhelmed. Zhen explained helplessly. That's not what I meant. I was referring to the matter of apprenticeship. Master Lu insisted, tugging at Zhen's sleeve urgently. As for taking on an apprentice, I must decline. My theoretical knowledge may not surpass yours. The only reason I can produce perfect grade pills is due to the alchemical trait I possess. Without that trait, I doubt I could even refine a first-tier pill. Ling Feng chuckled. No. Master, you are mistaken. In this world, who is not empowered by their traits? Possessing a formidable trait signifies a deeper understanding of alchemy. This is the essence of your ability to create powerful pills. After all, traits merely enhance talent. They do not bestow the knowledge of alchemy out of thin air. Your ability to create perfect-grade pills stems from your profound theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Master Lu passionately countered. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, then realized the truth of his words. Indeed, the alchemical trait had merely granted him an exceptional talent for alchemy. However, To refine higher-tier pills, one must engage in learning and comprehension, and his rate of insight and learning far surpassed that of other alchemists, by thousands or even millions of times. Strictly speaking, his theoretical and practical expertise indeed eclipsed that of the current Master Lu. Yet, still, he felt it was inadequate. Suddenly, Ling Feng reiterated his refusal. Hearing this, Master Lu was utterly bewildered. Why, Master? You are truly capable. Do not underestimate yourself. Master Lu assumed Ling Feng feared leading him astray. You misunderstand. I simply believe your natural talent is insufficient to grasp such advanced alchemical knowledge. Teaching you would require an inordinate amount of time. However, Ling Feng's next words left Sikong Zhen gasping for air, nearly bursting into laughter, while Master Lu stood wide-eyed, speechless. Uffed. Master Lu then spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, how fragile. Is he really so easily provoked? This startled Ling Feng. He felt no culpability, for he genuinely had no time to spare. Cough, cough, it's not that. He hasn't even consumed the pill you provided yet. He was merely pushing through to reach here. Sikong Zhen awkwardly clarified, hastily shoving a pill into Master Lu's hand. Indeed, upon consuming the elixir, Master Lu's complexion visibly improved. However, he still sat on the ground, looking quite unwell. Of course, I have no issue with offering guidance. Feel free to inquire about anything that perplexes you. Reluctantly, Ling Feng could only respond truthfully. At these words, Master Lu was immediately filled with joy. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Master Lu exclaimed excitedly, rising to bow in gratitude. Ling Feng, though resigned, chose not to dwell on it. After all, he surmised he would not be staying on Blue Water Star for long. Sir, how many of the surviving elders are there? Ling Feng inquired. As soon as he spoke, the expression on Sikong Zhen's face darkened once more. Besides the 3 of us, there are only 4 others remaining. The other 10 have perished. Chapter 61. Ling Feng undoubtedly possesses silver-tier attributes. And not merely 3. Sikong Zhen spoke with a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng fell silent. In that moment, he fully comprehended that reality is not akin to a novel, where a protagonist can miraculously save everyone. His timely arrival was solely due to the global broadcast that alerted him to the urgency of the situation. Nevertheless, he bore no guilt. It was not as if he had unleashed the ferocious beasts himself. Why do these domains of the divine manifest? Is it impossible to eradicate them entirely? Surely, the human race could eliminate the weaker domains on lesser planets, could they not? Ling Feng posed a question that left both Sikong Zhen and Master Lu in contemplative silence. While the strength of humanity may not suffice to clear the domains above the 10th tier, it should not be insurmountable to eradicate those below the 8th or 9th tiers. Yet, why has this not been accomplished? Alas, such is the nature of this world. Domains of the divine have existed since the emergence of humanity, and their eradication is utterly unattainable. This is not merely a matter of strength. Sikong Zhen sighed deeply. What do you mean by that? Ling Feng was taken aback. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware of certain matters, given your recent rise. Throughout the millennia of human civilization, there have been numerous occasions where we sought to eliminate those lower-tier domains to improve conditions for the common folk. However, we discovered a significant issue upon attempting to do so. For instance, if you eradicate a 6th-tier domain, 3 or 4 new ones may emerge within the territories of other humans, or even a 7th-tier domain could manifest. Moreover, as humanity grows stronger, so too do the newly arising domains. The most formidable domains invariably overshadow the strongest among us. It is akin to an unbreakable rule. Sikong Zhen spoke gravely. As his words resonated, Ling Feng's pupils constricted. Could it truly be that such a phenomenon exists? Does this imply that humanity will forever be devoid of true peace? An unbreakable rule, you say? Ling Feng sighed heavily, realizing that the evolutionaries are likewise ensnared within these constraints. Let us cease this discourse for now. I am grateful for your assistance in this matter, Ling Feng. The remaining issues will be managed by us. If you have no pressing concerns, you may return to the Imperial Capital University. Sikong Zhen tactfully shifted the topic. Ling Feng glanced around the ruins, recognizing that his presence would not be of much help, and nodded in acquiescence. Teacher Qing Xian's soul has suffered severe damage. I have merely suppressed it for the time being. The Imperial Capital University should have the necessary herbs. Yes, I need to concoct a 6th-tier elixir to mend his soul as swiftly as possible, Ling Feng asserted. Indeed, I have granted you the highest privileges at the Blue Water Star Federal Store. You may freely access all resources, Sikong Zhen promptly affirmed. Were it not for Teacher Qing Xian's intervention, they would have perished before Ling Feng's arrival. Very well, I shall take him back now. The remaining matters are in your hands, Ling Feng declared, and without further ado, he lifted the still unconscious Qing Xian and soared into the sky. A golden streak of light hurtling toward the direction of the Imperial Capital with astonishing speed. As they watched Ling Feng vanish into the horizon, Sikong Zhen and Master Lu exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that Ling Feng possesses a silver-tier attribute? Moreover, it seems his silver-tier attributes are more than one, surely numbering at least 3. Sikong Zhen could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. That fiery attribute is 1. the alchemy attribute another, and the earlier utilized all attribute enhancement attribute counts as yet another. That makes 3. Undoubtedly, it exceeds 3. His realm has ascended so swiftly that he must now be above martial sovereign. It is highly plausible that his devouring type attribute is also silver tier. Furthermore, he must have awakened these attributes quite some time ago, merely concealing them from us. Master Lu spoke with gravity. These 4 silver tier attributes are all immensely powerful entities. When combined, they may even surpass the typical golden tier attributes in terror. As for why it is asserted that Ling Feng has been awakened for quite some time, the reasoning is simple. It is unlikely that one could achieve martial sovereign strength within such a brief span without the aid of silver tier devouring attributes. Regardless, Ling Feng is a genius of Blue Water Star, and he embodies the spirit of national pride. Otherwise, he would not so readily offer such precious elixirs. Sikongzhen stated with utmost seriousness. It is a trivial matter for one with immense strength to slay that octopus. 9 out of 10 would likely intervene in such a situation, as it presents an opportunity for glory without personal loss. However, to produce a perfect quality elixir is a different matter entirely. Even if Ling Feng's alchemical talent is extraordinary, such elixirs are ultimately of perfect quality, each valued at hundreds of billions, if not over 1,000 billion. They far exceed the cost of ordinary 7th-tier elixirs. The elixirs Ling Feng has produced could easily fetch trillions in value. Yet, knowing their worth, he still chose to present them. How could such an act not stem from a person deeply imbued with national pride? We, the human race, are blessed with such extraordinary talents. How can we not thrive? Master Lu could not help but express his sentiments. It is a pity that Elder Li and the others will not witness this. Sikongzhen murmured softly. At this, both fell into a contemplative silence. Although they emerged victorious this time, the losses were catastrophic. Nearly all the martial sovereigns of Blue Water Star had perished, and those who did not participate in the battle likely fled. Who shall guard Blue Water Star in the future? Several hours later, within the estate of the Imperial Capital University, Ling Feng conjured a swirling mass of golden flames, into which he placed various herbs to commence the refining process. Beside him, Zhao Xia gazed intently at Ling Feng's alchemical skills, while the elderly Zhou looked on with a heart full of admiration. Watching Ling Feng, Zhao Xia propped her chin in her hands, her expression dreamy. She and Ling Feng had practically grown up together, had it not been for Wang Angwa's intervention. Perhaps Ling Feng would not have been treated as a mere pawn by Yin Shiyun for 3 years. After all, given Zhao Xia's personality, Yin Shiyun would likely have found herself embroiled in petty conflicts every few days. Before long, 11 azure-hued, transparent elixirs emerged from the flames. Due to Ling Feng adjusting the color of the flames to an extraordinarily dazzling hue and employing the mystical words that fused with the heavens to conceal all the elixirs, no one could discern the situation within, unless their power vastly surpassed Ling Feng's by several tens of times. Ling Feng casually stored 10 elixirs in his spatial storage and then extinguished the flames. Soon, the elixirs materialized before him. With a mere flick of his finger, the elixirs, enveloped in his soul power, soared towards Qing Xuanzi, who lay in the living room. In an instant, the elixirs entered Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Buzz! The next moment, a brilliant azure light surged from Qing Xuanzi's entire being. Ling Feng could distinctly sense his soul rapidly mending itself. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure erupted from Qing Xuanzi. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and unleashed an even more formidable soul force, immediately confining this overwhelming pressure within a 3-meter radius around Qing Xuanzi. However, the ground and furniture within that 3-meter vicinity were instantly crushed to powder by this immense psychic force. Ha! I have succeeded. Suddenly, Qing Xuanzi's eyes sprang open, and he levitated from the ground, laughing joyously towards the heavens. Yet, after a brief moment of mirth, he appeared somewhat dazed, surveying his surroundings, which felt oddly unfamiliar. And his laughter abruptly ceased. As realization dawned upon him, he understood that he had just awakened from what seemed like a dream. Moments ago, he had dreamt of traversing into a realm of cultivation and becoming a formidable figure therein. Alas, just as he was about to transcend the heavenly tribulation, he had awakened. Ahem, is that not Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya? He stammered. Where exactly am I? Wait, was I not just battling a ferocious beast? A slightly embarrassed Qing Xuanzi hastily tried to change the subject, attempting to regain his ethereal demeanor. However, his disheveled and bloodied appearance made him resemble the leader of a beggar sect more than a celestial being. Teacher Qing Xuanzi, this is the Imperial Capital University. That peak 6th-tier ferocious beast has been slain by my fiancé, Ling Feng, Zhao Shuya proclaimed, her voice brimming with pride. Huh, what? Ling Feng killed it? Impossible, utterly impossible. Qing Xuanzi exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Zhao Shuya's words. It was a jest. Although Ling Feng possessed unparalleled talent, he was still so young. How could someone of his age possibly slay a peak 6th-tier beast? Look at this. Anticipating his disbelief, Zhao Shuya swiftly displayed the earlier livestream video. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng effortlessly conjure a terrifying golden handprint, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This. He trembled, staring at the screen in astonishment. He could hardly believe it was real, suspecting it was fabricated. He hurriedly opened his social media account, and in an instant, stunning video clips of Ling Feng's battle appeared before him. The imposing golden handprint materialized from various angles, compelling him to confront the terrifying reality. Such a celestial demeanor. This is undoubtedly the bearing of a heavenly being. Qing Xuanzi gasped in awe. To possess such terrifying strength at such a tender age, was he not a celestial being? My young friend, would you be willing to cultivate alongside me? Qing Xuanzi approached Ling Feng, brimming with excitement. His cultivation guild was in dire need of such talent. While I shall pass on the cultivation for now, I am eager to inquire about your technique. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. I find this move particularly intriguing. Ling Feng remarked with a smile, revealing his intentions. Although he could replicate the technique with his psychic power, possessing the corresponding martial art would significantly enhance its efficacy. Ling Feng was not inclined to learn a technique that was merely aesthetically pleasing without substantial power. Indeed, but you must agree to join my cultivation guild. My 10,000 swords returning to the origin is a 6th-tier pinnacle psychic martial art, personally refined by me. Ordinary individuals wishing to learn must part with 10 to 8 billion. Or I shall not teach. Qing Xuanzi boasted, though his face flushed slightly upon uttering these words. It was not that his martial art was weak, but rather that the exorbitant sum was a mere fabrication. In truth, he had been begging talented psychics to teach him, and when they learned of the technique's daunting difficulty, they had all declined. Hence, he was the sole practitioner of this move to date. Wow, teacher, you are quite shameless. Were it not for Ling Feng saving you, you would have perished long ago, and you dare to charge for teaching him a technique? Zhao Shuya interjected, her indignation palpable. Moreover, he is your student. Even if you do not offer it for free, surely a discount is in order? Not at all. Payment is not mandatory. As long as you join my cultivation guild, the knowledge is yours at no cost. As for our teacher-student relationship, we have only just met. Let's keep matters separate. Qing Xuanzi hastily replied. However, after saying this, he felt a flush of heat on his cheeks, realizing he had spoken rather shamelessly. Yet, for the sake of enticing Ling Feng to join his guild, he was willing to take such risks. He could not allow such a celestial figure to slip away. Well, this price is quite reasonable. Ling Feng nodded. If that is the case, I shall pay. Suddenly, Ling Feng spoke, leaving Qing Xuanzi dumbfounded. Wait, Ling Feng, you can join my cultivation guild. Just by joining, I will teach you for free. You could save 10 billion. Qing Xuanzi exclaimed in a rush. His guild was not a den of danger. Why would this young man prefer to spend money rather than join? Did he not recall that the chairman had mentioned this young man was in dire need of funds? Was his offer too low? Never mind, I am not short on this amount. Ling Feng chuckled. Then let us settle the accounts. Ling Feng said earnestly to Qing Xuanzi. Settle accounts? What accounts? Qing Xuanzi was taken aback. Of course, for the expenses incurred while saving you. Ling Feng shot him a sideways glance. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, am I really being charged for this? I fought for the sake of Blue Water Star. He exclaimed in shock. Naturally. Your act of slaying the ferocious beast to save me does not count. I would never dream of profiting from such a noble deed. Rest assured, Ling Feng reassured him. However, this left Qing Xuanzi puzzled. Aside from that, what else did he owe Ling Feng? You utilized a soul-burning pill, which severely injured your soul. You should be aware of that, right? Ling Feng countered. I suppose there was such a matter. Qing Xuanzi nodded. He remembered his soul being in tatters, on the verge of collapse before he lost consciousness. Restoring your soul is quite a substantial undertaking. I expended 1 4th tier and 1 6th tier elixir to bring you back. Additionally, your injuries required another 6th tier healing elixir. This accounts for 2 6th tier elixirs and 1 4th tier elixir. Here is the video. You may review it for yourself. After speaking, Ling Feng activated his personal combat recorder. Such a general warrior would invariably keep their guard up at all times, lest anything be overlooked. The scene depicted was precisely that of oneself battling on the battlefield and tending to Qing Xuanzi at home. This left Qing Xuanzi utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 63, Classmate Ling Feng. Are you robbing me? The old lady in the city. Indeed, there was some truth to it. It turned out that this young friend had rescued me at such a great cost. How much should I pay you? Name a figure, and I shall not quibble. With a grand flourish, Qing Xuanzi declared, ISNT at just a 6th tier elixir? I still have some savings. Moreover, I cannot allow Ling Feng to work for nothing, can I? Well, I shall let it slide then. 1 4th tier elixir will suffice. Given our teacher-student relationship, I shall gift it to you. Unlike certain individuals who, upon claiming the title of teacher, promptly disavow it. Ling Feng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's face turned a deep shade of crimson out of embarrassment, especially under the scornful gazes of Zhao Shuang and old Zhou. Were it not for the high quality of his shoes, given his strength, he could easily afford to lose a grand villa, let alone a 3-room apartment. As for the 6th tier elixir, the healing type is somewhat cheaper. Let us say it costs about 100 billion. However, the soul repairing type would be pricier, at a 70% market discount. That would amount to 210 billion. In total, That s 310 billion. Let us waive the 100 billion and settle for 300 billion. Teacher, will you be paying by card or in cash? Ling Feng cheerfully announced the bill. At this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? 300 billion? Classmate Ling Feng, are you attempting to rob me? A regular 6th-tier elixir is worth at most 100 billion. Qing Xuanzi leapt to his feet, seriously suspecting that Ling Feng was jesting. Teacher, saying that hurts our feelings. I've decided, no discounts. That will be 400 billion in total. As for the elixirs, you can directly consult Master Lu. I'll send you this video. Have him check the prices of the elixirs in it. Ling Feng feigned a hurt expression and promptly forwarded the video to Qing Xuanzi. Noticing Ling Feng did not seem to be joking, Qing Xuanzi was startled and hastily opened his chat with Master Lu. Qing Xuanzi, old Lu, could you tell me how much these 2 elixirs are worth? Master Lu, isn't this Ling Feng's elixir? Why are you asking about that? Qing Xuanzi, what Ling Feng? Never mind, that's not important. Just tell me the price of the elixir. Qing Xuanzi was somewhat bewildered. What was this about Ling Feng being a teacher at the Imperial Capital University? Master Lu, the healing elixir is slightly cheaper. Around 1,500 to 2,000 billion. As for the soul repairing elixir, that's the 9 turns soul gathering pill. Incredible that a teacher can refine such a thing. What a pity you consumed it. Otherwise, I would have paid 5,000 billion just to research it. Master Lu's message arrived swiftly. However, upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in shock. Qing Xuanzi, what the heck, old Lu? Just because I called you old Lu, you think you can take advantage of me? Isn't this a 6th-tier elixir? The price you quoted could buy several 7th-tier elixirs. Qing Xuanzi was instantly furious. Master Lu, old lady in the city, do you even know what this elixir is? This is a perfect grade elixir. Do you understand what that means? There are fewer than 10 people in the entire human race capable of refining a 6th-tier perfect grade elixir. The price I provided is the market rate. If it were put up for auction among those alchemists, the price would at least increase by half. Do you understand? What do you know? The moment Qing Xuanzi spoke, he was met with Master Lu's affectionate retort, albeit the latter part was too profane for the AI to relay. Qing Xuanzi stood there in a daze. A perfect grade elixir. Was this truly the legendary perfect grade elixir? How about it, teacher? Have you found out the price? Our Ling Feng shouldn't have swindled you, right? If he did, you must tell me. Don't hold back. Zhao Shuang observed Qing Xuanzi's expression, which resembled one who had just eaten something foul, and couldn't suppress her glee. Ahem, that was a mistake on the teacher's part. Just a jest. It's merely the method of practicing the 10,000 swords return to origin. This is something no one would desire, even as a gift. I'll send it to you right away. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Qing Xuanzi quickly plastered a smile on his face and ingratiated himself with Ling Feng. Soon, the method of martial arts cultivation was sent to Ling Feng. Classmate Ling Feng, seeing as we are teacher and student, I truly cannot come up with 400 billion. Would you allow me to pay in installments? Perhaps over 120 installments, 10 years will do? Qing Xuanzi said somewhat awkwardly. 300 billion was simply too high. He was not like Master Lu, an adept at making money. Earning such a sum was exceedingly challenging. Hey, Teacher Qing. That is not quite right. You and our Ling Feng are merely just acquaintances as teacher and student. You just met. What is fair is fair, Zhao Shuang quickly retorted. As soon as these words left her mouth, Qing Xuanzi's face stiffened. Ah, the wheel of karma has come back around. The boomerang I threw has indeed struck me in return. All right, lass, do not make things difficult for the teacher. He was injured for the sake of Blue Water Star. Given that, At this moment, Ling Feng interjected. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi was immediately thrilled. Ling Feng was indeed compassionate and understood his difficulties. However, Ling Feng's next words made him realize his excitement had been premature. Since that is the case, let us go for installments. For 100 billion, no need to discuss further. Let us settle for 300 billion. Yes, that is the deal. This is quite a sum, and I'm giving you a considerable discount. Your 10,000 swords return to origin is worth at least 1 billion. Teacher, you can take your time to gather the money. Just have it ready within these 2 days. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi was left speechless, yet looking at Zhao Shuang and Ling Feng. He felt too embarrassed to utter any more words about discounts. After a rather awkward smile, he departed in a dejected manner. Say, do you think Teacher Qing will default on the debt? Zhao Shuang expressed some concern. No worries. If he cannot pay, then so be it. How wasn't he planning on collecting money anyway? However, I cannot abide being taken advantage of. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. After all, the other party had been injured for the sake of Blue Water Star, and he begged for his rescue. Thus, he had initially intended not to accept any payment. It could only be said that Qing Xuanzi had misjudged Ling Feng, although he was short on funds. He was not the type to be manipulated into spending less. Moreover, he was in need of substantial sums, not mere billions. Although Senior Qing Xuanzi may be a bit unconventional at times, he was not the sort to default on debts. Perhaps, he truly could gather the 300 billion. At this moment, old Zhou spoke up slowly. Can he gather it? Then let him gather it. After all, my elixirs are indeed worth their weight in gold. Ling Feng, though uncertain about how Qing Xuanzi would manage to procure the funds, did not dwell on it too much. Chapter 64, Selling Elixirs. A profitable gain of 8 trillion. However, while Ling Feng awaited the payment, Qing Xuanzi was having a rather tough time on his end. You need a loan of 300 billion? What on earth do you intend to spend such a vast sum on? Qing Xuanzi had located Sikong Zhen, who had just returned from the battlefield. Do not concern yourself with that. I am in dire need of this money. Just tell me if the loan can be approved. If not, I shall earn it daily in the realm of the divine. A flush crept across Qing Xuanzi's face. He had already inquired with other surviving martial sovereigns upon his arrival. Astonishingly, aside from his own need for funds, none of the other martial sovereigns had been asked for money by Ling Feng. In fact, they had even received word from the speaker, assuring them that they bore no financial burden, as the elixirs were considered personal donations from Ling Feng. At that moment, he understood that Ling Feng had sought him out for funds because he was displeased with the tricks Qing Xuanzi had employed. Yet, how could he possibly voice such embarrassment? If he were to utter this, he would likely live with his head bowed in shame for the remaining decades of his life. Upon hearing Qing Xuanzi's words, Sikong Zhen furrowed his brow. This amount is no trifling sum. 300 billion is certainly not a small fortune. However, I can assure you, it can indeed be loaned. As for the interest, let us settle on 3%. For a loan of this magnitude, that is the bare minimum. Sikong Zhen ultimately nodded. 3% would equate to an annual interest of 100 billion. Though it pained him greatly, Qing Xuanzi quickly agreed. Following this, Sikong Zhen promptly contacted the high-level bank of the Xiantian star system through his biointelligence interface. After explaining the situation, the bank responded that Qing Xuanzi had achieved third-tier military merit, and according to regulations, the interest would be waived. Simultaneously, the funds were swiftly transferred to Qing Xuanzi's account. Upon realizing this, Qing Xuanzi hastily transferred the money directly to Ling Feng. Having no interest to pay was already quite favorable. Ding. Funds received in personal account, 300 billion. However, at that moment, as Ling Feng returned to his room to rest, a notification sound rang from his biointelligence device. What? Have the funds been secured so swiftly? Or is Qing Xuanzi wealthier than I anticipated? Ling Feng mused, astonished, for 300 billion was no insignificant amount. However, considering Qing Xuanzi's strength, he soon reconciled with the thought. After all, he was a martial sovereign-level powerhouse and should not be lacking in funds, or so he assumed. Little did he know that Qing Xuanzi adhered to a philosophy of carefree living, valuing money very little. Moreover, he had recently spent all his funds on purchasing soul-consuming elixirs. Otherwise, with his prowess, several hundred billion in assets would not have posed a significant burden. Nevertheless, this meant that he would have to toil and labor to repay his debts in the days to come. The sale of elixirs indeed proved profitable. Thus, he resolved to place all the elixirs he possessed on the federal store for sale. Additionally, he needed to concoct more. With this thought, Ling Feng did not hesitate and swiftly entered his small world. At that moment, a new continent had appeared on the surface of his small world. He had casually excavated it from a certain plane upon his return. Though it measured merely 1,000 meters in diameter, it was still quite impressive, providing ample space of over 1 million square meters for him to accomplish many tasks. Subsequently, Ling Feng executed a palm strike into the void. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of raging flames transformed into a colossal alchemical furnace, standing majestically between heaven and earth. He retrieved a portion of medicinal materials and cast them into his fiery furnace. The next moment, a series of alchemical techniques were executed with remarkable speed. He did not elevate his speed to the utmost limit, as that would require intense concentration, leaving no room for distraction. Such a sensation was quite uncomfortable. Even at a slightly reduced speed, the total time would not be significantly extended. Therefore, there was no need to push himself, especially since he was not in urgent need. Even without accelerating to full speed, all the medicinal materials were refined into 6th-tier elixirs within half an hour. There was no need for anything below the 6th tier, as the value of 10 or even dozens of lower-tier elixirs was not worth a single 6th-tier elixir. There was no point in wasting time. 5 furnaces of materials were still too few. It seemed he needed to purchase more. With this in mind, Ling Feng opened the federal store, simultaneously changing his location from Blue Water Star to the Xiantian star system. This way, he could buy and sell across the entire Xiantian star system. Although the transportation time would inevitably take longer, even at the fastest pace, it would likely require several days. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng accessed the recycling interface. Instantly, an advertisement popped up. With new weapons, where did the old ones go? Of course, they are up for recycling. Recycle elixirs, equipment, and weapons. Just visit our recycling service. With martial sovereign ladies personally at your door, the content of the advertisement made Ling Feng's vision darken momentarily. What the? Has it truly been tens of thousands of years? And this advertisement still persists? Do they not even change the wording? Ling Feng was left speechless. He quickly closed the advertisement and proceeded to list all the elixirs he had refined, along with the remaining elixirs, on the Federal Store's recycling network. Naturally, he had kept all the medicinal materials capable of enhancing strength, having not refined them into elixirs. After all, his devouring power could consume even elixir toxins. Refining them into perfect-grade elixirs would result in losses. However, it was not to say that defective elixirs were of any use to him. The reason they were deemed defective was that they expelled most of their medicinal power, leaving behind toxic residues. Although Ling Feng could devour these toxins, the value of the medicinal power was inherently greater. Therefore, for Ling Feng, defective elixirs remained just that, defective. Perfect-grade elixirs were the best. And even better than perfect-grade elixirs were the medicinal materials themselves, as they contained all the toxins and medicinal power. Of course, listing these items on the official recycling channel would yield a slightly lower price. However, the advantage lay in the speed of sale. Once assessed, the goods would be collected immediately, and payment would be made upon retrieval, saving a considerable amount of time. Welcome to the Federal Mall. We have detected that the elixirs you are preparing to sell appear to be 6th-tier premium quality. A corresponding potion appraisal master has been matched to assess their value. Please open the scanning program to scan all elixirs. The notification from the Federal Store echoed. Following the prompt, Ling Feng began the scanning process. Beep. After the appraisal, the elixir was identified as 9-turn soul gathering elixir, 6th-tier supreme. Quality, perfect. Quantity, 10. Estimated value, 400 billion. Recycling price, 300 billion. Beep. Following the appraisal, the elixir was identified as Great Xian Rejuvenation Elixir, 6th-tier supreme. Quality, perfect. Quantity, 33. Estimated value, 1,500 billion. Recycling price, 1,000 billion.